Crossing over to this extraordinary world of the Yanfus, there exists the heavenly emperor with the heavenly mandate in his mouth, residing in the 9 heavens, watching over the myriad realms. There are immortals roaming the 8 desolations, traveling to the North Sea in the morning and to Kangwu in the evening, sharing the world with the rulers. There are Confucian and Taoist sages teaching and enlightening the world, painting the heavens, establishing a heart for the heavens and the earth. There are also great virtuous monks who smile while holding flowers, harmonizing heaven and earth, transforming into boundless Buddhist lands, comparable to the Western paradise. Yet, in this boundless great world, Xianxiao is merely an ant, akin to a mere insect. He thought he was just a mortal starting out, struggling amidst hardships to seize a chance to attain enlightenment. However, that a seemingly deceptive simulator led him into a completely different realm. An ante-millennium Zen prodigy of the Buddhist sect, entering the Tao through martial arts, single-handedly stormed into the imperial city, his white robe like blood, only to earn the words, "Not failing the Tathagata, not failing you, I in the time of the end of Dharma." The Lord of Taiping ascended in broad daylight, rising from obscurity, giving alms to the world, breaking mountains and demolishing temples, becoming the only true cultivator of the Tao in an era before the spiritual tide arose. With the world in turmoil, smoke of war rising, the northern Yuan's iron hooves marching south, a Taoist sect leader emerged, saving the common people, restoring the dragon court, creating a legendary era. The leader of the demonic sect, Confucian saints, Taoist immortals, a peerless emperor of all time, in the vast expanse of time and endless space. Xianxiao steadily stepped forward, swimming against the current, etching an indelible mark in this rolling historical record. Chapter 1. Defying Fate. Do you wish to start the simulation of the first life? Yuan-Tian realm, Great Jin, Ascension ceremony. In. A young man sitting by the bed stood up, his handsome face reflected in the ancient mirror beside him, looking slightly dazed. Having crossed over to this world for 16 years, Xianxiao never imagined there would be a day he could acquire a golden finger. Memories from long ago began to surface, the life simulator. Even after so many years, Xianxiao still remembered some details. From the introduction, he learned it was somewhat similar to a text-based game he had played before. With this thought, the handsome young man's brows couldn't help but twitch. 3 days from now is the time for the sect to recruit disciples. Given my aptitude, I would normally only be able to join the lowest small sects. But if this simulator is truly extraordinary, perhaps I might not miss this opportunity. Over these 16 years, with innate wisdom, he understood the vastness of the world, where immortals soared through the 9 heavens, achieving immortality and sharing the world. With the rulers, his goal was to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. After enduring countless hardships, he finally obtained a qualification for entry, thinking he was merely a mortal starting out. But unexpectedly, there was this turning point. Though he did not know what this golden finger could do, as long as there was an opportunity, Xianxiao would never let it go. This had always been his life creed. Let's give it a try. Start. Even the most ordinary and unremarkable life has a minuscule possibility of blooming into the most brilliant fireworks. Xianxiao's soul fell into ignorance, and before his eyes was a scene of black and white, devoid of any color. He silently watched as the image began to change. With the cries of a newborn baby, the simulation of life began. 1 year old. The cold wind howled, snowflakes danced on a freezing night. With a cry, you were born into the world. This was a poor family with few valuable possessions, truly a bare home. But fortunately, both parents were healthy, so you were not lacking in food and clothing. You were born with innate wisdom and a deep soul, thus able to speak by 100 days and walk by 6 months, far surpassing your peers. However, your unusual behavior made your parents wary. Had it not been for their poverty, they might have sought out high monks for blessings or Taoists for exorcisms. You have gained the innate talent of 7 apertures exquisite. Wisdom root increased, comprehension increased, aptitude increased. 3 years old. That year, disaster struck, the land scorched. It was said that there were demons causing chaos, making the people suffer immensely. This disaster also affected your already impoverished family, and with 2 elder brothers above you, the burden weighed heavily, and the family barely had enough to eat. Facing the prospect of starvation, ate tea this time, your father made a difficult decision to sell you. Fortunately, a wandering monk with discerning eyes appeared and bought you, saving you from being sold to human traffickers. 4 years old. The monk who bought you introduced himself as Jingming from Xiankong Temple, and you became his disciple, shedding your secular name and taking the Dharma name. Jinru, 5 years old. You lived in the secluded residence of Xiankong Mountain with your master, learning to read and write the classics under his personal instruction. During this time, you progressed rapidly, as if you had photographic memory, causing your master Jingming to be astonished, feeling that his teachings would surely be passed down. 6 years old. That year, you followed your master, learning to read and comprehend texts, meditating and understanding the Tao. Though life was somewhat monotonous, it was still far better than the hunger and cold of your early years. 7 years old. In this year, your master Jingming taught you the basic martial arts of Xiankong Temple, the Diamond Fist. That year, practicing in the winter's chill and summer's heat, never slacking off for a single day, your master became increasingly satisfied, and his favor towards you grew. 9 years old. On this day, the cold wind howled, just like when you first opened your eyes in this world. Even this winter was colder than the previous one. At this time, your Diamond Fist had reached great perfection after 2 years of practice, and your body refinement had made initial progress in the external jianghu. You could be called a third-rate expert, and no one would dare to disagree. That year, you became the best martial practitioner among the disciples at Xiankong Temple, the top of the sect. Everyone in the temple believed you had the potential to surpass the founder, transcend the innate, and even enter the Tao through martial arts, becoming a true cultivator. You believe so too. You have obtained the perfected martial art, Diamond Fist. 11 years old. As winter gives way to spring, all things revive. Auspicious snow sprouts new buds. While offering incense and meditating in the Buddha hall, you encountered a girl at the first glance. The girl was before the statue of the Buddha, burning incense and praying while covering her face and weeping. You happened to pass by, and, embodying compassion and the principle of saving the suffering, you stepped forward lightly, bowing your head and asking gently, wanting to understand the reason and help her out of her predicament. The girl, seeing your inquiry, immediately told you it was because her beloved little white fox had quietly passed away, so she came to the temple to pray, hoping it could be reborn into a good family in its next life and not be a wild beast anymore. As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel sorrowful, softly sobbing, her tears falling like morning dew. Listening to the girl's intermittent sobs, you couldn't help but smile, but your master had taught you good manners from a young age, which led you to comfort her, making the young girl smile through her tears. When her smile bloomed like a flower, you then noticed the girl before you, her delicate features unadorned, tears on her face, resembling a finely carved jade statue. For the first time, you felt a flutter in your heart. 13 years old. Because of your innate talent, your progress far surpassed your peers, whether in meditation, understanding the Tao, or martial arts practice. No ordinary person could compare. That year, you initially mastered martial arts and entered the second tier of the jianghu, becoming a somewhat notable expert, so you descended the mountain to train, spreading the teachings of Buddhism within 100 miles of Xiankong Temple. Gaining some fame at it is worth mentioning that the girl whose pet you comforted 2 years ago has frequently visited Xiankong Mountain under the pretense of worshiping and offering incense. Always secretly watching you. You did not point this out. 16 years old. Due to consecutive years of disasters, the world fell into some turmoil. The once peaceful counties occasionally saw disaster victims wandering in the harvests. Worsened year by year. In the same year, your position as the top martial artist of the younger generation at the Xiankong Temple was severely threatened. A disciple who was previously far inferior to you and had been guarding and cleaning the Sutra Pavilion suddenly made remarkable progress in martial arts. It was unknown what opportunity he had encountered, but he broke into the first-class realm, astonishing everyone and making the vast Xiankong Temple take notice. However, as someone who had practiced superior martial art for many years and also entered the first-class realm, you ultimately did not win. Deep down, you knew that you had lost this battle. If it weren't for your true energy being completely exhausted, it wouldn't have been difficult for your opponent to surpass you given his level. This left you feeling somewhat disappointed, as it was the first time in your life you tasted defeat. Fortunately, there was a girl who had accompanied you for a long time, who would tirelessly comfort you. Even though you actually didn't know her name, only that she was called Miss Xiao. At 20 years old, spring passed and autumn arrived, all things withered. The Bodhi tree in Xiankong Temple shed its yellow leaves, becoming particularly beautiful under the glow of dusk. You, dressed in a white monk's robe, stood tall and straight like a jade tree, having completely grown into a young man. Many young girls were infatuated with your appearance. Unfortunately, you were a monk, and as a disciple of Xiankong Temple who was expected to achieve great things, you were destined to have no involvement in matters of love. However, even so, you had become accustomed to the presence of a girl. The little girl who once cried because of the death of a small fox had now blossomed into a young woman in her prime, radiant like the sun rising in the morning. Over the years, she particularly enjoyed listening to you recite Buddhist scriptures and tell stories in front of her, just as you had comforted her long ago. Yet behind that smiling demeanor lay an indelible sense of confusion and worry. If you had been more attentive, you should have been able to notice at 21 years old, a significant event that would impact your entire life eventually occurred. The senior brother who had once fought you to a draw broke into the innate realm of martial arts with a momentum like a broken bamboo. Such a realm was extremely rare in this remote area, where the traces of immortals had almost vanished. Naturally, you lost in the competition for the future head of Xiankong Temple. After all, a martial artist of the innate realm could rival 1,000 troops, maintaining a regional power for 100 years. Even though you had always been exceptionally talented, you ultimately could not compete. In the same year, something even more difficult for you to accept happened. The girl who had come to Xiankong Temple to listen to your chanting over the past 10 years suddenly shed tears during your last meeting. It was only when you anxiously pressed her for the reason that you learned she was getting married. The girl, under immense pressure, had come to ask you one last question. Would you be willing to take her away? At that moment, you fell silent, stopping the story you were telling. But as she looked at you, she understood the answer you hesitated to give. So, she smiled, looking extremely relieved. 23 years old. Having shed your former glory, you spent your days reciting scriptures and meditating under the companionship of the morning bells and evening drums. Yet, you became increasingly restless. After she left, you learned her name, Su Qixio, a little princess from the Su Qian royal family. In recent years, due to constant natural disasters and man-made calamities, the Qian dynasty had weakened. With ongoing border conflicts, the soft-hearted Emperor Qian intended to use marriage to avoid warfare, and Su Qixio was the chosen one that you began to regret, thinking that if you had known this at the time, would it have been better to take her away? At 25 years old, Su Qixio went missing, suspected to be dead. Since you did not concern yourself with worldly matters, you only learned of this news after a long time during casual conversation with a layman in the temple. It was said that after her marriage, she disappeared halfway. No one knew where she had gone. But one could assume that as an ordinary woman, she likely met a grim fate on the edge of the northern desert. After hearing this news, you remained silent for a long time and went to the Bodhi tree in the back mountain again, unsure of what to do. However, regarding this answer, your usually calm heart began to feel some resistance. At this point, you vaguely knew the answer in your heart, but it was already too late. She was gone, and there was nothing you could do. 30 years old. You sat quietly in meditation, alone under the Bodhi tree, uninterested in worldly affairs. At 42 years old, your master, Jingming, suddenly passed away, and you inherited his position, becoming an elder of Xiankong Temple. 57 years old. The Qian dynasty fell, and chaos erupted at the foot of Xiankong Temple. Your former senior brother had long since gone to seek true opportunities for enlightenment elsewhere, while you were left to uphold the foundations of the temple. You took on a heavy burden and diligently managed the temple's affairs. 70 years old. Due to frequent conflicts in your later years, you were left with many hidden injuries, and your body had become irreparably burdened. You passed away. Your life has come to an end. It has been detected that you possess a rare-level talent, 7 apertures, exquisite, and ordinary-level martial arts in 6 categories. Do you wish to solidify this? Evaluation. Your life has been full of ups and downs and should have been brilliant, but unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. A once-gifted genius fell into despair, never truly embarking on the path of greatness, quietly fading into the crowd. Overall, it is undoubtedly a tragedy. This was not a simulation. Countless memories surged like a tide, flooding your mind. If it weren't for the significant events that were vividly remembered, the consciousness of Jiqiu would have long been scattered. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. I take refuge in you, Miss Xiu. The last sentence was something she had added on her own accord. In an instant, the intense emotions at the brink of nirvana surged into Jiqiu's heart. That was something he only realized at the last moment. Master Jingming once told him that Su Qixu was his tribulation in cultivation. But if she was his tribulation, then what were the 10 years of daily companionship, adhering to propriety, and the faint hope reflected in her eyes? The Buddha is compassionate, advocating that followers have compassion for all beings. The Buddha is also ruthless, advising followers to discard emotions and desires. Even though he simulated a lifetime, Jiqiu was still essentially a young man in his prime. He was indeed Jinru, but he was even more Jiqiu. For someone who had painstakingly earned a chance for a lifetime of cultivation, a life of Jinru was undoubtedly unacceptable. This overwhelming emotion also triggered a response from the simulator. Yet, the Great Way has 50, and the heavenly changes have 49. There's always a glimmer of hope in everything. Does the host choose to experience life and defy fate? This life was utterly terrible. Comparing the 70 years that Jinru experienced to Jiqiu's life experiences, it was undoubtedly clear which held more weight. As he approached nirvana, what had he been thinking? Jiqiu undoubtedly knew more than anyone. If only this life could be lived again. Now, isn't that possible? Choose to experience life. Defy fate. Jiqiu's expression was calm as he softly uttered his answer. As his voice echoed, a whirlpool slowly appeared, completely engulfing his consciousness. He fell into black and white. Chapter 2. The Cold Winter, the Beginning of Life. A cry pierced through the night, when the loud cries of the infant resonated in this impoverished mountain village. The weak woman lying in bed saw that it was a boy, and a weary smile appeared on her haggard face. It's a boy. Good news. In this small rural area, the birth of a daughter might not necessarily be a joyful occasion, especially considering their poor family background, which may not be able to support her. But if it's a son, as he grows older, he can help with the farming, which is a considerable assistance for this family with nothing to their name. Outside, the cold wind howled and heavy snow fell. The farmer who had been waiting outside the small house finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he pushed open the door and stepped into the small room with the cold wind, he saw the boy with his eyes wide open, and joy appeared in his eyes. It's born, and it's a boy, just as he had hoped. So, the man immediately stepped forward to pick up the child, carefully examining him, then nodded in satisfaction. He was healthy and showed no obvious defects. You've worked hard. Looking at his wife lying by the bedside, the man's eyes finally showed a hint of concern, and he spoke in a gentler tone. Only at this moment, after a day of struggling for a living, could the couple share a bit of warmth. Everything seemed ordinary and mundane, until the infant's bright eyes, like the night sky, shifted from confusion to clarity, and he began to observe the surroundings with some slight peculiarity. Fortunately, the movement of a baby's eyes would not attract the attention of adults. Is this what they call simulation? The infant still looked the same, but in fact, inside Jiqiu, a storm had already surged. He had seen this scene once during the simulation of his past life, and the intense familiarity made Jiqiu's heart tremble slightly. Real. This was the only sensation Jiqiu felt after regaining his consciousness. Looking at the emotional fluctuations hidden in the eyes of his so-called parents, as well as the two children peeking in from outside the threshold, Jiqiu understood that this was a real world. At 1 year old, you were born on a cold, snowy night in a poor family, starting your life of defying fate. Gained the innate talent of 7 apertures and cleverness. Wisdom, comprehension, and aptitude have all improved. Buzz. This is. Feeling the faint spiritual energy from all around, Jiqiu was truly surprised this time. Some things can only be understood through personal experience, just like this innate talent. 7 apertures and cleverness. This talent seemed to allow him to more easily perceive the flowing energy between heaven and earth, and it also helped him to maintain a clear mind at all times. If this were in the great gene, with such a physique that was close to spiritual energy, it would surely not be difficult to join a sect. What a marvelous simulation. The infant's eyes were slightly closed, looking drowsy, but in reality, he was experiencing this innate gift. Such talent, even in seeking immortality, could be considered exceptional, let alone practicing martial arts. In the trajectory of the previous simulation, the reason why Jinru had not achieved innate martial arts in the first half of his life was probably more due to the damage to his state of mind. Otherwise, With this aptitude, his achievements would surely not be limited to this, and he would not have ended up in a lonely demise. However, even so, he was still overshadowed by others. What kind of opportunity did that young monk in the scripture pavilion encounter? Jiqiu sorted through the bits and pieces of Jinru's life in his mind, slowly pondering. The defeat that left a deep impression on Jiqiu was the greatest regret aside from Su Qixio. After all, a once-in-a-generation prodigy who surpassed his peers would actually be defeated by an obscure nobody. Such a blow is something no one can easily accept, but compared to silently observing, at least I now have the qualification to change the trajectory myself. In this life, I will never repeat the same mistakes. No, wait, that is not right. I shouldn't say that. Jiqiu gently closed his eyes. To put it simply, that was merely a derivative trajectory of the future. And now, this is the real beginning. In the cold winter, the swaddled infant, after merging memories, felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. From this point on, his first simulated reincarnation began. In the 3 years following his birth, everything progressed according to the previous simulation trajectory, but there were also some deviations in certain aspects. For instance, in terms of consciousness, under Jiqiu's intentional concealment of his brilliance, he did not show too much of a prodigious side. At most, he was just a bit more outstanding than other children, which did not attract much attention. Although this would not bring any benefits, no one wants to be treated like a monster. Therefore, Jiqiu spent a relatively stable 3 years in this remote village of the great Qin dynasty. Time flew by, like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was spring and autumn again. This year, a disaster befell the land, with falling fire causing many regions to be affected, leading to a year-long drought. Especially in the small village where Jiqiu lived, the situation was dire. The crops withered almost entirely, and there was no harvest, leaving every household in a state of panic. Wealthy families could still obtain food through various channels, but most poor families faced dire straits. What is a farmer? Living off the land, farming through the seasons. For an ordinary rural family, those 2 acres of land might be the foundation of survival for a family of several. This was especially true for the family Jiqiu reincarnated into. For a family of 5 that could only rely on the land for survival, this was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. In the drought-stricken land, with no harvest, it could undoubtedly drive people to despair. After much deliberation, Jiqiu's father, the farmer who had long been crushed by life's burdens, finally broke down. His waxy yellow and emaciated face showed signs of despair as he hugged his arms, unsure of what to do, limited by his narrow perspective. This man had spent his entire life confined to a radius of a few dozen miles and barely recognized a few characters. Thus, the only apparent option before him seemed to be one path. Thinking of this, he raised his head to glance at Jiqiu not far away, his eyes red. Just 3 years old, Jiqiu, who was more composed than most children his age, sat silently on a nearby stone bench. He observed the struggle on his father's face and felt deeply moved. If there were a way out, who would willingly sell their own child? But if they didn't sell, this family of 5 might not survive. The cruel world made choices so difficult. The hardships of life were nothing like this. Fortunately, calculating the time, the wandering monk master Jingming from the Hanging Temple should be arriving soon. As long as he could grasp that slim chance for escape, changing fate would be within reach. Chapter 3. The sea is wide for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to fly. The next day, at dawn, just as it was getting light, Jiqiu's father woke him up. This farmer forced a smile as he took Jiqiu to have what was considered a hearty meal in this poor household. Afterward, he led him to open the door. Jiqiu's father did not mention the purpose of this trip. He felt too ashamed. And Jiqiu did not ask, as he already knew. The 2, one big and one small, walked along the road. Though they were father and son, they felt more like strangers, with a faint sense of estrangement lingering between them. The destination of Jiqiu's father was a small county town several dozen miles away, the furthest and most prosperous place he had ever been in his life. Currently, there is a severe drought, and the villagers are unable to take care of themselves. If they want to exchange for some silver, only the wealthy gentry in the county would be willing to spend some money to take in children of this age, buying their contracts of servitude to act as servants. If nothing unexpected happens, once the contract of servitude is handed over to someone else, even if one possesses extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult to escape from slavery for the rest of their life, let alone achieve greatness. However, once fate is involved, there will always be unpredictable changes. One moment they may be a mere peddler, and the next they could encounter a fortuitous opportunity and embark on a path to immortality. Some may be born as princes and nobles, yet the next moment they could be captured by rebels and become prisoners. Fate is so mysterious and profound that ordinary people cannot fathom its intricacies. After many obstacles, there may be unexpected turns. Just like at this moment, when Jiqiu silently follows his uncle, glancing at the tall monk in gray robes with a solemn expression standing by the only official road outside the village. From then on, his life trajectory would take a different path, never to be the same again. The veteran martial artist Jing Ming felt the gaze upon him and stopped in his tracks. He looked towards the two figures not far away, observing the silent child being led by a withered-looking farmer. After pondering for a moment, he approached. This child, Jing Ming, has traveled for many years and, as an elder of the Xiankong Temple, has achieved a certain level in martial arts. However, as he has reached his 40s, with his vitality gradually declining, Jing Ming knows that he has little hope for great achievements in this life. For some reason, seeing this small child in the countryside sparked a desire in him to find a successor. It seems to be fate. Amitba, good sir. May I ask where you intend to take this child? The tall monk in gray robes spoke calmly, his left palm on his chest, nodding slightly to G.'s uncle before inquiring. With years of martial arts training and a robust vitality, even though his large monk robe concealed him, Jing Ming's strength still made the farmer feel somewhat apprehensive, leading him to recount the events in detail. After listening, Jing Ming fell silent, and after a long moment, he sighed deeply. The world is like a bitter sea. Faced with a great drought, the suffering of the masses has only worsened. I wonder when the heavens will bestow gentle rains to relieve the people. After speaking to Ji's uncle, Jing Ming turned to look at the quiet Ji Qiu. Noticing his calm demeanor made him feel increasingly favorable. Good sir, may I take a look at this child? Perhaps this is fate. The gray-robed monk, who firmly believes in the Buddhist principle of cause and effect, had a plan in mind. Though it was a matter of opportunity, it could also be considered a good deed. Of course, please feel free, master. Seeing a monk who appreciated Ji Qiu, G.'s uncle was naturally overjoyed. Although he was just an ordinary person, he had heard some things about these martial arts masters. In the past, such esteemed guests were rare in the surrounding areas. If his son could gain their attention, perhaps he could have a bright future, becoming a monk who lights the ancient Buddha, which is certainly better than living as a slave, with a life as fragile as grass. Moreover, the key point is that the price such masters could offer would certainly be far better than the harsh exploitation from the wealthy families in the county. This withered-looking man was constantly calculating in his heart, his thoughts racing. Just then, a surprised exclamation escaped Jing Ming's lips. Huh? What excellent bones. This is indeed a good material for martial arts training. Natural talent can determine mediocrity or genius. Although martial arts does not emphasize spiritual roots like immortality, there are still general ways to measure it. For Ji Qiu, who was born with exceptional talents, even seeking immortality and the way is within reach, let alone practicing martial arts. His martial arts aptitude, if placed among the ordinary, would undoubtedly belong to the top tier, a rare find. Child, I am Jing Ming, an elder of Xiankong Temple. From now on, I will be your master. In Xiankong Temple, we do not account for worldly names, but rather for the lineage. My Dharma name is Jing Ming, and you shall be called Jinru. Non-real and non-illusory, neither true nor false, but rather Jinru, which suits your nature well. After much consideration during his travels, Master Jing Ming nodded, finally deciding on Ji Qiu's title, feeling quite satisfied. It was not until this moment that Ji Qiu began to move after remaining silent. Thank you, Master, for the name. I have long understood my father's intention. However, as my family is poor and has no other means, I do not blame him. Today, being able to join my master's side, I am extremely grateful and will certainly serve you diligently in the future, in the name of your disciple. The young child spoke with a somewhat childish voice. Yet the meaning conveyed moved Jing Ming deeply. A 3-year-old child could comprehend such reasoning? Seemingly perceiving Jing Ming's doubt, Ji Qiu calmly continued before he could speak. Since my birth, I have learned things particularly quickly. Previously, when the village teacher set up a school, I learned a lot by sneaking a glance from the corner. Over time, I completed my preliminary education, so master need not worry about me being young and causing you trouble. Seeing the serious look on the child's face, Jing Ming finally regained his composure. Then, a trace of joy appeared on the gray-robed monk's face. With such good talent, a pure and kind nature, not arrogant or impatient, and able to understand such principles. What is more crucial is that he can be cultivated from a young age, knowing his roots. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of Xiankong Temple. Is there a better disciple than this in the world? In this moment, Jing Ming was immensely satisfied with his sudden inspiration. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, expressing the excitement of the gray-robed monk. Jinru, having such a temperament, is simply wonderful. Ha! I initially intended to keep you by my side for a few years of observation, but it seems that with such a disciple, that is no longer necessary. If Jinru is not suitable to be a formal disciple of Xiankong Temple, then there are likely very few in this world who could surpass him. At 4 years old, you were on the verge of being sold when you caught a glimpse of the master from Xiankong Temple. The master, inspired, felt a connection with you, thus taking you as a disciple and successfully steering your fate onto the right track. Chapter 4. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Jiqiu was given a Dharma name by Master Jingming of Xiankong Temple and traveled with him for more than 3 months, witnessing the suffering lives of the lower-class people in the Daqian dynasty. In the drought-stricken land, crops failed to yield, and in the face of widespread disaster, cannibalism was not an impossible scenario. These scenes undoubtedly left a significant impact on Jiqiu. To be honest, even if he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed such misery. However, it must be said that Jingming, this martial arts master, truly deserved the title of a virtuous monk. Wherever he went, if there were starving corpses scattered everywhere, this gray-robed monk would pause briefly to offer food, and if anyone unfortunately starved to death, he would personally recite the Xianxiagarbha Sutra to pay his respects. According to what he taught Jinru, this is a necessary path in cultivation. The world is like a bitter sea, and as mortals, we must constantly uphold the precepts and keep them in mind. To give to the world is to cultivate blessings for the next life. So as a disciple of the Buddhist path, one must have a compassionate heart, setting an example. This is the way. If Jiqiu is just a 3-year-old child, then these teachings undoubtedly left a profound impression deep within his heart. However, Jingming did not realize that within this small child's body lay a soul that had experienced the ups and downs of 3 lifetimes. However, even so, Jiqiu couldn't help but feel a genuine respect for this morally high monk who was consistent in both appearance and essence. For such a person, Jiqiu might not acknowledge his righteousness, but he certainly wouldn't deny his Zen path. Because for Jinru, this was the truth he had practiced his whole life. Time flies. Just in the blink of an eye. 3 months later, at Xiankong Temple, the verdant mountains rise up, with peaks towering over 1,000 meters high, and several solemn and ancient Buddhist temples hidden among the trees, connected by a mountain path that evokes a sense of solemnity. This is the famous temple near the capital of the Daqian dynasty, and also a major martial arts sect, Xiankong Temple. It has a history of over 200 years, and it is said that the founding master of Xiankong Temple was a great being who found the opportunity for immortality and has yet to fall. But rumors are just rumors. Whether anyone has actually seen that person remains unknown. In the mundane world, not to mention the elusive so-called path to immortality, even innate martial arts are rarely seen. They are always the honored guests wherever they go. We've arrived. The gray-robed monk washed away the wind and frost from his body. Standing with Jiqiu at the foot of the mountain path, looking up at the mountain gate of Xiankong Temple, engraved beneath the Bodhi tree, and said with a soft smile, "Jinru, from now on, this will be your home. Let's go." As the monk stepped onto the stone steps, the full view of the century-old temple was imprinted in Jiqiu's mind. Surrounded by clouds and mist, with evergreen pines and cypresses, this century-old major sect in the mundane world is perhaps only differentiated from the sacred land of immortals by its aura and supernatural powers. Following the peak upward, Jiqiu accompanied Jingming to pay respects to the abbot in the main temple with yellow walls and black tiles, officially entering the sect. In this lifetime, due to his changes and requests, Jinru's time for practicing martial arts was advanced by 3 whole years. 5 years later, in the courtyard at the mountainside villa, under the lush Bodhi tree, the wind rustled, bringing a hint of coolness. In the spacious courtyard, a young monk dressed in a white robe, with a handsome face, was skillfully practicing a set of boxing techniques, his hands and feet agile. One could see that the 12 powerful punches were either smashing or charging, accompanied by bursts of shouts, evoking a sense of fear in the hearts of onlookers, as if seeing a fierce tiger lying on a hill, choosing its prey to devour. Just as the final move of the punch was completed, the boy suddenly focused his eyes sharply, and then leaped up like a fierce tiger. A hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, with a powerful straight punch directed at a large rock in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the rock shattered, scattering debris everywhere. Even the surrounding fallen leaves were swept away by the shockwave, fluttering chaotically in the small courtyard. Good boxing technique. Jingming, who had been quietly watching his disciple practice, couldn't help but shout out loud when Jiqiu struck the punch, his face showing unparalleled shock and a hint of pride. Since Xiankong Temple was established 200 years ago, this proud disciple Jinru that he accepted 5 years ago, apart from the seemingly mythical founding master, undoubtedly ranks first in talent. The 3 martial arts of the sect, Dragon Claw Hand, Shumi Finger, and Diamond Fist, had all been mastered by him, reaching a level of profound skill, able to change and dismantle techniques at will. It is worth noting that although these 3 martial arts are concise, they are the key prerequisite for Xiankong Temple to practice superior martial arts. Without mastery, one should not aspire to deeper realms. How many disciples have studied for 3 to 5 years and barely mastered one? Yet this kid has achieved what others could only accomplish after 10 years of hard work at such a young age. And that's not all. In just 5 short years, At the age of 9, he has also mastered the superior martial art of the temple, the Great Shumi Fist, to a high level. Such an achievement, not to mention in Xiankong Temple, even in the vast Jianghu, is unheard of and unseen. At 9 years old, children from other families are merely beginning to dabble in basic skills. This child has actually mastered a superior martial art that could serve as the foundation for a major sect to such a degree. Such talent can no longer be described simply as genius. Extraordinary and unparalleled, rarely seen throughout the ages. Jingming has reason to believe that this disciple whom he granted the name Zhenru will achieve much more than just innate capabilities in the future. Perhaps, he could even reach the realm of the founding master from back then. Looking at the small boy before him, who was calmly regulating his breathing and displaying a composed demeanor, the gray-robed monk couldn't keep his emotions in check after observing for a long while. It wasn't until Jiqiu opened his eyes that he calmed himself and said seriously, "Zhenru, now that you have achieved great success in martial arts, you only need to cultivate true energy to reach a first-rate level in Jianghu, and you can venture far and wide. I hope you remember the teachings of your master over the years. Do not forget the Zen path's precepts and the rules of Xiankong Temple. And do not stray into the evil path, using your talent to bring harm to others. Do you understand?" Under the Bodhi tree, the gray-robed monk's expression was serious. Upon seeing this, Jiqiu, who had relaxed his stance, immediately responded earnestly, "Disciple understands. Master, after 5 years of seasons, I have practiced my fist and foot techniques to proficiency. Although I am still young, I feel I am ready to practice the methods to cultivate true energy. May I request to inform the abbot to allow me to go to the scripture pavilion to select texts?" The method of cultivating true energy in Xiankong Temple is a closely guarded secret. Only by cultivating true energy can one rise to the level of innate martial arts or even reach the true realm of martial arts. Such precious texts, regardless of the sect, are treasured, so they cannot be shown lightly. Even as a disciple of Elder Jingming, Jiqiu cannot casually browse through them. Only with the approval of the abbot can he gain the right to read them. Now, Jiqiu has achieved mastery in superior martial arts, and his fist and foot techniques are nearing perfection, making it the best opportunity. Even Jingming has no reason to refuse. Indeed, what Zhenru said is not without reason. At just 9 years old, reaching such a level, it is time to teach you the martial arts texts for cultivating true energy. After hearing Jiqiu's words, Jingming pondered for a moment and nodded. The so-called achievers lead the way, although achieving this level at 9 years old may seem shocking. It cannot be suppressed once the level is reached. You can tidy up and think carefully about which technique of our sect you wish to practice. After I inform the abbot, I will take you to the scripture pavilion to select. After saying this, the gray-robed monk patted Jiqiu's shoulder in appreciation, then turned and strode out of the courtyard. At this time, autumn had arrived, and under the Bodhi tree, the leaves were turning yellow. At 9 years old, you have achieved great success in martial arts, effortlessly mastering various techniques. Even a first-rate Jianghu master may not be able to surpass you. And among your peers, you have become a goal they can never exceed. Even throughout history, you are undoubtedly the first of the younger generation. Your life has truly begun to change. 10 years of seasons like a day, you have proven with your efforts that you have the qualifications to reverse your fate. Life script. Everyone is born with a destiny, and most people will follow the established script and trajectory. Only a very few have the qualification to change their fate. You can simulate and briefly deduce the fate trajectories of others. The length of the deduction depends on your own strength range. From this point on, Zhenru's life truly began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Chapter 5. In this vast, ancient temple, who does not know my name? 3 days later, under the Bodhi tree, stepping on the fallen leaves, Jiqiu walked straight up the mountain path. His destination was the scripture pavilion, which had been established for over 100 years and was of utmost importance to Xiankong Temple. A supreme martial arts mastery, coupled with diligent body training. Even at the tender age of 9, the abbot of the Hanging Monastery had no reason to refuse such a talented disciple the opportunity to practice internal martial arts. Thus, Jiqiu smoothly obtained the qualification. It was early autumn, and the weather carried a hint of chill. Monks at the Hanging Monastery were bustling about, some conversing, some sweeping, each engaged in their own tasks. However, when they caught sight of the little monk in white robes passing by, they all instinctively set aside their work. "Jintu, good morning. Jintu, you've just begun your martial arts training. If you have time, could you offer some guidance on the dragon claw hand? Ba Jintu, have you been in the sutra chamber again to write down martial arts for your practice?" Truly diligent. Walking on the gray stone slabs, Jiqiu moved slowly. Every monk he encountered paused in their steps to greet him. Over the past 5 years, the name Jintu had already spread throughout the Hanging Monastery. Every disciple knew that there was a martial arts prodigy in this generation whose talent could rival that of the founding master. All the teachers believed that this child had limitless potential and that martial arts would not be the end of his journey. Faced with such honor and the second-tier top-tier strength he possessed at a young age, who would dare to show him disrespect? Even the monks, who had renounced worldly ties, could not escape this custom. Thus, even though Jiqiu looked youthful and harmless, no monk dared to overlook him simply because they were older. Of course, this was also due to Jiqiu's kind demeanor and equal treatment of everyone. With a face as bright as jade and brows like ink paintings. Even though he had not fully matured, his unique aura left a deep impression on others. People naturally liked to be close to beautiful things, especially when the other party had shown goodwill first. Moreover, he was hailed as the future leader of the Hanging Monastery in 20 years. Establishing good relations today would undoubtedly benefit them in the future if they ever needed a bit of help. Such a small effort was something no one would refuse. Xianxiaaudiobooks, a little monk in the Hanging Monastery. Age 13. Sweeping the stone steps at the Hanging Monastery, practicing martial arts, reciting Zen scriptures. Age 18. Sweeping the stone steps at the Hanging Monastery, practicing martial arts, reciting Zen scriptures. Age 27. Hopeless in martial arts. Sent to the temple at the foot of the mountain as a guest monk. Age 47. Stricken by sudden illness, died in bed. Simulated evaluation. An ordinary life leaves no trace in this world. 100 years later, only dust remains. This is the life trajectory of a little monk in gray robes who was sweeping the steps. Xianyun, a martial monk in the Hanging Monastery. Age 16. Achieved minor success in martial arts at the Hanging Monastery. Received teachings of superior martial arts. Age 25. Finally mastered superior martial arts. Qualified to practice internal martial arts. Age 33. After years of practice and suffering, suddenly enlightened, achieved first-class status in the martial world. Sent out from the Hanging Monastery to be an elder in a town. Age 45. Vitality declining, unwilling to accept fate. Attempting to forcibly break through to become a martial arts genius. But unfortunately, with insufficient foundation, he suffered damage before even passing the first barrier, and his lifelong cultivation ended in vain. Age 47. Injuries unable to heal, lived in despair until the end. Simulated evaluation. What is destined must come. What is not destined cannot be forced. This is the life trajectory of a martial monk in yellow robes, who exhaled white vapor and had a rough complexion. With a hint of rebelliousness, Jiqiu walked along the path, occasionally glancing at the various fates of the monks, all of which floated before his eyes. By probing into others' destinies, he could deduce the life trajectories they would experience. The scope of this probing depended on Jiqiu's own strength. But in the past 3 days, he had experimented on dozens of people, and none could escape his scrutiny. The reason for this was likely that these individuals had exhausted their lives, remaining weak even unto death, hence they did not reach the probing limit. Jiqiu speculated that if someone were to achieve innate martial arts or step into the Tao, he would probably be unable to probe them with his current realm. While pondering this, Jiqiu's steps did not cease. Continuing along the mountain path, he soon arrived at the ancient sutra chamber. As he approached, the weighty atmosphere accumulated over 100 years at the Hanging Monastery enveloped him. 2 aged evergreen pines stood in front of this ancient building, unchanged through the seasons. Nearly as old as the structure itself. The bold and powerful black characters, carved like they were split by knives and axes, were inscribed on the plaque hanging between the upturned eaves, the red beams and columns. The characters were square and solemn, clearly the work of a master. Martial monks clad in yellow robes, expressionless and imposing, stood guard at all corners. This place was sacred, unless one was an inner disciple of the Hanging Monastery. Entry was forbidden. Once inside, without the abbot's approval and a token, one could not ascend to the second floor to read the martial arts texts. This was an ironclad rule of the Hanging Monastery. Violation would result in varying punishments, from 50 lashes to expulsion and complete loss of cultivation. The law must not be passed lightly, which speaks volumes. Jintu, are you here to select martial arts practice again? The patrolling martial monks guarding the sutra chamber immediately recognized Jiqiu, who was ascending the steps in his distinctive moon-white monk robe, and one of them smiled and asked. Having practiced various martial arts at the Hanging Monastery for 5 years, Jiqiu was quite familiar with this place. Coupled with his renowned reputation, it was only natural for these martial monks to know him. Jintu has met 2 senior brothers. However, the senior brothers were mistaken this time. Watching the 2 martial monks approach, Jiqiu first raised his left palm, lowered his head, and performed a respectful bow, then retrieved an ancient bronze token from his right sleeve. He then waved it in front of the 2 nearby martial monks. The token bore the characters for Hanging Monastery, was heavy, and seemed to carry significant meaning. The martial monks who had long guarded the sutra chamber were naturally familiar with this token. After all, every now and then, Senior brothers and junior brothers who had successfully mastered superior martial arts would come with this token to select true chi techniques, hoping to cultivate internal power and advance to first-class experts. But the two had never imagined that the one coming to select today was this young junior brother who had not yet reached 10 years of age. What is this? The martial monk in yellow robes stumbled in shock. He looked at the token in Jichio's hand, examining it several times before exchanging a stunned glance with his equally surprised companion. After a moment, he spoke with a hesitant tone. Junior brother, such talent. At such a young age, you can begin practicing true chi. I believe you might achieve innate martial arts by your 20s. Upon finishing, a hint of yearning unconsciously appeared in the eyes of the yellow-robed martial monk. The innate martial arts realm was perhaps something he would never attain in his lifetime. Yet for others, it seemed so within reach. The gap between people was like heaven and earth, seemingly noticing the days of the person before him. Jichio did not linger. Senior brother, can I now go in to report to the elder and select the cultivation technique? His tone was straightforward, as if everything were as it should be, without any ripple of emotion. The two yellow-robed martial monks exchanged glances and, with wry smiles, quickly stepped aside to make way. Of course, junior brother, please. They watched as Jichio, without pausing, pushed open the sutra chamber door and strode inside, still in shock from what had just transpired. Such a transcendent talent, even to catch a glimpse of his back would be difficult. Chapter 6. The first in martial arts at the Hanging Monastery. At the Hanging Monastery. In the sutra repository, the thick wooden door, covered in red paint, creaked as Jichio slowly pushed it open, lifting the hem of his monk robe gently. Jichio stepped forward, crossing the threshold high, and respectfully addressed the elderly monk sitting in a rocking chair to the left of the horizontal table, whose eyes were squinted as if in a doze. Disciple Jinru pays respects to Master Jiwu. The Hanging Monastery has been passed down for 200 years, with generations of disciples changing one after another. To this day, the entire monastery is centered around the Jing generation, while the Kong generation has become the elder statesman of the temple. Even the current abbot, Master Kongwen, is merely from the Kong generation. The Master Jiwu, stationed in the sutra repository, is one of the few high monks from the Ju generation and is akin to a living fossil for this generation of the Hanging Monastery. In the past, Jichio did not know the depth of his strength. He only knew that this person was indeed learned and could effortlessly recite numerous Buddhist scriptures and teachings. However, through this simulation, Jichio realized that he had underestimated this almost decrepit old man. Jiwewu, first in martial arts at the Hanging Monastery. 8 years old, entered the temple as a novice monk, with exceptional talent and high expectations from elders. 16 years old, achieved the second tier. Minor success in martial arts, full of vigor, went down the mountain to travel and began to show his talent within 100 miles. 27 years old, achieved great success in martial arts, becoming a first-tier expert, defeating 6 young talents from various sects at the first martial arts conference, matching against the older generation, undefeated, gaining fame across the land. 40 years old, Qi surged in the Dantian, true energy completed the cycle, entered the innate stage of martial arts, becoming a generation's martial arts master. 105 years old, youthful ambition, achieved in middle age, but unfortunately, after that, he spent 50 years in vain, seeking a path with no door, and finally realizing his time was up. He sighed 3 times in the quiet room and resigned himself to his fate. Simulation evaluation. Everything is fate, and not a bit is up to man. Innate in martial arts. In an instant, Jichio's breath caught, and his pupils widened slightly. He did not expect that the old monk, who usually did not show off and often kindly guided him, could possess such strength. Before changing his fate, through the trajectory of his previous life, Jichio knew that Master Jiwu, stationed in the sutra repository, was extraordinary in martial arts. But he did not know that he was only a step away from entering the Tao. According to the trajectory, the now 90-year-old Master Jiwu would pass away in 15 years. Until his passing, the Hanging Monastery remained grand and did not show any signs of chaos. So Jichio had never seen this old monk take action. However, it must be said that a lifetime of seeking the Tao in vain is indeed lamentable and feels like a pity. What had not occurred or been discovered during the previous simulation. In this life of reversing fate, I successfully probed and learned. The butterfly flaps its wings, and all predetermined trajectories will deviate from this point on, never to be the same again. Therefore, the path I take in this life will surely not be the same as that in the textual simulation. Jichio thought to himself, his resolve firm. While he was lost in thought, a voice broke his chaotic musings. So it's you, kid, disturbing this old monk's peaceful dreams. What's the matter? Today you come in a rather unusual manner. Why not head straight for those martial arts texts, but instead keep staring at this old monk? Feeling Jichio's gaze, the old monk, draped in a pale red gold bordered robe, slowly opened his eyes, squinting at the unmoving Jiqiu, and immediately joked kindly. Cough, cough. Disciple has offended. Hearing Master Jiwu's words, Jiqiu quickly coughed, shook his head, stopped daydreaming, and took out the ancient bronze token from his sleeve, respectfully presenting it with both hands, saying, Master, this time I truly came not for martial arts practice, nor to seek your guidance. Now that my great Sumeru fist has reached great success, I have come to the Sutra repository to select true energy techniques with the permission of the abbot, preparing to break into the first tier. Therefore, I hope Master will understand. This is the token, please take a look. After speaking, Jiqiu gently placed the token on the horizontal table and stood with his hands at his sides. This statement indeed surprised Master Jiwu, who almost thought he had misheard. Then he raised his eyes and saw through the authenticity of the token, realizing that Jiqiu was not deceiving him. At this moment, the old monk was even more shocked. What is this? 9 years old, and already wanting to practice internal energy and step into the first tier? The old monks from back then, now long gone, would shout about how this was the hope of the hanging monastery upon seeing my achievements. If they saw this Jinru little monk, wouldn't they jump out of their graves to live another life? However, it must be said that Master Jiwu indeed had ample qi cultivation. Even though a storm surged in his heart, he did not show a hint of it on his face, maintaining a calm demeanor. He saw his originally lazy eyebrows suddenly perk up, then straightened his body, sizing up Jiqiu from head to toe before nodding and putting on an act, saying, I must have misjudged, little monk, not bad. You have a third of my former style. If you have any doubts or questions, feel free to come and ask me. After all, you little guy have never been polite. All right, go on. Don't disturb this old monk's rest. After saying this, Master Jiwu laid back down, sprawled on the rocking chair, with a look of enjoyment, and ceased to say more. Seeing this, Jiqiu, who already knew that this old monk was a master and had always cared for him, naturally would not disturb him further. He put away the token again, and then looked at the large sutra repository, striding towards the second floor area. As Jiqiu stepped forward, preparing to pass through the area where the scriptures and Buddhist texts were arranged to ascend the wooden stairs to the second floor of the Sutra repository, Master Jiwu, with his eyes slightly closed, finally opened them, then softly murmured to himself, This little monk is truly gifted, not inferior to this old monk back in the day. I see my former shadow in him. In this lifetime, I suppose I have no hope. I just hope this little monk can live up to expectations and see what the realm of entering the Tao is all about. After speaking, the old monk shook his head, his expression filled with lament. On his face was a hint of the vicissitudes of life, along with a faint sorrow and unwillingness. Indeed, to walk 100 steps only to fall at the last hurdle. Who could easily come to terms with such a fate? Meanwhile, on the other side, after exchanging greetings with a few monks who came to browse the Zen scriptures and martial arts texts, Jiqiu was about to step onto the sacred ground of the Sutra repository's second floor. But just as he stood at the beginning of the stairs, contemplating which martial arts technique to choose, he caught sight of a gray-robed monk, slightly older than him, who appeared rather unremarkable. At that glance, he suddenly halted, stopping in his tracks. Chapter 7. Seeking Opportunities in the Sutra Repository. True words. A young monk in the Sutra Repository, current. 8 years old, came from a poor family, located at the foot of the Hanging Mountain, became a monk to make a living. 13 years old, martial arts talent average, with rather common roots. Not heavily utilized by the sect, but still had his basic needs met, just assigned to the Sutra Repository for cleaning duties. 19 years old, 6 years of martial arts practice, diligent and unrelenting, but with little effect. However, fate had not destined him to end here. During a chance cleaning of the repository, he stumbled upon a dusty, forgotten wooden slip in a corner of the miscellaneous bookshelves. 19 years old, due to possessing a spiritual body, by chance, he brushed off the dust from the wooden slip, revealing its true form, which turned out to be the Tao entrance method, the true sutra of crossing the world left behind by the founder of the Hanging Monastery. At 22 years old, after 3 years of cultivating the true scripture of crossing the world, he achieved significant progress. And it was nearly impossible for any martial arts expert in the martial world to match him. Thus, he suddenly advanced rapidly, becoming the center of attention. At 27 years old, he broke into the innate realm of martial arts and became the top expert among the youth of Xiankong Temple that same year. His fame echoing for thousands of miles in the martial world, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. At 43 years old, after years of cultivation, he was just a thread away from achieving the second realm of cultivation described in the true scripture of crossing the world, but unfortunately, this place was remote and the spiritual energy sparse. After deep contemplation, he decided to travel to distant lands in search of opportunities to enter the Tao. Subsequent exceeds the current exploration limit of the host, thus unable to continue the deduction. Simulation evaluation. The golden scales are not mere creatures in the pond. Encountering the wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. It was him, looking at the gray-clad monk named Xinyan in front of him, holding a broom, bowing his head and frowning, his expression as usual while sweeping the dust on the ground. Jiqiu stopped in his tracks. This person was the senior brother who had defeated the spirited Jinru in the previous simulation, thus claiming the title of the first at Xiankong Temple. So it was possessing a spiritual body and a method of entering the Tao passed down from the founding master of Xiankong Temple. While others practiced martial arts, I cultivated immortality. No wonder he could make such rapid progress in a short time and reach this level. It could be explained that he had such an opportunity. Jiqiu gently closed his eyes. After a moment, Jiqiu finally opened his eyes. He paused his steps towards the second floor and instead headed towards the corner of the east, where a collection of old miscellaneous books was placed. The vague images he had glimpsed guided him in that direction. His intuition told Jiqiu that if he was not mistaken, the wooden slip recording the method of the true scripture of crossing the world should be in that direction. Xiankong Temple had been established for over 200 years, and the upper levels of the scripture repository were all places for closed-door cultivation. Ordinary Zen scriptures and miscellaneous martial arts books were displayed on this first floor. But don't be fooled by its single floor. It covered a considerable area. The shelves were lined up in an orderly manner, and the collection of scriptures was vast. Even if one devoted their entire life to studying, they might not fully comprehend it all. Jiqiu walked east and finally stopped in front of an ancient wooden bookshelf covered in dust. As far as I know, anyone who enters the path of cultivation must first possess the qualifications for cultivation. There are many types of spiritual bodies in the world, with the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, being the most common. Among the 5 elemental spiritual bodies, purity determines the quality of one's aptitude, with the highest being called the Tao body. Even in large immortal sects, recruiting such disciples relies on opportunities, making them rare. My true self possesses the most ordinary fire element spiritual body, which allowed me to enter the Immortal Ascension Conference and qualify to join a sect. While that is indeed a rare occurrence in the path of cultivation, it is still a rather ordinary qualification. However, at the moment of my simulated birth, the innate 7-orifice exquisite heart granted to me, based on my intuition and sensitivity to spiritual energy, suggested that my aptitude surpassed my own spiritual body talent significantly. Since Xinyan could rely on his spiritual body to obtain the inheritance, I should also not encounter any issues with this innate talent. His gaze was calm. This bookshelf was the most similar to the description in the deduction, appearing to be the most inconspicuous and oldest area in the entire scripture repository. Thus, the young monk in his moon-white robe began searching among the rows of scrolls for the trace of that ancient wooden slip. Here it is. After searching for a long time, Jiqiu squinted his eyes and looked at a pile of wooden slips on the far right of the bookshelf, finally confirming it. He then stepped forward, bent down, and raised his hand, carefully checking each slip among the wooden and bamboo slips. After spending quite a bit of time, he finally found the one that matched the description most closely. Phew. He lifted the slip that looked like a wooden tablet, plain and unremarkable, but felt like jade when held in his palm. Jiqiu focused and gently breathed to wipe off the dust. Golden light illuminating, the king crosses the world. This was the inscription on it, which appeared to have been there for many years. This should be the one. But how to activate it? Jiqiu tilted his head in thought, frowning slightly. Just then, his innate sensing ability from the 7-orifice exquisite heart felt subtle fluctuations on this slip, which was neither stone nor jade. Could it be? After thinking for a moment, Jiqiu raised an eyebrow and then lifted the slip. At the same time, the sense grew even stronger. This confirmed his guess. Jiqiu closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then pressed the slip to his forehead. At that moment, changes finally began to arise. Junior disciples, possessing qualifications, should follow my path and step onto the Tao. I am the Dharma Yuan of Xiankong Temple. Feeling the obstruction of realms, I traveled to distant lands seeking the great Tao, and for the sake of the junior disciples' inheritance, I specially left this profound method, the true scripture of crossing the world, here. Any disciple of Xiankong Temple with a spiritual body may cultivate this method to seek the door of the Tao. As Jiqiu pressed the slip to his forehead, an image of a kind-eyed old monk in a robe appeared in his mind. Following that, a text filled with profound, obscure law began to imprint itself in his heart, firmly lodged in his memory, every character clear as day, easily recitable. When Jiqiu's eyes opened again, that slip, neither wood, stone, nor jade, suddenly seemed to have consumed all its energy, rapidly transforming into specks of light and completely vanishing from sight. This method is one I have a connection to, inscribed on the transmission talisman. After testing, only one final opportunity remains. Because none of my current disciples possess a spiritual body to inherit this, I reluctantly leave this slip, diligently advising my juniors to take good care of it. This method was once copied by me and placed in the sect's scripture repository, but my handwritten version is not as exquisite as what is recorded on this transmission talisman. Now that a junior disciple can follow the path into the Tao, I am greatly comforted. I only hope that you can focus on your cultivation and that we may meet again on the path of Tao in the future. The words and script left by the founding master of Xianxiang Temple gradually faded in Jiqiu's mind. It was only at this moment that he finally accepted everything. The true scripture of crossing the world is a truly legitimate cultivation method. Moreover, if Jiqiu was not mistaken, this method likely had 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower, corresponding to qi refining, foundation building, and the final third realm, the jade liquid returning to elixir. This is a superior method that leads directly to the golden core path. Even among those sects that can accept disciples into the Immortal Ascension Conference, obtaining such a method would be harder than ascending to the heavens. After digesting this for a while, Jiqiu gently exhaled and then murmured softly, "So this means I've hit the jackpot this time. At 9 years old, you have achieved great success in martial arts and were about to select martial arts methods in the scripture repository when suddenly, inspired by a stroke of genius, you broke through the marvelous inheritance left by the founding master with your innate talent. You have obtained the side door level classic true scripture of crossing the world. Upon receiving this cultivation method, you felt an overwhelming excitement within, the path of immortality soaring high, beginning from your feet." Chapter 8. Past events, slowly unraveling. Just as Jiqiu comprehended the marvelous method, in the distance, Xinyan, who was sweeping the ground with a heavy heart, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if something that belonged to him was gradually drifting away. A difficult expression appeared on Xinyan's face, and he frowned, somewhat puzzled. Fortunately, this pain quickly subsided, so he didn't think too much about it. I truly envy those with talent. If I could succeed in martial arts, why would I need to do these mundane tasks here? Sigh. Watching the quiet and contemplative season of autumn, Xinyan felt a mix of envy and jealousy, along with a hint of resentment towards the Xianxiang Temple. He believed that since they were all disciples of the temple, they should be treated equally, and the resources for martial arts training should be distributed fairly. Even if some individuals had decent martial arts talent, it was not right to favor them excessively, leading to such a stark gap between the disciples. One day, he too wanted to shine like them and be respected within the temple. Gripping the broom tightly, the young monk's face showed determination as he worked harder to clean, hoping to finish quickly and gain more time for martial training. Xinyan had only been assigned to clean the Sutra Pavilion for a year. His spirit had not yet waned. He was still at an age where he wouldn't easily give up. However, having ambition was good, but being ungrateful was a big taboo. He only saw that the Xianxiang Temple prioritized talent, giving more resources to the gifted disciples. But he failed to notice that the temple also took care of the ordinary monks, ensuring that essentials like winter warmth, 3 meals a day, and rewards for cleaning tasks were all provided. Even if one wanted to continue deepening their martial arts, the temple maintained a supportive attitude. With the vast collection of martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion available for the monks to study, for a large sect to do this was already quite commendable. How could one ask for more? If things had followed their original course, Xinyan, with his steadfast belief, would indeed one day reap the rewards of his hard work and soar to great heights. But now, as the original trajectory had been completely disrupted, it was uncertain whether he would still have the chance to embark on the path to greatness. After thoroughly understanding the precious text that led directly to the elixir of jade liquid, Xinyan finally opened his eyes. He first glanced at Xinyan, and upon seeing the latter quickly lower his head and avoid eye contact, he lost interest in conversing with him. Regarding this matter, Xinyan did not feel he had done anything wrong. Opportunities are meant for the capable. On the long path to immortality, it was common to kill for treasures. With aspirations to climb the path of longevity, he had long been prepared. However, everything adheres to a principle. Xinyan also had his own bottom line. This opportunity was originally left behind by the ancestors of Xianxiang Temple for the benefit of all disciples with spiritual bodies. Although he did not know why it had gradually been lost within the temple, Xinyan, keeping it a secret after obtaining it, and only caring about his own enlightenment, disregarded the original intention of the law's essence. Considering this, Xinyan tidied up the area he had just read and then turned around, walking towards the direction of the old monk Zhuwu. With his eyes closed, Zhuwu, reclining in a rocking chair, sensed Xinyan's presence returning and opened his eyes in surprise. "Little fellow, choosing a qi technique is a big deal. Why are you so quick? Do you want some advice from the old monk?" After saying this, Zhuwu began to sit up. At that moment, however, Xinyan stopped him and slowly spoke. "Master Zhuwu, there's no need for you to get up. I came to ask you something. May I inquire if our ancestor, who seems to have gone wandering after entering the Tao, left any inheritance for the sect before leaving? As soon as Jinyan's words fell, the old monk, who had been squinting, furrowed his brow and looked at him in surprise, wondering why this little monk brought up such a question. You ask quite well. This secret is something even your abbot doesn't fully understand. Only us old bones from my generation have some knowledge of it. It is said that the ancestor who could ride the clouds indeed left behind an inheritance for the sect. Reportedly, as long as a fated person achieves success in their cultivation, they can break through the innate barriers and enter a new realm. Unfortunately, our Xiankong temple has shallow fortune. And because of this law, a calamity occurred 30 years ago when I had just achieved my own success in cultivation. At this point, Jiawu's mood became heavy, seemingly recalling his own situation, and his expression gradually turned desolate. If only there was still that inheritance in the temple today, perhaps I wouldn't have been so far from the door to the Tao, right? It can only be said that fate is such. As he lamented, the old monk continued to speak to Jinyan. Back then, our Xiankong temple was thriving due to the ancestor, long known as the foremost sect of Zen, enjoying unparalleled glory. Even the Su Qian royal family had to come to our temple to offer incense for protection. Every sect and martial family took pride in having descendants from our Xiankong temple. In the past, the 108 Zen temples at the foot of the mountain were bustling. It was not just talk, but a reality. How unlike today, where we are also prosperous, but compared to back then, we are far from it. As he spoke, Jiawu showed a reminiscent expression, then continued with anger. Yet the greed of mankind is immense. The innocent suffer while possessing wealth is a crime. I don't know when the news about the inheritance and marvelous methods gradually leaked out, and the elders at that time didn't pay it any mind, underestimating human greed and fear of death. When the ancestor left, some feared his tremendous power and didn't dare to act, but after a generation, when the older martial arts masters faced their impending doom, they couldn't hold back. Ba, that was a tragedy I still don't want to bring up. Jiawu spoke with a hint of pain in his words. Back then, 6 major sects and 4 great families came together, a total of 10 powerful masters, with 5 of them being innate martial artists. An innate martial artist only has a lifespan of about 100 years at most, and even if they live another 20 years, they are still mere mortals. As the end approached, those leaders went mad, and the inheritance of our Xiankong temple became the only hope they could see. The pure land of Buddhism should be untouched by dust, but after that disaster, blood flowed across the mountains, and it took a full 60 years for the color to fade. Fortunately, the ancestor had a backup plan, leaving behind a Dharma seal. When they attacked Xiankong Mountain, my master's uncle, who was the abbot at the time, activated that seal. What a magnificent power! The seal transformed into a white, jade-like Buddha palm, sweeping away all the dying innate martial artists, causing those small thieves to be thoroughly frightened and never dare to offend Xiankong Mountain again. But after this battle, our lineage was severely weakened, with many elders dead or injured. The most critical issue was that a treacherous monk guarding the Sutra Pavilion actually betrayed us, taking a batch of our temple's precious inheritance and fleeing down the mountain during the chaos. How could we still maintain our current prosperity? Sigh. These are all old stories from our temple. Bringing them up makes me feel frustrated. Why are you asking about these today? Jiawu looked at Jinyan curiously, unsure why he was inquiring about the temple's history at such a crucial moment in choosing a qi technique. After Jinyan listened and slowly digested everything, the first thing he said left Jiawu in shock, causing him to lose his composure and stand up from the rocking chair. Chapter 9. Every drink and bite is destiny. Master, if I say I have comprehended the marvelous method of the ancestor, would you believe it? Jinyan's eyes gleamed as he spoke after a moment of contemplation. Little fellow, don't joke around. Standing up from the rocking chair, Jiawu looked at the young monk in moon-white robes before him, whose expression was serious and solemn. After taking a deep breath, he finally spoke softly. Isn't the inheritance severed then? Where will you seek the... What did you say? Whoosh. A fleeting shadow passed by, and in the next moment, a figure in a light red robe with golden edges suddenly crossed the table, swiftly moving in front of Ji Qiu, staring at his face, urgently questioning him word by word. His expression showed complete loss of composure, written all over with absurdity and disbelief. That, of course, he knew what it was, because that was the name of the sect's core skill, a method that only those with fate could practice. But why did he know? Could it be? An absurd thought gradually arose in his mind, and he looked at Ji Qiu in disbelief, as he watched the little monk he had seen grow up. Seriously and without deceit, he finally wavered. Is what you said true? His voice trembled slightly. Of course it's true, Ji Qiu said with certainty. Is it possible to write it down? He continued to ask. Ji Qiu just moved to the side of the table, prepared the paper and pen, and then began to write furiously. This time, he didn't speak. He just quietly watched Ji Qiu, while the flame in his heart, which had long been extinguished, flickered back to life. What if this child was telling the truth? He thought, his breathing involuntarily quickening. After breaking through to the innate level of martial arts, he had traveled far and wide, but unfortunately, fate had not smiled upon him, and he had never found the path to immortality. However, he had a faint feeling that as long as he continued eastward, crossing the vast expanse of mountains, perhaps on the other side of the mountains lay the prosperous land of immortality. After all, under the Shandong mountain, he was the only innate martial artist. If he left or fell, it was hard to guarantee that the tragic events of the past would not be repeated. He had thought that for the sake of the sect, he would have no chance to advance further in this life. But truly, like this little monk, he reignited hope in his heart. After a while, when Jiqiu paused his pen, he spread out several sheets of draft paper, carefully checked them, and only then nodded in satisfaction. Turning to the silent Ju Wu beside him, who feared to disturb him, he spoke. Master Ancestor, the transcription is complete. Please take a look. After that, Jiqiu stood with his hands respectfully, offering the paper and stepping aside. Good. Taking a deep breath, Ju Wu accepted the few sheets of paper, feeling as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, because this might be his only hope in this life. Looking at the serious Ju Wu, Jiqiu thought for a moment, fearing that he might have too high expectations, so he reminded him, Master Ancestor, I learned from a book in the scripture pavilion that the ancestor taught the method. During the teaching process, he mentioned that to practice this path, one must have the right physique for cultivation, and such a physique is extremely rare. In that generation of Shandong Temple, there wasn't even one. So, you need to be mentally prepared for some things. With that, Jiqiu closed his mouth. Too much is as bad as too little. The reason he spoke was that he was afraid Ju Wu would pin all his hopes on the, only to end up with regrets if he didn't possess the spiritual body. If that were the case, life would be too desolate. Haha, you little fellow. Since I can speak the name of this method, how could I not know the hardships involved? Don't worry, I've seen enough ups and downs in my half-life of cultivation. Now that I've reached my twilight years and can reignite a glimmer of hope, it is already a stroke of luck for me, and I dare not ask for more. It's just a matter of gaining it or losing my life. But you, little monk, can find this wonderful method for our temple, for such a vast ancient temple. Your merit is beyond measure. I must thank you on behalf of all future disciples who are destined to practice this method. The old monk laughed heartily upon hearing the serious warning from the little monk, regaining his mood, and sincerely spoke to Jiqiu. It seemed he was fully prepared. Seeing this, Jiqiu nodded and said it should be so, and then said no more, allowing Ju Wu to comprehend the wonderful method. Even if the old monk could not possess a spiritual body, this method was profound and unfathomable. With his innate martial arts level, he might find another path and gain something. The world is vast, and heaven does not close off paths for people. Even if one cannot possess a spiritual body, one can still break through everything with effort and talent, stepping onto the path. Just as Jiqiu was thinking this, Ju Wu in front of him gradually began to change as he settled into meditation. The light red robe with golden edges seemed to flutter without wind as he silently chanted, and faint points of light began to attach around him, gathering between his face and clasped hands, emitting a faint golden radiance. That was the spiritual energy that existed everywhere between heaven and earth. Even if it was so weak that it could be ignored, it ultimately proved that the old monk in front of him possessed a spiritual body and had the qualifications for cultivation. Innate martial arts. Jiqiu understood from the records of that this state lay roughly between the mid-stage of qi refining, with true energy forming a great circulation within the body, making it much simpler to sense spiritual energy compared to beginners. But even if it were simpler, if one were merely a mortal, it would be absolutely impossible to cultivate divine intent even to the level of transformation. Disciple congratulates Master Ancestor for having the opportunity for cultivation. I hope Master Ancestor can reach new heights and achieve the level of riding the clouds like our Shandong Ancestor, or even higher. Seeing the old monk slowly open his eyes, Jiqiu did not mind that a long time had passed. He just smiled slightly, raised his hands, and congratulated Ju Wu. You little monk. Alas, I didn't expect that at my age, I could still have such an opportunity. It's truly thanks to you. Upon opening his eyes, Ju Wu listened to the congratulations in his ears, his hands trembling slightly. He carefully set down the transcription of the, and then looked gently at the moon-white little monk in front of him. Although this scripture is the highest inheritance of our Shandong Temple, it has been lost for a long time. For you to share it so freely, your Zen heart is clear. I feel ashamed in comparison. But please rest assured, since you have entrusted it to me, with me here, no one can monopolize this inheritance. It is a treasure left by our Dharma ancestor, the foundation of our lineage. I will surely treasure it well for the future disciples of Shandong Temple. Ju Wu's words were sincere and heavy. Jiqiu saw this and added, Master Ancestor, this method is precious. It's better to keep it in a high place than to let it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Our temple must know the roots and foundations of this method. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could lead to disaster. The entire lineage of Xingong Temple held great goodwill towards Jiqiu. As for whether this little monk, who swept the scripture pavilion, could inherit this method again, it would depend on his own fortune. If this person could inherit this method again, that would also be the choice of Xingong Temple itself. For Jiqiu, it had little to do with him. After all, this skill originally belonged to Xingong Temple, and Jiqiu was merely returning it to its rightful owner. Hearing this, Zhu Wu smiled and said, "That should be so. Rest assured, this method will be personally guarded by me. And the disciples I choose to practice it will all be the true inheritors of our Xingong Temple. If there are disciples with ulterior motives who practice this method, then even if I have to destroy it myself, I will never pass it on, allowing those with guilty consciences to cause trouble." Within the vast scripture pavilion, Zhu Wu's words echoed, firm and resounding. At 9 years old, your Zen heart is clear. Hearing that this method was specially left by the ancestor for the benefit of future generations, and considering that the Xingong lineage has not treated itself poorly over the years, it is thus decided to submit this method to the sect. Originally, the aging master was on the verge of despair, but because of a fleeting thought of yours, his life began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Since then, countless fates of people who were originally unrelated have been completely changed because of you, for hundreds of years to come. As a small butterfly, your unintentional flap of wings ultimately leaves a small mark in this world. Perhaps you have indirectly changed the future of others. Chapter 10. Clear water emerges from the lotus, natural and unadorned. Winter passes and spring comes, flowers bloom and wither. When the leaves of the Bodhi tree have almost all fallen, tender leaves sprout anew on the branches. The world revives, and auspicious snow brings forth new buds. Jiqiu wakes up from meditation in a secluded courtyard on the mountainside, gently exhaling a breath of white air. The white breath lingers in the air, extending over half a zhang before gradually dissipating. Now, it has been a full 2 years since Jiqiu obtained the side door level inheritance of the true sutra of the world and has been practicing ever since. In these 2 years, Jiqiu has drawn the energy of heaven and earth into his body, breaking through the 100 orifices to refine his flesh. The spiritual energy accumulated in his dantian has faintly shown signs of initial completion, corresponding to the first realm of the cultivation method, successful energy drawing. The realm of energy drawing is recorded in the true sutra of the world, divided into 3 levels, the initial, middle, and later stages, namely, drawing energy, condensing energy, and controlling energy. Those who succeed in drawing energy can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish themselves, making their bodies more refined and transcending the mundane. They can also use simple techniques to manipulate spiritual energy to defend against enemies, far surpassing so-called internal energy martial arts. Those who reach this realm have truly transcended mortals. Even the so-called top experts in the martial world would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of the energy drawing realm. Within a radius of 3 zhang, practitioners at the condensing energy realm can kill from a distance. Anything within 3 zhang, even a flower or a leaf picked up casually, can be a deadly weapon for ordinary people. This is just a characteristic of this realm. The most crucial point for practitioners who reach the condensing energy realm is that they have the qualification to practice true magical techniques. Those who have mastered magical techniques at the condensing energy realm can easily kill innate masters. As for the final controlling energy realm, it is even more terrifying. As the name suggests, one can control energy away from the body, manipulating various magical tools as weapons. And even the techniques they use are stronger than those of the condensing energy realm. At this level, it is no longer something that can be described by mere thousands of troops. Practitioners of the controlling energy realm are akin to immortals on land. Even taking the head of an enemy general amidst thousands of troops is merely a matter of reaching into a bag. 2 years have passed. Standing up, Jiqiu's expression is calm. He watches the white breath slowly dissipate before putting on a side of his monk robe and strolling out of the quiet room. He protects his Dao heart, ensuring he does not completely sink into such a long and ancient time. Letting go of worldly concerns, his Dao heart remains clear. What a grand transformation it is. Jiqiu smiles, stands up, pushes open the door, and gazes at the scene outside. It is early morning. The dew hanging from the leaves is about to fall, and a slight mist rises in the mountains and fields. Knock, knock. Many monks, awakened from their sleep, are completing their daily routines day by day, chanting scriptures, eating vegetarian meals, cleaning, and practicing martial arts. Each is busy in their own way. Jiqiu, however, walks alone down the mountain. If there is one thing that has left the deepest impression in Jiqiu's heart, it is undoubtedly the simulation before he defied fate. For him, Regardless of this life or his true self's previous life, all the experiences combined do not compare to what he went through in that simulation. And the origin of it all is just a meeting today. Jiqiu recalls the pair of brown eyes that once shone with brilliance and radiated endless vitality. And he can't help but sigh, quickening his steps. The wind blows, and the flags flutter. Was it the wind moving, or the flags? Neither. The external disturbances are fleeting. It is neither the wind nor the flags moving. It is the heart that moves. Stepping over layer after layer of bluestone steps, Jiqiu continues downward. On both sides, banyan trees stand tall, their canopies wide, casting green shade that covers the bright sunlight above, making one feel clear and light in body and mind. From a distance, he sees gray-robed monks gathering at the temple down the mountain, and Jiqiu stops, looking towards a secluded Buddhist hall to the west, slowly walking over. The closer he gets, the clearer it becomes. At this moment, as Jiqiu approaches the Buddhist hall, he hears a woman's crying gradually rising. In that moment, Jiqiu raises his eyes. At first glance, it is a girl who only knows how to cry, looking a couple of years older than him. But she has grown into an exceptionally striking figure. Like a lotus emerging from water, natural and unadorned, without makeup, in her prime, she leaves a deep impression. Unlike the time when he defied fate with all his memories, in that first simulation, the true self was just the true self. Not Jiqiu with memories and knowledge of past and future. Just a mere 11-year-old little monk, even with fair skin, bright as a jade tree, could not hide his lack of experience. For the true self, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. One has intention, the other is unintentional. Thus, a bond is formed between the two. Unfortunately, it does not have a very good ending. The monk has no courage, and the girl has no fate. In the end, it can only end in loneliness. Upon entering, the scene changes. The gradually rising sun illuminates the Buddhist hall, dispelling the darkness within. A tall golden statue of Buddha stands above, and before the red cloth table below, a girl in light red clothing kneels on a meditation cushion, facing away from Jiqiu, quietly sobbing. "May I ask, young lady, why are you crying before the statue of the Buddha?" Just like in his memory, Jiqiu steps forward slowly, bows his head, clasps his hands together, and asks the little girl in front of him. Jiqiu kneels on the cushion, her slightly reddish-brown eyes still glistening with unshed tears. When she hears someone speak from behind, she is startled, and her sobbing expression pauses for a moment. She turns her head to look at the source of the voice. At a glance, when she sees the newcomer in a white monk robe, though youthful, he is exceptionally handsome. Jiqiu can't help but be slightly taken aback. The rising sun pours down the warm light of early spring, draping a golden edge over his white monk robe, making him look like a celestial being descended from the clouds, sacred and inviolable. She had never seen such a good-looking little monk. Chapter 11. Miss Xiao. Miss. Jiqiu tilts his head, looking at the girl before him, who is full of youthful vitality and has a pair of brown eyes, repeating the question. I'm so sorry, little master." The girl seems to have come to her senses, looking a bit embarrassed as she quickly stands up and apologizes to Jiqiu. "Did I disturb you while you were burning incense and praying?" After speaking, Jiqiu is about to get up, wanting to give Jiqiu her place. At this moment, Jiqiu speaks again. "You did not disturb me. I was just drawn here by the sound of crying and saw you so sad, which is why I asked. What troubles you?" After saying this, Jiqiu appropriately shows a puzzled expression. "I see." Jiqiu's face turns slightly red, seeming to feel embarrassed, and then remembering the reason. She continues with some sadness. "It's nothing. It's just that a little white fox my mother gave me at home passed away today. That was my only friend from childhood to adulthood, the only one close to me besides my mother." However, as Jiqiu thought of the events in the palace, her heart became increasingly sorrowful. She was 14 this year and was no longer an ignorant child. Ever since her mother passed away, the white fox that she had personally raised had, without exaggeration, carried all her longing for her mother. As a descendant of the Su Qian royal family, and due to her mother's early death, Jiqiu had no peers of the same age to play with. Now that her only friend was gone, no one knew what kind of dark situation she would face in the future. In her deep sorrow, overwhelmed by emotion, she had sent away the monks around her and the attendants she had brought, thinking to cry out her feelings, only to be unexpectedly caught by someone. At this thought, tears streamed down Jiqiu's face as she looked at the young monk standing like a pine tree in front of her, who had always been honest and sincere. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, she secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was just a young monk who caught her, not the attendants brought from the palace. Otherwise, her carefully constructed image in front of outsiders would be shattered. In that vast palace, one must learn to hide and disguise oneself to live better. And Jiqiu understood this deeply. If she showed even a hint of weakness or fear, there would be countless dangers ready to completely engulf her. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Why was she telling this little monk all this? After adjusting her mood and wiping away her tears, Su Qixio was about to stand up and leave when Ji Qiu raised his head and made eye contact with her. So that's how it is. The young monk already knew the girl's troubles. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Everything that happens in the world, every sip and every peck, is predetermined. Life, aging, sickness, and death are all natural occurrences that neither humans nor animals can completely avoid, unless one becomes a celestial being or a Buddha. The little fox in the girl's life had reached the end of its lifespan. While it was a sad event, from the perspective of rebirth, could it not also be considered a fortunate one? In this life, it accompanied the girl, bringing her joy as a beast. Perhaps it could accumulate good karma and be reborn as a human in the next life, thus escaping the suffering of being an animal. The end of one beast's life could very well be the beginning of another human life. Therefore, in the humble opinion of this little monk, the girl should maintain her mindset, burn incense, and pray for her little fox to be reborn safely as a person in its next life. Ji Qiu looked at the girl in front of him, smiled slightly, and patiently offered his advice. Although his appearance was youthful, the cultivation of the true teachings of the world and the prolonged intake of spiritual energy had caused him to grow up differently from ordinary children. Furthermore, with his words of comfort, he had a hint of a high monk's demeanor. For a moment, the originally closed-off Su Qixio looked at the little monk in front of her, and inexplicably, her mood improved. You little monk, you seem even younger than me, yet you understand so much. It seems your master has taught you well. What you said makes a lot of sense. Thank you for your advice. The girl in the light pink clothes smiled through her tears, looking at Ji Qiu, who was serious in expression, teasingly. Seeing Su Qixio's mood gradually improve, Ji Qiu's mood also began to change slowly. Before he could change his fate, he had spent over 20 years in the latter half of his life, finally sorting out his feelings for Su Qixio. Therefore, in this life, Ji Qiu would not choose to tread the old path again. He wanted Su Qixio to truly live for herself. There was still plenty of time, and right now, what he lacked the least was time. Everything could be done slowly. All right, miss. Let me light 3 sticks of incense to pray for your little fox that has passed away, and see if we can give it a good rebirth. After speaking, Ji Qiu bent down to pick up 3 sticks of incense from the altar, lit them with a spark from the side, and then inserted them into the purification platform in front of him. Su Qixio quietly watched Ji Qiu's serious actions, waiting for him to finish his tasks before she smiled gently and bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, little monk. The sunlight streaming in from outside the Buddha hall illuminated the girl's radiant smile, filling her with divine light. It was just a small effort. After finishing the prayers with his palms together, Ji Qiu smiled gently at Su Qixio. By the way, I find you quite interesting, little monk. Unlike those who only know how to chant scriptures, why don't we become friends? What is your Dharma name? With her hands clasped behind her back, Su Qixio asked Ji Qiu curiously. Zhenru. My Dharma name is Zhenru. Then he spoke again, asking a question he had never asked Su Qixio before. May I ask this red-clad girl, what is your surname and given name, and where do you live? His gentle voice fell into Su Qixio's ears, making her heart flutter slightly. She frowned for a moment and then brushed her hair aside, feeling inexplicably puzzled. She always felt that the young monk in front of her shouldn't be asking her name. However, Su Qixio quickly shook her head, dismissing it as an illusion. Since she had never seen this young monk in white before, so how could she have such a question? Moreover, the little monk in front of her made her feel very comfortable, allowing her to relax a bit amidst the scheming and shadows she lived in daily. This feeling was something she had only experienced when interacting with her late mother and that pet white fox. The pure goodwill, free of malice, had a tremendous appeal, making her unknowingly want to immerse herself in it. Su Qixio did not know whether this feeling was good or bad, but it did not prevent her from wanting to get closer. My surname is Su Qixio. You can call me Miss Qixio. Nodding gently, the girl in front of him raised her little face and slowly uttered her name, then thought for a moment, smiled, and softly spoke to Ji Qiu. In the intertwining of words, the red-clad girl's gaze sparkled, her eyes shining brightly. This is what a graceful beauty is like, no doubt. All right, Miss Qixio. Ji Qiu nodded, his expression smiling, warm and noble like spring snow. At this moment, the trajectory of fate intersected once more. However, the paths of the two would surely be different from now on. At 11 years old, as winter turns to spring and all things revive, your cultivation of the true teachings of the world has made great progress. Feeling refreshed, you realize that the world is vast and you can go anywhere. In a good mood, you stroll out and encounter a girl in a secluded Buddhist hall at the foot of the Hanging Temple, becoming friends with her. This time, your Zen heart is firm, your thoughts clear, and with your cultivation accomplished, you are like a different person from your previous life. Surely the future will be different. Chapter 12. I am willing to endure 500 years of wind, sun, and rain, just to wait for you to pass by. 3 years later, at the Hanging Temple. In the martial arts arena, our Hanging Temple lineage comprehends Zen through martial arts and explains Buddhism through martial arts. Although we practice martial arts, we emphasize protecting the lives of the common people. Fellow disciples, I hope you can uphold this belief. Train in the way, dance in the circle, know the wonderful, and comprehend the Zen, and soon attain the great Tao. Amitabha. In the large martial arts arena, a tall, handsome monk dressed in a moon-white robe stood with his hands behind his back, solemnly teaching the densely packed disciples of the Buddhist sect below. This person was Jiqiu. After 3 years of cultivation, he had successfully mastered the first level of the Qi refinement chapter of the true teachings, and even in the extreme scarcity of spiritual energy, he had thoroughly completed it due to his exceptional talent. Now, Jiqiu had successfully condensed his energy and become a practitioner skilled in controlling spiritual energy to combat enemies. In this vast mundane world, even the so-called innate martial arts that could injure with a mere flower petal or leaf were no longer a match for him. Naturally, among his peers in the Hanging Temple, he was undoubtedly the best. As the saying goes, the capable do not ask about youth. In the current season, Jiqiu has absolutely dominated and defeated all the outstanding martial monks of Xiankong Temple. He has ascended to become the young leader of contemporary Xiankong Temple, and no one would dispute this. In fact, at this moment, apart from the awakened monk who has transformed his martial arts' internal energy into spiritual energy and has thus reached the realm of Qi condensation from the very beginning, all the remaining martial arts experts are no longer Jiqiu's opponents. Even Master Jingming, who once personally taught him martial arts, is no exception. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Jiqiu could even become the #1 in martial arts in the 100 miles around Xiankong Mountain. We will heed the words of our senior brother, and we will wholeheartedly delve into Xiankong martial arts and uphold the Zen path. Jiqiu stood in the martial arts arena, facing all directions, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Below, the monk disciples looked up with admiration. And as soon as Jiqiu finished speaking, they immediately echoed in agreement. Do not be fooled by Jiqiu's mere 14 years of age. Over the years, almost every monk in the various temples who has practiced martial arts has received some guidance from him. Being kind to others and leaving a good impression is but a small effort for him. However, for those martial monk disciples with ordinary talents, who might be stuck at the first realm for a year or a year and a half, such actions are akin to sending charcoal in the snow. Thus, his status naturally rose, which is something recognized by everyone in the temple, whether they are elders or peers. Therefore, the position of the Outer Gate's senior brother of Xiankong Temple, among the younger generation, naturally belongs to Jiqiu alone. No one else matches him in prestige or strength. After the annual martial arts assessment concluded perfectly, Jiqiu finally had some free time to greet one monk disciple after another. One of the two lifelong regrets from before has completely vanished due to his persistent and unwavering efforts over the years. When Jiqiu received the authority of the younger generation with the permission of the head of Xiankong Temple and the acknowledgement of the awakened ancestral master, he became the #1 in martial arts in this realm. As for the once surpassing Zhenru, who traveled thousands of miles to seek the path of immortality, he is still in the scripture repository, engaged in cleaning, and does not even have the qualifications to be valued by the awakened ancestral master, let alone know about the true teachings of the world. Fate is such a wonder. With just a flutter of a butterfly's wings, everything can change. Jiqiu walked down the mountain, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly interrupted his attention. Hey, little monk. A faint red figure rushed by, and when Jiqiu turned his head, he saw a pair of brown eyes as clear as a pool of water, and a lively girl was waving her arms, running swiftly towards him. 3 years have passed, and the girl, who was already 2 years older than Jiqiu, has now grown into a young woman. At the age of 18, she stands gracefully. Just her presence here, even in a monastery, draws countless admiring gazes. These gazes are free of distractions, merely appreciating the beauty of good things. And this lovely girl, who is indifferent to others, shows special affection only towards the little monk dressed in moon-white robes. 3 years of time have made this feeling quite natural. Turning around, Jiqiu smiled gently, remaining calm as he had always been. Miss Xiu, at my age, I can already stand on my own in the mundane world. There is no need to call me little monk anymore, right? His words carried a hint of helplessness, but they did not stir any ripples in the girl's ears. If I don't call you little monk, what should I call you? After all these years, I'm used to it. Besides, you tacitly accepted it from the beginning. So if I were to change it to Zhenru now, wouldn't that be too distant? Don't you think so, Master Zhenru? The girl finished, blinked playfully, and smiled. Seeing this, Jiqiu could only smile wryly and shake his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. Have you found some free time to sneak out again? Jiqiu knew that Su Qixio was a descendant of the royal family of the Su Qian dynasty, but since the time was not right, he did not point it out, merely inquiring casually. The family is strict, and I can only come to Xiankong Temple every 10 days or half a month under the pretext of burning incense and worshipping Buddha, as you know. Every time I'm at home, I feel extremely bored, with nothing to do to pass the time. Only coming to the temple to listen to you tell interesting stories adds some fun to this peaceful life. So, what kind of interesting story are you going to tell me this time? The two walked side by side along the bluestone path, heading down the mountain. After hearing this, Jiqiu pondered carefully. I've told you quite a lot of famous anecdotes from Buddhist scriptures already, so I've also gone through many texts for that. How about I recite some Buddhist scriptures for you today, Miss Xiao? What do you think? Jiqiu felt a bit helpless at this moment. He knew that in his life, he had spoken more to Su Qixio than he had in his previous life combined. The limited Buddhist anecdotes he had are nearly all told. Just as they were talking, a slight mist arose, and the weather gradually turned cool. When they looked up, they found that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a light drizzle began to fall. Come this way. Noticing the sudden change in weather, Jiqiu rolled up his sleeves and gently shielded half of the rain for the girl in red, leading her towards the corner of a nearby roof eave. Although Su Qixio was a few years older than Jiqiu, after these years, Jiqiu had grown taller, even surpassing the girl beside him by more than half a head. The two quickened their pace, and in no time, they reached the eaves not far from the bluestone steps. At this moment, Su Qixio was slightly panting, regaining her composure. She looked at the handsome monk who was close by, lifting his sleeve to shield her from the rain and wind, and even though the weather was a bit cool, her fair face couldn't help but blush slightly. I don't want to listen to Buddhist scriptures. Those scriptures all convey the same idea, which is extremely boring. How about this, little monk? In the past, you always told me stories. This time, let me tell you one. The girl leaned against Jiqiu's side, gently bending down, her tone soft. The Buddha once asked him, "How much do you like that woman?" He replied, "I am willing to transform into a stone bridge." Enduring 500 years of wind, 500 years of sun, and 500 years of rain. The rain kept falling, pattering softly, splashing on the weathered bluestone slabs. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, under the eaves, the girl in red stood next to the monk in moon-white robes, seemingly reciting softly, just to seek her passage across the bridge. Little monk, what do you think of this story? Chapter 13. Zhenru cannot, but I can. Xiankong Temple. At the foot of the mountain. A good story. The white-clad monk pressed his palms together and spoke softly. At this moment, he looked at Su Qixio in front of him, as if through her eyes, he could see the fate of her life. Su Qixio, princess of the great Qian dynasty. Age 1. At birth, her entire body was icy cold, with a sign of a short life, not favored by the Qian emperor. Fortunately, her mother showed her compassion, allowing her to grow up safely. Age 7. Her mother passed away, living in the deep palace, witnessing the intrigues and deceptions of court life, maturing mentally. Age 14. Her pet white fox, which had grown up with her, passed away, leaving her in sorrow. And she encountered an extraordinary monk at the foot of Xiankong Mountain outside the capital, thus forming a bond and seeing him as a lifelong friend. At 18, with her appearance maturing, the girl begins to have different feelings towards her childhood friend, but unfortunately, she does not express them because he is a monk. Because of this, she repeatedly refuses the Emperor Qian's marriage proposal, as he resembles her mother, and the emperor, remembering his own years of neglect, feels guilty and does not force her. At 25, at this time, the Daqian dynasty is weak and at risk of collapse. To ensure the stability of the borders, Emperor Qian is determined to send Su Qixio for a political marriage. At 25, born with the body of the Taiyin, she is unfortunately born into the mundane world and is mistaken for an early death. Emperor Qian forcibly sends her to the borders for marriage, and in despair, Su Qixio's Taiyin energy becomes completely unbalanced, leading to her demise in the desolate desert. Simulation evaluation. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often met tragic fates, and dreams leave only flowers in the mirror. This is the simulated trajectory of Su Qixio's fate. 3 years ago, when they first met, Jiqiu had already noticed it. The Taiyin body, Jiqiu did not know what kind of cultivation aptitude this constitution represented. However, it could be assumed that to be called a body, it must be significantly stronger than the ordinary 5 elements spiritual body. When Jiqiu first deduced Su Qixio's fate trajectory, he was undoubtedly shocked to see this delicate girl still possessing such cultivation aptitude. However, along with the shock, there was also a sense of difficulty regarding this matter. According to the deduced trajectory, the important factor for Su Qixio's early demise was not merely her tragic fate, but more critically, this body constitution. Jiqiu had once thought about secretly teaching Su Qixio the true teachings of the world, hoping that through cultivation, she could slowly improve her situation. But in the end, it ended in failure. The power of this body is too domineering. If discovered in childhood and gradually nurtured with spiritual energy, it might have been manageable. However, with Su Qixio's current constitution, she could not bear the cost of refining energy into her body. This is true cultivation, not a game. Even ordinary practitioners of energy refinement must first refine their bodies to the peak before risking life and death to draw energy into their bodies. If successful, it is good. If not, there is even a possibility of lifelong disability. These conditions are indeed a bit too harsh for Su Qixio. Because once the spiritual energy mingles with her own Taiyin energy, with her weak constitution, a single misstep could easily threaten her life. Jiqiu had also tried to deliver spiritual energy to her, but it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. To solve this problem, Jiqiu thought for 3 years, and only recently did he come up with some ideas. That is to rely on high-quality fire attribute spiritual materials to help harmonize with her body, supplemented with a cultivation method, so that she could step onto the immortal path, thus completely resolving the issue. It might even allow her to take a leap into the heavens thanks to her body. However, speaking lightly, in this mundane world, finding such spiritual materials is easier said than done. Recently, Jiqiu, having made progress in condensing energy, was preparing to solve this hidden danger for Su Qixio and was feeling troubled. For a moment, mixed with the sound of rain, when he looked at Su Qixio, he couldn't help but be slightly distracted. Seeing this, the girl in red couldn't help but chuckle, raising her palm and slowly shaking it in front of him. "Little monk, do I look good?" Her soft voice, with a hint of seduction, momentarily stirred Jiqiu's serene Zen heart, as pure as glass. To be honest, the girl before him is indeed a natural beauty, rare in the world. Her skin is whiter than snow, her black hair flows like a waterfall, and there is a lively aura about her, complemented by her striking red attire. A girl so reserved yet flamboyant, at the prime of her blooming youth. How could she not be beautiful? Even Jiqiu, who prides himself on his astonishing composure, cannot deny it. Thus, he put away his thoughts and nodded affirmatively. Miss Xiao is naturally beautiful, surely pleasing to the eye. The girl's hair, tied up, was dampened by the rain, carrying a pleasant fragrance that wafted through the air. "Since I look good, then monk, do you like me?" Upon saying this, the girl, who had been smiling, suddenly became serious. In her shining brown eyes, there was an infinite longing and anticipation. A girl's feelings are always poetic. Over the past 3 years, only during their idle chats at the Hanging Temple could Su Qixio let down her guard. That feeling of being able to act freely without worrying about any consequences allowed her to develop different feelings towards the monk named Zhenru before her. She is not an ignorant girl. She understands what such feelings arise from and what they represent. Although she hesitated due to the monk's identity, Su Qixio felt that the little monk before her had feelings for her. Therefore, she wanted to give it a try. Even if the answer might be contrary to her wishes, she would not regret it. What she wants, she must strive for. Otherwise, if she misses out for life, it would surely be a regret. Her straightforward words caused Jiqiu's heart to tremble. His gaze was mixed with complexity as he looked at the red-clad girl who sought an answer, seemingly not expecting her to ask this question at this moment. Is it because my way of interacting with her over the past 3 years has been different from my previous life? Because in the simulated previous life, Jiqiu, as the little monk Zhenru, had always adhered to his master's instructions, strictly following the teachings of Zen, abstaining from desires and killings, living by the rules of purity. Although he was friends with Su Qixio, there was naturally a hint of distance that the delicate girl, endowed with talent, could sense. Thus, even if her heart fluttered, Su Qixio would not express it too early. If it weren't for the last resort of being forced apart, fearing they would be separated by 1,000 miles and never meet again, perhaps this girl in red would bury her feelings deep within her heart until the end of her life. However, this life is different. Jiqiu, carrying the regrets of that simulation, treated Su Qixio with guilt and emotion from beginning to end. Therefore, when interacting with Su Qixio, he naturally did not hide it intentionally. True concern cannot be faked. Su Qixio could certainly feel this, so she bravely spoke out. However, he also gave her an affirmative answer. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, Zhenru must remember the sect's rules and regulations. As a monk, he naturally cannot harbor feelings and delusions. But, I like Miss Xiao. It has nothing to do with Zhenru. Monks can also return to lay life. The wind stopped, and the rain ceased. In the distance, a rainbow rose. The handsome man in a moon-white monk robe stood under the eaves. He looked at the girl in red before him, whose eyes sparkled as if they contained starlight, and said softly, word by word, with a smile. Chapter 14. Stepping out, one enters the vast rivers and lakes. Outside the hanging mountain at the gate, Zhenru cannot harbor feelings. He cannot like Miss Xiao. What if he is not Zhenru? The little monk's words imply just that. Although it was not what Su Qixio most wanted to hear, it wasn't bad either. In a moment of joy, Despite maintaining a calm expression in front of others, Su Qixio still revealed a flaw. Unbeknownst to her, over the past 3 years, due to their closeness, the attendants accompanying them had already noticed something about her and Qixio, a princess who is hardly regarded and not favored in the palace. Yet endowed with beauty that can be described as breathtaking, is undoubtedly the most desirable target for the ministers seeking marriage for their descendants. Such a woman, yet she has fallen for a monk in a temple? If this news were to spread, one can only imagine the tremendous uproar it would cause. With the people around Su Qixio, there are almost no trustworthy individuals. The news leak is inevitable, as the truth cannot be hidden. Behind the calm surface, there may already be turbulent undercurrents. At the Hanging Temple, in the courtyard on the mountainside, Jingming looked at the disciple before him, his expression somewhat inexplicable. He recalled the master, whose complexion had grown increasingly rosy and whose cultivation had become unfathomable in recent years, and Jingming felt a mix of shock and disbelief every moment. However, this was accompanied by deep satisfaction. After all, for a teacher, seeing a disciple he has personally taught surpass him is the greatest joy in the world. Yet some matters have caused Jingming great headaches, leaving him unsure of how to handle them. For example, today, Jinru, have you gone to see that female benefactor again? The moon-white monk robe on him was slightly damp from the light rain earlier. Yes, master. Seeing the disciple's calm demeanor, as if nothing was amiss, Jingming opened his mouth, his brow furrowing slightly. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. As a monk, one cannot involve oneself in matters of love and desire. Jinru, although you have now achieved innate abilities in martial arts, far surpassing your master, there are still some things I must tell you as your teacher. I know you are at the age of youthful impulses, but you should seriously consider whether you are drawn to that woman out of desire or genuine affection. If it is desire, I advise you to cut it off early. Time passes, and the body will eventually age, ending up as just a handful of dust and ashes. Everything is illusory. Do you understand this principle? You are the most outstanding disciple of our Hanging Temple over the years, whether in martial arts or in Zen. Therefore, as your teacher, I cannot let you take a wrong path. Jingming's words were earnest and heartfelt. However, they did not affect Qixio in the slightest. He understood that Jingming genuinely cared for him, so he would not go against his devoted teacher. But this did not mean he would follow Jingming's wishes. What the master said, the disciple's heart is like a clear mirror. Please rest assured, as Jinru, I will adhere to the rules and will not touch the mundane world in the slightest, as long as I am in the temple for a day. This is my promise to you. Saying this, Qixio's eyes sparkled as he confidently met Jingming's gaze, completely at ease. If you can understand, that would be best. I have been through this, and it is merely a tribulation on your path to cultivation. Just let it go and do not take it too seriously. Go now. Sitting under the Bodhi tree in the courtyard, watching the disciple act as if nothing had happened, and simply take his leave to return to his room, Jingming pondered for a long time, but still felt that something was amiss. It was truly strange. 3 days later, Qixio, dressed in a moon-white monk robe and carrying a small package, walked out of the mountain gate of the Hanging Temple and headed towards the outside world. Qixio, who had stayed at the Hanging Temple for 11 years, had only ventured as far as the foot of the mountain. This time descending the mountain was due to a bottleneck in his cultivation, so he planned to seek opportunities and see if he could make any progress. Additionally, he hoped to find fire attribute spiritual objects or medicines to compensate for Su Qixio's tying body deficiencies, preventing her from facing the same fate again, perishing in fragrance and beauty. Before leaving, Qixio had already informed the abbot of the Hanging Temple, as well as Juwu and Master Jingming. And after the last meeting with Su Qixio, he had also conveyed this news to her, so there would be no major issues. At the foot of the mountain, watching the endless stream of people coming to worship and burn incense, Qixio breathed in the smoke and decided on his first destination. Although his father had sold him, with some strength remaining, he could still help a little with his impoverished family, fulfilling his last bit of good karma. Thinking this, Qixio activated his spiritual energy and used the Hanging Temple's superior martial art, the one-reed crossing river technique, to swiftly head towards the place in his memory, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. This is your first step into the mundane world. The vast and perilous Jianghu ahead is fraught with hidden dangers. Yet for someone of your peak cultivation, it is merely trivial. Go, young man. This vast Jianghu is wide open for you. Chapter 15. Ripples arise in silence. During the Great Qian Dynasty, although the location was remote, the area was not small, divided into 7 major states, which included 49 counties. The Hanging Temple is located outside the capital of Qian, in the heart of Qianzhou, while the place where he was born is in the bordering Luzhou. Luzhou, on the official road. This place is expansive, with many farmlands, but due to poor conditions in recent years, the harvest has been very bad. Qixio walked leisurely, carrying his bundle, getting closer to the small village in his memory. The sun above was scorching, and ordinary passers-by were sweating profusely from the heat, while Jiqiu, having refined his qi, felt fresh and energized even without wind. Using spiritual energy to propel the superior martial art one reed crossing river, Jiqiu's speed was incredibly swift, even comparable to horse-riding Jianghu heroes, truly remarkable. Soon, he saw a small county town in the distance. The county town was called Linjiang. Jiqiu felt somewhat familiar with Linjiang County. Even now, though time had passed, he still vaguely remembered that it was this place that his uncle had hoped to go to during his childhood. After passing through this county, he would be close. With swift steps and an extraordinary demeanor, the young monk thought to himself. At this time, the sun had just passed its zenith, and it was the afternoon. The soldiers guarding the city gate were all looking lazy, dozing off, impatiently leaning against the wall, dealing with their duties. Jiqiu calmly walked into the city gate along the line, seeing many ragged and hollow-eyed refugees wandering around the small county. These were all unfortunate souls. Shaking his head slightly, seeing their pleading gazes, Jiqiu felt sympathy in his heart, but couldn't offer much help. He simply bought some cheap corn cakes from a nearby coarse grain shop and gave them to a few small children who lacked the ability to care for themselves. Watching them eat until they were full before turning to leave, considering it a good deed. As for whether these poor children could survive, that would depend on their own fortunes. Currently, the Su Qian dynasty is in chaos, with martial arts families, sects, and local officials colluding. And changing this situation requires a revolution. However, this is easier said than done, for Jiqiu, who is currently burdened with trivial matters. Pursuing such lofty ambitions is clearly unrealistic. Luzhou has suffered from drought for years, with an increasing number of refugees, while in the capital of the Great Qian, it is a world of song and dance, filled with indulgence. The disparity between the upper and lower classes is truly laughable. After traveling for so long, even with the cleansing of spiritual energy, Jiqiu still appeared travel-worn. Thus, he casually sought out an inn to rest temporarily, reflecting on his journey and feeling somewhat emotional. "Young master, would you like to order some vegetarian dishes?" A waiter approached with a smile. This inn was spacious, and there were quite a few people seated, most of whom were Jianghu heroes and bandits, clearly not easy to deal with. Of course, this was only from the perspective of ordinary people. From Jiqiu's view, it was no exaggeration to say that even if these people teamed up, they would likely not be able to withstand a single hand of his, and they would find it difficult to even touch his clothing. "Yes, just some vegetarian dishes will do, thank you." The man in simple clothes, seeing the extraordinary demeanor of Jiqiu, spoke in a gentle tone and felt a sense of goodwill, simply saying all right, before hurriedly going down to give instructions. It was only at this moment that Jiqiu found the time to observe the so-called people of the Jianghu around him. At the forefront was a burly man with a face full of flesh, looking rather fierce. Wang Tianfu, a rogue in the Green Forest. 15 years old, orphaned early, living in poverty, with a ruthless character, disliking working for others, accidentally stealing a martial arts manual, practicing and gaining some skills, growing tired of a life of poverty, thus turning to banditry. 21 years old. After 5 years of practice, he became a notable figure, a common leader of the Yanyan Mountain, wreaking havoc in the surrounding areas. Notorious for his evil deeds. 30 years old. The leader of Yanyan Mountain, under someone's orders, learned that the Lin Family Escort Bureau in Linjiang County was hiding a top martial arts manual. So he sent his men ahead to raid their residence and seize the manual. 36 years old. Found by the descendants of those he had wiped out, he was slain with a sword. Simulation evaluation. The cycle of heaven's law. Retribution is unavoidable. Li Xiao, a lackey in the Green Forest. 17 years old. Killing and robbing. Turned to banditry. 26 years old. Led by the leader, came to Linjiang County, wanting to annihilate a family and seize their wealth. 32 years old. Found by the descendants of those he had wiped out, he was slain with a sword. Simulation evaluation. A lowly insect. Disgusting. Guozhuan, a lackey in the Green Forest. 19 years old. Robbing food and money, fearing being reported, thus turned to banditry. 24 years old. Led by the leader, came to Linjiang County, wanting to annihilate a family and seize their wealth. 30 years old. Found by the descendants of those he had wiped out, he was slain with a sword. Simulation evaluation. Evil in the heart. Death is not to be regretted. This outlines the fateful trajectories of the small lackeys who surrounded the bandit leader, filling nearly 2 large tables. There were quite a few people, at least over 20. Among them several second-rate fighters, especially the leading Wang Tianfu, who seemed to have some opportunity and practice superior martial arts, displaying remarkable skills. With this kind of setup, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out a common escort bureau, not to mention there was probably a more skilled bandit leader behind them. To have a reputation for 100 miles, such a person would be considered first-rate in the Jianghu. After all, in this era, Those who open escort bureaus might recruit a few capable hands, but if they truly had real skills, they would have long established themselves as a prominent family or clan, and wouldn't be doing this hard work. Glancing casually at the fateful trajectories of these people, Jiqiu couldn't help but feel disdain. So-called Green Forest heroes were merely a group of murderers and robbers, thieving in the night. If he saw them normally, Jiqiu wouldn't mind acting as a righteous person and eliminating their powers. But at this moment, under the watchful eyes of the county town, it wasn't suitable to take action. However, while Jiqiu didn't intend to act, some people were foolish enough to come at him. Wang Tianfu and his men were drinking heartily, their faces slightly flushed, when he raised his eyes and saw a handsome monk in a moon-white robe staring intently at him. He couldn't help but speak mockingly. "Little monk, are you here to eat vegetarian and chant sutras? You look so greedy, do you want to taste too?" "Ha." After saying this, he raised his head, poured some wine from his jug, and splashed it towards Jiqiu. The many lackeys below saw this and followed suit, laughing heartily, clearly used to this kind of teasing. Seeing this, Jiqiu frowned, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Truly, it was like an old birthday star hanging himself. Tired of living. When the wine splashed towards him, Jiqiu remained calm, simply shifting his body to evade it without getting a drop on him. Then, he gathered his spiritual energy in his palms, ready to take action to incapacitate all 20 or so of them. But then, he noticed a young man in a blue shirt suddenly stand up from behind, shouting at the group of bandits, "Stop." Chapter 16, The Young Man in Blue. A troubled fate. Linjiang County, inside the inn. This young master was merely passing through to rest and had exchanged a few glances with everyone. He had been watching the situation unfold and asked, "Isn't this a bit too much trouble for everyone?" A young man in a blue shirt, holding a sword, looked spirited and, upon seeing Jiqiu being mocked, stepped forward with a righteous air. At this, Jiqiu's spiritual energy momentarily paused. He looked at the young man, who was still in his youth, his attire fresh and vibrant, with a somewhat strange expression. At this age, facing over 20 clearly formidable fighters, he wasn't scared at all and wanted to act heroically. Regardless of whether he had any backing, such courage was indeed rare in this world. For a moment, Jiqiu felt a hint of appreciation in his eyes, wanting to see how this young man would handle the situation. "Hey, kid, who do you think you are? You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're trying to act like a righteous hero, huh? Don't you realize how heavy you are? Do you believe I can knock you down with one punch, and you won't be able to get off the bed for 3 days?" The young man in blue's righteous outcry stunned the group of bandits. But once they regained their senses, the bandit leader laughed heartily, his drunkenness waning slightly, and looked at the young man with a hint of mockery. Then, all 20 or so big men stood up in unison, cracking their knuckles, their eyes filled with malice, as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. At this time, the young man in blue tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his expression tense. However, Jiqiu noticed that although he was indeed a bit nervous, he showed no sign of backing down. "Interesting." Jiqiu smiled. "Young master, there's no need to panic. I am the young master of the Lin Family Escort Bureau in Linjiang County. I have practiced martial arts since childhood under my father's guidance. Though I am not particularly skilled, I at least possess some abilities, and these people do not dare to act recklessly." As he spoke, the young man seemed to gain confidence, raising his sword with one hand, taking a deep breath, and solemnly stating, "You all have probably heard of my Lin Family Escort Bureau while operating in Linjiang County. My father, Lin Qinghai, is extraordinarily skilled in martial arts, and all the escorts in the bureau are capable fighters. Today, you have provoked this young master first. That is already inappropriate. If you do not consider my family's reputation, let's just end it here." As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell silent. The patrons in the hall, realizing that something was wrong, had already fled in fear, and no one dared to stay any longer. The bandit leader, Wang Tianfu, who was about to take action to teach this young man a lesson, was momentarily stunned when he suddenly mentioned the name of the Lin Family Escort Bureau. After a moment of surprise, he burst into a hearty laugh. "The Lin Family Escort Bureau? What a coincidence. So you are the young Master Lin Yu of the Lin family." The bandit leader looked up and down at the young man in blue, then clapped his hands, his tone carrying a hint of barely concealed pity. "In that case, we will let this matter slide today for the sake of young Master Lin. It is truly commendable for you to act righteously, and I hope you can continue to do so in the future, but do not forget your original intentions. All right, let's go. We have things to do tonight." After finishing, the bandit leader, with a sly grin on his face, lifted the wine jug and intended to lead his men away. At this moment, the young man in the blue shirt, who was barely holding it together, finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that these people were intimidated by the reputation of the Lin Family Escort Agency and dared not act too recklessly. So, looking at the calmly seated Jiqiu behind him, Lin Yu quietly asked, "Are you all right, little master?" A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. Those people are numerous and powerful. Even if I bring my family's influence into play, I may not be able to suppress them all, so let us endure for now. It's better than getting beaten up, right? Jiqiu looked at the young man in luxurious clothing and righteous demeanor in front of him and slightly nodded. Then, a simulated trajectory concerning Lin Yu appeared in his eyes. Lin Yu, young master of the Lin family escort agency. 1 year, born into a prominent family in the county. The only son of the Lin family escort agency, with a harmonious family and parents who respected each other, possessing extraordinary talents from birth. 7 years. Due to a childhood of wealth and the influence of his family, he developed a simple and chivalrous personality with a gentle and resilient temperament. Praised by elders for having a strong sense of righteousness. 14 years. Living as a rich young master, this period of his life is a true reflection of him. But fortunately, he did not develop a spoiled personality. Instead, he remained generous and magnanimous, not bullying the weak, and would stand up against those who abused their power, using his family background to make them retreat. 18 years. A drastic change occurred in his life when a band of robbers invaded the Lin residence at night, killing over 20 members of his family just to find the secret manuals hidden by the Lin family. On that day, he was fortunate to be hidden by his parents in a secret chamber, escaping disaster, but his family was destroyed. 19 years. Losing his social status and being hunted by enemies, he wandered the martial world, penniless and treated with disdain by others. Yet he remained unchanged in his pure and kind nature, only wanting to avenge his parents by killing all his enemies. 20 years. Realizing the value of strength, he finally understood its importance and no longer wasted his training. Instead, he apprenticed under a great hero whom he had admired for a long time, hoping to master martial arts and avenge his family. 21 years. The great hero took him as a disciple and taught him diligently. Just as hope was rekindled in his heart, he inadvertently overheard his master discussing secret information with a notorious thief, planning to force him to reveal the whereabouts of the family's secret manuals. At this moment, he realized that this great hero and the robbers who destroyed his family were in cahoots. Shocked, he fled from his master, feeling utterly despondent, and his personality changed drastically, falling into despair. 22 years. Fortunately, the heavens do not completely abandon people. Deep in the Yanfu mountain range, he stumbled upon a cave once inhabited by a high-level foundation building practitioner, where he obtained a legacy of cultivation and several hundred-year-old yuan-yang fruits. 23 years. After consuming the spiritual fruits, he activated his fire-type spiritual body and successfully cultivated his techniques, feeling a surge of ambition, but nearly fell prey to a beast circling outside the cave. 24 years. After narrowly escaping the beast's claws and achieving mastery of his skills, filled with immense resentment, he annihilated the Yanfu mountain bandit lair that had destroyed his family. Then he single-handedly took revenge on his master's sect, killing over 100, earning the title of Bloodhand Sword Demon among the martial world. 26 years. His actions drew the attention of many self-proclaimed righteous martial masters, leading to countless attempts on his life, further twisting his personality and increasing his bloodthirst. But as his cultivation improved, he became even stronger. 30 years. He successfully reached the peak of chi condensation and broke into the chi control realm, becoming invincible among mortals. 38 years. He traveled thousands of miles and accidentally obtained a technique that allowed him to absorb the essence of others, creating a sea of blood, ultimately stepping over countless corpses to establish his foundation. Subsequent. Exceeds the current limit of exploration for the host, thus unable to continue deduction. Simulation evaluation. A life full of ups and downs, countless killings, but the hatred in his heart is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. After briefly reviewing the life depicted in this text, Jiqiu couldn't help but glance at the young man in the blue shirt again. If one were to compare the true words of the suspended temple with Lin Yu, it would be clear who the real protagonist is. Looking at the tea table filled with cups, one couldn't help but feel a sense of pity, coupled with the reckless individuals he had just observed. Jiqiu had roughly grasped the context. However, what stirred Jiqiu's heart even more was the opportunity that Lin Yu encountered. The yuan-yang fruit activated his fire-type spiritual body. Isn't this what he had been searching for? Chapter 17. Borrowing your opportunity to ensure your safety. In the inn of Linjiang County, Jiqiu sat on a bench, seeking information from Lin Yu's grand life trajectory that stirred ripples in his heart. The 100-year-old yuan-yang fruit, judging by its description, was undoubtedly a spiritual material for fire cultivation. Moreover, in the near future, it would help the young man with the spiritual body in front of him to break into the chi refining realm in no time. It should be noted that due to the extreme barrenness of this land, it had become exceedingly difficult for Jiqiu, who had reached the current chi condensation stage, To advance further, some constraints truly exist. Because of the spiritual tide, let alone foundation-building practitioners, even ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures are nearly impossible to find. It was indeed a case of treading on iron shoes without finding a place, yet obtaining it effortlessly. He had thought that descending the mountain would lead to a mundane affair, yet he still managed to find such information. If the yuan yang fruit could truly benefit Su Qixio, it would be a tremendous help, Qixio thought to himself. Since he knew the yuan yang fruit was not far from the county town, in the Yanyan mountain area, he naturally could not give up the search. However, for this somewhat naive young man in front of him, he could not simply ignore his plight. An ancient saying goes, if you take someone's money, you must help them avert disaster. Although this money was still unclaimed, since this young man had encountered him and his actions were indeed to Qixio's liking, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand against the troubles he faced. After all, he was genuinely trying to stand up for himself. And the band of robbers who were causing trouble also made Qixio feel displeased. Watching those people stand up and prepare to leave, Qixio collected his thoughts, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, he had already gathered his energy in his fingertips and swiftly flicked it towards Wang Tianfu and the other bandit leaders. This flick of energy precisely struck the lower abdomen of several robust men, soft and gentle, eliciting no reaction and raising no suspicion. As those bandits scratched their bellies, revealing puzzled expressions, they soon stepped out under the influence of alcohol, paying no further heed as they left. A profound meaning flashed in Qixio's eyes. His true qi was not something to be taken lightly. If he intended to help this young man avoid a disaster of extermination, he could only temporarily let these bandits go today to avoid alerting them. However, even if he spared their lives today, they would not have it easy in the future. Even if they were fortunate and did not attempt to rob the Lin family escort agency, this strand of true qi would cling to them like a festering sore, deeply embedding itself in their organs and limbs. While it would not endanger their lives, it would cause their martial power to rapidly decline until they were plagued by illness, living in misery and with no remedy, unless a practitioner of equal cultivation came to their aid. But was that possible? Watching these people leave, Qixio felt no psychological burden regarding this punishment. After all, he was not a true monk, bound by so many precepts and rules. Moreover, even after years of studying Zen, Qixio firmly believed in the teachings of the fierce Vajra, achieving the body of a Ming king, holding the appearance of anger, wielding rewards and punishments, ferrying across the boundless sea of suffering. If one must say, this is the Zen path cultivated in Qixio's heart. If one cannot put down the butcher's knife, then one can only use great compassion to transform them all, preventing further disasters. Killing for the sake of protection, severing karma without harming people. It is just so. Young master, do not be alarmed. Those troublemakers have already left and will not come to bother you again. So you can rest assured. You should know that my Lin family's escort agency has some reputation in this Linjiang County. If you encounter any grievances here in the future, you can just mention my name, Lin Yu of the Lin family. What I dislike the most in my daily life are those bullies who rely on their power to oppress others, truly nauseating. At this point, Qixio finally spoke. He joined his palms together, looked at the young man in the blue robe before him, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for your righteous intervention and saving me from trouble. Although Qixio's words were a thank you for his righteous words, more importantly, he was grateful for the information he gleaned from him. But young benefactor, I must tell you, those provocateurs just now are not simple. The leading few among them are full of blood energy. From my observation, they possess at least second-rate skills in the martial world. Such individuals are not easily scared off by the reputation of an ordinary escort agency. Qixio's expression was calm as he truthfully reported the strength of the previous group. As soon as these words fell, Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. Second-rate in the martial world means they are among the few capable fighters among the nearly 100 escorts in their agency. For someone like him, who practices a few sword techniques only occasionally, it would be unnecessary to even practice with one hand. That group just now surprisingly had such profound martial arts skills. Young Master Yu, Lin Yu was somewhat bewildered. He could not see it, yet it was revealed by this calm monk before him. Could this monk also be a practitioner? Seeing Lin Yu's doubts, Qixio smiled slightly, but did not argue. Only raised his palm and stopped before a bowl of clear water placed in front of him. Then Qixio lightly called out, and spiritual energy spread from his palm, gently stirring the calm and clear water, slowly drawing it out into small streams, gathering within the space of 3 inches in his palm. What remarkable skill! This is true internal energy. With perfected true energy, a complete physique, one can be considered a top expert in the martial world, able to cover sword energy. Lightly tread on lakes, capable of facing 100 opponents. Watching those streams of water controlled by Qixio, Lin Yu leaned forward, his eyes nearly popping out. In his life, he had only seen a few true energy masters in the escort agency, and they were all guests who had to be treated with utmost care. Shocked in his heart, the title he was about to blurt out almost escaped his lips, but realizing it was inappropriate, Lin Yu hurriedly changed his words and couldn't help but show respect to the young and handsome monk before him. To be able to cultivate true energy at such a young age is indeed worthy of being called a young hero in the martial world. There was no need for someone like him, with his mediocre skills, to help. He felt a bit bitterly amused at how he had overestimated himself. At this moment, Xianxiao, whose image in his heart had completely changed, spoke again. Lin Benefactor, I just mentioned that the strength of that group is extraordinary. After hearing about your Lin family's escort agency, they should not be fearful. Moreover, as I observed just now, the way they looked at you, especially after you mentioned your family, was quite unusual. These people may pose a threat to your family's escort agency. As it happens, I am passing through here for a matter. If you do not mind, could you let me stay in your residence for a while to create some connections? Rest assured, I will not take your food for free, and if there is any disturbance, I will lend a helping hand. A kind smile appeared on Xianxiao's fair face. A master of true energy, a top expert in the martial world, this is a formidable opponent. With Master Zhenru here, even if trouble truly arises, it is likely to be safe and sound. Thinking of this, Lin Yu had no reason to refuse. So he immediately thanked Xianxiao, agreeing wholeheartedly, saying that it didn't matter how long he stayed at the escort agency, having a master like him as a guest was a great honor. Chapter 18, Words Above the Grand Hall. In the gentle breeze of August, it swept by Luzhou, Linjiang County. In a remote street to the west, a wide and orderly stone path led to a grand and imposing residence, adorned with 2 stone lions at the entrance. On the yellow plaque, for characters were inscribed in black seal script, Lin Family Escort Agency, exuding a faint aura of authority, quite extraordinary. Lin Yu led Xianxiao all the way to this point before stopping, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. And he introduced to Xianxiao beside him, Master Zhenru, this is my family's home. My Lin family has lived in Linjiang County for generations, making a living by transporting goods for over 4 generations and 100 years, with a reputation that is spread far and wide, earning the trust of various merchant groups. Just today, my father is free, so I will introduce you to him and inform him of the strange happenings today. Please. While speaking, Lin Yu, full of excitement, quickly instructed 2 of his recognized servants at the entrance. You 2 go find my father and tell him that we have a distinguished guest. After saying this, Lin Yu leaned forward with his arm in an inviting gesture, wanting Xianxiao to enter first. It was only after Xianxiao repeatedly declined that he finally gave in and crossed the threshold with him. Upon entering the escort agency with Lin Yu, Xianxiao looked up and realized that Lin Yu's claim of 4 generations of accumulation was not an exaggeration. In front of him was a spacious area with 2 fighting platforms in the center, flanked by 2 yellow flags over a yard tall, embroidered with the character Lin, fluttering in the wind. Beside the platforms, there were weapon racks filled with various weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Almost every kind of weapon could be found, and the faint gleam on them indicated they were sharp and ready for use. Moreover, at this moment, on the platforms, there were several men in tight clothing, each standing straight with their waists erect, demonstrating martial arts or weapon techniques with great vigor. Although in Xianxiao's eyes these were merely superficial skills, for an ordinary escort agency in a county town, this glimpse of their configuration was already something to be proud of. No wonder Lin Yu had developed such a character. It seems that if the family background were not substantial, it would be impossible to gain respect in this small county. Where are you going to mess around, young master? A man, having a moment of free time, saw the young gentleman in fine clothes and couldn't help but smile, while also sizing up Xianxiao. In the main hall of the escort agency, there was a high-backed armchair set upon the dais, with seats arranged on either side, simple yet grand, maintaining decorum and authority. Lin Yu brought Xianxiao here and sat across from him at a table, quickly instructing a servant to pour tea. Once the steaming tea was served and allowed to cool slightly, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, walking with a dragon's gait and tiger's stride, entered from outside. This person was Lin Qinghai, the current head of the large Lin family escort agency in Linjiang County. He had just been informed by a servant that his son had a distinguished guest arriving, and he was somewhat surprised, not knowing who the guest was. However, he did not delay and immediately put down what he was doing and headed to the main hall. Upon crossing the threshold, Lin Qinghai saw his son, who he was usually quite satisfied with in terms of character and martial arts, sitting next to an exceptionally handsome young monk, behaving rather restrained, which piqued his curiosity. This boy usually had a bold and generous nature, loved to make friends far and wide, and acted heroically. Why was he behaving so formally in front of this young monk? Could it be that a martial arts prodigy from some great temple has arrived? Lin Qinghai pondered in his heart. Having traveled extensively over the years, his cultivation had reached a profound level, and he remained impassive regardless of joy or anger. With a burst of hearty laughter, as he contemplated this, he took 3 steps over the threshold, and before he even arrived, his voice was already heard. This young master has excellent appearance and temperament, clearly a dragon or phoenix among people, surely not an ordinary person. I wonder what kind of fortune my son has encountered to befriend you. Hearing the hearty yet amicable voice, Jiqiu looked up and saw the respectful expression on Lin Yu's face, instantly recognizing that the visitor was his father, the head of the Lin escort agency, Lin Xinghai. Therefore, Jiqiu stood up from his chair, pressed his palms together, and slightly nodded, saying, I cannot accept such praise from the head escort. I am merely an ordinary monk from the secular world, nothing extraordinary. On the contrary, head escort, your demeanor and vitality are impressive, indicating that you have achieved a considerable level in body refinement. Perhaps in due time, you will be able to cultivate true energy and reach the top tier. At that point, this escort agency might become famous in the county or even the whole province. Truly remarkable martial arts. Although Jiqiu was young, his words were refreshing and comfortable to hear, particularly when Lin Xinghai saw the young monk before him, who was indeed handsome and elegant. He couldn't help but feel a surge of goodwill. However, before he could continue speaking, Lin Xinghai noticed his son beside the monk suddenly began to speak with shocking words, leaving the smiling expression on his face frozen in place. Father, this Master Zhenru is no ordinary person. I happened to meet him today at the inn on West Street. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is a genuine master of true energy, a true person who does not reveal his form. You have no idea what I witnessed today. Wow. The way he channels energy and manipulates it with ease truly left me wide-eyed. At the moment Jiqiu stood up, Lin Yu was not idle. He stepped forward to Lin Xinghai, linking arms to usher him to a seat, while continuously animatedly recounting what he had seen and heard that day. As he finished speaking, Lin Xinghai, who originally had something to say, was left with all his words swallowed back down. After struggling to digest everything for a while, Lin Xinghai examined Jiqiu again, wanting to discern the truth of the matter. But as he looked, the monk, who had merely seemed extraordinary in demeanor and appearance, now inexplicably gave him an unfathomable feeling. Observing the long, profound breathing, it was clear that he was a master of internal energy. This child is indeed speaking the truth. What a coincidence. It truly is a coincidence. Pretending to be a hero, he unexpectedly befriended such a high-level person, and he appears to be quite young, promising indeed. Good. Lin Xinghai suppressed the tumult in his heart, secretly lamenting. If my son can befriend such a high-level person, then when this escort agency is handed over to him in the future, I will not be ashamed of the family legacy. Chapter 19. In the night, storms approach. Linjiang County, Lin Family Mansion. In the main hall, after Lin Xinghai's introduction from Lin Yu and what he had observed with his own eyes, he had already understood the unfathomable nature of Jiqiu. Thus, his attitude naturally became more cautious. A master with true energy achieved. Even if he could not reach the innate martial arts level capable of charging into a sea of enemies, would still be a formidable opponent. Such a person must not be offended. After a brief conversation, they engaged in some casual chat before gradually getting to the main topic. The tea was warm. Lin Xinghai held the porcelain cup, took a sip, looked at Jiqiu, furrowed his brow slightly, and said with some complexity, Master indeed has a keen eye. Based on your and my son's descriptions, as well as the expressions of those so-called ruffians, it seems likely they have a grudge against my Lin escort agency. Moreover, in recent days, several of our brothers have also fallen victim to foul play. I am already overwhelmed trying to investigate this matter, and I do not know whether these two incidents are connected. However, logically speaking, it shouldn't be the case. My Lin escort agency has always valued harmony and has not offended anyone during our travels, so we should not have provoked such heavy-handed retaliation. It's truly troubling, Sai? Rubbing his forehead, Lin Xinghai felt a bit distressed. At this moment, after pondering for a moment, Jiqiu directly spoke up, offering a suggestion to the frowning head escort. Head escort Lin, perhaps it is not a grudge, but rather someone coveting something from your esteemed house. Your Lin family has stood for 100 years. Could it be that there are some rare treasures or martial arts heritage in your clan? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for malicious guests to come knocking. Jiqiu spoke softly, intending to be helpful, but immediately caused Lin Xinghai's expression to change, nearly disrupting his cultivation. Master Zhenru, you think too highly of my Lin family. If my small mansion truly had any secret martial arts or rare treasures, how could I still be unable to break into the true energy realm until now? Saying this, Lin Xinghai sighed, his words tinged with melancholy. The expression on his face was genuine and not feigned, but Jiqiu could tell with just one glance that his words were incomplete. Although he knew that the Lin family had a legacy, It was something that belonged to them and had nothing to do with him. So there was no need to pry further. After all, he had come here solely because of Lin Yu. The boy had spoken out for him and provided useful information, helping him avoid a family disaster and eliminate future troubles, which was a small effort on his part. After this, he could also entrust his family to the care of the Lin escort agency, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. As for how precious their Lin family's heritage was, that was their own business and had nothing to do with him. After chatting and exchanging pleasantries, Lin Qinghai saw that it was already dusk. So he called someone to ask Ji Qiu to choose a guest room. Seeing the head escort's polite attitude, Ji Qiu understood that there were matters to discuss between the father and son, so he did not linger and quickly stood up from his chair, following the servant to choose a room. Watching the young monk in moon-white robes cross the threshold, Lin Qinghai sighed softly after a moment. The young monk you brought this time is indeed extraordinary. After traveling for so many years, I have never seen anyone at this age achieve such accomplishments. I hope he harbors no ill intentions. Lin Qinghai felt a sense of worry, causing Lin Yu to fidget. Father, Master Zhenru is kind-hearted, and I was the one who approached him first at the inn. If he were truly interested in our family's secret arts, it wouldn't make sense, right? Moreover, that martial art was rumored to have been created by grandfather, claiming to break all martial arts with 72 hand techniques. None of us have mastered it to any remarkable degree. Hearing his son's murmurs, Lin Qinghai stood up with his hands behind his back, sighing complexly. You are still young. You don't understand the dangers of the martial world. Your grandfather was rumored to have met an immortal but lacked the fateful connection to enter the immortal gate, ultimately leading a life of regret. In the end, pursuing the so-called immortal traces drove him to madness, even creating a sword technique completely unlike mundane martial arts based on the methods of the immortal. Before he passed away, he had surpassed the innate martial arts level, and that sword technique required one to command the sword with energy, needing a top-tier expert to even begin learning. However, who would have thought that after him, our Lin family would decline with each generation, making it impossible to cultivate that sword technique? But you must remember, as long as the legacy remains, there is still a chance for revival. Very few people know the background of your grandfather, who was once a legend in the martial world, and now it is almost forgotten by the Jianghu. However, we must still be careful. Otherwise, if greedy individuals find us, it will be a disaster. Even if that little master is truly a good person, we cannot show any flaws. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. After saying this, the middle-aged man in fine clothes patted Lin Yu's shoulder, looking very earnest. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu nodded, seemingly understanding. At this time, the sun was nearing sunset, casting down orange-yellow sunlight. Moments later, night fell. The Lin mansion was bustling with over 100 people, including many bodyguards, servants, and maids. Because Ji Qiu had informed them in advance, most of the bodyguards knew that this young monk was a formidable master of true energy, so no one dared to approach him casually. Time flew by. It was the spiritual energy he had left on the bandits at the inn a few days ago. Now that it re-entered his perception range, it could only prove one thing. Those guys were within a mile of the Lin mansion. So soon? Just right. It also saves a troublesome matter, allowing him to search for the opportunity of the Yuan Yang fruit in Yinyan Mountain that Lin Yu's future trajectory indicated. Heaven has a road that you do not walk. Hell has no door, yet you break in. After finishing the ongoing energy refining, Ji Qiu tidied up his monk robe, and his face, illuminated by the lights, was calm. At this moment, external chaos finally erupted. Inside the Lin mansion, dozens of masters swiftly broke through the main door and rushed in together. Among them, Wang Tianfu, the leader of Yinyan Mountain, whom Ji Qiu had seen during the day, was now following a tall, burly man with thick eyebrows, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty expression. Lin's bodyguard agency, the young master? Big brother, the brothers are all ready. Should we rush into the inner hall to find the chief bodyguard Lin Qinghai and follow that lord's orders to force him to reveal the whereabouts of the goods? Chapter 20. So-called first-class masters can be subdued with a single finger. On a dark, windy night, a night of murder, the leader of the bandits, who had his back to Wang Tianfu, was holding a large knife. Hearing his brother's words, he slightly nodded and solemnly said, Lin's bodyguard agency has been established in Linjiang County for nearly 100 years. The bodyguards cultivated over these years are not to be underestimated. Although I have entered the first class, the longer we drag it out, the worse it will be. Take advantage of the fact that the people inside Haven T reacted yet. Brothers, kill them all. Do not let any informed person escape. Tianfu, you and a few second-class brothers take the lead to block those bodyguards in the guest rooms. As for the bodyguard leader, I will take care of him. With that, the knife was drawn. Swish. The bright blade light, illuminated by the bright moonlight, revealed a chilling coldness. It was covered with rolling true energy, and wielded by the burly man, an overwhelming aura emanated. This man was the notorious bandit leader of Yinyan Mountain, Cui Jichang, who was feared within 100 miles of the Green Forest Jianghu in many counties. This guy was skilled in martial arts, cruel and ruthless, yet known for being generous and hospitable to his own brothers. Although he was a mountain bandit, he had connections with several major martial arts sections. Even the government wanted to eliminate this Yinyan bandit nest, but how could they succeed against the imposing bandit leader? Since the last county magistrate of Linjiang County failed to eliminate the bandits and was resentful, he sought an opportunity to sneak into the county and slaughtered over 20 members of the magistrate's family. Since then, the notorious reputation of the Yinyan bandit Cui Jichang spread far and wide, and no one dared to provoke him. Even if the government issued a wanted notice, no one dared to go and seek trouble with a first-class martial arts master. Over time, this only increased his notoriety, and to this day, he even dared to openly bring his men to the county to wipe out entire families, truly audacious. Under the moonlight, these bandits, armed and numerous, rushed toward various places, shouting in a frenzy. The night watchmen were the first to suffer, before they could blow the warning horn. They were all killed by Cui Jichang with a single strike of his energy-enhanced knife. Once the threat was eliminated, the remaining bandits forcefully broke into the rooms as soon as they spotted them. Some unfortunate bodyguards nearby were awakened and had no time to put on their clothes before being slaughtered by the incoming weapons, collapsing in a pool of blood. All of this happened in an instant. The originally quiet Lin's bodyguard agency was now filled with the stench of blood. The bodyguards, awakened by the commotion, quickly got dressed and grabbed their weapons to engage in combat with the bandits. The situation became intense. At this moment, the bandit leader Cui Jichang did not join his subordinates in encircling and killing these ordinary bodyguards. Instead, the burly man strode forward, gathering his energy, and flew straight toward Lin Qinghai's residence, with a clear target in mind. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Remembering what that martial arts master had said, Cui Jichang tightened his grip on the large knife, his eyes burning with intensity. He never expected that the leader of this mere bodyguard agency would have such a background. A master who broke through the ranks of 1,000 soldiers with a sword 60 years ago, known as the Land Sword Immortal. Who would have thought that his descendant would settle in this small county? The legendary swordsmanship that only those in the first class could practice. If this were known in the Jianghu, how many people would go crazy for it? Fully prepared, Cui Jichang was intimately familiar with the structure of the Lin's bodyguard agency. He looked toward the brightly lit Lin Qinghai's residence and pointed his long knife, ready to fly over with his true energy. But unexpectedly, he was intercepted halfway. As the cool autumn night approached, the cold wind whistled. Just as Cui Jichang was enjoying this sensation, as he took a few steps forward, a warning instinct suddenly arose in his heart. Under his intuition, it felt as if some terrifying creature was rapidly approaching in the darkness, forcing him to raise the knife handle, as if facing a great enemy. Who? A loud shout erupted from the bandit leader, his tiger-like eyes widening, staring intently at a white shadow darting past the corner, his tones solemn and heavy. A figure that could approach him silently and nearly reach him without being detected was definitely not simple. The plan has changed. Is there a true master within this bodyguard agency? At this moment, thoughts raced through Cui Jichang's mind, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he chose to strike first. Even if there was a master, what of it? He had practiced martial arts for many years to break into the first class. As long as he wasn't a martial arts master, he believed he could compete in ruthlessness with anyone. And would a martial arts master appear in this small bodyguard agency? The answer was obvious. Internal energy filled his body, attached to the large knife in his grip, cutting through the surrounding air. In an instant, Cui Jichang executed a move called the Burning Wood Soul-Cutting Knife, horizontally slicing toward the place where the white figure was standing. The blade light tore through the night, with a fierce and dominating energy howling out. If an ordinary person were struck by this knife, they would surely be split in half, and even a first-class master with true energy protection might not dare to take it head-on. Cui Jichang's expression tightened as he watched the white figure not dodge or evade, but instead extend a single palm, secretly mocking this person for being overconfident. Even if their realm was not inferior to his own, or their concealment skills were remarkable, so what? With this reckless momentum, he believed he could easily defeat them. However, as the blade light approached, and he clearly saw the true appearance of the white figure, Cui Jichang couldn't help but be stunned. What a good age. What a handsome monk. A thought flashed through his mind, but his hand did not pause. Instead, it became 3 times more ferocious, aiming to take the life of the person before him. At such a young age, possessing this level of cultivation, it must be due to an extraordinary background. But alas, it is your fate to appear in this escort agency today. Your life is forfeit. Die. With a thunderous roar, Cui Jichang raised his long knife and slashed down violently. The blade's light descended, as if it would sever the pure white hand in the next moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the young monk in a moon-white robe, even more handsome against the night, moved. Benefactor, I smelled the stench of blood from afar. On this dark and windy night, why do you force your way into someone else's residence and commit murder? The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal and one should not create killing karma. Yet through your facade, I see countless flames of karma burning endlessly. The people you have killed number well over 100. Fortunately, you have encountered this monk. Let me come to help you with your karmic burdens. Amitba. A surge of true chi surged, and Jiqiu stepped forward, his tone cold as he extended his hand, using his index and middle fingers to lightly flick the blade's edge that was imbued with true chi. Clang. The powerful spiritual energy surged, and in that instant, the irresistible backlash sent Cui Jichang's 8-foot-tall body flying. The long knife in his hand was also flicked away by Jiqiu's finger, landing several meters away under an ordinary mulberry tree, trembling for a long time before it finally came to rest. If not for the cover of night, one could easily see 2 clear fingerprints deeply embedded in the blade of this finely crafted weapon. This flick of energy, performed with just a light touch and without any martial arts techniques, displayed such power. The gap between the mundane and the cultivator was evident. Chapter 21. Killing to protect life, severing karma, not people. On a dark and windy night, at the Lin Escort Agency. Who are you? Uft. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and as the inner energy surged into his meridians, Cui Jichang felt a sweetness in his throat. Unable to suppress a large spout of blood, his expression the epitome of weakness. His bones ached all over, and he felt as if he had been completely incapacitated. Lying on the ground, unable to rise, only able to glare at Jiqiu with resentment and ask angrily. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached. Master Zhenru. Lin Qinghai donned an outer robe, hair disheveled, sword in hand, clearly having just been roused by the commotion. He stepped out of his room, using lightness skill to rush out, and soon saw 2 figures standing nearby, one upright, the other lying on the ground. The one on the ground was twitching, trying to get up but unable to do so, clearly injured. As Lin Qinghai approached and recognized the standing figure as Jiqiu, he quickly asked, Master, who is this person? This person came with many others to attack your Lin Escort Agency. I encountered him as I stepped out, and seeing his top-tier skills, I intervened. He has now been rendered half-crippled by me and has no strength to resist. How to deal with him is up to you, Lin Benefactor. The fighting continued in the front courtyard, with those bandits showing no good intentions, their numbers nearly equal to the escort agency's guards. Some had already lost their lives, and this monk still needed to intervene and stop the conflict. Having said this, Jiqiu did not delay, lightly stepping on the ground, and in an instant, he crossed several zhang. The sounds of shouting and killing grew closer, mixed with the stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. After a moment, the rapidly arriving Jiqiu looked at the chaotic scene in the front courtyard, took a deep breath, and then shouted, Silence. The pressure belonging to the chi condensation realm radiated outward, causing his wide sleeves to billow without wind. Then, Jiqiu stepped into the air, practicing the superior martial art of the Xiankong Temple, the Great Sumru Fist, using the chi condensation technique to strike down from midair. Martial arts techniques, when combined with spiritual energy, multiply in power by more than 10 times. What was once merely exquisite martial arts in the mundane world transformed into over a dozen fist shadows, carrying a torrent of energy, crashing directly into the chests of those bandits wielding weapons, their faces fierce and menacing. Bang, bang, bang. Would have been a closely contested battle. With the Lin Escort Agency's guards at a disadvantage, became clear the moment Jiqiu made his move. Each fist shadow that emerged sent a figure flying backward, and the bandits causing havoc in the courtyard were only a few dozen. How could they withstand Jiqiu's onslaught? Screams rang out in the endless night. The guards of the escort agency gasped for breath, raising their hands, only to find that the enemies they had been fighting had turned into kites with severed strings, incapable of fighting back. What kind of skill is this? It must be that Master Zhenru, said to be of top-tier level. Not top-tier, this is definitely not top-tier. I've seen top-tier experts while escorting. They are strong, but they could never unleash such energy. In a matter of moments, Jiqiu had quelled the threat of dozens of bandits. Could this master truly be a martial arts innate? My heavens, how could a master of such youth exist? The guards looked at Jiqiu, who landed as lightly as a dragonfly touching water, his breath steady as if he hadn't even fought. And many gazed at him with admiration, the atmosphere instantly buzzing. Top-tier experts are said to be able to take on 100 foes. While strong, they are not unseen. These guards were seasoned travelers, naturally having some experience, which is why they showed such shock. Because the power Jiqiu displayed when he acted was not what a mere top-tier cultivator could achieve. The wind generated by his fist techniques had directly flattened dozens of capable fighters in an instant. This level of strength could only belong to a martial arts master. Martial arts innate, a foundational level. That is a master in the martial world, known as a leader among the martial arts community. In the small city of Ling County, could a master of such caliber truly be found? With the chaos quelled, many of the previously reserved guards now looked at Ji Qiu with even more reverence. If they could still entertain thoughts of replacing a top-tier expert, then a martial arts master was a realm they could never hope to aspire to in their lifetime. Senior, what should we do with these bandits now that they have been subdued? The bandits, completely defeated by Ji Qiu's great samurai fist, had lost all fighting ability. The guards, having caught their breath, rushed forward and soon had them all incapacitated, severing their tendons. Concerned that Ji Qiu, being a monk, might not approve, they did not directly execute them but instead escorted the bandits and asked Ji Qiu for instructions. To this, Ji Qiu replied calmly, "Kill them. This monk understands the Zen path. I do not practice Buddhism but embody the aspect of the king of enlightenment. These individuals are burdened with grave sins. Their karmic flames are overwhelming, with each carrying several lives on their backs. If we let a tiger return to the mountain, the innocent people who died unjustly would be most wronged. Today, encountering this monk and falling into my hands is their fate." With a glance, he had scanned the trajectories of these bandits before him, and not a single one was innocent. Those who came down the mountain with Cui Jichong were all seasoned outlaws. For them, stealing and petty crime were acts of charity. Killing and robbing, oppressing the common people, burning, killing, and plundering, these acts were all too common. False compassion would only make this already chaotic world more difficult, while enacting the law of the king of enlightenment and transforming them all was the true wisdom. A powerful statement, indeed, with such unwavering conviction that it is truly moving. Especially the group of bodyguards, looking at the young monk before them, couldn't help but swallow hard. They had never heard such Buddhist principles before. However, the truths contained within were far more concrete than those of the high moral monks who spent their days in meditation and guarding Buddhist statues. "Master, your insight is remarkable. No wonder you have achieved such strength at this young age. We admire you." As one of the bodyguards sighed, his knife fell, taking the life of a bandit. Just moments ago, countless brothers among the bodyguards had died unjustly, all sharing a bond forged in blood, and now being able to take revenge was the best outcome. As for informing the authorities, if the government could truly act with the same decisiveness as a century ago, suppressing the martial world with countless masters, how could there be such chaos today? It seems that if the county government were to learn of today's events, whether the escort agency triumphed or these bandits were eliminated, it would make little difference to them. When order can only be maintained superficially, the law of the jungle becomes the only hard truth. This truth remains unchanged through the ages, which is indeed lamentable. Chapter 22. The bandit leader is captured, dust settles. This night is destined to be a sleepless one. Within the Lin escort agency, the bandit leader Cui Jichong, whose courage was utterly shattered by Ji Qiu's pointed remarks, was now looking with frustration at Lin Qinghai, who was incessantly pressing him for answers, wishing he could just stab him through with a sword. Despite his tough demeanor, he sneered, "Old fool. Do you really think no one knows about your Lin family's background?" Cui Jichong had initially thought that as a first-rate expert, coming to destroy a mere county escort agency would be a piece of cake. However, he never imagined that this small place was hiding a true expert with substantial martial prowess. Charging in recklessly with his brothers was like sheep entering a tiger's den. And hearing the familiar screams outside, his heart had already sunk to the bottom. Years of experience made it clear in an instant. He was done for this time. However, despite his hatred, Cui Jichong showed no mercy in his words. Looking at Lin Qinghai's increasingly ugly expression, he continued to mock. "Times have changed. It's been nearly 100 years. But your ancestor, Lin Yufu, once shook the martial world of the Great Qian, single-handedly breaking through 1,000 troops, causing the reputation of the Great Qian to go from glory to decline. Wasn't he your ancestor?" "Ha ha, Lin Escort Master, guess what? We have no grievances or enmities. Yet today I come down the mountain with my brothers to commit violence against your Lin family. That's because a master has traced the whereabouts of your Lin family and specifically ordered me to come and take away the legacy of that martial myth. You Lin family may possess a treasure mountain, yet you have no qualifications to cultivate. Innocent men with precious jade only attract trouble, even if you kill me today. It won't help. My backer is a prominent figure in the vast martial world. You, a mere small family, might as well spend money to avoid disaster. As long as I obtain your family's martial arts legacy today, I will leave immediately and never trouble you again. What do you say?" Struggling to lift his arm, Cui Jichong gasped heavily, his expression dark as he negotiated with the middle-aged man before him. His words turned Lin Qinghai's face completely pale, his expression shifting between various emotions. Exposed. The Lin family's ancestor, Lin Yufu, had once dominated the martial world a century ago, single-handedly changing people's views on the dynasty and the martial world. Since then, the respect that martial families and sects had for imperial power had drastically weakened. This martial myth had changed an era with his strength alone. However, no matter how extraordinary a figure, he ultimately could not cross the chasm between the celestial and the mundane. Without a spiritual body, even mastering martial arts to the point of being comparable to late-stage chi refining was insufficient before the foundational threshold. When he was close to transcending, perhaps due to his youth and recklessness, none of Lin's descendants could be relied upon, and in desperation, they had to hide away with the sword techniques, trying to avoid unnecessary calamity. Now, 3 generations later, it had been 100 years. Unfortunately, paper cannot contain fire forever, even as time passes. Traces of the past can still be found. Cui Jichong was undoubtedly one of those who had stepped forward. Gripping the sword hilt, Lin Qinghai's mind was in turmoil. Now that things had progressed to this point, what should he do? The enmities and grudges his ancestor had accumulated in the martial world had offended many major sects. And while most had faded into obscurity, those that remained were certainly formidable martial powers. If they found him, the Lin family would be doomed. Thinking of this, Lin Qinghai grew more anxious and suddenly yanked Cui Jichong by the collar, pressing his sword against his throat as he sternly declared, with death looming, "You dare to speak nonsense? If you tell me the identity of your backer, I will spare your life. Don't try to bargain with me. Speak quickly." Currently, in the great Qian martial world, the 7 sects and 5 lineages hold the reins. And the one who found your Lin family's whereabouts is none other than Yin Heng of the Yu Mountain sect, one of the 7 sects. Yin Heng is a master ranked 10th on the master roster, with few equals. How could your Lin family have any chance of survival under his gaze? So, it would be wise to heed my advice and hand over your sword techniques willingly to avoid further calamity. Or do you think that young monk's abilities can match Yin Heng's, who has immersed himself in martial arts for decades? What a joke. Perhaps that young monk is also after your family's legacy. Who can tell what lies within a person's heart? Cui Jichong, with disheveled hair, kept a close watch on Lin Qinghai's changing expressions. When he saw the middle-aged man hesitating more and more, he couldn't help but seize the opportunity. Just then, a young man hurriedly approached from a distance, completely disrupting his plans. The newcomer wore a blue robe, his clothes disheveled, and his expression anxious. Yet he showed no sign of surprise on his face, clearly having been informed of the situation beforehand. "Father, don't listen to his seductions. Indeed, our Lin family has inherited the sword techniques from ancestor Yufu, but if we offer our sword techniques today, wouldn't that be equivalent to binding our hands and waiting for slaughter? You bandits are rampant, disregarding human life, and upon receiving information, you wish to wipe out the entire Lin escort agency. Because of this, many brothers in our agency have already perished. How can we trust you? With your ruthless killing ways?" Yes, it is true that a master visited our Lin family recently, and we know nothing of his background. Yet everything he did displayed an aura of a true expert. If our legacy is exposed today, we would rather pass it on to him than to you, the vile bandit and those behind you. Lin Yu strode in, having understood the general situation. A youth with merely a decade of experiences, dressed in fresh clothes, was at the prime of his youth. He had yet to experience the blood-soaked enmities of fate, so he naturally detested the actions of these bandits. People should pay with their lives for murder and repay debts. How can you shamelessly demand our legacy after committing such crimes? Hearing his son's words, Lin Qinghai suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. The master of the Yu Mountain sect had sent these bandits precisely to annihilate the entire Lin family. If this legacy is handed over, wouldn't the lives and fortunes of the entire family fall into the hands of others? No way, just as Lin Yu said. Even if I can't truly protect it, passing down the sword technique to that young monk who has innate cultivation is better than giving it to those hypocrites. At this moment, the commotion from the outside world has completely subsided. The dust settles. Chapter 23, Sword Technique Legacy, Approaching the Dao. As soon as Jiqiu stepped into the backyard, he saw Lin Qinghai thrusting the sword hilt forward with force. In an instant, the sword tip pierced the throat of the bandit leader Cui Jichong, causing him to let out a scream, and then his eyes bulged, completely silencing him. A notorious bandit who roamed the green forest for generations has thus perished, which can be considered a small act of kindness for the surrounding common people. With this top expert gone, it is likely that the county magistrate won't allow the leaderless, severely weakened Yun Mountain bandit stronghold to continue developing. After all, this is quite a significant achievement, enough to add a stroke of color to one's resume. Why not take advantage of it? Seeing Jiqiu approaching, Lin Qinghai laid down his burdens, sighed deeply, and bowed with the sword in hand. If it weren't for Master Zhenru's assistance, I, the Lin family, would have lost our century-old foundation in an instant.
I, Lin Qinghai, have lived most of my life without truly respecting anyone, but today, Master S actions have made me sincerely convinced. I, Lin Qinghai, on behalf of the 127 members of the Lin family's escort agency, thank Master for saving our lives. The words of this middle-aged man holding the sword were heartfelt and sincere. In fact, this was true, facing an expert like Cui Jichong, who brought dozens of capable bandits for a midnight attack. How could Lin's escort agency withstand such an onslaught? After the bowing, Lin Qinghai waved his sleeve and softly instructed Lin Yu beside him. Go fetch the sword manual that I once showed you, created by our ancestor Yufu, which is said to have a total of 72 moves capable of breaking all martial arts in the world. After speaking, Lin Qinghai raised his head, seemingly having made a certain decision, with a resolute expression. Master Zhenru, I must confess that I, Lin, previously deceived you. These bandits are indeed after certain legacies of the Lin family. After apologizing to Ji Qiu, Lin Qinghai sighed deeply and recounted the entire story. During the narration, he nervously observed Ji Qiu's expression, and only when he saw that the young monk's face remained unchanged did he finally breathe a sigh of relief and continue. Lin Qinghai initially thought Ji Qiu was unaware of these matters, but for someone who had observed Lin Yu's fate, they were merely known facts. However, when he heard Lin Qinghai mention the Yu Mountain sect, Ji Qiu's brow couldn't help but raise slightly, as if deep in thought. This name was not unfamiliar to him. Back in the day, the decline of the Xiankong temple lineage was largely due to the greed of the 6 major sects and 4 great families coveting the legacy left by the Law Origin ancestor, which led to an assault on the mountain gate to seize the legacy, resulting in gradual decline. To this day, because the Law Origin ancestor had left behind some contingency plans, those sects suffered heavy losses, and some have long since vanished. Yet, a few legacies have become increasingly prosperous and even seem to have gained considerable momentum. As for why Ji Qiu was familiar with the Yu Mountain sect, it was naturally because it was among the sects that once trampled the mountain gate. Thus, Ji Qiu's subjective bias naturally led him to have no good feelings toward this sect. Father, I've brought it. Holding a well-crafted scroll, Lin Yu approached with a serious expression. At this point, it was already past midnight, and under Lin Qinghai's orders, the external escort members were busy dealing with the corpses, leaving the internal courtyard undisturbed. Lin Qinghai led Ji Qiu into the inner hall, looked at the legacy his son brought back, received it with great care, slowly unrolled it, lit a lamp, and with a complex gaze, spoke to Ji Qiu. Master Zhenru, this is the unparalleled sword manual left by our ancestor Yufu. According to his last words, he regretted not being able to truly enter the Tao in this life, but fortunately, the sword path has reached a semi-divine level, not inferior to the celestial family, which is quite gratifying. Even when our ancestor passed away, according to my grandfather, a celestial being came to pay their last respects and praised the sword he created, saying it could be compared to the left-handed divine arts, which is hard to believe for something created by a mortal. Although I do not understand the meaning of this remark, it must be an admiration of the extraordinary nature of this sword legacy. I only lament that I possess a treasure mountain, but lack the talent to comprehend even a fraction of it. Today, Master has saved my Lin family from water and fire, saving the lives of all 127 members of the escort agency. This gratitude is weightier than Mount Tai and must be repaid. I think of you, Master, as a martial arts innate being, and I fear that ordinary worldly items may not catch your eye, so I specifically summoned you to bring this manual to present to you. Please accept it, Master. Lin Qinghai clasped his fists with both hands, gesturing for Ji Qiu to take the scroll, his eyes sincere. But in reality, he was gambling. He was betting that Ji Qiu's original goal was not to come for this legacy. Only in this way could he later plead with Ji Qiu to offer some protection to the Lin family. Otherwise, facing the martial arts innate of the Yu Mountain sect, how could his humble Lin escort agency compare, let alone resist? It would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Offering this manual was different. As long as Lin Qinghai was not mistaken about Ji Qiu, after he accepted the legacy of this martial arts myth from 100 years ago, he would surely not disregard the Lin family and would at least show some concern for them in light of the legacy. As for whether they could be protected, it must be said that Lin Qinghai had great confidence in his family's legacy. Although he said his martial arts talent was not particularly good, he had practiced martial arts for many years and could discern the depth of the family sword techniques. The technique of using qi to control the sword was something that ordinary rivers and lakes did not possess. If it were not for his ancestor stating that he had no celestial fate, he might have thought it was a celestial method. The young monk before him was extraordinary. If he practiced the Lin family's sword techniques, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger, and perhaps even restore the glory of his ancestors. Oh, Ji Qiu, who originally had no interest in the so-called legacy of the Lin family, finally showed surprise upon hearing Lin Qinghai's words. especially when the last mention of the left-handed divine arts caught his attention. The Sutra of World Crossing has recorded that the techniques and spells of the Qi refinement period are referred to as fragments and entry-level, the most basic of cultivation legacies. However, even so, they are not something that just anyone can create or obtain at will. As for the left-handed divine arts and spells above them, even great cultivators who have established a foundation may not have a single legacy in hand. This sword path legacy of the Lin family can actually be praised by someone who seems to be a practitioner? Was Lin Yufu truly such a prodigy? In an instant, Jiqiu felt a bit of interest. Chapter 24. Someone, Shui Man, has enlightened the sword path on Han Mountain. The candlelight flickered. Lin Yu held the scroll with both hands, placing it before Jiqiu. Looking at this sword technique legacy that claimed to be comparable to the left-handed divine arts, Jiqiu raised his finger, resting it on the scroll, and after pondering for a while, finally spoke. Lin Escort Master, actually, regardless of whether you present this legacy today or not, I would still intervene to help your Lin family avoid this calamity. The reason behind this, you may not understand, but it is something I owe to your Lin family. As he moved his fingers over the scroll that contained the sword techniques, Jiqiu slowly continued. If this sword technique is truly exceptional, deserving of the phrase left path divine ability, then, as a reward, I will allow your young master to walk a path to the heavens. As for this scroll and inheritance, I do not need to copy or claim it. Your family's sword technique should be passed down by yourselves. This monk only needs to observe it once. After saying this, Jiqiu slowly unfolded the scroll, looking at the copied characters on it, beginning to deeply comprehend. Heaven has no way. I was not born into this gate. Destitute in heaven and earth. Having crossed thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, even if I find a trace of immortals, I still cannot find a way to the Tao. Could it be that in this life, we can only live in mediocrity until death? Unfolding the scroll, the characters depicted on the first page, filled with resentment and helplessness, immediately struck him. Unfortunately, this scroll was clearly not an original, lacking the ethereal essence of martial arts mythology, which made one sigh in regret. Yet, even so, with his perceptive mind, Jiqiu was still moved by this sword inheritance after observing it thoroughly. Lin Qinghai's words were not empty. This sword technique was indeed created by Lin Yufu, based on the spells of practitioners, along with his own understanding of martial arts and true qi, resulting in a peerless sword technique. This sword technique might no longer be called a mundane martial art. Before Lin Yufu passed away, his realm had likely far surpassed that of innate martial arts comparable to the condensation of qi. If Jiqiu was not mistaken, even the barrier of the Tao Foundation was probably only half a step away from him. A mere ordinary mortal, without any spiritual body, could achieve near defiance of fate. Transforming from mortal to immortal, one must say, he truly deserves the four characters' astonishing talent. It is a pity that human effort has limits. In the end, Lin Yufu still fell before the gate of Fengxiu. Thinking of this, Jiqiu looked at the characters inscribed at the end of the scroll, feeling a sense of reverence. I did it. What of the immortal master? What of cultivation? Even if my sword path is perfected, and I wield treasures of immortals with immense power, would they not still be cut down by my sword? I only regret that there is no path ahead. Otherwise, if I could step onto the path, how could I fall into such an old and dying state? Future generations, if you can inherit my sword path, you must one day embark on the path of cultivation to see which is superior, the so-called immortal techniques or the sword techniques I created. This is the culmination of my life's painstaking effort, with 72 transformations capable of breaking all martial arts in the world. The last 12 transformations, created for slaying immortals, are called the breaking qi style. Even if there are talismans that can summon wind and rain, they can still be broken by this sword. It is a pity that, in the end, I could not take the final step. Regret, great regret. Lin Yufu, I leave this behind. This truly is a formidable person. If what is described is true, it is enough to be called earth-shattering. Bang. After reading through it, he closed the scroll and tossed it onto the table in front of him. Jiqiu slightly closed his eyes, his posture settling, appearing to be comprehending its mysteries in the eyes of Lin Qinghai and Lin Yu. However, in reality, at 15 years old, you acted heroically for the Lin family escort agency, resolving the Lin family's massacre. Your destiny has shifted, and in gratitude, the Lin family bestowed upon you the family sword technique, asking immortals with one sword, tracing back to the source, capturing the trajectory of destiny, observing the traces left by those who created the technique when they practiced to enhance oneself. This technique can be performed once a day to improve the host's understanding of divine abilities and techniques. Would you like to trace back to the source? Faint characters appeared in his mind, and Jiqiu was momentarily stunned. Jiqiu felt a bit surprised. He thought to himself, the young monk could not sit still any longer. He wanted to try it out, and see how miraculous this function really was. Thus, Jiqiu left the sword technique inheritance behind under the pretext of comprehending the technique and said goodbye to the Lin father and son, striding towards the room where he was staying. As soon as he entered the room, he closed the door tightly, then removed his clothes. Sitting cross-legged in front of the bed, his eyes slightly closed, silently sensing within. Jiqiu, true as it is. Age, 15. Cultivation, mid-stage qi refining, condensing qi realm. Cultivation method, true sutra of the world. Martial arts divine abilities, diamond fist, dragon claw hand, great sumru fist, one reed crossing the river technique, asking immortals with one sword. But now, there was an additional function of tracing back to the source. Jiqiu discovered that besides the asking immortals with one sword he had just obtained, he could also use the newly appeared function to trace back the other martial arts techniques. However, for these ordinary techniques that could barely be considered remnants of qi refining, tracing back to the source was undoubtedly a waste. Moreover, perhaps the creators of these martial arts might not have traveled as far as Jiqiu had now. If he chose to trace back, it would instead be a case of losing sight of the essentials. Thus, after dismissing his chaotic thoughts, Jiqiu settled down, silently reciting, "Choose asking immortals with one sword, trace back to the source." After a moment, the world spun around him. As Jiqiu chose to trace back, scenes that had never existed naturally appeared in his mind. The first was on the peak of a great snowy mountain, under the cold and freezing conditions, snowflakes falling thickly. There was a figure in a long robe sitting cross-legged at the mountain's peak, eyes tightly closed, breathing long, seemingly in a state of comprehension. It was an elderly man with a sprightly demeanor, white hair, and a face somewhat similar to the Lin father and son. He did not hold a sword in his hand. However, in Jiqiu's perception, he had an illusion. That is, when this old man stood up, every grass and tree in the world, even the drifting snowflakes and stones buried in the snow, could be wielded as his sword. This was, of course, an illusion. But it also proved that the old man's understanding of the sword path had already reached a transcendent state. After a moment, the old man sitting cross-legged on the snowy mountain seemed to have realized something, shook off the snow on his shoulders, and exhaled a long breath of white vapor that lingered for several zhang. Then, he raised his hand and waved, and the snowstorm in the sky gathered his true qi, merging with the surrounding airflow, condensing into a completely white snow sword. At this moment, the old man's eagle-like sharp eyes shone brightly, followed by a hearty laugh as he stood up, wielding this snow sword, and with a loud shout, stepped into the void, stabbing, slicing, and chopping. Dozens of variations were vividly demonstrated in his hands against the backdrop of the snowstorm. After 60 movements, his momentum was clearly half a foot above the ground, advancing further. The true qi surging within him, while its purity was far inferior to the spiritual energy inhaled and exhaled by practitioners, in terms of richness and strength. It far exceeded Jiqiu's current realm. At this moment, the snow sword was gathering the vast snowstorm and the rolling waves of qi. Although Jiqiu had never witnessed the power of the remnants of qi refining, he imagined it would not compare to this heavenly sword. Finally, a snow dragon several zhang long burst forth from the tip of his sword, carrying immense true qi and with unstoppable might. It charged straight towards the sky above the snowy mountain peak. This thinly clothed old man seemed to want to cleave through the entire snowstorm. Bang! After a long while, the snow dragon exploded, and the snow sword shattered. On the vast mountain peak, within the area around the old man for several zhang, the thick snow and icy wind had vanished without a trace. Accompanying this was a faint voice filled with pride, gradually fading away. Today, my sword path is perfected. I ask, even if it is the so-called immortal at the peak of qi refining, how could they possibly be stronger than me? Chapter 25. Fulfill the promise. Leap away to seek opportunities. Inside the room, the image of the old man laughing boldly at the peak of the snowy mountain is gradually fading from my mind. However, the techniques and skills he left behind, along with his confidence and the essence of swordsmanship, have undoubtedly left a deep impression on Jiqiu at this moment. At the summit of the great snow mountain, the cold wind brings enlightenment. Achieving mastery in swordsmanship, one dares to boldly claim not to regard the peak qi refining practitioners as anything. Combined with the earlier observations from the scroll, the phrases there intertwine with the thin figure on the great snow mountain. Lin Yufu, the martial arts legend of the Daqian dynasty from a century ago, has now come alive in Jiqiu's mind. From Jiqiu's perspective, Lin Yufu's strength is clearly not as powerful as that of a foundation establishment practitioner, as can be understood from the introduction in the true scripture of crossing the world. However, the swordsmanship he created, from Jiqiu's current viewpoint, undoubtedly deserves the title of a left-hand path divine ability. What is a left-hand path inheritance? It is not reaching the orthodox path, nor entering the side doors, but rather walking one's own road, a complete inheritance. It is merely due to the creator's limitations that it cannot be pushed to a more profound realm. Even so, it far surpasses the fragmented remnants and ordinary techniques created by chi-refining practitioners. The Sword of Asking the Immortals, painstakingly created by Lin Yufu, is imbued with his lifelong insights. Although he lived his life in the realm of the mundane, his understanding of swordsmanship is even greater than that of some Foundation establishment true practitioners who practice swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a sword path. Jiqiu pondered for a while, and finally opened his eyes. In the next moment, his fingertips gathered into a stream of light. Then, he silently observed this sword finger for a long time. Before using his other arm to swing and shatter the window open, using his finger as a sword, he shot towards an ancient mulberry tree in the courtyard outside. Whoosh! The speed of the sword finger was swift, piercing through the trunk of the mulberry tree in an instant, without any pause. If it weren't for Jiqiu holding back, the commotion caused outside would probably not just be a small hole left in the trunk. Seeing the results, Jiqiu nodded in satisfaction. This sword technique, he only learned a third of Lin Yufu's snow sword transforming into a dragon at the peak of the snowy mountain. And he probably didn't even manage to achieve 1/10 of its power. Yet even so, it was already extremely sharp, far surpassing the martial arts he had practiced to date. Sword of Asking the Immortals, initial insight. Looking at the simulation panel showing that the sword technique had reached the entry level, Jiqiu exhaled and waved his hand to close the window. Tracing back to the source, it can only be used once a day, and even with his exceptional talent, which greatly improved his comprehension, it was still impossible for Jiqiu to achieve great success in one day after just observing the essence once. Fortunately, as time passes and he continuously observes Lin Yufu's sword insights, his own understanding of this sword will eventually reach its peak, or even innovate and become stronger. Jiqiu relaxed his expression and resumed practicing the true scripture of crossing the world, immersing himself in cultivation. He could sense the weakening spiritual energy of Dakian, knowing that under such circumstances, reaching the peak would at most lead him to the mastery of chi control. However, every bit of progress is an increase in strength. No matter how difficult the environment, he should remain diligent and cannot afford to be the slightest bit lazy. He focused intently on his practice, staying awake all night. Until the dawn broke and a rooster crowed, Jiqiu finally opened his eyes. He got up and stepped out of the house, sweeping his gaze across the front yard, only to find that the place, once stained with blood and scattered with corpses, had become completely renewed, clean and tidy. If it weren't for the faint lingering smell of blood, Jiqiu might have thought that what happened last night was just a dream. "Master, you are awake?" A tired escort, having labored all night, instantly perked up upon seeing the young monk step out and greeted him. The shock Jiqiu left for them last night has only grown more profound over time, causing the gazes of everyone to fill with awe. It was just past the hour of Chun, the early morning. Lin Xinghai looked exhausted, clearly having not slept all night, and was having a meal with Lin Yu when he saw Jiqiu arrive and immediately invited him to join. Jiqiu did not refuse. As the guest took his seat, Jiqiu sipped some rice porridge and brought up last night's events, speaking with a reminder. "Lin escort leader, regarding yesterday's matter, please cover up what can be concealed as much as possible, and try not to cause too much of a stir. As for the forces behind the bandits of Yanyan Mountain, I have my little monk to handle them, and will not disturb the safety of the Lin family." Putting down his bowl, Jiqiu mentioned the Yu Mountain sect, his eyes deepening. Even if it is not about the Lin family escort, Jiqiu would not ignore the Yu Mountain sect, which had a deep blood feud with the Hanging Monastery. To Jiqiu, the Hanging Monastery is the beginning and starting point of his life. However, as a monk, there are often various inconveniences, especially regarding matters of friendship. Jiqiu reversed his fate through the simulation to prevent Su Qixio from repeating the same mistakes, but he cannot avoid repaying the kindness owed to the Hanging Monastery. Throughout history, all matters have regrets, but Jiqiu insists on seeking perfection. Therefore, he must first repay the Hanging Monastery's kindness before considering leaving the monastic life. How can one have both sides in this world without failing the Tathagata and the beloved? As for how to repay, the best method Jiqiu can think of is to help the now declining Hanging Monastery regain the prestige it once held with its 108 Zen halls that shook the world. What could be more shocking and awe-inspiring than a sect giving birth to another martial arts legend? Moreover, the master who presides over it is the 10th in the world. Looking at the Dakian dynasty, he is the best sharpening stone. However, before setting off, Jiqiu still needs to visit Yanyan Mountain to find the Foundation Establishment cave residence from Lin Yu's memories. By the way, he also needs to ask Lin Qinghai to take care of his family in this life, which he decided on when descending the mountain, in order to settle some mundane ties. Even though he no longer has any feelings regarding his memories of 3 years old as a place of refuge, he should still lend a hand. Of course, Jiqiu would not show his face. After all, time has passed, and things have changed. Lin Qinghai naturally agreed wholeheartedly. After giving instructions to his subordinate escorts, Jiqiu nodded slightly, not lingering too long, and intended to follow the trace of the Yuanyang fruit to Yanyan Mountain. Chapter 26. Yuanyang Fruit Vine, Storage Ring. Outside Linjiang County, Yanyan Mountain Range. Jiqiu felt the wind at his feet, activating the supreme lightness skill of the Hanging Monastery. The one reed crossing the river technique. His figure flickered and moved, leaving behind a series of residual shadows like a startled swan passing through. This mountain range is vast, spanning 100 miles in all directions, with rampant bandits, making travel along the mountain paths quite inconvenient. In the past, even if the officials wanted to encircle and eliminate them, they had to give up due to the many experts among them. However, now that the biggest bandit leader, Cui Jichong, has been defeated by Jiqiu, the bandit problem should lighten significantly in the days to come. If the government is willing to invest, completely eradicating this bandit den should not be difficult. Following the mountain path, Jiqiu had a rough idea of where the Foundation Establishment Cave residence, shown in Lin Yu's fate trajectory, was located. Moreover, with the thin spiritual energy in this area, Jiqiu, with his perception of spiritual energy, could detect any unusual movements. Sure enough, after traveling for a long time, as dusk approached, Jiqiu passed by a rushing and turbulent clear river and finally sensed some unusual fluctuations at the lower reaches of this river. It was a fluctuation of spiritual energy, extremely weak, as if suppressed by something, difficult to leak out. But under Jiqiu's keen perception, he still sensed some clues. This should be the place. While thinking in his heart, Jiqiu walked to the end of the river. In the next moment, the young monk leaped downwards, stepping on the rolling air currents. It should be noted that there was a distance of over 10 zhang between the waterfall and the downstream riverbank. For an ordinary person, even a master who has cultivated true energy might not dare to jump down like this. After all, life is only one. However, for Jiqiu, who had successfully condensed his qi, it was merely an ordinary distance. With a light touch of his toes, he soared through the air like a mighty eagle. And Jiqiu landed steadily. After getting up, his expression was calm, and his white monk robe remained as clean as at the beginning. Not even a speck of dust had tainted it. After leaping down from the waterfall, the mountains and forests here were lush and beautiful under the orange sunlight of approaching dusk. The area, rarely visited by people, undoubtedly revealed the primitive aura belonging to the mountains and fields. At the same time, Jiqiu's perception of spiritual energy began to grow stronger as he arrived here. This is the place, he thought to himself. I can vaguely feel that the fluctuations of spiritual energy here are far superior to those in other places. Jiqiu quickened his pace and dashed forward. Soon, he passed through the dense forest and entered a valley. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and thin mist began to rise, obscuring his vision. Meanwhile, a warning sign slowly emerged in Jiqiu's heart. Something was not right. This mist was not simple. It seemed to resemble an array. Extending his palm, Jiqiu looked at the increasingly confusing view before him, closed his eyes, and began to navigate by following the fluctuations of spiritual energy. At the same time, his steps changed, appearing extremely strange, as if he was spinning in place. And after a moment, he turned and twisted, looking quite bizarre. But miraculously, as his pace quickened, he actually managed to circle around the misty valley's perimeter. Indeed not simple. If it weren't for my successful cultivation and my innate talent for sensing the spiritual energy of this world, I might not have been able to escape this mist formation. Looking back at the faint mist, Jiqiu frowned and murmured to himself, I wonder how many lost bones are buried within this mist formation. No wonder this place, which looks ancient, has never been discovered by anyone. The reason is here. Along the way, he encountered numerous obstacles, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of incredible fortune Lin Yu had to stumble his way here. Perhaps this is what they call, fortune comes from misfortune, and misfortune hides in fortune. As he exited the mist formation, his vision instantly opened up. Above the sky, the moon was bright, and stars were sparse, indicating it was nighttime. However, outside this mist formation, there was a cave carved into the rock wall, emitting a faint glow, extremely conspicuous. Seeing this, Jiqiu approached, just as he was about to stride in. Yet, he was intercepted by a six-pointed star formation that appeared in the void. However, with the passage of time, the starlight on this formation had long dimmed, indicating that it had not been replenished with power for a long time. The fact that it had managed to last until now was indeed remarkable. Jiqiu merely gathered his qi and waved, and this small obstructive array dissipated like smoke. With the obstacle removed, the young monk stepped into the cave, taking in the entire view of this dwelling. The space here was not particularly large, but it was quite spacious. A stone table stood in the center, with a few stone benches beside it, on which were placed several books and miscellaneous items. Not far from this stone table was a small framed medicinal garden, clearly used for absorbing spiritual energy and growing spiritual herbs and plants, capable of autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was quite miraculous. The faint spiritual energy glow was emanating from these medicinal patches. As for the spiritual plants cultivated within, they were already fully matured. At this moment, Jichio's gaze was focused on a vine that twisted and bore 4 large, plump, blood-red fruits. At this moment, excitement finally appeared in Jichio's eyes. This should be the so-called yuanyang fruit. Jichio quickly walked over, and as he got closer, he sensed a hint of scorching heat coming at him. This is definitely a fire attribute spiritual material. Just based on this leaking aura, Jichio could assert that it couldn't be wrong. After confirming, Jichio let out a long breath. Su Qixio's constitution issues were caused by the long-term circulation of too much yin energy in her body. However, she hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation. So even though the yin energy in her body was troublesome, if he could use the fire attribute spiritual materials to provide a neutralizing effect, it should perfectly help her step into the cultivation path. For a moment, Jichio displayed an excited expression, yet he was also a bit cautious, fearing that he might ruin the yuanyang fruit before him. After all, it was incredibly difficult to find such spiritual materials in this mundane world. At least in Jichio's journey, he had only seen such an opportunity on Linyu, and nothing else. Therefore, this time, he absolutely couldn't afford to make a mistake. Jichio did not rashly reach out to pick the yuanyang fruit vine, but calmed his emotions and turned to examine the other items left behind by the cave's owner. After all, according to Lin Yu's life script, the original owner here was a foundation building expert. Although he did not know why someone would open a cave in such a barren mundane land, it was reasonable to assume that the items left behind should not be mediocre. Sure enough, when Jichio stepped up to the stone table, he immediately spotted a simple and unadorned ring placed beside the few books. A Shumi ring, a high-grade magical artifact that can use magical power to store and retrieve items from a distance. Chapter 27. The 6 Methods of Qi Refinement, Calling the Wind and Rain. Summoning Soldiers with Beans. This is a good thing. Jichio's expression changed as he took the ring that was placed on the stone table. He activated his spiritual energy, slightly infused it into the ring, and soon, Jichio smoothly gained control over this storage ring. It was clear that this cave had long been abandoned for many years, and the owner's imprint of recognition on the ring had long been worn away by time. Otherwise, with Jichio's cultivation level in the Qi condensation stage, it would not have been so easy to gain control over it. Immersing his consciousness into it, Jichio discovered several talismans within this tiny space that were identical to those engraved with the worldly scriptures in the suspended temple's scripture pavilion. Taking out these talismans, and using the same method, he quickly comprehended the inheritance recorded on them. The 6 Methods of Qi Refinement. Low-level Spiritual Herb Identification Manual. Comprehensive Guide to Qi Refinement Talisman Making. Insights on Talisman Making. Low-level Alchemy Techniques. Li Hui Yin Yang Gong. Jichio glanced over them and understood why this storage ring was placed in the cave and not carried by its owner. Because the items within were knowledge that only practitioners in the Qi refinement realm would use, which wouldn't be very helpful for great cultivators who are building their foundations. However, for Jichio at this moment, this inheritance was just right. Focusing on the inheritance regarding the 6 methods of Qi refinement, Jichio learned that this incomplete text recorded the following: Fireball Technique, Spirit Shield Technique, Thunder Seal, Calling Wind, Summoning Rain, and Summoning Soldiers with Beans. Among the 6 Qi refinement techniques, among them, the Fireball Technique and Thunder Seal are methods for combat. Practitioners who have reached the Qi condensation stage can use their spiritual energy to conjure fireballs and flickering thunderous seals to defend against enemies. The power of these 2 techniques is remarkable, although they may not be as fierce as the Sword of Inquiry created by Lin Yufu. They are still decent spells for ordinary Qi refinement practitioners. As for the Spirit Shield Technique, as the name suggests, it is a defensive spell that can transform spiritual energy into a light shield to protect the body from harm, used to resist attacks. The Wind Calling and Rain Summoning techniques, on the other hand, utilize the power of spiritual energy to briefly influence the weather. If one has a higher level of cultivation, they can stir up significant storms, but for Jichio's current realm, it holds little effect. The Bean Soldier technique is arguably the most exquisite among the 6 Qi refinement techniques. It is a puppetry technique that allows one to use mundane objects, infusing them with spiritual energy to transform them into animated soldiers. As long as one's spiritual energy is abundant, one could easily summon hundreds of protective soldiers with just a wave of their hand. With his exceptional talent, Jichio found it incredibly smooth to observe these Qi refinement techniques and quickly grasped the fundamentals. Moments later, the small cave was filled with howling winds and falling rain. accompanied by flashes of purple lightning and bursts of fire, truly extraordinary. Finally, a stone thrown casually by the young monk transformed into a giant stone puppet standing 10 feet tall with a flash of Dao light. If an ordinary person were to witness this, they would likely cry out in awe and kneel in worship. The 6 techniques were displayed and turned by Xianxiao. Although he had only just begun, he was already extremely satisfied. At this moment, he felt confident enough to call himself a true qi refinement practitioner. After all, someone who had been practicing martial arts until now couldn't really be considered a true cultivator. After completing the spells, Xianxiao took a moment to rest on the stone table and focused his attention on identifying spiritual herbs, and he indeed found a description of the yuanyang fruit. Yuanyang fruit, a first-tier fire attribute spiritual herb, generally growing in extremely fiery places, relatively precious, not inferior to ordinary second-tier spiritual herbs, particularly valuable after 100 years. Note, this fruit has rich medicinal properties, greatly accelerating the cultivation of fire spiritual body practitioners, replenishing those who have been depleted and disturbed by yin and cold energies for years, and can also be used in alchemy. It is truly one of the rare and excellent spiritual herbs among the first tier. Indeed, this spiritual herb is effective for nourishing the Taiying body. The identification manual contained dozens of low-tier spiritual herbs with their identification and efficacy descriptions. After reading the notes on the yuanyang fruit, Xianxiao couldn't help but smile. This trip was worth it. He then put the storage ring on his finger and stored the herb garden where the yuanyang fruit was cultivated inside it. As for the remaining talismans and talisman-making techniques, Xianxiao scanned through them and gained a general understanding of practical talismans like the lightness talisman, concealment talisman, evil-repelling talisman, and illness-dispelling talisman, before putting away the entire inheritance. Finally, the young monk walked to the entrance of the cave and bowed solemnly to this place of inheritance, expressing gratitude to the unknown foundational ancestor before striding back the way he came. During this journey, Xianxiao did not encounter the so-called demon beasts that were said to appear in Lin Yu's future life trajectory. Given that the Yanyan mountain range spans hundreds of miles and is vast, in 6 years, those demon beasts likely had not yet arrived here. This also meant avoiding a potential conflict. Just as Xianxiao exited the fog array, the sky gradually cleared as he stepped out of Yanyan mountain. That kid Lin Yu, with a fire spiritual body by his side, has a destiny of immortality in this life. Although he needs the yuanyang fruit to help Su Xianxiao change her fate, it doesn't mean he should sever his path to enlightenment. When he took Lin Yufu's inheritance of the Sword of Inquiry, he had already stated that he would provide Lin Yu with a path to transcendence. Now, let him assist him in embarking on this cultivation journey and stepping onto the path of immortality. However, it is uncertain whether, after all the subsequent life changes, Lin Yu will still be able to achieve the foundation shown in his original fate. In Linjiang County, at the Lin family's escort agency, Xianxiao returned once more, catching Lin Qinghai and Lin Yu by surprise. They had thought that after Xiao's remarks the night before, he would go to the Yu Mountain sect to seek an explanation, but they did not expect him to return. Filled with curiosity, Lin Qinghai welcomed the monk into the main hall, and just as he was about to inquire, he saw Xianxiao with a mysterious smile on his face, saying, "Today, this little monk has found external opportunities and has come specifically to guide the young master of the Lin family onto the immortal path. Your ancestors' swordsmanship inheritance is extraordinarily exquisite. It would be a great pity if future generations fail to inherit its essence." With that, Xianxiao took out the talisman containing the teachings of the Lihua Yin-Yang Gong and gently placed it on the table in front of them. This miraculous scene unfolded before Lin Qinghai and Lin Yu, instantly changing their expressions. Chapter 28. The Immortal touches your crown, bestowing longevity, taking things from thin air, creating something from nothing. However, even though he was closely watching, he could not detect anything unusual about the young monk's sudden method. The talisman, which resembled jade but was not jade, seemed to have been plucked from thin air, leaving them astonished and puzzled. As you can see, this is the opportunity that your Lin family's ancestors sought for a lifetime but never found. Young Master Lin possesses a spiritual body and is inherently qualified to seek the path of immortality. So today, this little monk will guide him onto the immortal path. Xianxiao raised his arm, lifted the talisman, infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, and gently pressed it against the still-dazed Lin Yu's forehead. In the next moment, a faint light flickered, and the words of the technique flowed into the mind of the young man in green robes. "I suddenly have some new knowledge in my head." A startled exclamation escaped Lin Yu's lips. "This is the method of the immortals. Truly, Master, you are not an ordinary martial arts master. You are a cultivator of qi refinement, an immortal being. Perhaps only the innate experts rumored to exist could communicate across distances. Thank you, Immortal, for imparting the teachings." After the shock, pure joy followed. Although the Li Hua Yin Yang Gong was merely a fragment of the Qi refinement method, it could at most support practitioners in their Qi refinement training, but it also detailed various supernatural abilities achievable after mastering Qi refinement. Therefore, Lin Yu realized that if he succeeded in his cultivation, even if he was merely a beginner in Qi refinement, he could disregard so-called martial arts experts. This was a great gift. In his understanding, Jiqiu's actions were akin to accepting him as a disciple. Ordinary outsiders would never willingly offer such secret manuals to others. However, his actions were suddenly interrupted by Jiqiu, who pointed out that he had been immobilized by spiritual energy. I cannot bow to young Master Lin. The reason this little monk imparts the teachings to you is that you have obtained immense opportunities. Though I cannot explain the reason. You only need to know that whether it is to save your Lin family or to teach you the cultivation method, it is what you deserve. You owe nothing to this little monk. If anything, I owe you 3 parts. Jiqiu smiled lightly, leaving Lin Qinghai and Lin Yu in a state of confusion. After all, in their eyes, Jiqiu first saved the Lin family and then imparted Lin Yu's own cultivation method, no matter how one looked at it. The Lin family should owe him. However, it was clear that Jiqiu was not prepared to explain further. He simply waved his sleeve again, placing a 100-year-old Yuan Yang fruit on the table, and left behind the 6 Qi refinement techniques and the talisman-making method before explaining. This is a first-tier Yuan Yang fruit, a top-grade spiritual herb that promotes cultivation. Young Master Lin, you can take it while practicing according to the teachings, which will aid you in your cultivation. The rest consists of first-tier spells applicable during the Qi refinement stage, as well as a book on talisman-making techniques, to be used for protection once you achieve success in cultivation. That should be appropriate. After leaving what needed to be left for Lin Yu, Jiqiu nodded in satisfaction. To save the Lin family and exchange it for the Lin family's swordsmanship inheritance, plus 3 Yuan Yang fruits. How outsiders view this transaction, Jiqiu is unaware. But at least for him, he feels no guilt. After all, the opportunity was there. Those with fate can obtain it. Although Lin Yu has taken a portion of fate, fate itself is inherently elusive. Theoretically, since Jiqiu saw it first, even if he took it and left, he owes no one any debt. The reason he still gives Lin Yu what he is supposed to have after obtaining the opportunity is simply because Jiqiu admires this young man with a sense of righteousness. The rest can be considered as repayment to the Lin family for their proper care of him as a member of this prominent family. With this inheritance handed to you, the young monk should take his leave. I will resolve the matters of the Yu Mountain sect for the Lin family, and as for any future issues, by then, I believe young Master Lin Yu will be able to stand on his own and become a true hero of the martial world. Please stay, both of you. We shall meet again. Raising his arms, the young monk smiled, his white robes untainted by dust. Then, with palms together, after Lin Qinghai and Lin Yu accepted everything, he softly spoke his final words and floated away with the wind. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept through early morning. Lin Qinghai and Lin Yu exchanged glances and, looking at the figure that had floated away, couldn't help but exclaim together, truly a divine person. A few days later, Jiqiu moved like the wind. The technique of crossing the river on a single reed already mastered, and nothing could obstruct him, whether on flat ground or on rivers. He never expected that since descending from the Xiankang temple, his journey would be so smooth. He thought it would take a long time to find a solution to Su Qixiu's physical condition. But who would have thought that by settling his childhood family matters, he could find such a rare opportunity as the 100-year-old Yuan Yang fruit in this small county town of Linjiang? Truly, the world is unpredictable. However, having received the Lin family's gift, he could not ignore the Master Yin Heng of the Yu Mountain sect. Otherwise, with Lin Yu yet to step into the realm of Qi refining, if Yin Heng learned of Cui Jichang's sudden death, it would likely lead the Lin family to repeat past mistakes. Moreover, the Yu Mountain sect was one of the masterminds behind the trampling of Xiankang Temple a century ago, and in recent years, it had subtly taken on the aura of a great sect in the martial world, becoming increasingly prosperous. For someone like Jiqiu, who aspired to revive Xiankang Temple's reputation, repay debts, and return to secular life, this was unacceptable. Old grievances and new grudges must be settled together. At this moment, after several days of tracing back techniques, Jiqiu's understanding of the asking the immortal sword and the 6 methods of Qi refining, along with various talismans, was rapidly improving. Jiqiu, Zhenru. Realm, mid-Qi refining. Technique, crossing the world, true scripture. Talent, 7 apertures Linglong. Martial arts and techniques, great Sumeru fist. Reed crossing the river technique, initial insight. 6 methods of Qi refining, initial insight. Asking the immortal sword, slight accomplishment. It must be said that this ability to trace back origins is truly extraordinary. Being able to directly observe the creator of the techniques at the moment of their great achievement, combined with the talent of 7 apertures Linglong enhancing comprehension. Ji Qiu could almost master any technique with just a single imitation. Even for a prodigy like Lin Yufu, the asking the immortal sword, which took a lifetime to create, was merely a few insights away from being comprehended by Ji Qiu. With such capability, there would likely be no martial arts master in the entire Deqian martial world who could match Ji Qiu. Even a martial legend like Lin Yufu, who had broken through to the innate realm of martial arts, might not be stronger than him. At 15 years old, after descending from Shinkong Temple, you saved the entire Lin family, and in gratitude, the Lin father and son gifted you the family's secret skill, asking the immortal sword. You searched for a long time in Yinyun Mountain, accidentally entering the cave left by a master of foundation establishment, gaining an opportunity and inheriting a legacy, achieving great glory. To restore your sect's name and help the Lin family avoid disaster, you decided to go to the great martial sect, Yu Mountain, to show mercy to the so-called master and completely enlighten him. With your current cultivation level, you are confident this journey will make you famous, resonating throughout the world. Chapter 29, Martial Arts Conference, Truly a Path to the Tao. Dongyue County City was extremely lively. Many high-ranking martial heroes, usually hard to see, had gathered here recently, as if something important was about to happen. Alas, Brother Liu, long time no see. Are you also here for the Yu Mountain Sect's martial arts event? What you say? Brother Zhang, at this time in Dongyue County, which martial artist isn't here to witness the talents at the martial arts conference on the 5th day of August? I heard this time the Yu Mountain Sect has widely invited masters from all over the world to hold a martial arts conference. And those masters at the forefront of the master list are all here. TSK, the Yu Mountain Sect has been producing experts in recent years, quietly rivaling the righteous Long Dragon Sect and the demonic Deming Sect. Truly remarkable. As they chatted, familiar faces with swords and knives met along the way. Stopping to talk, not far from them, a young monk in white robes, looking youthful, was standing by, listening intently. On the 5th day of August, the Yu Mountain Sect widely invites heroes from all directions to hold a martial arts conference every 4 years. This news has spread widely in the martial world. As Ji Qiu made his way to the Yu Mountain Sect's base in Dongyue County, he had heard this several times. Interesting. Touching his chin, Ji Qiu's eyes were deep. It seems the Yu Mountain Sect's reputation in the martial world is greater than he had imagined. While he was pondering, he saw a figure in purple robes zigzagging through the crowd, running quickly. Stop chasing. A young voice exclaimed from that figure, mixed with a hint of frustration. I told you I didn't cheat. You gambling house owners have no credibility when you see someone making money and wanting to leave. You want to stop them, right? Seeing this, Ji Qiu frowned, then raised his arm and placed his hand on the shoulder of the young man, saying lightly, This benefactor, with so many people around, please watch your way ahead, or else how will it be if you bump into someone? Ji Qiu used a bit of strength in this palm, causing the young Taoist to nearly stumble, letting out a cry. Ouch. The stopped purple-robed Taoist blinked, then shook his head vigorously. Who blocked the way of this Taoist? Zhao Hanjin muttered, having delayed for a moment, and the few fierce-looking men behind him immediately chased up. You filthy Taoist, stop talking nonsense. You came to our Dongyue's #1 gambling house, lost 10 big bets without a single win, and each time wagered your entire fortune, finally rolling away with several thousand taels of silver notes. Who would believe you didn't cheat? But who knew? The young Taoist reacted quickly, muttering while slipping away from the grasp, and then spat, saying, You filthy rascals, can't take a loss, huh? I, a learned person, calculated a divination today, and know I will win every bet. Since you can't take a loss and keep pursuing, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, the young Taoist snorted coldly, and with a flash of purple, his hands moved continuously, pointing towards the front. In the next second, those originally fierce-looking men dropped their weapons with a clang and were frozen in place, unable to move. You sorcerer, what kind of sorcery did you use? The men shouted in panic, struggling to move but unable to, and thus they angrily questioned the purple-robed Taoist in front of them. At this moment, the Taoist clapped his hands, looking quite pleased. With your mediocre skills, you dare to compete with me? If it weren't for saving face for you, I would have slapped you all away long ago. You don't know what's good for you. After saying this, the Taoist crossed his arms, lifted his chin, and mockingly smiled at the burly man in the lead. Wasn't it said that if you can't break my legs, you should take my surname directly? I, Zhao Hanjin, will not change my name or my surname. From now on, you will take the surname Zhao, you little bastard. Ha ha. After the purple-clad Taoist finished speaking, he waved his hand, not bothering to hide it, causing the onlookers around to burst into laughter. At this moment, Ji Qiu looked at the carefree and somewhat unique purple-clad Taoist in front of him and felt a surge of curiosity. So, he once again activated the simulator's function to deduce the fate trajectory of this purple-clad Taoist, Zhao Hanjin, contemporary celestial master of the celestial master Dao. Age 1. Born on a day when the sun shone brightly, carrying the Tao body, taken as a closed-door disciple by the previous celestial master who traveled the world. Age 9. First touched martial arts, learned the dragon elephant suppression tiger technique, shocking the sect. Age 13. Studied various Taoist classics. Martial arts training reached a transformative state, achieving both Tao and martial arts, becoming first class. Age 17. Achieved remarkable accomplishments, cultivated a pure and tranquil energy in the Dantian, attained innate martial arts in his youth, shocking the previous celestial master. After much consideration, the previous celestial master decided to fully impart a secret method in a fragment of the Qi refining scripture, hoping the disciple could become a true immortal during his lifetime. Age 19. Practiced the Purple Mansion Qi cultivation technique, transforming all innate true energy into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus achieving mid-stage Qi refining, activating the Tao body, and comprehending innate talents, the Purple Micro Dipper. Age 21. Achieved great success, becoming the youngest contemporary celestial master in a century, having heard about the martial arts conference held below the mountain, specially descended. Age 21. Observed the so-called experts in the martial world, feeling disdain, challenging 6 major sects such as the Dragon Subduing Sect, the Yu Mountain Sect, and the Xian Tai Sword Sect, defeating the elite of the Demon Gates Mingjiao with a single Dao sword, being called the #1 on the master list. Age 27. Dao body completed, seeking various opportunities, finally achieving the Qi mastery realm amidst the mundane, then setting off for thousands of miles, crossing countless mountains, finally escaping the trapped dragon's land, soaring to the sky. Age 32. With the right timing and circumstances, rapidly advancing in cultivation, achieving the foundational establishment of the Tao. Subsequent. Surpassing the current limit of the host's strength, thus unable to continue deducing. Simulation evaluation, such as the so-called genius, not realizing until now. Jiqiu was suddenly struck with astonishment. From the bottom of the hanging sky mountain, looking up at the myriad beings, he could not help but think that there might be opportunities in the future for many to achieve foundational establishment. Jiqiu had only seen Jinyan and Linyu before. This Zhao Hanjin of the Celestial Master Dao was the third. Moreover, his future achievement was actually the foundational establishment of the Dao, as it is recorded in the Crossing the World True Sutra. Achieving foundational establishment of the Dao is a rarity among 100 cultivators. Having crossed this threshold, his Dao foundation would be as pure as crystal, untouched by any dust. The realm of jade liquid and returning elixir would be as easy as turning his hand for him. Such a nearly transcendent place could produce such a remarkable person. Even if he could not continue to deduce, Jiqiu had an instinct. This child would undoubtedly become a great talent. Chapter 30. The Purple-Clad Taoist, Free and Unrestrained. In the streets of Dongyue County City, Zhao Hanjin clapped his sleeves, a smile appearing on his lips, and snapped his fingers, with the sound of his fingers colliding. Those burly men who had been immobilized by spiritual energy immediately cried out and fell to the ground in disarray, their weapons clattering all around. After clapping his hands, Zhao Hanjin crossed his arms, and his purple Dao robe moved without wind, resembling an immortal descending to the world, exuding an indescribable celestial aura. He coldly snorted at these men and warned, "Consider yourselves lucky this time. I will let you off with a small punishment, but if there is a next time, I will make you understand what true power is." Scram. With the last sentence, Zhao Hanjin used the secret method of the Celestial Master Dao. As he spoke in a stern tone, mixed with a lion's roar, several men were startled and did not dare to say more, picking up their weapons and fleeing backward. At this point, the farce finally came to an end. Good Dao skills. It was only then that Jiqiu, who had been silent next to Zhao Hanjin for a long time, finally exclaimed in admiration. The contemporary outer sect head of Xiankong Temple, Zhenru, had met this Dao brother. The handsome young monk, palms together, introduced himself after previously blocking the purple-clad Taoist with one hand. Looking at the fair-skinned, handsome white-clad monk in front of him, Zhao Hanjin's eyes lit up. This monk was truly good-looking, not inferior to me. The purple-clad Taoist smiled and coughed twice, sizing up Jiqiu from head to toe, secretly thinking, the disciples of the Celestial Master Dao are scarce, usually practicing in the mountains for the sake of pursuing Dao and longevity, but unfortunately, very few have made a name for themselves outside. However, it must be said that there is a standard for accepting disciples in this lineage, which is that they must have good looks. According to the first-generation Celestial Master's words, they must have the demeanor of an immortal. Naturally, among the outstanding disciples, Zhao Hanjin had always been one to judge by appearance. I come from the Qingqing Mountain Celestial Master Dao. I am the contemporary Celestial Master. My surname is Zhao, and my name is Hanjin. I apologize for not noticing where you stood in my haste earlier. I truly owe you an apology. After speaking, Zhao Hanjin scratched his temple hair, his tone carrying a hint of regret. He indeed was at fault for not seeing the path clearly. However, what he did not expect was that this monk looked even younger than himself, unexpectedly being the contemporary outer sect head of Shinkong Temple. Truly a case of not judging a person by their appearance. The so-called outer sect head is the most outstanding among the contemporary disciples, the leader of all disciples. And although Shinkong Temple has gradually declined, it is uncertain whether there are innate martial artists stationed there, but even so, achieving such accomplishments at this age is not bad. Thinking of this, Zhao Hanjin's heart stirred, and in a moment of inspiration, he suddenly wanted to read the monk's fortune. The purple micro-dipper was his innate talent, and at least since Zhao Hanjin grew up, there had been no fate he could not read. But who knew that just as he cast his eyes with divine light toward the white-clad monk in front of him, that feeling of seeing through all things suddenly failed. What he glimpsed was a fog, and even with all his efforts, he could only see a mediocre fate. But is this normal? Clearly, it is not normal. How strange. In an instant, the purple-clad Taoist was greatly surprised and became very interested in the monk in front of him. Even my purple micro-dipper cannot read your fate? How strange. TSK, TSK, TSK. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes. But Zhao Hanjin quickly shrugged it off and instead warmly spoke to Ji Qiu. Master Zhenru, have you come to join the excitement of the martial arts conference? If so, since we are both on the same path, why not go together? Seeing the purple-clad Taoist so enthusiastic, Ji Qiu raised an eyebrow instead. He did not understand why Zhao Hanjin's attitude suddenly became so proactive after a glance at him. That glance made me feel as if he had seen through me from head to toe. Could it be due to his innate talent, the purple micro-dipper? It seems so, but I wonder what exactly he has seen. Interesting. With a somewhat profound gaze, Ji Qiu quietly contemplated. Brother Zhao, I did not come here just to join in the fun. 100 years ago, our hanging monastery had a long-standing feud with the Yu Mountain sect. I was unaware that the Yu Mountain sect was holding a martial arts conference soon. I just happened to be here. However, I will still do what needs to be done. Are you sure you want to accompany me? Although Ji Qiu did not explicitly state it, the meaning was clear to Zhao Hanjin before him. Upon hearing this, the Taoist in purple did not hesitate, but rather his eyes sparkled even brighter. So, it seems that the young monk intends to cause a ruckus at the Yu Mountain sect's martial arts conference? Wow, such sensational news. And you just told me like that? Aren't you afraid I might secretly inform the Yu Mountain sect and sell you out for some benefits? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhao Hanjin glanced around and lowered his voice, deliberately adding a hint of eagerness to his tone. In response, Ji Qiu merely smiled lightly. Since I dare to come, I have not cared whether this matter is leaked. It is not important. Whether you go or not, it does not make much difference to me. It's just the Yu Mountain sect, easily dealt with. His words, though casual, carried unparalleled confidence. It was as if the place he was heading to was not a renowned sect in the martial world, but some unknown small faction. Seeing this, the Taoist in purple clicked his tongue in amazement, feeling that this monk was anything but ordinary and might even be on par with him. Zhao Hanjin then laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. Interesting, truly interesting. Little monk, you are the most interesting person I have met since coming down the mountain. To go to the Yu Mountain sect's gate in front of the entire martial world? Such an amusing thing. You must take me along. Of course, I must say in advance, if you're going to challenge that famous sect, I can't afford to provoke them with my limited strength. I can only help you maintain the scene. Any action must be taken by you yourself. What do you think? After Ji Qiu made his statement, the young Taoist appeared unafraid, still eager to accompany him. Ji Qiu did not refuse. After all, this Taoist was not simple, his skills were not inferior to his own. Even if he did not travel with him, they would eventually cross paths. Since that was the case, it was better to go together. Moreover, this person had just won a few thousand silver notes at the gambling house. He had heard all about it. With such a wealthy companion, expenses for lodging and other matters would naturally not fall on him. Thinking of this, Ji Qiu maintained an inscrutable expression and smoothly suggested, if you are willing, then it is naturally fine for us to go together. But since there are still a few days until the martial arts conference, how about we first find an inn to settle our accommodation? As soon as he said this, the young Taoist was invigorated, raising his eyebrows with a look of puzzlement. Monk, you mentioned this, and it excites me. I have lived on the mountain for years studying Taoist scriptures. You must have rarely seen the splendor of the secular world while meditating in the temple, right? Let me tell you, not far from here at the Spring Breeze Tower. Coinciding with this martial arts gathering, many extraordinary individuals who are rarely seen are competing for the title of courtesan. Why not come with me to witness it? I have plenty of silver. The Taoist in purple patted his wide sleeves and winked at Ji Qiu. To be honest, with that expression, it was a pity to waste such a handsome face. He truly did not expect that this young man with a bright future was actually a flirtatious rogue. Ji Qiu's mouth twitched slightly, almost breaking his composure. However, he ultimately did not indulge in such frivolities. During his time at the hanging monastery, he had to adhere to the precepts of a monk. This was his promise to his master, Jingming, and besides, the place known for its brothels was not a good destination. Declining Zhao Hanjin's suggestion, Jiqiu still planned to find a place to rest and gather some information. Zhao Hanjin felt a bit regretful, but he did not insist or go alone. Instead, he accompanied Jiqiu to find an inn to stay for a while. Soon, a few days passed. The large Dongyue County city was bustling with people for the martial arts gathering held once every few years, surrounded by various so-called heroes from different places. Meanwhile, the Yu Mountain sect outside the county city was also lively. The sky was clear and bright, and the sun was shining. The sect's residence was established among hundreds of towering peaks, making the Yu Mountain's terrain steep and treacherous. There was only one winding path leading straight up, so steep that even thousands of troops would find it hard to traverse. Today, the Yu Mountain sect held a martial arts conference, inviting famous heroes from the martial world, clearly showing they had invested considerable effort. The 1,000-meter-high peak was decorated with lanterns and streamers, red cloth fluttering in the wind, stretching from the mountain buildings all the way to the gate, creating quite a spectacle. Martial arts sects and masters from various places had already arrived at the Yu Mountain, while ordinary martial artists had spent considerable effort or even money just to obtain an invitation. Fortunate enough to witness this rare martial arts event on the 5th day of the 8th month, hoping to see experts display their skills, broaden their knowledge, and perhaps even advance their own martial arts. At the foot of Yu Mountain, people were coming and going. Among them, a young Taoist in purple with a wooden sword on his back and a young monk in moon-white robes were particularly eye-catching. The monk and the Taoist, both exuding an extraordinary aura, drew many curious glances. "Hey, are you planning to go directly through the gate, or will you show some courtesy first?" Zhao Hanjin asked curiously, crossing his arms and looking at Jiqiu. In response, Jiqiu only smiled lightly. "Let us first go up and see what kind of characters the Yu Mountain sect has invited to this so-called martial arts conference." To directly storm the gate would seem a bit hasty. The young monk raised his eyes, looking up the mountain shrouded in fog, and spoke leisurely. "Isn't the Yu Mountain sect holding a martial arts conference? Then let me stretch a bit and see if I can take the title of the #1 master for fun." Upon hearing this, the Taoist in purple nodded in agreement. After all, Zhao Hanjin had come down the mountain with the intention of witnessing the so-called elegance of the Dongxian martial world. If this monk directly charged up, it would certainly be exciting, but it felt like something was missing. The two of them paused for a moment at the gate and presented their invitations. The Heavenly Master Dao and the Hanging Monastery had not had any martial arts experts walking the world for nearly 50 years, yet they were still known sections. Logically speaking, with their identities, attending the martial arts conference should be more than sufficient. Even if the Hanging Monastery had a long-standing feud with the Yu Mountain sect, they would not make things difficult for Jiqiu over grievances from 100 years ago. However, looking at one of the disciples guarding the gate, Zhao Hanjin's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized this person. Some time ago, when he first met Jiqiu, he had dealt with that gambling house's ruffian, giving him a slight reprimand. He did not expect that the leader of that group would appear at the foot of the Yu Mountain as a gatekeeper. Could it be that the gambling house in Dongyue County was owned by the Yu Mountain sect? Zhao Hanjin's eyes flickered as he pondered, gradually feeling some displeasure towards this renowned martial arts sect. It was perfectly normal for sects to have their own industries for development. Even the Heavenly Master Dao was no exception, let alone such a large sect. The purple-robed Taoist was still uncertain in his heart, but the disciple of the Yu Mountain sect had sharp eyes and quickly fixed his gaze on him. However, when this person thought about his brothers being present and that they were at the foot of the mountain gate, his confidence suddenly surged. This demon had a high level of strength. Previously, they could only suffer silently, and the sect's experts would not come forward for such a disgraceful matter. But wasn't the situation different now? Thus, a smile curled at the corner of this disciple's mouth, and his eyes turned unfriendly. "You Taoist, what is your origin? Why did you forge a nameplate and impersonate the current Celestial Master of the Celestial Master sect?" Humph. Although the Celestial Master sect has been down for a long time and lacks martial arts talents, it is still a sect with a long heritage. You, a Taoist who is barely of age, have the audacity to call yourself a Celestial Master? And on that day, you openly cheated at our Yu Mountain sect's gambling den, swindling thousands of taels of silver from us. When I brought some miscellaneous workers to collect the debt, you even shamelessly denied it and indiscriminately attacked us, injuring all of us. Today, you still have the face to come and participate in the martial arts conference. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see if you are worthy. Brothers, this Taoist has a notorious reputation, embezzling our sect's silver. And that monk next to him is certainly not a good person either. Please capture them both and send them to the elders for judgment. This disciple gritted his teeth. displaying the demeanor of a high-ranking disciple in front of everyone, and began to criticize Zhao Hanjin. For a moment, even Jiqiu, who was beside him, was implicated. Upon hearing this disciple take the lead in attacking, the expressions of the dozen or so Yu Mountain sect disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately changed. Swish! Standard long swords were drawn from their sheaths, and in an instant, they surrounded Zhao Hanjin and Jiqiu in a circle, clearly intending to act without considering an explanation. Taoist and monk, do not act recklessly. My Yu Mountain sect is renowned in the martial arts world, with the 3 heroes of Taiyue being all masters, their names echoing throughout the land. If you two surrender now, we can still go easy on you. But if you wish to act wild at the foot of my Yu Mountain, then you will surely regret it. Regarding this sudden situation, Jiqiu showed no change in expression, since the gambling den was indeed the Yu Mountain sect's foundation. This disciple would not let Zhao Hanjin off so easily upon seeing him at their doorstep today, and with Zhao Hanjin's temperament. It was clear to Jiqiu why he could dominate the martial arts conference and stand out among the crowd. It seemed they could not simply walk through the mountain gate peacefully. However, it was not a big deal. After all, they were just some petty characters, easily dealt with. The young monk's face remained calm as he gathered his energy. But Zhao Hanjin, who had just descended the mountain and had seen the so-called domineering face of the martial arts sect, did not have such a good expression. Chapter 32. A single breath to conquer Kunlun. Is this how your Yu Mountain sect's disciples behave? What great authority! Without asking any questions. You want to use force to make people submit. Those who know will understand that you are a prestigious sect, but those who don't will think you are a group of ruffians and thugs, truly turning truth upside down. The purple-robed Taoist's face showed anger, clearly enraged. Having spent years cultivating on Qingqing Mountain, although Zhao Hanjin had a carefree and unrestrained personality, deep down, he was exceptionally proud. The behavior of these gatekeeping disciples undoubtedly filled him with immense disgust, causing him to lose any good feelings towards the sect. A glimpse is enough. If even ordinary disciples are this overbearing, what kind of temperament must the elders of their sect have? Raising his arm, he grasped the hilt of his wooden sword and stepped forward, expressionless, looking at the surrounding Yu Mountain disciples glaring at him. I truly feel sorry for you, monk, for being dragged into this first. I initially thought I would just join in on your excitement, but seeing the current situation, it seems I have come to challenge the Yu Mountain sect instead. No wonder when I arrived at this mountain gate, I suddenly felt inspired. It turned out to be for this reason. Shaking his head, holding the wooden sword's hilt, Zhao Hanjin sighed helplessly. What is there to sigh about? Since they are not offering a greeting, then I might as well directly charge into the mountain gate. It's merely a matter of sooner or later. Jiqiu smiled slightly, not minding the unwarranted disaster that had befallen him. The Yu Mountain sect holding a martial arts conference is indeed a testament to its reputation in the martial world and along the way. Jiqiu had long heard of the 3 heroes of Taiyue's renown, which is well known throughout the vast martial world. But so what? The disciples under them are so arrogant. And one of the heroes, Yin Heng, is secretly manipulating the bandits of Yinyun Mountain, wanting to exterminate the Lin family. Such behavior can be deemed as chivalrous? True monk of the Hanging Temple, upon hearing that the Yu Mountain is holding a martial arts conference, has specially come to pay respects. A voice echoed, startling the birds in the mountains. Jiqiu used his spiritual energy to project his voice several miles away, booming like thunder, shaking the clouds, and causing those at the foot of the mountain and those climbing it to stagger and show expressions of shock. What a powerful aura of true qi, so long-lasting. Like the sound of tigers and leopards. What kind of martial arts master has arrived? People from the martial world covered their ears, unable to help but exclaim. At the foot of the mountain, those attracted by the commotion, looking from afar at Jiqiu and Zhao Hanjin being blocked by the Yu Mountain disciples, whispered to each other, what a young monk, the Hanging Temple. Is it that martial arts first Zen sect that once flourished, claiming to have 108 Zen temples spread across the world? I didn't expect that after nearly 100 years, a martial arts legend would emerge again. I heard that the Yu Mountain had a great feud with the Hanging Temple, and now this monk is so bold. It seems there is a good show to watch. At this martial arts conference, a martial arts master has come to knock on the mountain, and those Yu Mountain gatekeeping disciples are truly blind. Ignoring the rumors in their ears, as soon as Jiqiu's stern shout rang out, the circle of Yu Mountain disciples guarding the gate turned pale with fear. Martial arts innate. A single breath conquering Kunlun. Such a spirit, an expert of first-rate level cannot achieve. Many disciples were shaken back by the long howl. And when they regained consciousness, their faces were pale as they exchanged glances, directly dropping their swords and fleeing towards the back mountain gate. They realized they had gotten themselves into big trouble. That was a martial arts innate, a master known as a generation's grandmaster in the martial world. Yet they had been so frivolous in their words. If the sect leader and elders found out, no matter how the matter unfolded, they would not escape punishment. Quick! Go summon the sect leader and the two elder seats. There's a thief monk from the Hanging Temple trying to step onto our Yu Mountain. The many disciples, panicked and at a loss, scattered and fled. Just as Zhao Hanjin was about to make a move, he saw Ji Qiu, without hesitation, letting out a long howl filled with heroism, staring straight at the towering Yu Mountain as if it were nothing. In that moment, his appreciation for Ji Qiu grew immensely, and he praised, "Monk, you are truly impressive. But since it was I who initiated this trouble, how could I let you bear this disaster alone?" At the martial arts conference, no matter how many experts there are at this vast Yu Mountain, today, I will challenge them alongside you. Having just entered the martial world, I can stir up such a storm. I must float a great white. The purple-robed Taoist laughed heartily. Then, with a shake of the sword hilt, his sleeve flared as he softly chanted. With a single hand gesture, the wooden sword fell like autumn leaves, and in a flash, the sword transformed into a rainbow, flickering and darting, knocking down the dozen or so Yu Mountain disciples who were fleeing in panic. In an instant, cries of anguish rang out. Then, the Taoist rode the wind, his purple robes like thunder, mimicking Ji Qiu's earlier movement. He took a deep breath at the foot of the mountain and shouted, "Zhao Hanjin of the Celestial Master sect, denouncing the Yu Mountain for its injustice, its disciples' arrogance. Unworthy of being a major sect in the martial world hosting a grand event. Today, I come with a friend to pay my respects." In that moment, his voice was like a great bell, resonating across the four directions, no less than before. Another martial arts innate, the current grandmaster? What kind of path is this monk and Taoist following? The Xianxiang Temple and the Tianshi Dao, both of which have a long history but are now declining sects. Could they be making a comeback? Wow, this young Taoist is not easy to deal with. In his youthful arrogance, he openly accuses the Yu Mountain sect of being unjust. Isn't this behavior akin to pointing fingers at someone right at their doorstep? If this really escalates, the reputation that the Yu Mountain sect has built over nearly 100 years will be completely shattered. Just as one wave has yet to settle, another rises. The crowd, who initially thought that the young monk possessed the strength of a martial arts master, found it outrageous. But no one expected that the young Taoist in purple robes also had hidden depths. Now, the Yu Mountain sect's martial arts conference will definitely not be peaceful. It was unclear who exclaimed in astonishment, mixed with a murmur. Soon, everyone seemed to share a common desire to witness the final outcome of this farce. It had been years since such explosive news had surfaced in the martial world. A monk and a Taoist, both young masters, directly approached the Yu Mountain sect's gate, looking to challenge the sect that was about to host a martial arts conference. Regardless of the outcome, within a week, the rumors crafted by the renowned Bai Xiaoxing would surely become a significant tale, spreading across the rivers and lakes. At this moment, on the mountain, the Yu Mountain sect's master, Yin Heng, was joyfully welcoming many martial arts veterans, engaging in warm conversations, when he suddenly heard a commotion from outside, causing him to furrow his brows. When Ji Qiu and Zhao Hanjin's mountain greetings echoed in from outside, it further darkened his previously bright smile. Bang! The porcelain cup in his hand was crushed to dust by his forceful grip. Yin Heng stood up and shouted angrily, "Who dares to disrupt our Yu Mountain during this grand event?" Chapter 33. Inside the Hall of Heroes, while laughing and talking. Outside there's a disturbance. In the main hall of Yu Mountain, Yin Heng, dressed in luxurious brocade, rarely lost his composure. But this was understandable. What does it mean to pay a visit to the mountain? On the surface, it sounds like a friendly visit, but to put it bluntly, it's like coming to make trouble. Today, the Yu Mountain sect finally had the rare opportunity to hold a martial arts conference at their own gate, inviting numerous heroes from the vast martial world. This was their moment to shine. Yet at this critical moment, someone had the audacity to come and cause trouble. Isn't this just a slap in the face for the Yu Mountain sect? In the main hall, renowned masters from various sects gathered together. Among them were the well-known sects like the Dragon Subduing Sect, the Great Snow Temple, the Listening Wind Sword Pavilion, and the Haiqiong Gang, all of whom sent their innate martial arts experts to attend. Among the dozen or so innate martial artists, a man in purple robes, carrying a large saber, looked around with a grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle, and spoke ambiguously. "Oh, just as the martial arts conference is being held, such a powerful fellow comes to pay a visit. This is truly a great surprise for the Yu Mountain sect. Isn't it's something the esteemed sect master expected?" As his words fell, the expressions of the masters in the hall varied. Yin Heng, upon hearing this, was even more enraged. Purple-robed guest. "What do you mean by that? The experts from Xianxiang Temple and Tianshi Dao come to visit today, creating such a commotion at our mountain gate. Is that any different from kicking down our door? Elder Qi, Elder Mu, please, do check out which long-absent sect has sent experts to come and cause trouble at our Yu Mountain sect." Sitting in his chair, Yin Heng first glared at the purple-robed man seated in the Haiqiong Gang's position, then calmed himself, suppressing his anger, and addressed the two beside him. These two were also renowned alongside Yin Hong, known as the three heroes of Taiyue in the martial world, both possessing extraordinary strength and long-standing fame as innate martial artists. Elder Qi, named Qi Yuanchang, was skilled in palm techniques with profound inner strength, having mastered the Yu Mountain sect's Qi cultivation technique, the Wuyue Chaotian Gong, to perfection. This person had traversed the martial world for decades, establishing a significant reputation, known as the Listening Wind Palm. Although he may not rank among the top 10 in the world, he was not much weaker than Yin Hong. The other elder Mu, named Mu Qingfeng, shared the same path as Yin Hong, adept with the long sword, having mastered the Taiyue 7 swords to an extraordinary level, making it unlikely for ordinary masters to match him, earning the respect of peers as the Clear Wind Sword. After Yin Hong finished speaking, two figures shot forward, a hunched old man in a blue robe with empty hands, and a middle-aged man with a cold iron sword, appearing scholarly. The two nodded slightly to Yin Hong and assured him, "Master, don't worry, with us around, those troublemakers definitely cannot enter our Yu Mountain." The two speakers were Elder Qi Yuanchang and Elder Mu Qingfeng. Seeing the many masters in the hall looking on with amusement, they felt indignant and were already inclined to take action. After Yin Hong spoke, they could no longer sit still and immediately declared their intentions, clearly not taking Jiqiu and Zhao Hanjin seriously. The two moved out swiftly towards the main hall's exit. Both masters exuded an extraordinary aura, their inner strength surging, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to even get close. When the renowned three heroes of Taiyue took action, many expert spectators in the main hall displayed interest. There were only a few dozen innate martial artists in the entire Qin dynasty, and more than half of them belonged to the 7 major sects of the martial world. Even though the Yu Mountain sect was hosting a grand martial arts conference today, there were only about 20 innate martial artists present in the main hall. As for the rest, they were either wandering hermits or those from disreputable demonic sects, not recognized by the righteous sections. Confrontations between innate masters were rare, and today was an opportunity to witness such a spectacle, which certainly could not be missed. Yin Hong noticed the interest in the eyes of the experts, so he stood up and took the lead. "Our Yu Mountain sect is honored to have you all here. On the 5th day of the 8th month, we are holding this grand martial arts event. Since all the heroes have arrived, we can begin now." People across the world consider being listed among the masters as an honor, and the top 10 masters on the master list have always been referred to as the top 10 in the world, revered by the vast martial community. Throughout history, the old ancestors from the imperial city, the current leader of the dragon-subduing sect, and the leader of the demonic Ming sect, regardless of their character, have all reached a realm of mastery in martial arts, dominating the top 3 positions on the master list for nearly 20 years, unmatched by anyone. Even though we pride ourselves on our deep skills, we are still somewhat lacking in comparison to them. Therefore, like previous years, we will not rank the top 3. As for the remaining positions, everyone who should be here has arrived. Today, once our elders capture those 2 unknown individuals, we will officially begin. How does that sound? Yin Hong's speech garnered much agreement from the various sect masters. The purple-robed guest from the Haiqiong gang was the first to respond. In that case, let us see if the renowned 3 heroes of Taiyue have made any progress in their strength. Thus, everyone left the main hall, eager to observe the battle of the masters. The Yu Mountain, towering hundreds of feet high, was chosen as the venue for this martial arts conference to symbolize the heights of martial arts aspirations. Therefore, even though summer had not yet passed, it was already cold and windy at the mountain summit, with thin air. Without the protection of inner strength, ordinary second-rate practitioners would hardly be able to stay long. So just now, the long shout of Jiqiu and Zhao Hanjin was able to spread so widely that all the masters at the mountain peak could hear it clearly, which is enough to determine that the strength of these 2 is extraordinary. If they had not broken into the innate realm of martial arts and understood the secret method of shaking the vast sea with one breath, it would have been impossible to achieve such a feat. Many masters stepped out of the main hall, braving the cold wind, eager to fly down the mountain path to see the fierce clash between Jiqiu and Zhao Hanjin and the 2 masters of the Taiyue 3 heroes. However, what they did not expect was that Yin Hong took a big step forward, his eyes narrowed slightly, and was about to fly down the mountain when many guests and masters followed behind him. But who would have thought that just as they arrived at the ancient stone steps covered with moss, 2 black shadows below grew larger and larger, rushing up at an extremely fast speed. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than Qi Yuanchang and Mu Qingfeng, who had just shouted to capture the mountain climbers. Chapter 34, Cold Mountain Peak, Words to Strike the Heart. How is this possible? Seeing the 2 figures flying back, Yin Hong's expression changed drastically in an instant. He saw the middle-aged man in luxurious clothing immediately leap into the air, spreading his arms and using his energy to catch the 2 figures coming from the left and right. However, when Yin Heng's arms met the two bodies. The powerful wind that accompanied them caused his arms to sink, almost unable to support them. What a thick true energy, who on earth could it be? Yin Heng's heart surged like raging waves, and he used his entire body's true energy to barely unload that force, allowing the two to land safely. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the blue-clad elder he was holding on the left suddenly coughed heavily twice, his eyes filled with shock, saying, "Sect Master." The two who came up the mountain are both under the age of 20. They have an unstoppable momentum, and none of our disciples dare to block them. They have already reached the mountain peak. What should we do? Qi Yuanchang was coughing up blood at this time, clearly suffering from serious injuries. His hair disheveled and his breath weak, completely losing the demeanor of a master from before. Upon hearing this, it immediately stirred a great uproar at the mountain peak. The blue-clad elder Qi Yuanchang, known as the wind-listening palm, had cultivated for decades and surpassed half of the masters present. With such strength, he was directly knocked back by just a few moves, having no ability to resist. Standing at this mountain peak, breathing the thin air, a suffocating feeling spread among everyone. Under 20 years old, yet able to defeat a long-established master? Could it be that another figure like the Earth Sword immortal Lin Yufu from 100 years ago, or the invincible Fa Yuan from 200 years ago has appeared? Even though a long time has passed, the legendary exploits of that martial arts myth, which once overshadowed the entire Jianghu, still leave a deep impression on people's hearts even to this day. Even the current number one on the master list, the grand ancestor of Deqian, might not dare to say he could compete with those two. As many martial arts masters pondered, a young monk in a moon-white robe, surrounded by swirling winds, lightly stepped over many steps, and in an instant, he gracefully landed right in front of them. Unparalleled elegance. Upon seeing this monk, for words deeply engraved themselves in the hearts of the martial arts masters present. Such a young and handsome monk, at this age, to surpass the likes of Qi Yuanchang and Mu Qingfeng, wouldn't this old man be living a dog's life? Qi Yuanchang had just entered the innate realm at the age of 40 and had been floating around for 30 years, making him one of the top experts of Deqian. But this monk, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, each generation surpassing the last. As many masters marveled in their hearts, upon seeing the monk arrive at the peak of Mount Yu and catch the two elders from his sect, preventing them from falling to the ground and losing face, Yin Heng was filled with uncontrollable anger. He looked at the young monk in front of him and immediately shouted sternly, "You are quite overbearing. Coming up the mountain without a word during our Yu Mountain Sect's martial arts conference, even if you defeated our elders. Such behavior is no different from that of the demonic sect, the Mingjiao. Xiankong Temple has always been a sacred place of Zen, untainted by the dust of the secular world, yet unexpectedly, this generation has produced such an arrogant disciple as you. It truly is a misfortune for the Xiankong Temple." Yin Heng took a step forward, speaking with ill intent, instantly placing a big hat on him, and many martial arts masters present saw this. And although they felt that Yu Mountain sect was not necessarily better, they did not speak up to dismantle Yu Mountain's face. After all, both sides were not simple, and everyone present was an experienced veteran. They all knew when to speak and when to keep silent. Yin Heng took the initiative to attack, and upon hearing this, Ji Qiu merely snorted coldly. Before he could respond, a bright voice from behind, tinged with slight anger, took the lead. The wicked person cries out first. "I suppose you are referring to yourself? Not only that, your disciples are arrogant and unruly, each one with an inflated ego and extremely poor character. Such a sect that harbors filth and behaves immorally is even qualified to be called a righteous sect of the Jianghu? It's simply a laughingstock." The purple-clad Taoist flew out from the lower steps, passing by Ji Qiu, and directly scolded Yin Heng fiercely. This remark made Yin Heng's expression turn cold. Some things cannot be said openly, especially in front of so many veterans of the Jianghu. If he confirmed these matters today, then tomorrow the prestige of the Yu Mountain sect would be completely gone. Thus, Yin Heng naturally refused to admit it. Empty words, slandering people's innocence. You and this monk, one monk and one Taoist, have fought your way from the foot of my Yu Mountain to this peak, injuring countless disciples along the way, and even hurting 2 of our elders. And yet in the end, you dare to bite back and falsely accuse my Yu Mountain disciples of misconduct? How can there be such reasoning in this world? I, Yin Heng, will not bear this reputation even if I die. Yin Heng's attitude was firm. He adamantly refused to back down, his expression resolute. The monk and Taoist before him were extraordinary, but he was not made of clay. If it were a year ago, perhaps he would only have the strength of the 10th on the master list, not necessarily able to defeat these two. However, now he had encountered a great opportunity and found a sword suspected to have been left by a great master at an ancient site. That sword was sharper than the world's #1 divine weapon, not only capable of gathering his true energy to unleash sharp sword chi, but but its material was also capable of cutting gold and jade, slicing through iron like mud, truly sharp to the extreme. With this sword in hand, in one-on-one matches on the arena, he confidently believed he was not weaker than others. Even Qi Yuanchang and Mu Qingfeng of the Taiyue three heroes were no longer his opponents. Therefore, even though he was furious at the moment, Yin Heng did not feel that he, with a divine weapon in hand, would be weaker than the two before him. Seeing Zhao Hanjin and Yin Heng arguing back and forth, each holding their ground, many so-called heroes merely stood by and watched. Ji Qiu also began to move. He first raised his eyes, deducing the experience of the Yu Mountain sect master, then smiled. No wonder he had such confidence. Yin Heng, current sect master of Yu Mountain sect, at 13, entered Yu Mountain, practiced martial arts, with extraordinary talent, taken as a disciple by the sect master. At 20, achieved success in martial arts, reached a first-class level, became the direct disciple of the master, enjoying prestige among the disciples. At 30, broke into the innate realm of martial arts, spirited and vigorous, succeeded the sect master, took charge of the Yu Mountain sect. At 47, over a decade of hard work, hands stained with blood, under the guise of a righteous sect, committed countless dark deeds. Ultimately led the sect to be one of the 7 major sects, gaining great fame. At 53 years old, he instructed the bandit leader Cui Jichang from Yinyun Mountain to lead the thieves to exterminate the Lin family in Lingjiang County. Seeking the sword, asking the immortal that belonged to Lin Yufu, but unfortunately failed. However, he had the chance to obtain a spiritual tool sword that same year, and thus called for a martial arts conference, ambitious to make a name for himself in the world. At 53 years old, his fortune turned against him. First, he offended the Taoist Zhao Huanjin due to sect affairs, was beaten at the mountain gate, and after the duel, he was humiliated and injured. Then, he was defeated by Yin Wudi, the leader of the Ming sect, and his followers on Yu Mountain, ultimately ending in resentment and defeat. Simulated evaluation. Life is like a tea table, filled with misfortunes. Not to mention the grudges with Zhao Huanjin. Just looking at the calamities of the so-called evil sect Ming sect, Ji Qiu already knew that the brocade-clad man with the sword before him would not survive the day. However, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Some things are not meant to be yours, and you will never obtain them in this life. Ji Qiu's eyes were calm as he stepped forward and pulled Zhao Huanjin, then gathered his thoughts and quietly said in front of Yin Heng, "Master Yin, do not say too much. This monk comes from Xiankong Temple. A century ago, I had to avenge the grudge of Yu Mountain trampling Xiankong Mountain, which is a matter of sect gratitude. Secondly, I also have a debt to repay to the Lin family in Lingjiang County, so I must return this favor. With these 2 reasons, what I seek on this several hundred zhang Haiyu mountain today is but one matter." After saying this, the young monk gathered his sleeves, clasped his palms together, bowed his head, and continued. "That is, I asked the master to disband the 100-mile Yu Mountain faction, to waste your dantian, and to end your days here on this cold mountain. I am a practitioner of Zen and have always held a compassionate heart, unwilling to kill. But if the benefactor truly does not wish for this, I, in helplessness, can only assist you in your demise. Is it to choose self-exile, or to let this monk take action and personally send you to your end? Please decide, benefactor." At this moment, the cold wind blew, and the atmosphere around was extremely heavy. Chapter 35. The punches fell like rain, and the heroes below were all astonished. "You young ones are too arrogant." As Ji Qiu's words fell, Yin Heng's expression suddenly changed, his eyes revealing a chilling glare. The old grudge from a century ago was not something Yin Heng took to heart. But the matter of the Lin family was a major secret that must not be known to outsiders. It was clear that the monk's words indicated that his previous instructions to Cui Jichang had already been exposed. No wonder there had been no news for so long. Had it not been for the martial arts conference, Yin Heng would have already set out to investigate. "Monk, do you really think that by defeating my 2 innate elders alongside that Taoist, you can do as you please on my Yu Mountain? Since you have brought up the old grievances between Xiankong Temple and Yu Mountain sect, then there is nothing more to say. Today, in front of these martial arts heroes, I, as the master of this sect, want to duel with you. According to what you said, the loser will waste their martial arts and never step into this worldly realm again. Do you dare to accept?" A layer of frost appeared on his brow, and in front of many martial arts masters, Yin Heng uttered harsh words. In fact, having developed to this stage, he had no way out. If he showed fear today, once the news spread throughout the world, the illustrious reputation of the Taiyue 3 heroes would be laid down by this young monk. And what could he do about that? Seeing Yin Heng draw his sword and openly challenge him, Ji Qiu was pleased and readily agreed. "It seems the benefactor has made a choice. I have no objections." As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere became tense. After speaking, the brocade-clad middle-aged man leaped into the air, his true energy swirling and creating an afterimage. retreating several feet in the biting cold wind to the front of the main hall at the mountain peak. In front of the main hall at the summit of Yu Mountain, there were 4 stout stone pillars, standing at the east, west, south, and north, bound with thick chains, forming a spacious arena. Coupled with the solemnity and frost of the mountain peak, it was a fitting scene for martial arts exploration, showcasing the effort put in by Yin Heng and the Yu Mountain sect for this martial arts conference. This was the arena for the martial arts assembly today, where experts from all paths would duel. Apart from the top 3 on the master list, the following top experts would be rearranged here. Standing in the area surrounded by the 4 stone pillars, Yin Heng, with his long beard floating, stood with one hand on his sword, his luxurious brocade robe billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of an eminent person. He glanced at the experts below, including the Zishan guest from the Haiqiong gang, Qi Jian from the Tingtao Sword Pavilion, and elderly Yun Shu from the Dragon Subduing sect, then raised his sword and cupped his fist, speaking loudly. Gentlemen, although there have been some ripples today, it is not a big deal. Once I, the master of this sect, have engaged in martial arts with this descendant of Xiankong Temple, our martial arts assembly will officially begin. After speaking, Yin Heng flicked the tip of his sword, lightly rebuking Ji Qiu. Please give me your guidance. As his voice fell, Ji Qiu was filled with spiritual energy like the wind, his body floating as he followed Yin Heng into the arena. Among the Taiyue 3 heroes, Ji Qiu had already seen 2. He was curious about the strength of the renowned master of Yu Mountain. Let me come and learn a thing or two. Immediately, the young monk's sleeves were blown by spiritual energy, making a rustling sound as he stepped heavily forward, cracking the gray stone surface beneath him, and launched a fierce punch. To vindicate Xiankong Temple, Ji Qiu naturally had to use the martial arts of Xiankong Temple to defeat Yin Heng of the Yu Mountain sect, the Great Sumeru Fist. This superior martial art of Xiankong Temple had been mastered by Ji Qiu to a profound level, even more adept than the 6 methods of qi refining. Empowered by spiritual energy, the punch's wind created ripples even in the void, with punching intent emerging. The young monk assumed a stance, fingers together, and raised his hand to unleash dozens of punch shadows in rapid succession, like a sudden storm, catching people off guard. The Haiqiong gang, known for its fierce fist techniques, could not help but exclaim, "What a fierce fist technique! What a domineering fist technique!" Years ago, I had the fortune to see the Great Sumeru Fist of Xiankong Temple, but the monk's performance back then was far weaker than this monk's. Just from this brief encounter, the essence of this punch was fully displayed, evidently having reached a profound level. Where did this prodigy come from? Is Xiankong Temple about to revive? The praise from the Zishan guest was not empty words, as 7 muffled sounds of punches hitting the target echoed in the center of the arena, surrounded by the stone pillars. Bang, 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 bang. The young monk leaped like a swift leopard, unleashing dozens of punches simultaneously. Even though Yin Heng tried his utmost to evade using his lightness skill, he was still hit by 7 punches, all landing on his chest. Enduring the force of 7 punches, even a master's body now turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yin Heng retreated with his sword drawn, his ancient sword unsheathed with a loud shout. And a surge of sword energy slashed out, barely forcing Ji Qiu back and giving himself a moment to breathe. He retreated to the side of the stone pillar, gasping heavily. After a brief exchange, his mood was now one of extreme shock. At this moment, Yin Heng finally understood why his 2 innate elders had been utterly defeated just after stepping out for a short tea break. Unless one personally faced that profound, seemingly endless true energy, no one could fathom how deep the young monk's strength was beneath his handsome appearance. This monk, is he really only in his youth? A deep suspicion rose in Yin Heng's heart. Fortunately, he still had the means to counterattack. As he watched the flicker of surprise in the monk's eyes, mixed with some caution and oddity, staring intently at the sword in his hand, Yin Heng wore a proud expression. He raised the ancient sword he held and sneered. "Little monk, your true energy is indeed thicker than mine, but even so, who wins and who loses is not yet known. The sword in my hand is enough to sever true energy and cut through iron like mud. With my Yu Mountain sect's superior swordsmanship, do you really think you have it in the bag?" With that, he thrust the long sword forward and let out a loud shout, channeling all his true energy into the sword, causing the ancient sword with mysterious patterns to emit a faint glow. Then, a flurry of sword shadows filled the sky, each strike infused with lethal intent, aiming directly for Ji Qiu's life, truly perilous. The moment the sword was drawn, it amazed everyone present. Qi Jinxiao from the Listening Waves Sword Pavilion widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "It's the famous sword technique of the Yu Mountain sect. The Tai Yu Chao Tian sword. 5 years ago, I witnessed Master Yin perform this sword technique, earning him the position of 10th on the master list. Yet today, this sword is even sharper than back then. The young monk from the Hanging Temple was in danger. Even Zhao Hanjin furrowed his brows, feeling some hesitation. He wondered whether he should intervene. For with the appearance of this sword from the Yu Mountain sect's leader, even he, who practiced the qi refining method, felt a significant threat. However, just as the Taoist in purple was tensing, ready to seize the opportunity to intervene, Ji Qiu moved again. He looked at Yin Heng performing the Tai Yu Chao Tian sword, and as the cold light flashed during its execution, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good move! Grand and magnificent! What a good sword, unmatched in the mundane world! Unfortunately, Master Yin, your skills are lacking. Your sword moves look quite impressive, but your usage of the sword is not quite right. This sword, let the little monk teach you how to use it." A slender arm, as pale as jade, extended from his sleeve. After Ji Qiu's words fell, he faced the overwhelming energy and stepped forward, not retreating but advancing. Then, the Dushi True Sutra within him operated wildly, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from Ji Qiu's palm, pouring towards the sword held by the approaching figure. Ji Qiu could see at a glance that Yin Heng's true energy was not spiritual energy, and the sword in his hand had not been imprinted with spiritual energy. It was still a masterless spiritual sword. In that case, how could he exert all the power of this sword? Chapter 36. I will teach you how to use the sword. Buzz. The thick chains connecting the stone pillars in all directions trembled and shook. In this duel, Ji Qiu simply flicked his sleeve, and the overwhelming spiritual power of the qi refining stage surged forth. Although a master who had spent decades cultivating true energy to finally reach the innate martial realm could rival a mid-stage qi refining practitioner, the quality between spiritual energy and true energy was like heaven and earth, no matter how thick the true energy was. In the face of the so-called origin of heaven and earth, the purest spiritual energy, it was merely murky. Ji Qiu used a method to transform spiritual energy into gas, directly employing an invisible large hand to block Yin Heng's fierce sword move in midair. At the same time, he successfully infiltrated his spiritual energy into the ancient sword held by Yin Heng through imprinting. It must be said that this sword was sharp, and with Yin Heng's decades of true energy, if they truly faced off, unless Ji Qiu used the asking immortal sword and the 6 methods of qi refining, it would be difficult to secure a victory. All of this relied on the ancient sword he held. If he wanted to win this duel, he naturally had to solve the problem from its root. Right now, this spiritual sword had not recognized a master, and no practitioner had left an imprint on it, making it the best opportunity. In midair, the airflow gradually expanded. Yin Heng, holding the ancient sword, frequently showcased the numerous variations of the Tai Yu Chao Tian sword technique. Flowing clouds out of the cave, wind blowing, leaves falling, turning in the clouds, the strong man splits the mountain. Monk, your moves are nothing more than this. No matter how talented you are, today your martial arts will be completely wasted here. Looking at the long sword waving in midair, breaking through 3 parts of his spiritual energy, Yin Heng was in high spirits. Ji Qiu's lips gradually revealed an inexplicable smile. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Master Yin, the farce should come to an end. It's time to wake up. As his words fell, Ji Qiu did not give Yin Heng, who was getting more and more into the fight, any time to react. He pulled his arm back, fingers clawed, and lightly shouted, "Sword, come." Then, that rolling spiritual energy swept along with the ancient sword in Yin Heng's hand. Whoosh, it flew uncontrollably back towards Ji Qiu's palm. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the many watching masters saw a flash before their eyes, they realized that the originally evenly matched battle had undergone a dramatic change in an instant. Yin Heng's ancient sword had been seized. How could this be? He had just used all his strength, holding the long sword smoothly, feeling that victory was within reach. But who knew that the monk merely waved his hand, and his ancient sword flew away as if out of control, leaving his grasp of true energy. In a proper competition, seizing another sword seemed somewhat unfair. Stumbling back several steps, Yin Heng felt all his fighting spirit vanish. He pointed a trembling finger at Ji Qiu, who stood holding the sword, his heart boiling with indignation and anger, but he couldn't vent it out at all. It was too frustrating. Half of his earlier bravery was based on the advantage of his weapon. Now that the ancient sword was taken, with his strength greatly diminished, the outcome was naturally beyond doubt. So, in his panic, Yin Heng could only vent his frustrations verbally. Otherwise, the fate awaiting him would indeed be, as the monk had said. To waste half a lifetime of cultivation and grow old alone atop this cold mountain was not something Yin Heng could accept. If it came to that, he might as well end it all right there. Seizing another sword? Master Yin might not know that this sword is a spiritual sword. You don't even know how to make it recognize its master, only able to exert 1/10 of its power relying on the weapon's advantage, which does not count as the sword's true master. Let the little monk teach you how to use this sword. Holding the spiritual sword in his hand, Jiqiu infused it with spiritual energy, faintly sensing that the sword was rejoicing. The words Qinghong that had not been revealed on the blade, which resembled autumn frost, now emerged. The sword was named Qinghong. This was something Yen Hong had studied his whole life, but could never bring forth. Jiqiu slightly closed his eyes, gripping the hilt of the Qinghong sword, envisioning the figure seated atop the great snowy mountain, then striking the sky with the sword, slashing out a massive snow dragon. With a light shout, his waist twisted, and as his arm swung, he drew a massive arc. In the next moment, spiritual energy gathered on the blade, creating a sword path rainbow light that extended over 10 zhang long. The cold light flashed like a shooting star, directly crashing into Yan Heng's chest, sending his body flying like a kite with a severed string towards the massive stone pillar to the north. Bang! The towering stone pillar, under this immense impact, broke apart, and the flying stones collapsed, the massive stone snapping in two with a resounding crash as it hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As for Yen Hong, hidden within, he was cut by the sword energy, sustaining numerous wounds, blood flowing everywhere, and he didn't even let out a scream before falling unconscious. At this point, the martial duel had completely come to an end. Jiqiu had achieved a complete victory. Looking at the stone pillar that had completely collapsed, along with the chains hanging to the ground, the many masters fell into silence. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Truly, the might of Master Zhenru today is not inferior to that of the invincible golden body from 200 years ago, who suppressed the legendary founder of the Xiankong Temple in the Jianghu of the Great Qian. What a spectacular duel, truly awe-inspiring. After a long while, the purple-clad guest from the Haiqiong gang let out a hearty laugh, stepped forward while clapping his hands, his eyes bearing 3 parts caution and 3 parts admiration as he spoke, praising Jiqiu. Once these words were spoken, others naturally echoed in agreement. Are you kidding? With the monk's skills before us, aside from the top 3 in the master ranking, like the old ancestor of the imperial city, the head of the dragon-subduing sect, or the leader of the Ming sect's demonic cult personally coming, who else could compete? Leaving those 3 aside, this young man is undoubtedly the leader of the martial arts world, the number 1 in the Jianghu, worthy to be mentioned alongside the aforementioned 3 as the 4 absolutes, shaking the world. Moreover, this young monk has an unparalleled advantage. He is young, much younger than those 3. Years later, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the other 3, reaching even greater heights. This is beyond doubt. Just based on this point, he has already earned 3 parts of respect from the experts present. Jiqiu's duel completely defeated Yen Hong, bringing the reputation of Bai Li Yushan and the Tai Yu 3 heroes to the ground. However, even with things reaching this point, the dust had not settled. Bang! Bang bang! At this moment, more than 10 signal flares exploded on the top of Yushan. Soon, an expert, with a look of confusion, walked to the mountain peak and looked down, only to see the entrance of the Yushan sect below was in chaos, with waves of bloody air rising to the sky. In front of the steps leading to the mountain top, a blood-soaked elder, wielding a weapon, was rushing towards the peak. As soon as he crossed over 1,000 steps, he collapsed to the ground due to severe injuries, spitting blood weakly and saying, "There are thieves from the demonic Ming sect attacking the mountain. The thieves are powerful. It seems both the left and right protectors have come, and their followers are like clouds. I ask all masters to make a quick decision." After saying this, he fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious, oblivious to life or death. Chapter 37. The Demonic Ming Sect, Attacking Yushan. What? The Demonic Ming Sect. As soon as the words of the unconscious Yushan elder came out, the many righteous experts who were already in shock immediately turned pale. Oldly, I have always heard that your Xinyu Gate's eagle-eyed vision is as sharp as the fiery golden eyes. Just now, when you glanced down the mountain, what is the situation at Yushan? Shocked by such a turn of events, everyone could not help but look serious. The purple-clad guest urgently spoke, inquiring of the gray-clad elder who had just looked down. At this moment, the elder's face was somewhat pale. He took 2 steps back, and then said hurriedly, "The situation at the foot of the mountain is chaotic. I can't see clearly what is happening at the very bottom, but there are many inter-family experts rushing up the stone steps leading directly to the peak. Moreover, there are continuous bloodstains along the way. Many disciples of Yushan have already met with misfortune and died on the spot. These demonic thieves must have plotted for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brazenly attacked Yushan. But what is their purpose? Even if the Ming sect is powerful, the combined strength of its many followers cannot even match that of the dragon-subduing sect. However, we still have over 20 innate masters here. The martial arts conference is naturally a gathering of experts from all over Great Qian. Even if the demonic experts of the Ming sect are strong, there is no reason for them to attack Yushan at this moment." Many experts were puzzled and confused. However, at this moment, no one would answer them, because everyone was just as baffled, unable to grasp the situation. Forget it. The foot of Yushan is being stirred up by the demonic sect. We naturally cannot just stand by and watch. Even if the leader of the Ming sect, Yanfu, is strong, how can 2 fists fight against 4 hands? He must be out of his mind to dare to act recklessly in front of so many heroes. The sword hero from the listening Tide Sword Pavilion, along with the guest elder of the dragon subduing sect, Li Shuyun, stepped forward simultaneously, speaking with fervor to the many martial arts experts. Subsequently, Li Shuyun took a step forward, clasped his fists towards Ji Qiu and Zhao Huanjun, and said, "The Master Zhenru of Xinkong Temple and the xianxia of the Zhao family. Your divine might has been seen clearly by all the experts here, truly unmatched, earning everyone's respect. The current situation is chaotic. With the demonic experts of the Ming sect attacking, I ask you both to temporarily set aside your grievances and join us in facing the enemy. I, Li Shuyun of the Dragon Subduing Sect, thank you both on behalf of the many experts." The middle-aged man's expression was extremely solemn at this time. However, Ji Qiu's expression was somewhat strange. Li Shuyun, guest elder of Dragon Subduing Sect, 59 years old, came to Yushan to participate in the martial arts conference. Coinciding with the attack of the Ming sect's leader Yanfu, after failing to resist, in order to seek self-preservation, he did not hesitate to kill his fellow righteous experts and collude with the demonic sect, seeking to survive. 70 years old, discovered by the head of the Dragon Subduing Sect, Wang Jianglong, who personally took action to clean up the sect, resulting in his death from a single palm strike. Looking at the righteous and indignant expression of Li Shuyun, Ji Qiu found it hard to imagine that he would forsake his dignity in front of the demonic sect, killing other righteous experts in order to survive. However, this also indirectly informed Ji Qiu of a piece of information. That is, the leader of the demonic Ming sect, Yanfu, indeed managed to defeat all the experts on the mountain. Otherwise, how could Li Shuyun, in order to save his life, be forced to join the demonic sect? The simulations I experienced in my previous life were ultimately one-sided, lacking the direct experience of what was to come. Moreover, I had previously heard that the demonic sect's Yanfu had once caused a ruckus at the Yushan Martial Arts Conference, leading the followers of the Ming sect to slaughter the Jianghu, stirring up a bloody storm, and in the end, even the head of the Dragon Subduing Sect, Wang Jianglong, was not his opponent. Looking at the current situation, it indeed appears to be so. Ji Qiu pondered and began to piece together information regarding Yanfu. Suddenly, on the cold mountain steps, dozens or even hundreds of thin silver needles, as fine as hair, broke through the air and swiftly flew towards the group of experts. Not good, there's an ambush. The silver needles are poisoned. All present were martial arts experts. Even if they were not innate, they were still top-tier elites. At this moment, upon seeing the silver needles flying in for an ambush, they all reacted swiftly. Various true qi techniques were unleashed in succession among these experts. And for a moment, the top of the cold mountain was filled with surging true qi, terrifying fluctuations brewing. However, their techniques, though fast, could not match the speed of the silver needles, which were even more ruthless. The true qi formed a barrier, blocking the first wave of poison needles. But soon a second wave and even a third wave of silver needles shot forth again, catching some experts off guard, penetrating their true qi defenses and piercing their skin. The silver needles carried a chilling cold, and as soon as they made contact with a person, the bone-chilling coldness almost froze them into ice sculptures. In an instant, screams echoed through the top of the cold mountain. It was one of the 6 great elders of the Ming sect, Xianxiafans, with his ice soul poison needles. A long knife slashed out, creating a myriad of knife shadows, shaking off all the silver needles within a few zhang radius, and then the purple-clad guest stepped forward, shouting in a deep voice, "Everyone, the demonic cult's monsters are blocking the entrance. If we continue to stay here on the mountain peak, we can only be passive targets. Why not join us and charge out together?" The sword hero from the listening Tide Sword Pavilion, Xianxia, skillfully dealt with the silver needles, finally joining forces with the purple-clad guest to lead the experts present to break through. The purple-clad guest from the Haiqiong gang, Xianxia from the listening Tide Sword Pavilion, and Li Shuyun, guest elder of the Dragon Subduing Sect, were all top experts on par with Yin Heng, the master of Yushan, and were among the foremost in the great Qian martial arts world, aside from the top 3. Thus, their words naturally garnered agreement, and for a moment, true qi surged as followers gathered like clouds. "Monk, what do we say?" At this moment, Zhao Huanjun, wielding a wooden sword, skillfully countering the silver needles, then flashed to Ji Qiu's side and whispered. After reaching the mountain gate, Zhao Huanjun had lost all his previous goodwill towards these so-called righteous factions. Therefore, he was not particularly interested in their proposals, and with his strength, no one in this mundane world could stop him. The only reason he remained was that Ji Qiu had not yet left. Just now, Jichio's technique had completely confirmed for Zhao Hanjin that this monk was, like himself, a genuine qi refiner, someone who pursued longevity and eternal life. Upon receiving this information and combining it with his earlier experiences, Zhao Hanjin instantaneously felt a sense of fate with Jichio, acknowledging him as a friend they had just met not long ago. Since ancient times, there has only been one path on Mount Yu. If we want to descend the mountain, we will inevitably run into those from the demonic sect. Since that is the case, it is better to go meet them openly and see what kind of people this demonic sect, the Great Ming sect, consists of. Having said that, Jichio waved the Qinghong's sword in his hand, and in a flash of sword light, shattered the countless silver needles in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Hanjin slightly nodded, said nothing more, and followed Jichio closely, rushing down the steps after the many righteous experts such as the Purple Robe Guest and xianxia. Chapter 38. The leader of the Great Ming sect, Yanwu. Mount Yu sect, on the peak of Hanshan. Many martial arts experts gathered their energy, intending to rush down the long stairs below, but little did they know, someone was already waiting for them. Numerous figures clad in black robes, exuding a strong bloody aura, stood before them. They were the left and right protectors of the Great Ming sect, as well as the 6 elders and many experts. It was clear that the Great Ming sect had come out in full force to attack Mount Yu. No wonder such a prestigious sect could not even put up a fight and was directly slaughtered to the peak. It should be known that aside from the leader Yanwu, the remaining left and right protectors and 6 elders were all genuine innate martial artists. With such a configuration attacking together, even if the 3 heroes of Taiyue were personally stationed at their peak, they would likely meet their demise on the spot. Moreover, among the 3 main figures currently in charge, 2 had already been incapacitated, and the remaining 1 had fainted and was completely unconscious. Oh, it seems my few rounds of ice soul silver needles did not cause much trouble for you renowned figures of the martial world. No wonder you are high-level individuals capable of participating in discussions of martial arts among righteous masters, truly extraordinary. But I wonder, how many of you will safely descend the mountain? Seeing the experts on the peak, a charming woman in front of the group smiled seductively. Dressed in a black and white long robe, her long jade legs were vaguely visible beneath the robe, making one's imagination run wild. However, when the shining silver needles in her hand revealed themselves, even the most lecherous individual would not dare to act rashly, because courting death would cost one their life. Aside from this ice soul poison needle, xianxiaaudiobooks, the remaining 5 elders of the Great Ming sect were also stationed here, including the left protector, the Great Peng Dharma King Huyan Shuo, and the right protector, the illusionary shadow wanderer Yang Xiaoming. The masters present were all well-informed individuals, and as the standoff ensued, the expressions of people like the Purple Robe Guest, xianxia, and Yunsu all turned somber. Not a single expert from the Great Ming sect was absent. So, how could the leader Yanwu possibly not come? Enchantress, do not speak too much. Why are you all here on Mount Yu today? And where is your leader? The demon Yin? Surely, with the left and right protectors and 6 elders all coming out, he, as the leader, would not have failed to arrive. The Purple Robe Guest raised his long knife, not being polite at all, and coldly shouted. Before his words could finish, a burst of loud laughter suddenly came. The Si Qiong helps the Purple Robe Guest? After not seeing you for a few years, do you still remember how you fled like a stray dog in my hands? Let me have this golden eagle play with you and see if you have made any progress in the past few years. The laughter echoed, gradually approaching. And as it reached its climax, a dark figure suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Yanwu, riding the golden eagle, with one hand behind his back, his black robe billowing in the wind, descended from the sky, exuding great majesty. As his words fell, Yanwu immediately leaped into the air, commanding his extraordinary beast, the golden eagle, to attack the Purple Robe Guest. Following that, the beast, which was several times larger than an ordinary golden eagle, flapped its wings and lunged fiercely at the Purple Robe Guest. Whoosh! As the golden eagle rushed forward, Yanwu's figure flickered in midair, and with a downward pull of both palms, he directly caught 2 unfortunate souls behind him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Qi Yuanshang and Mu Qingfeng, who had just been injured by Jichio and Zhao Hanjin. I, Yin, have heard that you gathered heroes from all corners of the world on Mount Yu to hold a martial arts conference, so I specially brought my followers here. Surely, I will not be unwelcome? Today, I have completed the North Sea whalebone skill and have no longer the defect of absorbing others' true energy that affects my own mind. Seeing you innate masters gathered here, it is only fitting that today marks the day of my Yanwu's great success in martial arts. Ha ha! A wild laugh erupted from the figure descending from the sky. In a moment, Yanwu's palms trembled, and a powerful suction force flowed out from between them. Drawn by this suction, Qi Yuanshang and Mu Qingfeng, one on each side, trembled slightly. their decades of true energy in their dantian being absorbed by Yanwu without any resistance. It was evident that even among innate martial artists, there was a vast difference. The likes of Yanwu would not even be at a disadvantage against someone like Xianxiao, a qi refining practitioner. This bizarre scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, truly shocking. The purple-robed guest was somewhat embarrassed as he was pecked by Yanwu's golden eagle, not knowing where this demon had found such a beast, let alone how he could control it. This is bad. This demon must have practiced some sinister skill again, capable of swallowing true energy, turning one's entire life of cultivation into his own resources, truly bizarre. Quickly stop him, or if he continues to absorb. The vast martial world is about to give birth to another prehistoric demon, while fending off the golden eagle's assault with his long knife. The purple-robed guest looked at Yanwu, who had just landed, directly capturing two elders of Taiyue to absorb their power, and could not help but exclaim in shock. However, the experts from the Great Ming sect clearly came prepared. The Ice Soul Poison Needle Xianxiang, the Great Peng Dharma King Huyanshua, the illusionary shadow wanderer Yang Chaoming, and other experts from the Great Ming sect, upon seeing the situation escalate, flashed forward and instantly rushed up. You people still do not realize the danger you are in. The leader has been planning for this day for a long time. Now that the hidden dangers of the North Sea whalebone skill have been completely removed, today, you so-called martial arts experts will be the best resources for the leader. Once we swallow you, in just 3 years, our Great Ming sect will undoubtedly become the foremost power in Dakian. Even the royal family will be nothing more than a mere word. At that time, the leader will be the new martial arts legend of the past century. Do you really think you can escape today? The left and right protectors of the Great Ming sect, the 6 elders, along with a host of experts, sneered as they charged forward to engage in battle with the many righteous experts. Even when considering innate martial arts, the righteous side obviously had more numbers. Yet with Yanwu alone standing there, no one could block him. Xianxiao wielded his sword to repel the attacking enemies, then looked at Yanwu, who had absorbed the power of 2 individuals and grown even stronger. His eyes flashed. The overall trajectory of his life slowly emerged. Yanwu, leader of the demonic sect. Great Ming sect, age 9, joined the sect, became a member, practiced martial arts, and killed for the first time. Age 16, achieved martial prowess, entered the first rank, became a local leader, proficient in various martial arts. Age 24, achieved innate master status, became an elder of the Great Ming sect, held high power, and began to reveal his reputation in the martial world. Age 37, his skills become increasingly profound, slaying the first leader of the Ming sect, clearing out those who do not comply, proclaiming himself as the new leader, renaming himself Yanwu, symbolizing that in the martial world, he is invincible. Age 46, with extraordinary talent, he improves the flawed divine skill, the North Sea whale swallowing technique, allowing him to absorb others' true energy to enhance himself without affecting his consciousness. Thus, he plans to convene a martial arts conference at U Mountain, using the true energy of many righteous masters as resources to achieve his own path. Age 56, ambitiously attacking the imperial city, aiming to battle the ancient ancestor of the great Qian royal family to determine the supreme martial arts. With 1 man and 1 sword, he kills his way from outside the capital, drenched in blood, like an ancient demon god, unstoppable. Age 56, however, despite this, he is still defeated by the great Qian ancestor, whose martial arts have surpassed the innate realm. In a frenzy, he burns his true energy, striking out with a heavy blow, leaving his opponent severely injured before dying on the spot. Simulation evaluation, even in the mundane world. He possesses the demeanor of a hero. Chapter 39. Is this the failure of an immortal technique? The Ming sect leader, Yanwu, watching the black-robed, defiant man using the North Sea whale swallowing technique to instantly turn Elder Chi Mu into a cripple, Xianxiao's heart gradually grew solemn. Although this person does not practice qi refining methods, his martial arts prowess is already comparable to that of a qi refining master at the condensation stage. He is the strongest person Xianxiao has encountered to date. You usually claim to be righteous and belittle our Ming sect as an evil cult, right? Ha ha, today I, Yanwu, give you an opportunity to eradicate evil and defend the way. Come fight. Yanwu stepped forward, laughing heartily, and within moments drained Elder Taiyue's entire true energy. Then let out a long howl, his palm striking out. The palm imprint manifested, and a heavy aura surged forth, the rolling airwaves pushing back the 6 innate martial arts masters who surrounded him. A vast amount of true energy erupted, causing the mountaintop hundreds of feet high to roar with wind. In the midst of maneuvering, no one could block him. The might of the demonic sect leader was truly overwhelming. The purple-robed guest shouted loudly, wielding his long knife to unleash a blade light. seizing an opportunity to directly sever the claws of the golden eagle. Then, when the beast cried out in pain, he finally had a moment to glance towards Yin Wudi's direction. How could this demon possess such cultivation? What kind of divine skill has he cultivated? At first glance, it seemed inconsequential. But when the purple-robed guest saw Yin Wudi defeat 6 top masters, a wave of demonic might overwhelming the venue, forcing all the innate masters to lower their heads. He couldn't help but be shocked. With such demeanor, even if the dragon-subduing sect's leader, Wang Jianglong, personally came, he might not be his match. The path of righteousness wanes as evil rises. If they were to fall here today, the vast martial world would face a calamity of demonic disaster. A chilling sensation rose from within. The purple-robed guest looked at Yin Wudi, who seemed insatiable, his sharp eyes like an eagle's, darting towards the young monk who had just repelled several demonic masters with a single sword. His heart beat faster. Although Jiqiu had just defeated the 3 heroes of Taiwei, which was indeed shocking, he was still too young. From the purple-robed guest's preconceived notions, compared to the fully realized Yin Wudi of the Ming sect, this was merely a fledgling genius, likely not his opponent. Unfortunately, this young master, who had been cultivated over 100 years by the Hanging Temple, was likely to end up as someone else's pawn. If Yin Wudi absorbed a few more people's true energy, he would likely become unstoppable. They must block him. Realizing this, the purple-robed guest no longer hesitated. Intending to contact the leaders of the Listening Tide Sword Pavilion, the Great Snow Temple, and the Dragon-Subduing Sect, to coordinate with Jiqiu and Zhao Hanjin to attack Yin Wudi together. After all, at this moment, they still had the advantage in numbers. It was uncertain who would win in a fight. But who would have thought that before the purple-robed guest could finish speaking, an unexpected event occurred. The one dressed in a golden silk robe, who had just a moment ago been righteous, Li Shuyun of the Dragon-Subduing Sect, upon seeing Yin Wudi's unstoppable force, directly forced open the Ming sect expert in front of him with his true energy, using lightness skill to swiftly flee down the mountain. In an instant, a chill surged within the hearts of the experts. Li Shuyun, where are you going? Wait, this bastard sees the situation is bad. He wants to run. Many people watched Li Shuyun's actions, unable to help but exclaim in shock. Honestly, there is only one life. Seeing the winds change, fleeing is naturally justifiable. But no one else could run as fast as Li Shuyun. He ran so fast, not even giving a warning. Truly a disgrace for a sect master. How could someone like this be listed among the masters? Qi Jinxia and others scolded inwardly, but now the best opportunity to escape had been taken by Li Shuyun. Under the strict guard of the Ming sect experts, they had lost their chance to flee. Seeing this, the right protector of the Ming sect, the phantom Yin wanderer Yang Chaoming, chuckled, his tone tinged with pity, mocking the righteous masters with difficult expressions. It seems your righteous path is not all foolish. Look, there are still some smart ones, but it's a pity that the remaining fools among you have no opportunity left. After speaking, the phantom Yin wanderer slightly curled his fingers, emanating black energy, his figure flickering and moving, instantly sneaking behind a martial arts master, seizing the opening in his martial arts, and struck down with a claw. The 5 poisons Phantom Yin Claw. The Phantom Yin Wanderer's signature skill. Countless masters had perished under this move. The martial arts master, caught off guard, was immediately pierced through the chest, flesh and blood torn apart. A scene of tragic horror. A scream that pierced the soul rang out, causing the remaining masters who were still holding on to feel even heavier in their hearts. Could it be that after half a lifetime of cultivation, they were to die here? However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Ba, Master Yen, do you truly intend to slaughter all the masters present, using them as nourishment for your martial arts completion? Looking at Yin Wudi, who was eyeing him like a tiger, Jiqiu maintained a solemn expression, showing no signs of fear, but spoke calmly with his palms together. Otherwise, little monk, I have been watching you for a long time. In my view, among all the masters present, you and that Taoist beside you are the most outstanding. If I can drain you both today, my path to supremacy will be within reach. However, my Ming sect has always cherished talent. If you and that little Taoist choose to submit now, turn against the others, and present me with the heads of these righteous experts, I can accept you both into my Ming sect. What do you say? Yin Wudi, amidst laughter, shook off 6 top masters, then with sharp eagle-like eyes looked at Jiqiu's calm and fearless expression with appreciation, clasping his hands behind his back, laughing loudly and speaking boldly. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Facing Yin Wudi's invitation, Jiqiu remained non-committal, chuckling as he turned to the Taoist in purple beside him. At this moment, Zhao Hanjin, with a wooden sword in hand, wore a smile, exuding a relaxed demeanor, showing no signs of panic in the face of life and death. Upon hearing Jiqiu's inquiry, he raised his wooden sword and said loudly, underestimated. Monk, when you severed the head of the Yu Mountain leader with one sword. I saw your true capabilities clearly. This mere Ming sect leader, if he wants to subdue you, is still lacking some firepower, I fear. You must understand. No matter how extraordinary this person is, he remains just a mortal. What do you say, is that not so? The Taoist raised his hand, the wooden sword radiating a clear light. At this moment, Ji Qiu also echoed, his aura rising, saying, Brother Zhao's words are indeed true. As his voice fell, Ji Qiu raised one hand, his wide sleeve sweeping, his eyes gleaming with divine light, and he shouted, Wind come. Then, a fierce wind swept in, dancing wildly. Following that, he shouted again, Rainfall. Drip, drip, patter, patter. In the vast cold mountain, suddenly rain began to fall, pouring down in torrents, arriving in an instant. The 6 methods of qi refinement, calling the wind, summoning the rain. These 2 methods can invoke celestial phenomena, although they lack any substantial lethality. When it comes to spectacle and grandeur, they are far more shocking than Yan Wudi's surging true energy. As expected, with the arrival of the howling wind and torrential rain, the scene was instantly uproarious. Whether it was the Ming sect or righteous practitioners, they were all taken aback. Could this be immortal magic? The spiritual energy of De Qian is extremely thin, yet there are occasionally tales of immortal deeds. And Ji Qiu's display was clearly beyond what martial arts could achieve. Never before had they heard of any martial arts that could command the wind and rain. This is a mortal art. Chapter 40, The Storm, a Life and Death Battle. Standing amidst the rain and wind, Yan Wudi squinted his eyes slightly. You are not a master of martial arts. His tone was certain. You are a practitioner in the qi refinement stage. Yan Wudi's gaze was obscure, slowly moving his steps toward Ji Qiu, who was a dozen feet away. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists were filled with fear and retreated. The current situation was no longer something they could comprehend. First, Yan Wudi's North Sea whale swallowing technique was unstoppable, and then there was the young monk from the Hanging Temple, who could summon the wind and rain with a wave of his sleeve. Such scenes were unprecedented for these masters of the martial world and left them greatly shocked. As Yan Wudi stepped forward, his true energy surged, rising from his dantian and flowing through his limbs and bones. The rolling blood energy boiled beneath his skin, and the torrential wind and rain could not approach him. As soon as they touched him, they were evaporated, turning into nothingness. It seems I truly underestimated him. How could an immortal of qi refinement submit to my Ming sect? However, Yan Wudi suppressed a laugh, his eyes revealing a fervent excitement. In my life, I have killed countless strong foes, the 7 sects and 8 clans, martial arts families, and the 10 hidden sects. How many masters have I not regarded? That's why I call myself invincible. But I have never killed an immortal. Monk, I, Yan Wudi, have changed my mind. Yan Wudi's voice slowly fell, and then he stepped forward, leaping toward the monk whose robes fluttered without being affected by the wind and rain, and shouted sternly, I, Yan Wudi, have seen traces of immortals before, only regretting that I have no fated connection to them, which is why I have lingered in the mundane realm. Today, with the North Sea whale swallowing technique reaching fruition, I believe I am not weaker than you so-called immortal qi practitioners. With the time, place, and people all in my favor, let me, Yan Wudi, witness the so-called might of the immortals. Boundless true energy enveloped his palms, facing the torrential wind and rain. Yan Wudi did not show any fear at Ji Qiu's display of qi refinement methods, but instead ignited an intense fighting spirit and launched his attack. Soul Seizing Hand, one of the sect's supreme martial arts, consisting of 16 variations, with fierce and cunning techniques, and incredibly strange, had long been perfected by Yan Wudi. It's likely that even if Wang Jianglong, the leader of the dragon-slaying sect, were to come and display his lifelong ultimate technique, the dragon-slaying palm, he would not gain any advantage against him. Come, let us battle. The astonishingly talented leader of the demonic sect, in his black robe, radiated overwhelming battle intent. Directly pressuring Ji Qiu with a breath, his palms gathering energy and instantly striking out. With the force of a fierce tiger, his fists and palms transformed, the strength penetrating, not to be underestimated. To this, Ji Qiu would naturally not underestimate Yan Wudi in the slightest. Thunder Seal form. The white-robed monk took a step back, avoiding Yan Wudi's initial move, and quickly formed a seal with his hand, outlined by spiritual energy. The Thunder Seal, shimmering with purple brilliance, manifested in Ji Qiu's hand, used for the first time to confront an enemy. Go. The seal formed. Ji Qiu raised his gaze at the flying Yan Wudi, pushing the Thunder Seal forward with a light shout. Crackle. The torrential rain, combined with the purple glowing Thunder Seal, triggered an electric shock upon contact, rapidly spreading and instantly crashing into the face of the black-robed leader. Boom. With an explosion, the air crackled, the sound of the Thunder Seal being formed and dispersing all the spiritual energy left behind. At this moment, Looking again, Yanwudi's figure had already retreated several steps. Even the overwhelming momentum he initially had been completely suppressed. Cough, cough, cough. Thunder magic. Is this the thunder magic of your chi refinement practitioners? With fervor in his eyes, Yanwudi's face was darkened. His hair, soaked and electrified, was in a pitiful state. He looked at his bloodied hands, yet paid it no mind, instead choking slightly before asking with incomparable excitement and reverence, "What terrifying power! This is even more heart-pounding than the strongest ultimate techniques in the martial world. Though it is merely a condensed mark, I felt the might of heaven within it. Truly fearsome. It's a pity that I, Yan, have no fate to practice this method. What a regret." In the end, Yanwudi sighed twice, filled with regret, as if he felt unwilling because he could not cultivate this method. However, today, to fight to the death with a chi refinement practitioner like you is also without regret. I want to see whether my martial path is stronger after all these years, or if you, a chi refinement immortal, are stronger. With that, Yanwudi's eyes turned red, and his skin began to flush. There was a hint of madness on his face. This scene nearly caused the Ming sect masters, who were fighting with righteous experts, to exclaim in shock, "Blood-burning, great method. Has the leader gone mad? Even if he cannot win, he could lead the sect members to retreat. Why use such a desperate technique? This blood-burning great method is a secret of the Ming sect, greatly damaging the body, enhancing combat power several times at the cost of losing half a century of lifespan with each use. Even if one achieves innate martial arts, a mere master would only live a little over 100 years. Yanwudi is nearly 50 this year. After using this method, how many more years can he live? It's not worth it. But how can ordinary people understand the pride of this demonic sect leader? In Yanwudi's heart, martial arts are paramount, with no retreat. In a life-and-death battle, how can there be talk of retreat? If he truly retreats, it would surely leave a flaw in his martial heart, which for a lifetime of martial cultivation would be worse than death. Moreover, that previous Thunder Seal had inflicted significant injury on him. Without using this blood-burning great method, he would have no chance of victory. Therefore, he must use this desperate method. Monk, shall we act together? I see that this demonic sect leader's path is not right. He intends to burn his life to fight you to the death. This person's true energy is enough to rival an ordinary chi refinement practitioner and should not be underestimated. Zhao Hanjin reacted extremely quickly, making a move to draw his wooden sword and use the sword method. However, Ji Qiu stopped his action. "Zhao Dao brother, there's no need for you to act. This person, although heavy-handed in killing, has a heart towards martial arts that is exceptionally pure, rare in this world. Such a person deserves to be called a master. You shall assist me from the side, so that no one takes advantage of the situation. Today, let this poor monk step forward to fulfill his long-cherished wish." Such a warrior, regardless of character, based purely on temperament, is enough to earn 3 points of respect. Therefore, Ji Qiu also wished to give him the respect of a martial artist. Of course, all of this is based on Ji Qiu's confidence in himself. No matter how famous and unmatched Yanwudi is, what of it? He firmly believes in himself. He will never lose. With a wave of his sleeve, Ji Qiu used spiritual energy to control the Qinghong sword, then retreated instead of advancing, stepping down lightly, and immediately displayed the sword technique in his hand, frequently countering Yanwudi's palm techniques. In an instant, the wind and rain served as a backdrop. Chapter 41. After today, a legend in the martial world. After receiving the sword techniques of Lin Yufu's last 12 forms, Ji Qiu found the variations to be exquisitely marvelous, far surpassing Yanwudi's palm technique by an unknown number of times. Even though he had exhausted his blood-burning technique and was able to fight Ji Qiu vigorously, he still fell short of victory. It was precisely because of this slight deficiency that the outcome would be completely reversed. The blood-burning technique also had a time limit and could not be maintained forever. As Yanwudi's vital energy boiled, and his true energy was nearly depleted, an unprecedented sense of fatigue surged in his heart. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Qiu naturally would not let such a chance slip by. He flicked his wrist, and the sword imbued with spiritual energy pierced straight through Yanwudi's chest. Uft! The sword pierced his heart, blood gushed out, even though Yanwudi reacted quickly. It was ultimately a moment too late. Staggering back, Yanwudi clutched his chest, his eyes wide open. "What a good sword," he murmured. The sword pierced his heart, and despite being a master of martial arts, he could not utter a complete sentence. After sincerely praising Ji Qiu, the leader of the demon sect, who had once dominated the martial world, managed to hold himself up on one knee, not collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes still holding a hint of unwillingness and regret before he completely breathed his last. At this moment, due to Ji Qiu's technique reaching its end, the raging wind and torrential rain gradually ceased. Drip, drip. As the last few drops of light rain fell on the black-robed, defiant-looking leader of the demon sect. His spine remained straight. Even in death, his body did not fall. Yanfu, the leader of the Ming sect, had thus come to an end. Leader. The battle between Jiqiu and Yanfu had become the focus of attention for everyone present, as their victory or defeat would determine the outcome of the day. When Jiqiu pierced Yanfu's heart, causing him to sleep forever atop the cold mountain, half of the elite members of the Ming sect present could hardly believe it. Yanfu had roamed the martial world, the most extraordinary leader in the history of the Ming sect. It was believed that under his leadership, the Ming sect would flourish and make the righteous Longmen sect and even the entire Deqian bow their heads. Yet he was killed by a young monk who had not yet reached his coming-of-age year. How absurd. Do you, monk, know the precepts of Buddhism? Killing is a breach of the rules. How can you still claim to be a child of the Buddha? Yanfu's life had been filled with countless killings. And although he had a sincere heart for martial arts, how many of the countless corpses beneath his feet were not entirely innocent? I, the poor monk, take action. This is called holding the form of the wrathful king, to guide Yanfu out of this sea of suffering, a great act of compassion and merit. How can it be so unbearable in your mouth? Could it be that those who commit murder and arson, the most wicked and evil, can simply say they seek revenge and I should just let them go, allowing them to lay down their weapons and become Buddhas on the spot? Sorry, I lack the power for that. If that were the case, then this Buddha is better off not being cultivated, regardless of how hypocritical the righteous were. At least on the surface, they would not break the rules. Yet these self-proclaimed avengers from the demon sect acted without any restraint. Which of those who reached today's master level had not stained their hands with hundreds or thousands of lives? Moreover, they were the likes of Yanfu, the leader of the demon sect. Saying he brought about a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was not an exaggeration. If such a person should not die, then were all those he killed simply deserving of it? This is illogical. The sudden death of Yanfu threw the scene into chaos, especially for the Ming sect. The many masters of the demon sect, in terms of high-end combat power, were inferior to the righteous side. After all, the martial arts conference at Yu Mountain had gathered over 20 innate martial artists. Even if the Ming sect sent out all their members, including the left and right protectors and 6 elders, they would total no more than 10 people. Although the righteous side had suffered losses in such a drastic change, the Ming sect's masters had already lost their advantage. Left protector Hu Yanxua, furious, was about to take action but was met with a sword swing from the purple-robed guest. Demon sect scoundrel, you talk too much. Today, do you still wish for us to be buried here? What a dream. If Master Zhenru killed the demon head, it would be to rid the rivers and lakes of a great harm. How could you casually criticize that? Die. The purple-clad man continued to fight, clearly awakening the remaining masters of the righteous side. Yes, Master Zhenru killed the demon head. That is a tremendous merit. How can you babble here? Yu Ming sect's power is gone. Why don't you quickly bow your heads? Kill. Just moments ago, they were restrained and intimidated by Yanfu, but now, with no hindrance. Would they still fear them? With the purple-robed guest leading the charge, the masters surged forward like clouds. At this moment, those attending the martial arts conference at the peak of Yu Mountain, who in the outside world were renowned martial arts masters, were now being humiliated at the door. If they could let these Ming sect thieves escape just like this, it would be a great embarrassment. Thus, the situation turned around instantly. The once arrogant members of the demon sect, cornered at the peak of Yu Mountain, were each killed by groups of elite masters, with hardly any escaping. As for the ordinary disciples brought along, they were slaughtered like grass by these innate martial artists, with about 70 to 80% perishing. At the foot of Yu Mountain, blood flowed like a river today. From now on, the once dominant Ming sect of the demon sect would vanish without a trace. At the age of 15, in order to clear the sect's name, you decided to eliminate all the major sects that once surrounded the hanging Temple Mountain. Due to your promise to the Lin family, the first to go was the Yu Mountain sect. At this time, Yu Mountain was hosting a martial arts grand event, inviting masters from all directions, aiming to re-establish the master lineage, with the sect leader Yin Heng harboring ambitious plans. However, you arrived at this moment to pay your respects, and with a single punch and a sword, you brought disgrace to him. Just when it seemed to end, the demon leader Yanfu came with his subordinates, intending to use the prowess of all Yu Mountain's masters to achieve his own path. Unexpectedly, he was ruthlessly defeated by you and died on the spot. You used your techniques in this battle, gaining fame, and were seen as a celestial being by the righteous masters. Because of you, the demon sect's Ming sect, which was supposed to sweep the world, retreated in shame. Your deeds will be sung for decades, or even centuries, becoming a legendary tale that rivals the martial myths of previous generations. You walked through this world, leaving a vivid mark, and finally, truly changed your future. Chapter 42, A Smile Shared. Until we meet again in the Jianghu. The dawn broke the night, and the sun rose in the east. Jiqiu silently watched as Yin Hong, the sect leader of Yu Mountain, who had learned the whole story and was in despair, took his own life. Then, he floated away. After today, the reputation of this place would be a final song. The Yu Mountain, one of the 7 major sects of the Daiqian Jianghu, along with the 3 heroes of Taiyue, would fade into smoke. Not only that, when Jiqiu descended from Yu Mountain, the rumors about him in the Jianghu continued. A century ago, alongside Yu Mountain, he had ascended to the gate of the Hanging Temple, and within a short 3 months, he had found the homes of all those sections. Afterwards, sects like Jingshan sect, Huayang sect, Taijian sect, and others, all those who had cultivated true energy, were personally stripped of their true energy by Jiqiu. True energy is a symbol of top-notch masters. If a sect has no true energy masters, it is merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the Jianghu. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Past grievances will be settled today. From now on, everything is cleared. The name Xiankong Temple became famous after the incident at Mount Yu, almost like thunder striking the ear. Talented individuals emerge in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Although the rise of a new generation of talents inevitably accompanies the fall of the old, there has been no one like Jiqiu, who has suddenly emerged in the martial world after hundreds of years. Even the legendary figures of past martial arts are the same. As for the list of masters, originally featuring the founder of the Deqian royal family, Wang Jianglong of the Dragon Descending sect, and Yin Wudi of the Ming sect as the top 3, it has changed since Jiqiu's rise. Yin Wudi is dead, and the Ming sect has been eliminated, leaving the 3rd place in the world vacant. Although Wang Jianglong is strong, he may not necessarily surpass the once formidable Yin Wudi. So he is naturally not Jiqiu's opponent. Many share this sentiment, but how to evaluate it will likely take some time. After all, due to the battle at the peak of Mount Yu, many experts fell, causing a great upheaval not seen in decades. To completely finalize the new list of masters will still require time for consideration. Not discussing these matters. At this moment, Jiqiu, dressed in white, descended from the last sect with old grudges against Xiankong Temple, followed by the young Taoist in purple. Brother Zhao, we've traveled together and enjoyed pleasant conversations. Why not part ways here? The monk said, holding the reins, with his hands behind his head and a reed in his mouth. During this time, Zhao Hanjin, after descending Mount Yu, journeyed through the martial world with Jiqiu, visiting so-called prestigious sections. The countless sordid affairs he witnessed left him utterly disappointed in the mundane martial world. However, he regarded the monk, who remained oblivious to fate, as a true friend. Since that's the case, let's part ways for now. I've seen enough of this Deqian world, which is not as impressive as I imagined on the mountain. However, it's no matter, I won't stay here for long. After saying this, the Taoist turned his head, a rare serious expression appearing on his handsome face. Monk, you too are a practitioner. You should know that in this desolate land, it will be difficult to achieve any significant progress in your cultivation throughout your life. Beyond Deqian, there are still the Eastern Rong, Northern Chong, and further out, there are tales of the Wei dynasty. As for what lies even further, it's not recorded. We practice qi here, and even with exceptional talent, we might not achieve mastery in the later stages of qi manipulation in our lifetime, let alone that rare foundation of Dao. In Zhao Hanjin's eyes, there was yearning. To roam the North Sea in the morning and the Kangwu in the evening. To dine on wind and drink dew. To consume qi and never die. How many people dream of such a realm? And refining qi is just the beginning. Every seeker of the immortal path aims to climb to higher realms. Every practitioner is no exception. Jiqiu was naturally moved by this. But before that, he had to lead Su Qixio onto the path of immortality. How could one replicate every vibrant person encountered in this world after their descent? His master, Jingming, who raised him, the extraordinary red-clad Su Qixio, and the carefree, unrestrained Taoist in purple, Lin's father and son, the 3 heroes of Taiyue, Yin Wudi of the Ming sect, and the masters on the list, each with different appearances and temperaments, whether righteous or evil, noble or base, had left varying depths of impressions in Jiqiu's heart. For him, this was a life entirely different from his true self. By now, the desire to gain some opportunity from among them and join certain major sects during the grand ascension of the immortal method had faded significantly. If possible, after everything was settled, Jiqiu still hoped to take Su Qixio to seek the path of immortality in this world. However, as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he did not want Su Qixio to turn into a handful of yellow earth in this mundane world, completely dissipating. The Dao body of Taiyin, named after the Dao body, is a rare talent. She should not waste her years here. Brother Zhao, your talent is extraordinary, and your eyes contain wisdom. A poor monk can see at a glance that you are not a mundane being. When we meet again next time, if everything is settled, We can travel together to cross the distant 10,000 great mountains and seek immortality. Then it's settled. The path to immortality is long, and refining qi is merely the beginning. This Deqian martial world is just a small corner. It cannot compare to the truly vast mountains and seas. Our future should not end here. In fact, he indeed had this strength. From the trajectory Ji Qiu observed, with Zhao Hanjin's unstoppable momentum, perhaps foundation building was not his endpoint. There might be a possibility that this purple-clad Taoist could one day become a rare jade liquid golden elixir with a lifespan of 800 springs and autumns. It remains to be seen. Until we meet again. Farewell. They exchanged goodbyes and smiled at each other. Then they spurred their horses, riding off in different directions towards the northwest and south. Chapter 43. Leaving as a nameless youth, returning forever changed. Flowers bloom and wither, all return to dust. Another autumn has come. Dusty and weary, the young monk rides, trekking through mountains and waters, finally arriving at the ancient temple's mountain gate, leaving as an unknown, returning with fame throughout the world. Is it really you, Zhenru? Senior brother, please come in quickly. The monk on duty at the mountain gate, upon seeing Ji Qiu, first froze in surprise, then quickly transformed into an expression of awe. They had heard the rumors over the past few months. Because of this, they appeared somewhat incredulous. Although they had already known for years that this young monk would be a martial arts genius born from Xiankong Temple that they had not seen in many years. To break the Yu Mountain, destroy the Ming, suppress the transmission of 8 veins, and dominate over a dozen masters, such achievements on a boy no more than 15 or 16 years old were indeed somewhat absurd. Too polite. They then ascended the steps and entered the mountain gate. On either side of the ancient temple's stone steps, the once lush pines and cypresses remained evergreen, unchanged by the seasons, still standing tall. The exterior of Xiankong Temple was open, usually frequented by many incense visitors, but fewer came during this autumn. The area above the halfway point was where the monks resided and practiced Buddhism and martial arts. Ji Qiu moved swiftly, reaching the courtyard of the separate residence he had lived in for several years in no time. Upon returning to the mountain, his first priority was to visit his master. Jingming, during his free time, always liked to sit under the Bodhi tree, holding a cup of hot tea and closing his eyes in meditation. It had been this way for several years, unchanged. As the autumn wind blew, Ji Qiu stepped on fallen leaves and indeed saw the middle-aged monk in gray robes. Seemingly in deep meditation and unmoving, he approached respectfully and performed a Buddhist greeting, saying, "Disciple Zhenru pays respects to master." Hearing the sound of leaves crunching, Jingming opened his eyes. As he looked up, he saw the young monk, like a figure stepping out of a painting, respectfully greeting him. In an instant, a variety of complex emotions crossed Jingming's eyes: surprise, joy, envy, complexity, all gradually faded like a revolving lantern. Then, the gray-robed monk dusted himself off, stood up, and spoke with a tone of deep emotion. "Heroes emerge from youth. In the past, I did not believe this saying, but today, I have no choice but to believe it. You, child, have been raised by this poor monk, and I never expected that at merely 15 or 16 years of age, you could achieve such heights. Nowadays, the legends of you circulate throughout the martial world, and even here at the ancient temple on Xiankong Mountain, your myth has taken root. You have already surpassed your master." When he said the last sentence, Jingming's expression was filled with weariness. He is no longer young. His blood has cooled. Even though his true energy has become more profound, he no longer possesses the peak cultivation of his youth. In this lifetime, there is no hope for innate talent, let alone being as formidable as you, Ji Qiu, dominating the world and being unmatched. Hearing Jingming's somewhat melancholic words, Ji Qiu's expression remained unchanged, and he replied respectfully, "Disciple need not be inferior to the master, nor must the master be superior to the disciple. There are those who receive teachings first, and there are those who specialize in their own skills. It is as simple as that. Regardless, the master will always be the master, no matter when or where. I will always respect my disciple. If you have matters to attend to, I will naturally shoulder them." His words were firm and resolute. Jingming felt a deep stir in his heart, and a sense of shame surfaced. To say he wasn't jealous would be a lie. Even after reading Buddhist scriptures for decades, he couldn't escape the mundane. Every time he saw Ji Qiu bravely climbing the peaks of martial arts and becoming more outstanding, Jingming, even if his heart was as still as water, could not help but feel envy. If only he could be like that, how wonderful it would be. After a moment of reflection, Jingming shook his head, knowing this was impossible. He had also received teachings on the true sutra of crossing the world, but unfortunately, without a spiritual body, it was hard to enter the door of the Great Way. Since there was no path ahead, he would place his hopes on his disciple, hoping he could go higher and further. By the way, that girl has been coming to the temple to burn incense and pray every month for some time. I know what you think. I hope you take care of yourself. After some casual conversation between master and disciple, Jingming recalled the red-clad figure he had encountered before. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Regarding Ji Qiu's words after he left, Jingming had roughly understood his meaning when combined with his actions. Shallow waters can hardly nurture a true dragon. To this, Ji Qiu merely smiled. Xiankong Temple will always be my sect. As long as I live, Xiankong Temple will never fall from grace. Anyone who dares to challenge will meet the same end as Yu Mountain and the Ming sect. His words radiated a dominating aura. Seeing this, Jingming sighed helplessly and said Ba, then with a hint of reproach added, "You, child, have clearly been raised by this poor monk. Yet you have not inherited even a bit of my easygoing nature. Instead of learning the decorum of Buddhism, you have picked up some of the fierce ways of the Vajra. Enough, enough. I see your mind is made up, and you have your own opinions. So I will let you be. As a master, I always hope for the best for my disciple. Even if you cannot become a great monk, you must become the person you wish to be. Do not regret your own path." At this moment, the sun was setting, and the autumn breeze swept in. "Thank you, master, for your support." After their conversation, though Ji Qiu did not clarify his words, both understood each other's intentions. Ji Qiu then turned around decisively. The dusk light shone down, stretching his silhouette long, yet it did not carry a hint of twilight melancholy. Instead, it reflected a sense of vigor under the late orange glow. After leaving the small courtyard halfway up the mountain, Ji Qiu went to the scripture pavilion and met his enlightenment master. Now that he had achieved condensation of qi, he no longer appeared as the hero in decline as he did when they first met. Even the deep wrinkles on his face had gradually smoothed out, and he looked radiant and full of energy. To this, Ji Qiu merely smiled and, during their conversation, learned that Xiankong Temple had a true disciple cultivated since childhood, who also possessed a spiritual body and was currently refining qi. If he could succeed, Xiankong Temple would truly usher in a flourishing era. This was indeed good news. Initially thinking that the true words had entered the master's eye of enlightenment, after some conversation, Ji Qiu realized it was not the case. However, he did not elaborate. The true sutra of crossing the world emphasizes the spiritual body, which has little to do with mundane roots. If the true words could indeed enter the master's eye of enlightenment, then right here in the scripture pavilion, there would be no need to lack inheritance. One can only say that every action has its cause and effect. Chapter 44. Except for the 3 feet of snow on your body. Who in the world deserves to wear white? It was a calm, sunny day, with a peaceful demeanor, chanting scriptures, reciting Buddha's name, and practicing martial arts. It seemed as if the tumultuous world outside had nothing to do with him. By afternoon, the autumn sun was not as harsh, but rather gentle, making one feel comfortable, and a sense of drowsiness gradually crept in. At this moment, Ji Qiu was in a secluded shrine, carefully polishing the Qinghong sword. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he lifted it lightly and shook it twice. The blade gleamed coldly, sharp and rare in the world. After admiring it for a moment, the monk nodded in satisfaction, just as he was about to sheath the sword when he noticed a glimmer of red reflected on the blade. Seeing this, the monk was momentarily taken aback and then turned his head. At that moment, he saw the shrine door open, revealing a girl in red. Her smile like a blossoming flower, standing at the entrance, as beautiful as a begonia. This trip had been fruitful, having seen and learned so much. He thought he would not be worried about running out of stories to share with Miss Xiao. Rising from the mat, Ji Qiu looked at the girl before him, who was holding her hands behind her back, as radiant as a flower. He raised an arm in invitation and said, "Having spent many years on Xiankong Mountain, if you have time today, would you like to come down the mountain with me and explore the surroundings of Qiandu?" Ji Qiu was 16 this year, at the prime of his youth and looks. Meanwhile, Su Qixio's feelings for him had begun to stir over the past 2 years. Since they first met years ago, this was Ji Qiu's first invitation for her to come down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Su Qixio's bright eyes sparkled with surprise, and she immediately asked, "Is that okay? If you go down the mountain without reason, won't the masters at the temple punish you?" The girl in red frowned slightly, showing some concern. If that leads to you being punished by the temple, it would be too much of a loss. Although Su Qixio knew Ji Qiu was an outstanding disciple of Xiankong Temple, she had never known how high his realm actually was. In her eyes, this handsome little monk was merely a young monk at Xiankong Temple. Xiankong Temple had strict management, and descending the mountain was not easy. Her frequent visits to burn incense and pray, and her ability to see Ji Qiu at any time, were merely due to her family circumstances. As a royal daughter, born into nobility, even if she was not favored, it was still easy to find a place to pray in a temple. However, Su Qixio had never revealed her identity, only claiming to be from a powerful family in Xiandu, so no one in Xiankong Temple knew, except for Ji Qiu. Seeing the red-clad girl considering him in every way, Ji Qiu felt a warm current pass through his heart and gently reassured her, "It won't happen. I have achieved my cultivation. I am no longer like before. I can go up or down the mountain whenever I wish. I just want to share the stories from this journey with you. Is that not possible? The monk's face carried a hint of sadness, causing the girl to momentarily lose her focus. It seemed she should not refuse. This little monk only had a rare moment of free time every few years to accompany her, if she turned him down. Who knew how long it would be until the next opportunity? Perhaps due to some unforeseen circumstance, she might never get another chance in this lifetime? It was uncertain. If you have nothing else to do, then of course I can. I'll go call the maidservants to rest at the foot of the mountain. Wait for me. Su Qixio placed her right hand on her chest, as if she could feel the heart that was beating incessantly. A faint blush appeared on her face. Jiqiu looked at her silhouette. The wind gently tousled her long hair, and her bright red dress was dazzling. At this prime age of youth, I will definitely ensure that you live well. After closing his eyes and confirming that the girl had left, and he could no longer hear the words from the ancestral hall, Jiqiu softly murmured in a voice only he could hear. Outside Chengdu City, the rivers of the Jianghu flowed, known as the Huai River. A small boat was currently gliding on the Huai River, creating gentle ripples on the clear water surface. In the distance stood mountains like the Hanging Mountain. At this time in late autumn, looking around, the fallen leaves were yellowing, and the mountains were covered in red. A breathtaking sight. A young monk stood at the bow of the small boat, his robes billowing, while a red-clad woman sat behind him, her long jade fingers holding a carbon pen, slowly painting on a piece of pristine white paper in front of her. The girl's brush strokes were gentle yet defined, clearly showing that she had put in a lot of effort. When the boat passed 1,000 sails and approached the shore after overtaking many travelers, the girl finally stopped her hand, looking at the freshly completed painting with great satisfaction. Hey, little monk, come and take a look. After clapping her hands, Su Qixio stood up and waved to Jiqiu in front. Is it done? Call the little monk to see. Jiqiu, standing at the bow, took a long time to respond to the call from behind, realizing that Su Qixio's spontaneous painting had come to an end. So he spoke up and moved closer to the red-clad girl. At this moment, the image in the painting gradually unfolded before him. The figure in the painting had distinct features, and the marks left by the carbon pen should not have had any spirit, yet in the hands of this red-clad girl, it vividly depicted an otherworldly demeanor like that of a celestial being, even though it was entirely black, making it impossible to discern the figure's clothing. Just by looking at that expression, one could tell that only a pure white robe, untouched by the dust of the world, could complement that elegance. Who else in the world is worthy of a white robe but you, my lord? Though it sounded a bit narcissistic. Looking at the painting that Su Qixio had personally created for him, Jiqiu couldn't help but think of this phrase. Truly, a good painting. After a long while, Jiqiu finally exclaimed in admiration. Your painting skills have already reached a divine level. I am unworthy of this painting from Miss Xiao. The monk smiled shyly, feeling somewhat ashamed. However, at this moment, the girl looked serious, observing the young monk's awkward demeanor. Then glancing at the smiling handsome youth in the painting, she spoke with determined clarity. No, you are worthy. After saying this, the girl smiled, like a fleeting flower, blooming in an instant. Because this painting is of you. No matter how good the painting is, it can never match the person even a little, can it? Little monk. Chapter 45. Promises under the night. The capital's winds rise. As the evening glow faded and the lights began to shine, Jiqiu and Su Qixio rowed a boat together, journeying through the rushing river and entering Chengdu. As the most prosperous and grand ancient capital among the 7 states and 49 counties of the Great Qian dynasty, the liveliness of this place after dark was unparalleled. The sky lanterns, ignited by flames, gradually ascended, carrying the hopes of travelers for beauty. On both sides of the street, shops and carts selling various items were everywhere. After accompanying Su Qixio on a tour of this outer city, Jiqiu shared many experiences from the Jianghu with her. Along the way, the red-clad girl, who had never been out of Chengdu, frequently gasped in surprise, showing great interest. Oh no, it's getting dark. We can't stay any longer. Reluctantly, Su Qixio clung to Jiqiu's side. It wasn't until she noticed the sky darkening, nearing complete darkness, that she began to feel a bit reluctant. It doesn't take long, but by the way, after taking a yuanyang fruit, did you feel any discomfort? Hearing Su Qixio's question, Jiqiu did not refuse. He first followed her lead, then asked, and after hearing Jiqiu's inquiry, Su Qixio's face turned slightly red. I feel like there's a flame burning inside me. After a little discomfort, it became much more comfortable. Even the cold hands and feet that I used to have every autumn and winter have improved a lot. Thank you, little monk. Remembering the scene where Jiqiu had guided her true energy after she consumed the yuanyang fruit not long ago, Su Qixio's thoughts became somewhat whimsical. She could still feel a bit of warmth on her back. The red-clad girl had an unusual expression, but Jiqiu did not notice her abnormality, as his mind was not focused on that. The yuanyang fruit is indeed effective. For the first time, it had significantly diluted the tying cold energy in Su Qixio's body. It seems that with these 3 yuan-yang fruits, combined with his own spiritual energy to help Su Qixio regulate her body, it would still be possible to restore her to a condition sufficient to embark on the path of cultivation. At that time, with the tying body named after the Dao body, great things could be expected. Even if he really left this world, Su Qixio would be carefree. Ji Qiu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Then he softly said, "Let's go. By the way, little monk." On their way to the hanging mountain, Su Qixio, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly asked, If my family wants to arrange a marriage for me, what would you do?" The girl paused her steps, her eyes filled with expectation and complexity as she looked at the monk in front of her and asked. Ji Qiu was taken aback by her words and turned his head. This scene was so reminiscent of the simulated scenarios he had experienced, only it was several years earlier. "Then it depends on what you think, Miss Xiu. Do you want to get married?" The monk almost immediately asked back without hesitation. "Me? Naturally, I don't want to." "If I don't want to, what would you do?" Su Qixio replied. "Since you don't want to, then in this world, no one can force you. Not even lords or legends of the martial world can do that, because that's what I, the little monk, say." "Uft. Little monk, do you really have that much ability? If the Emperor of Qian really wants me to marry, and if a martial arts legend truly kidnapped me, how would your little body compete with them? However, it's nice that you have this intention. If that day really comes, I won't ask too much of you. I just hope you can take me away. Can you do that?" Su Qixio's tone was gentle as she leaned against Ji Qiu. "I can do it. If that day really comes, I will take you away, no matter where you are." The cool breeze blew, and both of their minds were very clear. After hearing this, Su Qixio smiled. This smile was free of any worries, more comforting and natural than any of the smiles from today. Then the girl gently stepped forward, extending her soft hand to grasp the hand of the white-robed monk before her. "Don't forget what you said today. Let's go." Under the night, the lights stretched their shadows long, as if it could last a lifetime. The next day, inside the Great Qian Palace, on the throne symbolizing imperial authority, there sat a weary-looking, elegant middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe, rubbing his forehead. Beside him stood a bowing eunuch, quietly reporting matters. "You mean the princess went to the Hanging Temple again to secretly meet a monk?" The man in the yellow dragon robe spoke with barely concealed anger. The eunuch, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered nervously, "Yes, your majesty." This information was reported by the guards and maids who accompanied the princess to the palace to offer incense yesterday. Every word is true. Upon hearing the words, Emperor Qian could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Absurd." He threw the bamboo slip on the desk, feeling a surge of frustration. Even if Su Qixio was not valued by Emperor Qian, she was still a royal daughter, a member of the imperial family. How could someone of such status be associated with a monk? Even if that monk had recently gained a great reputation in the martial world, it was still unacceptable. He was merely a mountain wild man, born into poverty, and more importantly, he was a monk. If such a scandal were to spread, wouldn't it bring shame to the great Qian royal family? As for the martial arts master, among the masters recognized by the outside world, who would dare defy the great Qian? With tens of thousands of troops marching to the mountain gate, even a deity would have to lay low, let alone a few mountain wild men. Moreover, with his uncle, who was devoted to martial arts in the Deep Palace, stationed as a protector, who in the world could be his opponent? Although the situation had been turbulent in recent years, with chaos arising in various places, Great Qian remained the center of the 7 states and 49 counties. At this moment, Emperor Qian's position was still stable. Therefore, he held the utmost disdain for monks and martial artists. It seemed that he had been too indulgent with this child due to his debt to her late mother. "You, go summon Princess Qixio. I said last time that the matter of betrothing her to the heir of the North Town Marquis cannot be delayed any longer. The Northern Chang have been causing disturbances in recent years, invading our territory. This child is already 19. What woman of her age does not marry? I have allowed her to be capricious for long enough. Moreover, isn't the heir of the North Town Marquis better than a mere monk?" "Humph." Emperor Qian waved his hand, signaling the frightened eunuch below to go report. His mind was already set. Chapter 46. I do not wish, yet cannot. When Su Qixio received Emperor Qian's decree, she was in her room, adding spirit to a painting of autumn. After some finishing touches, the white-clad monk in the painting now had eyes full of life, almost lifelike. Just as she stopped to take a break, a maid came forward, respectfully reporting, "Your Highness, His Majesty wishes to see you." Looking at the bowing maid in a green dress, Su Qixio slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. Her good father emperor was summoning her, and it was nothing more than to betroth her to the heir of the North Town Marquis. However, having lived in this deep palace since childhood, Su Qixio had seen too many concubines and palace maids who sought something but ended up with nothing, ultimately leading to their demise. She had never met the heir of the North Town Marquis, and there was no emotional foundation between them. How could there be a good outcome? Moreover, she had heard that this young man was a notorious wastrel among the powerful and rich in Xian capital, known for being a good-for-nothing. If it weren't for his father's great military achievements, he would have likely lost his head long ago and wouldn't be living so freely today. Although marriage is traditionally decided by the parents and matchmakers, Su Qixio, born into the Su Qian royal family, would not have caught the attention of Emperor Qian if she hadn't become more eye-catching in recent years. The father-daughter bond between them was extremely thin. How could she be willing to marry someone she had never seen before so casually? I understand. I will go, she said. You may leave now. Su Qixio carefully put away the painting, then composed herself and went to meet Emperor Qian in the Great Qian Palace, Shuanggu Hall. After 17 years on the throne and now in middle age, Emperor Qian looked at his daughter among the princesses, the one who bore the most royal demeanor. With a complex expression, every time he looked at her, he would think of her deceased mother. The two looked so similar, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. Therefore, when Su Qixio grew up, he had indulged her quite a bit. Even when she refused to marry and kept evading the betrothal, he had not been too harsh but chose to let her be. However, Emperor Qian could not accept that his daughter would choose a monk. Thus, today, she must comply with his wishes. Emperor Qian had made up his mind, and he would no longer allow this child to continue her nonsense. I heard that you have been to the hanging monastery again recently to burn incense and pray. Holding a scroll of memorials, Emperor Qian's tone carried some authority. Su Qixio responded in a formal manner. What do you think about the matter of the betrothal that I mentioned last time? Upon hearing the reticent words of the girl in red, Emperor Qian was not bothered. He was used to it, so he continued to question her. Did not Father Emperor say that matters of marriage should be decided by the children themselves? It is often said that a ruler's words are not to be taken lightly. Could it be that Father Emperor, with his vast territory, would go back on his word with his own children? The young woman, standing at a lower position, immediately retorted when she heard Emperor Qian's words. Her sharp words left Emperor Qian momentarily speechless. He had indeed made such a statement, but that was many years ago. Moreover, it was said in a moment of good humor when he happened to encounter Su Qixio, who resembled her mother so closely, and he had unintentionally made a promise. At this moment, it could not be counted. Unexpectedly, this child brought it up to argue against him, quick-witted and with a good memory. But if the emperor loses face, can he still be called an emperor? Thus, Emperor Qian's expression darkened, gradually becoming displeased. I did say that, but you were still young back then. Besides, even if I let you be, you cannot just randomly find a mountain monk, right? What status does our Su Qian royal family have, ruling over the world? Even if the monk you find is not bad in martial arts, these martial people are known for their arrogance, refusing to submit to royal authority. And they often violate laws with their chivalry. How can they be a good match? I think the heir of the Northtown Marquis is quite good. This matter is settled, with no room for negotiation. Emperor Qian firmly declared this in a stern tone, disregarding Su Qixio's wide-open eyes. He was the emperor, the master of Great Qian. The matters he decided would not change for anything, not even for his own children. Seeing Su Qixio open her mouth, her beautiful brows furrowing as she wanted to rise and continue to argue, Emperor Qian stood up and calmly said, "Child, you must understand, I am the emperor. As for the hanging monastery, I will personally issue an edict to have them keep order and restrain those little monks in the temple. Otherwise, do you think an ordinary temple at the foot of the mountain can withstand tens of thousands of troops? Even the legendary martial hero, like Lin Yufu, who broke 1,000 blades with a single sword 100 years ago, is merely a common man. Moreover, in the past few hundred years, how many such high-level masters have appeared in the martial world? This world still belongs to my Great Qian. You must understand this." Emperor Qian's words almost extinguished all of Su Qixio's anger. The face of the girl in red gradually paled. She opened her mouth but could not say anything. Indeed, if her momentary impulse led to the ruin of the hanging monastery, which had raised her all her life, that would truly be a disaster. Having realized this, Su Qixio left in a daze, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Emperor Qian in the hall sighed heavily and then waved his hand. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" With Emperor Qian's gesture, a eunuch hidden in the back stepped forward at the right moment, bowing to inquire. "Draft an edict for me to bestow upon the hanging monastery. State that the Buddhist realm is a place of purity, which should adhere to the principles of meditation and enlightenment, avoiding worldly matters. As a renowned temple in the world, the hanging monastery should set this as its standard. Those who harbor filth and are unclean should be expelled early to avoid tainting the pure land of Buddhism. The monks are quite clever. At that time, based on the intelligence, you should pressure the monk who has an ambiguous relationship with the princess. He should know when to retreat. Additionally, recently I have received the princess's token and will strictly guard it. So she must not be allowed to enter or leave the palace at will. Just say it is my decree, and I believe she knows this in her heart." The Qian emperor, who had sat down again, began to write with ink at the desk. In a moment, he had written a decree and then handed it to the eunuch in front of him, calmly instructing him to go and proclaim it. Old servant, obeying the sage's decree. The elderly eunuch respectfully replied, holding the decree with both hands. The next moment, he exited from the magnificent hall. Chapter 47, Disciple. I wish to return to the secular world. At Xiankong Mountain, in front of the Pudu Hall. This place is solemn, the largest Buddha hall of Xiankong Temple. With a finely crafted golden statue of the Buddha standing in the center, its eyes full of spirit and authority. At this moment, the abbot Kongwan, wearing the grand red xianxia, symbolizing the head of the temple, bore a solemn expression as he and a group of senior monks welcomed the eunuch from the palace to proclaim the decree. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the Xiankong Temple is a model for the Buddhist community, always upholding the principle of purity, untainted by worldly dust. However, in recent years, there have been many signs of corruption, damaging the temple's reputation. I hereby issue this decree, hoping the abbot can enforce strict management to avoid major mistakes. Thus decreed. Abbot Kongwan, please receive the decree, the eunuch with a hoarse voice said with an official tone, speaking to the abbot in a bland manner. At this time, all the monks who heard the decree were somewhat bewildered. What kind of fault had the ruler of Deqian committed to suddenly come to Xiankong Temple to announce such a decree? Even the abbot Kongwan, who handled worldly affairs, was puzzled and, with a hint of confusion, greeted the eunuch with Ba, and then asked, "May I ask what this decree refers to?" Without any warning, such a situation suddenly arose. Who could guess the reason behind it? Upon hearing the abbot's question, the eunuch smiled ominously and said, "Over the years, has a noblewoman often dressed in red visited your temple to pay respects?" Not being able to say everything, the eunuch could only inform the abbot that the woman was of noble birth and not someone anyone could easily associate with, especially since the current events had come to the emperor's knowledge. The eunuch bowed towards the Qian palace at this point. Now that the decree had been delivered, he would not linger any longer. Take care of yourselves. With a flick of his sleeve, he snorted twice and led his people down the mountain. Only the abbot Kongwan and the elders remained, their expressions revealing a mix of confusion and concern. So that's how it is. Who would have thought that the girl was of royal descent? How should we handle this? The eunuch's words had reached this point, and many elders were already aware of the situation between Jiqiu and Su Qixiu. However, they had refrained from inquiring further due to Jiqiu's status and martial arts cultivation. But with the emperor's decree now issued, it would be unreasonable to turn a blind eye. At this moment, even Jiqiu's master Jingming felt a heavy weight on his mind. He had thought that after some time, his disciple would propose to return to the secular world and establish a lifelong bond with that woman. But the unpredictable twists of fate had led to a situation he had never anticipated, that the girl was indeed a royal. It seems we are destined to have no connections in this life. Jingming sighed quietly. If it were an ordinary noble family, it would be entirely possible to form a bond with a young martial artist. But the Su Qian royal family would not act this way. One must understand that the world belongs to the Su family. All the masters of various sects and schools might appear to listen to orders. But who would dare openly defy Deqian? A martial artist of innate talent may claim to be able to fend off thousands of troops. But when faced with thousands of soldiers, one must see who truly wins. The emperor personally issued this decree to reprimand. The meaning was clear. To be frank, not deploying troops to surround the vast gates of Xiankong Temple was already giving face to the Buddhist community. It is likely that he would also sever any feelings for that woman. Sigh. Many monks saw through the situation but chose not to speak of it. However, after they exchanged their thoughts, the oldest monk in the scripture pavilion, Zhuwu, snorted, "The Deqian royal family does not recognize true heroes. Do they really think that being of noble birth allows them to look down on anyone? They are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. They may not see the true talents like that young monk now, but in 10 or 20 years, who knows who will look down on whom? The Su Qian royal family may look down on Xiankong Temple, but they hold the true legacy of the immortal family." In Zhuowu's eyes, a genius like Zhenru is a true gem, capable of upholding an indelible legacy in the future. The emperor's lack of vision is his issue. But Xiankong Temple will not simply let such disciples go. After all, it is merely a decree. As long as we do not openly oppose them, what harm is there? Master, be cautious with your words. Upon hearing Zhuowu's dismissive attitude, the surrounding monks changed their expressions and quickly spoke with some apprehension. Seeing this, Kongwen coughed twice and helplessly spoke. "All right, the royal envoy has left, it's all good now. Master, please be mindful. We must still give face to the Su Qian royal family. But Zhenru is a child we have watched grow up. His character and conduct are top-notch. It's just a girl after all. Missing out may not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps this incident will help him eliminate distractions and truly comprehend the essence of Buddhism. Jingming, go have a good talk with that child." Jinru is at a youthful age. Matters of love come swiftly and fade just as quickly. If you guide him well, this may just pass. All right, everyone disperse. After saying this, Kong One, draped in the abbot's xianxia, waved his hand and was about to head to the back hall to light incense and chant scriptures. But then, a youthful voice suddenly approached, clearly stating, "Masters, uncles, and grandmasters, disciple Jinru has come to pay respects." Turning to look, they saw a remarkably handsome young monk dressed in white, standing tall against the wind. Jinru, Kong One, Wu, and Jingming spoke simultaneously, somewhat taken aback, their tones tinged with complexity. After achieving some level of cultivation, one could cultivate sound isolation. If the child had been nearby, he would have certainly heard the eunuch's words. Thinking of this, Wu stepped closer to Jiqiu and couldn't help but comfort him. "Child, that girl is not meant for you. Do not dwell on it." After saying this, Wu lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "Moreover, you carry a celestial fate and have excellent talent. Your future is destined to follow the path of the master. Why cling to earthly affections? Isn't that so?" After saying this, the old monk patted Jiqiu's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Jinru understood that his grandmaster, as well as his master and the elders, were all looking out for him. Xiankong Temple will always be a sect where disciples come from. That will not change. However, today, he came to tell the elders something. At this point, Jiqiu glanced around and then pressed his palms together, softly saying, "Disciple wishes to return to the secular world." Chapter 48. How can one achieve both in this world? Without failing the Tathagata or you. In front of the Buddha hall, the young monk spoke decisively. Upon hearing this, Wu and Jingming, who had been eager to speak, were suddenly stunned. Matters of the mortal world are merely a matter of opening and closing. They can be forgotten in an instant, but Wu couldn't help but speak again to the junior in front of him. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiqiu, who raised his hand. "Master Ancestor, there's no need to say more. I am naturally clear-headed and have considered it thoroughly. You child, are you out of your mind? Even if you have achieved success in the Sutra of crossing the world and reached the Qi refining stage, that is still just a temporary achievement. Unless you become as powerful as a grandmaster, you might not be able to contend with the thousands of troops and horses." The old monk's tone was serious. And then he shook his head vigorously and said bluntly, "The word love in this world has ruined many people's bright futures. You are currently trapped in a demonic obsession. I cannot let you act recklessly." After saying this, Wu stepped forward and reached out to pat Jiqiu on the shoulder, intending to restrain him. Wu transformed his robust martial arts true energy into the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Although the amount was considerably less than before, his strength had increased by an unknown number of times. This time, he used his mid-Qi refining cultivation to display the superior martial arts of the Hanging Temple. The void pointing technique, intending to control Jiqiu and prevent him from acting impulsively. However, the white-clad figure in front seemed to sense his intentions, leaving behind a remnant shadow as he moved, his form swaying like a startled swan, narrowly avoiding Wu's sudden attack. "Master Ancestor, please rest assured. I know exactly what to do and will not do anything foolish. Please do not stop me any longer." Jiqiu's expression was calm. He then stepped over Wu's body. "You brat." The old monk, draped in his robe, turned his head with some uncertainty. Just now, this kid's technique was not some celestial art, but merely an ordinary method of crossing the river on a reed. However, his implementation of that method was even more exquisite than what he had practiced for decades, controlling it with spirit energy. He couldn't even grasp the hem of Jiqiu's clothes, which was truly absurd. What terrifying talent! Wu turned around, his expression somewhat grim. A master can tell the difference with just one move. In that brief moment of confrontation, the old monk in the Sutra Pavilion had already realized that Jiqiu's cultivation was higher than his own. The best opportunity had been missed. Even if he wanted to stop him now, he probably couldn't. Under the watchful eyes of the many high monks of the Hanging Temple, Jiqiu remained composed and walked straight to the center of the Pu-Du Hall, in front of the Buddha statue. Looking at the imposing Buddha statue seated at the top, with a solemn and majestic expression, Jiqiu lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the offering table. "I, Jiqiu, today renounce my identity as a monk of the Hanging Temple and voluntarily return to lay life. From now on, I will resume my secular name, Jiqiu." Sunlight poured down, casting a golden hue over the Buddha statue and the young monk below. No, he should now be called a youth. The senior monks and elders who were walking behind, upon hearing the serious and respectful words of the youth kneeling before the Buddha statue to renounce his monkhood, all showed complex expressions. Bowing to the Buddha statue to renounce one's monkhood, this matter could not be changed. What a good seedling for Buddhism, just like that. Because of a woman, he returns to lay life. Many elders felt a sense of regret in their hearts. This was not just because they lost a talented junior with extraordinary martial abilities, but because Jiqiu had an exceptional memory and understanding since childhood. His mastery over the Buddhist classics was so profound that it seemed as if he was the reincarnation of the Buddha himself, truly born to know. The Buddhist lineage had lost such a disciple. It was indeed a loss for Zen. Child, will you really not regret this? As Jiqiu was about to rise, his master Jingming, twisting his prayer beads, asked with a face devoid of sorrow or joy, Dear elders, for all these years, I will always remember your care for me. I cannot forget the kindness of the Hanging Temple. After saying this, Jiqiu nodded and walked away without pausing, striding towards the hall's exit. Behind him was the temple's Buddha statue, representing Zen. Ahead lay a lifetime of regrets and a yearning of 100 years. How could one find a way to have it all, not failing the Tathagata nor the loved one? He had promised Su Chixiu that no matter what status or power, be it kings or martial legends, he would not force her into something she did not want to do. A gentleman's promise is heavier than Mount Tai. How could he forget? In the deep autumn season, the fallen leaves rustled on the dry branches as the wind blew, sweeping away the dust stirred by the youth's footsteps. Step by step heading down the mountain of the Hanging Temple. The elders of the Hanging Temple, including Zhu Wu and Jing Ming, could only watch, somewhat dazed. Since Jiqiu entered the Buddha hall to renounce his monkhood, they had not stopped him again. Because neither Jing Ming nor Zhu Wu had seen any hesitation or regret in the child's actions and eyes, even though he was about to face the entire Deqian. Forget it, let him go. With this child's current cultivation, at least he should be able to leave unscathed. We cannot decide for him, let's disperse. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees that the 5 aggregates are empty and transcends all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is exactly emptiness, and emptiness is exactly form. The same applies to feelings, perceptions, formations, and consciousness. The old monk sighed deeply, murmuring the heart of prajna, and returned in the direction of the sutra pavilion. The other monks, seeing this, each had different thoughts but said nothing, leaving to either chant scriptures or practice martial arts. A matter seemed to have concluded, but in reality, it was merely the beginning of a storm. Deqian, as an ancient capital with nearly 300 years of history. Its area is vast, divided into outer and inner districts. The outer district is generally where ordinary merchants and common people reside, quite lively. The inner district is mostly home to high officials and nobles. According to common people, just passing through here can imbue them with some air of nobility. As the capital of Deqian, the Daiqian Palace naturally stands at the center of the inner district, contrasting with the luxurious and extravagant mansions of dukes and marquises. Like a bright moon surrounded by stars, solemn and dazzling. Usually, to enter this palace, unless one is a high official or noble, no one else is qualified to approach. As for those reckless enough to force their way into this solemn palace, they are even rarer. However, today, a white-clad youth with a sword on his back walked steadily and slowly towards it. Chapter 49. Who can block the power of the sky? Outside the Deqian Palace, on the stone path paved with bricks, it was empty, with only 2 squads of Deqian soldiers standing guard, each holding long halberds. Their expressions solemn, standing on either side to prevent any rogues from approaching. At this moment, a white-clad youth faced the cold wind, his steps neither hurried nor slow. Approaching from afar, the youth did not conceal his figure, so from a distance, he attracted the attention and vigilance of the guarding soldiers. Who goes there? Do you have a pass? The small commander of the Feather Forest Guards, guarding the Daiqian Palace, one hand on the hilt of his sword, extended the other hand forward, speaking sternly to Jiqiu, who was within 10 feet. However, the youth did not hand over a pass, but maintained a calm demeanor and said, I do not have a pass for the Deqian Palace. Jiqiu's words immediately left the commander stunned, and then his expression became somewhat strange as he asked, Then do you have a decree from the sage? Looking at the youth who resembled a monk, the commander felt he was not an ordinary person and asked again, to which Jiqiu replied, I do not have that either. I come here without a pass for the Deqian Palace, nor do I have the decree of the emperor. There is no need for you to ask further. Please let me through. I only wish to enter the palace to take someone away, and I do not wish to make things difficult. Jiqiu's expression was serious, but his demeanor and words seemed utterly ridiculous to the commander. In this world, such arrogant behavior matched with such humble words. Could this child be mad? Does he know where this place is? Coming to the palace without a token and wanting to take someone away. As he pondered over Jiqiu's words, the expression of the commander gradually became subtle, and then showed obvious anger. Swish. The long sword was drawn, its cold blade pointing directly at the white-clothed youth before him. Kid, are you trying to play us for fools? Do you know where you are? This is the Great Qian Palace, the residence of the current emperor, the center of the vast Qian dynasty. How can it be a place you can come and go as you please? If you come here to cause trouble, you must be tired of living. Soldiers, go. Capture this defiant person for me. Jichio's words were like poking a hornet's nest, instantly causing the many soldiers before him to draw their weapons in unison. Seeing this, the youth sighed, having anticipated this outcome. The palace is heavily guarded. How could he just walk in? When he arrived, Jichio had already prepared to face thousands alone, even directly confronting the rumored first ancestor of the great Qian from the martial world. Fortunately, he was not entirely without confidence. Jichio, true. Realm, mid-stage Qi refining. Technique, world-transcending true classic. Martial arts techniques, Xiankong Temple martial arts, peak. 6 methods of Qi refining, mastery. Asking the immortal one sword, mastery. Low-level talismans, mastery. After such a long time, Jichio had almost daily comprehended these techniques through the method of tracing back to their origins. By now, his mastery of the 6 methods of Qi refining and asking the immortal one sword had reached the realm of mastery. As for the martial arts of Xiankong Temple, such as the Great Sumeru Fist, the One Reed Crossing the River Technique, the King Kong Glare Lion's Roar, and the Thousand-Handed Avalokiteshvara Palm, he had also practiced them to perfection. Even if the creator came personally, Jichio would dare to claim that his understanding of these martial arts was not lacking at all. Having mastered the dragon-slaying technique, his courage naturally grew. Therefore, facing the commander and the soldiers drawing their swords against him, he merely apologized, saying, "I beg your pardon." Then, the youth moved with astonishing speed, instantly appearing before the soldiers. With the obstruction gone, Jichio took a deep breath, looked at the towering palace walls ahead, then glanced at the large vermilion palace gate that was wide open. He took a swift step forward, activating the One Reed Crossing the River technique to its utmost, and charged straight into the palace gate. Shadows of his figure flickered behind him, and with a single step, the youth had already appeared 10 meters away. His speed was truly astonishing. Once inside the palace gate, his vision opened up instantly, revealing splendid palaces and jade towers, dragon breath fountains, and an endless expanse of luxurious stone paths paved with gold bricks. Quite impressive. What was even more eye-catching were the feathered guards clad in golden armor, wielding long halberds, almost everywhere, guarding the palace with the utmost vigilance. When Jichio rushed into the great Qian palace, the sentries everywhere only felt their vision blur, and saw a figure swiftly charging into the palace, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, many feathered guards were alarmed. What is this? If a noble person inside the palace is startled, we might lose our heads. Who is this arrogant person daring to run rampant in the palace? Someone has broken into the palace. Quickly sound the horn and raise the alert. You scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. How can the great Qian palace allow you to act so recklessly? After realizing what had happened, a team of feathered guards quickly formed ranks under the leadership of their commander, wanting to stop Jichio, numbering nearly in the hundreds. Furthermore, not far behind, soldiers blew the horn, summoning the entire palace guard, and the situation became extremely severe. The palace was filled with hidden talents. The commander leading the feathered guards even included 2 innate martial artists. This was just the tip of the iceberg in the Great Qian. No wonder the entire world has always referred to the Great Qian Palace as the most dangerous place. Upon closer inspection, it truly lived up to its reputation. Since the establishment of the Great Qian dynasty, throughout history, perhaps only the sword master Lin Yufu could exit the imperial city unscathed. And even he did not gain any benefits. The severity of the situation could be seen. However, for Jichio, he was not intimidated by any of this. Even if there were thousands of troops ahead, how could they block him even a bit? With a flick of his sleeve, dozens of colorful talismans instantly flew out from Jichio's sleeve. These were ordinary talismans infused with spiritual energy and did not have much effect. However, they had all been enhanced by Jichio with a Qi refining method. The Qi refining technique turns beings into soldiers. Jichio pointed with his fingertip, releasing spiritual energy. And with a light shout, he instantly threw down this group of talismans. Then, in an instant, dozens of divine lights flashed, and the luxurious stone path paved with gold bricks trembled violently. At the moment the talismans disappeared, a dozen figures, towering about 10 feet tall and looking like red jade, appeared as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, standing beside Jichio. "At your command, master." The not very intelligent figures simply grunted, only knowing to obey their master's orders. But this scene shocked the great Qian soldiers greatly. What kind of sorcery is this? The 2 innate martial artists exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Then, gritting their teeth, they immediately activated their true energy and charged towards Jichio with their weapons. At this moment, both of them harbored some luck, thinking that these figures were merely for show, easily breakable upon contact. But who could have imagined that the 4 figures on the outermost edge, seeing 2 shadows rushing towards them, shouted angrily and swung their fists, as big as a cooking pot, smashing towards the two. The weapons collided with fists as tough as iron, yielding no advantage at all. Bang! Bang! Faced with the strength of the figures that seemed to have the force of 1,000 pounds, they truly felt powerless. In the end, a single figure's fist pressed down on the two innate martial artists, leaving all the surrounding soldiers in shock. These figures could possess such divine might? What kind of background does that white-clothed youth, who seems like a monk, have? Proficiency levels, initial insight, slight accomplishment, mastery, transcendence, peak mastery. Chapter 50. The Emperor's Fury in the Chongming Hall. Inside the Great Qian Palace, within the palace walls. This majestic, deep palace, standing for nearly 300 years, has seen few dare to be so reckless. Yet today, a youth barely over 20 has created history once again. On the vast golden brick avenue, the youth in white clothes waved out dozens of talismans, transforming them into several towering figures, which instantly intimidated hundreds of feathered guards. Who exactly are you? To break into the Great Qian Palace today, and what do you intend to do? The two innate martial generals were panting, somewhat awkward, yet their eyes could not conceal their astonishment. Although the figures did not display any techniques, each possessed incredible strength, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds, and were not weaker than martial masters. If it were one-on-one, they would naturally not be afraid, but if faced with a siege, they could only flee in embarrassment. I came to the Great Qian Palace only to take someone away. If you all could inform the Emperor, saying that Jinru wishes to see him, how about that? If you make a move, neither of you would stand a chance against this unpredictable youth, and even breaking through those dozens of figures would likely be impossible. The only course of action now is to report the situation to the Emperor and wait for the palace guards to gather. Only with the strength of the army can we hope to break through. The two decided in their hearts. And so the slightly older innate general spoke first. It is indeed possible to inform the Emperor, but you cannot take a single step. Do you think you can? If not, then even if we die here today, we won't let you advance even a bit. Even if they were beaten to a pulp by the mighty warriors and could only defend themselves in a disheveled manner. It must be said that these commanders guarding the imperial palace were still loyal. In the critical autumn of survival, they truly could die for the Great Qian, which shows that it is no wonder that despite the storms and turmoil, the Great Qian can still enjoy several decades of national fortune. The loyal ministers have not perished completely. In this regard, Jiqiu saw through their thoughts at a glance. However, he did not refuse. Having revealed his skills and arrived at the palace gates, the Emperor of Qian must be willing to see him now. As long as he could meet him, he naturally had a way to take Su Qixiu away. The leading innate general, upon seeing Jiqiu nod, did not show any signs of disagreement and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight were to break out, he feared he would lose his life here. Who would want to die if they could live? As the general thought this, he waved to his side. The deputy general, upon seeing this, understood immediately and dashed towards the rear palace complex. It was uncertain whether he went to call for reinforcements or to report to the Emperor of Qian, or perhaps both. Moments later, at the Chongming Palace of the Great Qian, as the place where the Emperor usually handled state affairs, it had always been a heavily guarded area in the palace. Except for the ministers assisting in governance, no other individuals were allowed to enter, and violators would be executed. However, today, quite a few soldiers armed with swords entered the hall, surrounding the Emperor of Qian. All of this was because someone had stormed into the palace. How outrageous. Smack. Hearing the report from the general below, the Emperor of Qian first froze, then threw his brush to the ground with great force and angrily shouted, "A mere monk dares to disregard the law of the king and directly invade my palace? Huh. I actually admire this kid a bit. He is so enraged for a beauty, truly thinking of himself as the protagonist in those storybooks, believing that no one in this vast world can stop him. Wanting to see me, does he really think I am a fool? If he were to meet me face to face, with his innate martial arts, he could easily fly over and capture me as a hostage. Wouldn't he the whole world fall into chaos? Gather the 8,000 Yulin guards in the palace. Didn't you say that kid can summon mighty warriors, each comparable to innate beings? I want to see if he can match one man's strength against 10,000 troops. If he cannot, then tell him to roll back from wherever he came." After witnessing Jiqiu's actions, the Emperor of Qian felt his worldview was overturned and became furious. It was no wonder he showed such an expression. After all, he was sitting in the most esteemed position in the world. Since birth, he had been smooth sailing, and anyone who saw him had to show utmost respect. Over nearly 20 years of imperial reign, who dared to offend him and still lived well? Those who dared to oppose him had all turned into bones in their graves, with grass 3 feet high on their tombstones. Now suddenly, a young man he had never met before, barely in his 20s, dared to disregard royal power. This was unacceptable. He had to teach him a lesson, otherwise, wouldn't all the martial artists in the world start to imitate him if they gained a bit of strength? If that happened, It would truly lead to chaos in the world. The general below saw the emperor's anger and the brush thrown down, feeling the heavy atmosphere as if a storm was coming. However, he did not dare to refuse the emperor's orders. After all, the emperor of Qin was currently furious, and if he displeased him, he might be executed without a second thought, leaving him with no place to justify himself. Yes, the general, having received the command, did not delay any longer. At this moment, the Yulin guards of the vast palace rapidly mobilized as the alarms sounded from the palace gates. In a secluded palace, Su Qixio wore a worried expression, holding a carbon pen and moving her gaze across various paintings in front of her. Each painting depicted mountains, rivers, lakes, and streams. Every blade of grass and tree, pouring her heart and soul into them. These were her lifelong aspirations. Since childhood, Su Qixio's life had been trapped in this dark and boundless palace. After her mother passed away, she had no joyful moments left, surrounded only by schemes and intrigues. Even when she grew older and could occasionally leave the palace to stroll outside the capital, she had no freedom, having to be accompanied by maids and guards wherever she went. Su Qixio often thought that as a daughter of the royal family, this might be her fate. She was destined to be high above, accompanied only by loneliness, and although her status was noble, she could not find relief. However, when she saw that monk in white at the Xiankong temple, untainted by a speck of dust, her life, which had been submerged in darkness, felt as if it had met its destined person and was completely illuminated. It was clearly an ordinary encounter, yet it lingered in her heart for a long time. It was from that day onward that light appeared in Su Qixio's life. But now, her light was extinguished. With a heart already resigned to death, Su Qixio looked at the portrait of the young man beside her arm and gently caressed it. The next moment, the chaotic sounds from outside the window rang out one after another. Chapter 51. This person feels so familiar. Hurry, faster. Thieves have broken into the palace. Quickly go to Chongming Palace to protect the emperor. The Yulin guards swiftly passed through this side palace, their voices filtering through the windows and reaching the ears of the girl in red. Hearing the commotion, the girl was momentarily stunned, then began to move her feet, stepping over the thresholds and walking to the palace doors. Princess, His Majesty has ordered that you cannot leave the palace. Moreover, there are thieves in the palace now. It is not safe. We should not run around. The maids left in the palace were mostly in a state of panic. Anyone who could invade the imperial palace must possess formidable strength. If they unfortunately encountered them, it would likely lead to death on the spot. However, Su Qixio shook her head in response. At this moment, she did not care about dying. What did it matter to her? She was just a bit curious about who was so fearless, daring to boldly break into the heavily guarded Great Qian Palace. It made her wonder. Remembering the time spent with Ji Qiu on the boat, listening to his tales of the martial world, Su Qixio felt a desire to see for herself. I've stayed in the palace too long. I need to go out for some fresh air. After scanning the maids around her, Su Qixio's words carried a coldness and authority. The innate nobility emanated from her, causing the maids to look at each other in despair. Princess, let us not make trouble. Going out at this time might really lead to loss of life. The maids pleaded, but Su Qixio did not care for their concerns. I didn't intend for you to follow me. His Majesty ordered me to be confined in the palace. That is my business and has nothing to do with you. Moreover, if I want to leave this palace, you cannot stop me. The girl in red stood with grace, her sharp phoenix eyes sweeping over the maids before her. Her red lips parting slightly as she said, Do you think I don't know some of your backgrounds? Those who betray their master. Even if I used my power to execute her, it would be no loss. The only reason you are still here is that I don't want to pursue the matter. With a flick of her embroidered red sleeves adorned with birds, the girl stepped over the threshold against the autumn wind. Although some of her maids were serious about their duties, many were from other palaces. They were already indifferent, having no attachment to the power in this imperial palace. Now that the Yulin guards were being mobilized, though there was chaos in the palace, it might just be the best opportunity for her to escape. If she did not cherish this moment, perhaps soon she would be forced to marry and become the wife of that useless person. If that were the case, Su Qixio would rather die than live this dark and lightless life. The painting depicting the young man in white was tucked into her large sleeve, never forgotten. She followed the tails of the feather forest guards, walking forward along the narrow path. At this moment, the palace was under strict guard, and nearly all soldiers had been dispatched. Even those left behind did not dare to intercept a princess when they saw one. After all, they did not know that this master had been placed under house arrest by the emperor. Thus, Su Qixio walked freely, without any restrictions, and soon approached the outer walls of the palace. At this point, she could clearly hear the roaring of the Daiqian soldiers, fighting fiercely. Ahead lay the most dangerous place. Su Qixio took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes. As long as she could walk along the palace walls without being noticed, there was a glimmer of hope for her to leave this Daiqian palace today. because Su Qixu knew of a path that led from inside the palace to the outside. At the most remote eastern gate wall, there was a small hole, covered with weeds and deserted. It was unknown which maid or eunuch had created it, but for Su Qixu at this moment, it didn't matter. She only cared about one thing, whether she could get out. As long as she could leave this Deqian palace, she could go find the little monk. Since he had said that no matter when or where, regardless of who stood in her way, he would take her away, Su Qixu believed he could do it. Constantly encouraging herself, suppressing her slightly trembling heart, Su Qixu slowly moved forward along the palace wall. For a girl who had never witnessed any grand scenes, doing all this required immense courage, because one misstep could truly cost her life. Who knew if the person who had burst into the palace might casually deliver her a fatal blow? It was uncertain, but Su Qixu had no hesitation or regret. She tilted her head, removed the heavy jewelry, and carelessly tossed it into the nearby bushes. Right now, she could even hear her heart thumping loudly. In the next moment, her vision opened up. On the wide stone path paved with golden bricks, nearly 10,000 feather forest guards had gathered, falling into the view of the girl in the distance by the palace wall. Shoot! With a loud shout from the commander, followed by the sound of a horn. He signaled over 1,000 archers on the palace wall to draw their bows and shoot down. Arrows flew like meteors, weaving into a great net, surrounding the dozen figures before the army. In that second, Su Qixu's heart, which was beating rapidly, felt a mix of fear and curiosity. Who were these people? And for what reason did they have to risk their lives to storm into this grand imperial city? Wasn't that seeking death? Su Qixu clutched her skirt, crouched by the palace wall, murmuring to herself like a cat overlooked by everyone. She even thought that the person was a bit foolish. What could be more important than living well? The innate martial arts were said to be able to break through thousands of troops, but throughout history, only Lin Yufu had achieved such a feat. Moreover, even that exceptionally talented martial arts legend could only break through 1,007 before exhausting his inner energy. Yet the Feather Forest guards now numbered nearly 10,000. One person against thousands. How foolish could one be? Su Qixu thought to herself, but in an instant, she wanted to slip away and continue with her escape, because that was the most important thing at the moment. Just as Su Qixu was clutching her skirt and moving through the weeds along the palace wall, the arrows raining down from the distant sky were all intercepted by a white-clad figure who leapt up. A sleeve stirred the wind, and spiritual energy surged into the heavens. Even though he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, how could these mundane arrows harm Ji Qiufeng in the slightest? Moreover, he had also cast a spiritual shield. The rain of arrows was repelled, and below, several powerful warriors roared, stepping on the slightly trembling earth, charging toward the thousands of soldiers. This shocking battle that would be recorded in history had begun. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Su Qixu looked up and slowly stopped. She stared blankly at the white figure, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Although they were far apart, she could only see a small figure soaring through the air. But as she gazed at the round head that shone under the sun, that familiarity intensified. The person who stormed into the imperial city looked so much like someone she knew. Chapter 52. One man stands guard. 10,000 cannot pass. In the distance, under Su Qixu's gaze, the dense rain of arrows was completely broken by the boy waving his sleeves, scattering like stars across the ground. A dozen martial arts warriors charged into the ranks, unleashing terrifying power. Almost as soon as they collided with the Feather Forest guards, many soldiers were sent flying. Inside the Deqian palace, generals guarding the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise gates gathered together, along with the innate offerings of the palace, totaling 8 innate martial artists, forming a military formation and raising their shields. These warriors, no matter how strong, were merely like mantises trying to stop a chariot beneath the might of the Feather Forest guards' thousands. They must not lose their composure. The warriors summoned by Ji Qiufeng, without any hesitation, charged directly into the ranks of the Feather Forest guards. The innate leaders of Deqian roared repeatedly, leading their soldiers to resist with all their might. However, facing these fearless warriors, even when their swords and blades struck the bodies of these warriors, they could not halt their advance. These warriors surged forward like machines, unyielding to fatigue or injury. As a result, the tightly formed ironclad formation of 8,000 Feather Forest guards began to break down. A dozen towering warriors roared as they charged forward, their fists the size of cooking pots smashing down, sending waves of wind. One after another, Feather Forest guards were directly sent flying, and even the heavy iron shields they had just raised were pierced through in an instant. The two sides in battle were not of the same caliber. A single innate martial artist might not be able to contend with an army, but could a dozen fearless warriors, even if they fought to the death, break through against 8,000 soldiers? The answer was yes. Even if there were no precedents to follow, today there was one. Monsters. How could these giants be something we could withstand? Blades struck their legs, only leaving shallow scratches. Even first-class experts of the Qi realm could not inflict significant damage and would be sent flying, spitting blood from a single fist. After these dozen warriors charged into the formation, the soldiers finally began to lose their footing. In a standoff, morale was paramount. Sometimes defeat does not come from hard power. Often, the more decisive factor is the human heart. At this moment, the warriors summoned by Ji Qiufeng were all injured. If these Feather Forest guards fought desperately, it would only be a matter of time before they wore them down. But humans are not machines. Facing warriors they had never seen before, some would inevitably feel fear. Especially in this situation where the formation had already broken, even if they were not scared enough to drop their helmets and armor. They were indeed flustered and did not know what to do next. The situation began to gradually change. At this moment, however, Ji Qiufeng found himself surrounded by 4 genuine innate experts. The Great Qian Palace has 4 gates, each named after one of the 4 divine beasts. Surrounding Ji Qiu in a square formation are the innate guardians of these 4 gates. These military generals enter the court and do not interact with the rivers and lakes. So they are not included in the master list of the martial world. However, the martial prowess they possess is not necessarily much weaker than that of those so-called masters. After all, when it comes to killing and shedding blood, those who have experienced the battlefield are always stronger than the grassroots figures of the rivers and lakes. The 4 of them closed in, not uttering a single word, and struck with lethal intent. On the battlefield, excessive talk is meaningless. Only the last standing victor has the right and authority to speak. The defeated can only become dry bones and accompaniment. The spear-wielding general raised the spear's handle, swinging it like lightning in a continuous motion, with true energy surging like a dragon, each strike carrying a killing intent. The scar-faced man on the left shouted loudly. Stepping forward, his fingers clenched into a fist, the force of his punch shattering the air, extremely fierce. The remaining 2 experts also unleashed their ultimate techniques. One wielded dual axes, while the other wielded a sword with heavy shadows. None of them were easy opponents. The 4 of them came from the east, west, south, and north, tacitly coordinating to attack Ji Qiu. With so many people attacking one, it was against the martial ethics. In response, Ji Qiu remained calm, with a raised hand. A vortex of energy condensed in his palm, drawing forth lightning that crackled and popped. Then, seizing the opportunity, Ji Qiu charged towards the figure holding the sword behind him. This sword-wielding general emanated the weakest true energy, so if he were to find a breakthrough, it must start with him. Break! With fingers spread wide, the thunder seal appeared. Ji Qiu leapt into the air and lightly shouted, slapping his palm forward. The massive thunder seal instantly formed and crashed into the chest of the sword-wielding general. Bang! Ugh! With an explosion of electricity, the man shuddered, feeling as if all his limbs and bones had lost sensation. The long sword in his hand fell instantly, and his entire body uncontrollably plummeted towards the stone path below. As the sword fell to the ground, the innate general holding dual axes was already in close proximity. Sensing a surge of danger like a thorn in his back, Ji Qiu did not relax after taking down one. He forcefully kicked off the air, performing a risky maneuver to narrowly avoid the shockwave generated by the axe's swing. Meanwhile, the air slightly grew hot. A dynamic fireball, burning fiercely and spherical in shape, slowly rose in front of Ji Qiu's sleeve as he dodged the attack. Qi refining fireball technique. Go! Ji Qiu pointed with his fingertip, launching the fireball, which collided with the figure holding the axes. Boom! A powerful wave of scorching heat surged forth, engulfing the true energy of that person. Even though this general was clad in finely tempered steel armor, he was still burned as if by a hot iron. What kind of sorcery is this? So hot. After a failed strike with the large axe, this general intended to continue, but in that instant when the fireball collided, the scalding heat nearly melted his body. At this moment, he felt as if he were in the midst of lava, his skin burned in several places, and the earlier collision had also severely injured him, causing him to stumble back repeatedly, no longer able to pay attention to Ji Qiu. In an instant, 2 killing moves had been unleashed. Yet the crisis was not yet resolved. The initial fierce general thrust out his spear like a dragon, teaming up with the scar-faced man, whose punch was powerful, striking like a cannon, with terrifying force. The 2 attacks arrived simultaneously, coming so close that there was no way to evade. In response, Ji Qiu took half a step back, breathing slightly, then brought his fingers together, surging with spiritual energy, forming a light shield that emanated from the outer layer of his white robe. Bang bang bang. The terrifying true energy erupted against this light shield. In an instant, even the shield formed by the condensed spiritual energy dimmed slightly, indicating just how dangerous these 2 attacks were. Fortunately, it ultimately held strong. Chapter 53. Since I said I would come, I will definitely be here. Such solid true energy. This young monk has such impressive skills. The shield, shattered by the explosion, rebounded and pushed the two generals back repeatedly, their expressions filled with shock. But time did not grant them a moment to think. As soon as the crisis was resolved, Jiqiu stepped forward and drew his sword. The 12 forms of the questioning, immortal sword. The sword light flowed like a meteor, with each movement containing meaning. Others cultivate martial arts and supernatural techniques through gradual comprehension, like blind men touching an elephant. Even with a mentor, they cannot practice repeatedly. However, Jiqiu was different. Every time he visualized his practice, he could trace back to the creator's method of cultivation, allowing him to accumulate understanding over time. Even a pig could gain insight. Moreover, Jiqiu's talent and comprehension are certainly not lacking. At this moment, regarding this sword technique inherited from Lin Yufu, although Jiqiu was still not at the peak of the martial legend, claiming to have reached great success was not an exaggeration. The sword light sliced through the air. Like rolling clouds, the killing intent was only perceived when it was right in front. The spear-wielding general was momentarily dazed, only to see the white-clad youth's long sword sweeping out, without the slightest delay, directly slashing through the air. Seeing this, the general thought to himself that it was bad and hurried to raise his spear to defend, but he was still a step too slow. Crack! The long sword cleaved through, accurately splitting the long spear in half, and then Jiqiu shifted his body, using the sword hilt to drive spiritual energy forcefully backward, sending the general flying away. Another one down. How dare you? The last remaining scar-faced man was immediately filled with shock and anger. This youth was too terrifying. Every time he revealed a hint of opportunity, he would be caught perfectly, and both his sword technique and those supernatural techniques were incredibly frightening. Could such a young and immature appearance truly wield such techniques? But at this moment, the scar-faced general dared not think further. He feared that a moment of distraction would allow him to be caught off guard. Yet whether he was distracted or not, the outcome would not change. In the final one-on-one, Jiqiu manipulated the air from a distance, using qi to control the sword, and with a wave of his hand, created dozens of sword shadows, dazzling the scar-faced man. When the scar-faced general could no longer withstand it and rushed forward with a punch, Jiqiu executed a direct strike towards the yellow dragon, thrusting his long sword directly at the general's brow. The reason was simple. A sword floating in the air was now pointed between his brows. If he took another step forward, what awaited him would be a swift death by sword. You have all lost. Jiqiu's expression was calm. After his words fell, the few remaining innate generals, still clear-headed, looked on with bitter expressions. At this moment, below, the strong men moved through the army formation, with 8,000 well-equipped soldiers, considered elite even within the military department, suffering very few casualties. But the morale of the army was truly lost. Once soldiers began to scatter and retreat, it was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. People continued to shrink back. In this situation, even with innate leaders at the front, they were still powerless. After all, these soldiers did not understand extraordinary martial arts, and even those who had cultivated true energy were few in number. Upon seeing such fearless strongmen, how could they possibly compete? Similarly, if Jiqiu were to fight so many soldiers alone, he would likely also be at a disadvantage. But fortunately, the technique of turning beings into soldiers truly has its principles. It can infuse spiritual energy into mundane objects, transforming them into combat soldiers. And the upper limit of this technique is only qi refining, which may not be very useful against true celestial beings. However, in this mundane world, its effectiveness is immeasurable. Moreover, Jiqiu had also researched the methods of talisman creation and control, and had prepared more than 10 talismans inscribed with the spell of turning beings into soldiers in advance. With everything ready for this battle, the outcome was naturally within his expectations. However, even so, his spiritual energy had diminished significantly, with nearly 70% gone. At this moment on the battlefield, the soldiers were huddled together, continuously retreating. They were afraid, and each of their faces showed apprehension. Once Jiqiu dealt with the 4 innate beings, he simply raised his arm, and those originally charging forward stopped in their tracks. I did not wish to make things difficult for you all, but the Qian Emperor was unwilling to meet me, so I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. However, it is no longer necessary. Jiqiu's tone was gentle, as if the previous fierce battle had not been led solely by him. He looked at a distant figure in red, revealing a faint smile, then moved forward, his shadow swiftly gliding past. In less than a moment, he arrived before the young girl with her hair tied in a red ribbon, dressed in a red gown. He then softly said, I told you, whether it's kings, nobles, or legends of the martial world, none can force you to do what you do not like. You told me that if the Emperor of Deqian or a martial arts master truly abducted you, as long as I had the intention to take you away, that would be enough. But I believe that having the intention without the ability is the greatest sorrow in life. Such things should be personally undertaken, shouldn't they? Miss Xiao, I have come to our appointment. His gentle whisper seemed to linger in the memory of their past journeys together in Xian capital. Yet, the face she had longed for had emerged from the impossible, forcefully breaking into reality since outside the palace gates. Dressed in white, he was like a celestial being. Su Qixio was somewhat dazed, but the young man in white extended his hand, his smile as bright as spring snow, noble yet at ease. At this moment, even though she had not yet come to terms with it, she still smiled. I can do it. If that day truly comes, I will take you away, no matter where you are. Today, he indeed made it happen, like a surreal yet real beautiful dream one never wants to wake from. This is wonderful. The girl in red, radiant as the sun, reached out her hand. However, just as the vast palace walls and the various spectators became mere backdrop, a solemn voice, carrying a sense of age, experience, and authority, slowly resonated throughout the space. Young man, you are yet to reach your 20s, yet you have such accomplishments, truly remarkable. I see unparalleled vitality and energy in you, worthy of being a descendant of my Su Qian royal family. Would you be willing to come and have a conversation with this old man? I am quite curious about you. The voice was heavy, almost enveloping the entire front palace. Just from the voice alone, one could tell the depth of this person's power. Soon, from the back of the palace complex, a venerable elder draped in a dark golden dragon-patterned robe, with snow-white hair that bore the marks of time, slowly strode forward, exuding an aura of authority. As he spoke, Jiqiu raised his gaze and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 54. The Great Ancestor of Deqian, Su Qilong. Su Qilong, Great Ancestor of Deqian. Age 1. Born into a world amidst the chaos of the Deqian military turmoil. Age 13. Exceptional talent in martial arts. Distinguished among the many young nobles of the royal family. Age 20. Achieved top-tier martial arts at a young age, favored by Emperor Xianxiu. Yet due to his mother's low status, he could not attain the title of crown prince, and thus had little interest in the throne. Age 31. Achieved innate martial arts, ventured out of the palace with the name Su Qilong, defeating heroes across the land and overshadowing young prodigies of his time. Age 32. The following year, he traveled thousands of miles to challenge top martial masters, earning the title of the 7th in the world. Age 42. At this age, Lin Yufu emerged with his sword, defeating many in Xian capital, showcasing the pinnacle of martial arts, but Su Qilong, along with 6 royal offerings, was ultimately defeated. Age 54. After his defeat by Lin Yufu, Su Qilong, obsessed with reaching the peak of martial arts, traveled through many countries and eventually obtained a fragment of a demonic cultivation technique that could absorb the blood of others to strengthen himself, becoming stronger with the blood of more powerful individuals. Age 77. After nearly 20 years of practicing this technique, Su Qilong, dismissive of its effects, did not utilize it. But the aging of his body became increasingly severe, leaving him feeling hopeless. Age 98. Sensing his life force nearing extinction, the elder's mindset began to change. And for the first time, he attempted to capture several individuals with true qi to practice the demonic technique, achieving results. Age 150. This year, Su Qilong mastered the blood-absorbing technique, reaching a martial arts level comparable to that of Lin Yufu in his prime, unmatched in the world. Age 170. Ultimately, the demonic technique, being a shortcut, lacked a proper foundation, and having extended his lifespan to this extent, he reached the end of his journey. Simulation evaluation. Thirsting for the blood of various living beings, a moment of heroism in the mortal realm. As he watched the elder approach with an air of age and experience, Jiqiu's previously gentle expression changed completely. The great ancestor of the Deqian royal family, Su Qilong. On the surface, although this elder bore the aura of someone who had long held power, his words contained a warmth that was quite inconsistent with his appearance. If one could not observe the trajectory of his life, Jiqiu might have been led to mistakenly believe that this old man truly held goodwill towards him. But upon a closer look, that feeling was entirely wrong. The blood-absorbing technique, just hearing its name was enough to indicate it was no benevolent practice, but rather a demonic path of cultivation, to extend his own life and power by consuming the blood of martial arts masters. How many lives had this old man devoured to live this long? Jiqiu leaned forward, partially shielding Su Qixio behind him, his expression turning somewhat grim. Lin Yufu's era was over 100 years ago. Yet this great ancestor Su Qilong had witnessed Lin Yufu's legendary exploits firsthand. At first, Jiqiu wondered why. Despite so many masters and elite soldiers in Deqian, the dynasty had declined in just 30 years. But now, it was not surprising at all. No wonder chaos erupted in Deqian shortly after this old man's death. He had thought it was due to the lack of a powerful figure to suppress the foundation, leading to the ultimate downfall of the dynasty. But who would have thought that this old man, before dying, was unwilling to part with his power and had swallowed all his own masters? 8 martial arts masters. if placed outside, would be figures capable of standing tall, serving as the pillars of a nation in times of crisis. With them all wiped out, it's no wonder Qian fell. Why didn't Lin Yufu just slay him with a single sword back then? An old man who refuses to die is still a disaster. Jiqiu was not foolish. This old man was likely not far from his predicted death date. Having never met him, and entering the royal city with complete legitimacy, how could the old man greet him with goodwill? No one would believe it. If Jiqiu's deductions were correct, then Su Qilong was probably 99 focused on figuring out how to lower Jiqiu's guard before extracting his blood and spiritual energy. With this thought in mind, Jiqiu tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze becoming increasingly serious. Then, he freed his right hand and pulled out 2 talismans from his wide sleeves. One was a concealment talisman and the other was a lightness talisman. The former could make a person's figure become transparent, making it utterly impossible for those with cultivation lower than the mid-stage of qi refining to detect anything unusual. The latter, as the name suggests, could make an ordinary person as light as a swallow, moving as if they were flying. Taking a deep breath, Jiqiu softly instructed Su Qixio, "Your ancestors from the great Qian harbor murderous intent towards me. If you stay here, it will only distract me. This is a battle of life and death, and there can be no oversight. Don't ask me why. This is not the time to dwell on such matters. Once everything is over, I will naturally come to find you, to take you on a journey through mountains and rivers, to cross the vast mountains of the extreme east, and to witness the true scenery of the immortal path. But before that, you must listen to me." After saying this, Jiqiu flicked his sleeve, sticking the talismans onto the still unresponsive Su Qixio. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, he activated the 2 talismans and directly propelled her 100 meters away, shouting, "Go." The sudden change caused Su Qilong, who was slowly approaching, to pause in surprise. Did this kid sense something? But that shouldn't be possible. He had clearly appeared seamless on the surface. Confused, Su Qilong furrowed his brow and asked, "Young man, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 55. Necessary for this old man to go to his death. All that happened was merely in the blink of an eye, in the flash of lightning. No one knew why Jiqiu acted this way. Even Su Qixio, who had been instructed by Jiqiu, was bewildered. However, the trust she had cultivated over a long time made her hesitate not at all. She had always been an exceptionally intelligent and self-aware girl. Su Qixio understood that if the situation was truly dangerous, her presence would only be a burden to Jiqiu, serving no purpose. If what Jiqiu said was true, and Su Qilong indeed harbored great murderous intent towards him, then her staying would only endanger him. Blindly staying in an unclear situation could lead to both of them losing their lives on the spot, which was utterly inadvisable. With the lightness talisman added, Su Qixio's speed was no less than that of a master who had attained the innate stage. Coupled with the effect of the concealment talisman, there was no one in the world who could catch her. As for the so-called elders within this towering deep palace, Su Qixio had long since lost faith in them. Therefore, with just one sentence from Jiqiu, she fully believed him. Even if the worst were to happen, it would merely mean going to death together. Seeing Su Qixio's red cloak gradually turn transparent and her aura rapidly retreating, Su Qilong's expression remained unchanged as he reached out with one hand, intending to control her. However, Jiqiu was already prepared. He drew his long sword, splitting light and shadow, and the sword energy slashed out several feet, forcefully blocking the true energy hand that Su Qilong had summoned in midair. "Kid, what exactly are you doing? I graciously invited you for a discussion, and even intended to arrange a marriage between you and that girl, not to mention not holding your earlier intrusion into the palace against you. Isn't that enough to satisfy you?" Years ago, Su Qilong was conferred the title of King of Jin by the previous emperor, allowed to enter the court with a sword, and had not bowed to the emperor for nearly 100 years. He was both a revered ancestor in the martial world and the renowned King of Jin of the Great Qian. At this moment, the King of Jin, dressed in a dark gold dragon-patterned robe, stood with his hands behind his back, revealing an unhappy expression. Hearing this, Jiqiu couldn't help but smile. "Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness. Since you do not oppose it, that is even better. My purpose for this trip has been achieved, so there is no need to see the emperor. If there is a chance, I will speak with you again next time. There are still important matters today. The mountains are high and the waters long. Let us meet again in the martial world." After speaking, Jiqiu's aura gradually became ethereal. He also applied a lightness talisman to himself. Su Qilong's martial arts were unfathomable, even surpassing many innate masters, comparable to those in the later stages of qi refining. If he were to engage blindly, Jiqiu felt that he would not be able to win in his current state. Before they met, he had thought that the reputation of the great Qian King of Jin was nothing special, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. "Kid, my invitation to you is out of respect, but if you refuse my courtesy, do you really think the great Qian is made of mud?" Su Chulong's expression gradually darkened. What a joke. It was not easy to encounter such a fine meal. If he could devour this young man, perhaps he could extend his life by several years. Such a great opportunity. How could Su Chulong just let it go? Su Chulong raised his hand, and his two large sleeves moved without wind. His fist was filled with terrifying true energy. With over 100 years of cultivation, combined with the bizarre methods of blood cultivation, suppressing this young man in his weak years would be as easy as lifting a finger. Seeing Xianxiao gradually turn transparent, Su Chulong narrowed his eyes, his disheveled hair floating, and then he soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch. The concealment talisman was indeed effective against ordinary soldiers and those innate masters. But against Su Chulong, it could not escape his keen eyes. The punch shattered the air and almost instantaneously struck Xianxiao's face, precise and unerring. The true energy that surpassed the innate level carried an aura that could capture everything, revered by martial artists as the pinnacle of divine perception. As the autumn wind stirred, the cicadas foretold, the punch descended like a towering mountain, thick with intent. The imperial Qiankuan skill was an absolute masterpiece of the great Qian's ancestor, created during his conquest, encompassing all martial arts of the world, forming an utterly dominant technique. The recorded fist techniques were naturally unmatched in strength, and combined with Su Chulong's peak martial arts cultivation, the punch displayed a martial saint's demeanor. Even without seeing Xianxiao, Su Chulong captured the aura with pinpoint accuracy. Xianxiao wielded his sword, employing 12 moves to counter with Lin Yufu's asking the immortal sword. However, the pressure he felt now was immensely heavier than when he had fought 4 opponents earlier. Moreover, having already expended 60 to 70% of his spiritual energy. Even though his swordsmanship had long surpassed the ordinary, the chasm of difference was still insurmountable. Another punch's wind surged, narrowly avoided, and Xianxiao's complexion turned pale. He coughed up blood, staining the white robe in front of his chest, looking quite disheveled. Looking at Xianxiao, whose concealment talisman was nearing its limit and revealed a disheveled appearance, Su Chulong showed no mercy, only laughing loudly. Kid, I don't know how you discern my thoughts. But with your level of skill, even if you possess cultivation techniques, what can you do? Just watch how I will defeat you here today with martial might. It is said that back in the day, Lin Yufu's sword struck down an immortal, shocking the world. Today, I, Su Chulong, will emulate that, and will also subdue you here for my own cultivation. Drink. Su Chulong's bold words fell as his fist struck down. At this moment, Xianxiao had very little spiritual energy left in his swordsmanship. However, his expression did not show panic. Instead, it was extremely calm. It was no matter, after all. This was merely a simulated life. Even if he could not move forward, it did not matter much. It was just a bit regrettable. But he did not feel much sorrow. After all, he had done everything he needed to do, so what was there to regret? Then, he gently raised his hand. Instantly, the extremely thin spiritual energy in the world began to slowly gather. The true scriptures of crossing the world were a side door level text that could directly connect to the Golden Core path. It had 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower, each containing exquisite methods. The lower volume of Qi refining recorded a secret technique called One Qi Connecting the Sea, which could forcibly gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing the spiritual energy of those in the Qi refining realm. However, any secret technique would have side effects, just like this method. Forcing the dantian and meridians to gather such surging spiritual energy will naturally lead to consequences that go without saying. After this battle, his path will likely be half ruined, and even his lifespan may be affected. However, at this moment, Xianxiao did not hesitate, because he only wanted one thing now. That is, to send this old scoundrel to his death. Chapter 56. One palm to strike the heaven's spirit. Su Chulong's expression changed. His realm surpassed the innate level, and his vast, ocean-like true energy accumulated over 100 years made him extremely sensitive to the perception of energy. The moment Xianxiao raised his hand, his mind began to sound alarms incessantly. It was as if the person in front of him had transformed from a hungry wolf into a ferocious lion roaming the grasslands, becoming several times more vicious. Playing tricks, what are such mere tactics worth? Get down. The old man snorted coldly, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. After speaking, he took a step forward, seizing the initiative. In the path of combat, the one who strikes first has already gained a 3-part advantage. But he had traversed the world for over 100 years. He was not raised to be scared. With a stomp of his foot, the solid golden brick road cracked rapidly, as if it could not withstand the terrifying pressure. The next moment, Su Qilang clenched his fist with one hand, the bones of his fingers cracking loudly, and he threw a punch. The punch flew out like waves crashing against the shore, like mountains collapsing and tsunamis rising. Kid, you're still too young. Let me show you whether this King's 100-year-old boxing intent is superior to your little 3 or 2 refining techniques. The old man in the black gold dragon-patterned robe laughed wildly, his energy bursting forth, shaking the dust in all directions. Within the old man's punch, it seemed to contain a massive sea dragon stirring up great waves, making all who faced it deeply feel their own insignificance, and thus, in terms of momentum, they were the first to be defeated. Had it been earlier, Jiqiu would probably not have been able to withstand such pressure, but now it was different. The white-clad youth had a hint of pain on his face, feeling the violent spiritual energy continuously surging into his meridians and dantian, gasping for breath. At this moment, Jiqiu felt as if his entire body was a furnace, nearly about to explode and ignite. Feeling the terrifying punch energy that seemed to want to break all shackles and tear the air apart, Jiqiu gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Old scoundrel, do you really think you are invincible in the world? Swish! A dazzling spiritual energy erupted from the Qinghong's sword. Then, a streak of azure brilliance attached to the sword handle, dancing around in this vast expanse of heaven and earth without needing anyone to wield it. Late-stage Qi refining. Qi control realm. Jiqiu forcibly gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth using the method of connecting the sea, reaching the final barrier before this foundational path at the cost of injuring his own foundation in the mundane world, even surpassing the innate martial arts limit. Who would dare say they are superior when facing the true late-stage Qi refining? Perhaps some could, like Lin Yufu. Or perhaps some martial legends that have appeared in the mundane world over the past few centuries. But it was clear that the great Qian's founding ancestor, Su Qilang, absolutely could not reach such a realm. The azure light flickered, the sword pierced the long rainbow, and Jiqiu could move freely just by using spiritual energy. The so-called celestial control over objects was nothing more than this. At the same time, the sword light opened and closed, and the flickering thunder seals and rolling flames formed from the gathered spiritual energy in Jiqiu's fists also emerged. This continuous spiritual energy, if it continued to linger within his body, would be of no benefit to Jiqiu's dantian and meridians. Now, all of it transformed into lethal moves, venting towards Su Qilang, which was just right. The winds rose and clouds surged, carrying mountains across the sea, as the sword techniques of the Starry Night questioning the celestial sword were manifested by Jiqiu's divine mind on the Qinghong sword. Then, combined with the thunder seals and rolling flames, in an instant, they collided with the countless shadowy punches thrown by Su Qilang. Bang bang bang. The collision of sword light and punch shadows created a violent sound as they rubbed against the air, terrifying to the extreme. Ordinary soldiers had long retreated far to the inner palace walls, each with a shocked and fearful expression, gazing at the two battling like immortals. It was truly a battle of deities. The aftermath of such a battle, if one were to be caught up in it, whether they could leave behind a complete corpse was still uncertain. At this moment, the emperor of Great Qian, under the protection of numerous guards, had also moved to a distance. He had heard the soldiers' reports, and, upon seeing this scene of a clash like the pinnacle of the mortal realm, his originally furious expression had subtly turned pale. How did it come to this? This boy truly dares to stand against a nation alone. This child is so rampant, almost making me lose face in Great Qian, truly detestable. However, the old ancestor has practiced martial arts for over 100 years. It should be extremely easy to suppress this young brat, right? Raising his palms, he adjusted his slightly disheveled crown. The emperor's hands clenched tightly under his spacious sleeves. Even though his expression appeared calm, the sweat that trickled down his forehead betrayed his inner feelings. He was somewhat afraid. After all, if this young man truly won, wouldn't Great Qian be in danger? Without discussing the changes in the emperor's heart, one could see at this moment, bricks and stones shattered, and sand flew in the sky. Two figures wielded spiritual energy and true energy, fighting fiercely in the midst of the storm, with sword light and punch shadows colliding, sometimes accompanied by flashes of thunder and fire, all striking towards Su Qilang. Outsiders were blinded and could not see the situation inside. But the two combatants were all too clear. If before, Su Qilang's boxing techniques were unmatched, overwhelming Jiqiu, then now, the situation had completely reversed. Uft! The Qinghong's sword light flashed, seizing the opening left by Su Qilang's punch, swiftly passing through his abdomen, bringing forth a line of blood. You little brat, so impudent. At this moment, Su Qilang no longer had the composure he had at the beginning. He roared, breathing heavily, like an aging lion, giving off a sense of a hero at the end of his road. His luxurious clothing was somewhat tattered, the old man's hair and beard were disheveled, bending his body while continuously swinging his fists with force. But even if his punches caught Jiqiu's figure, Su Qilang could not break through his outer spiritual shield technique. Currently, Jiqiu was using a reckless method. Even if it meant bursting all his 100 meridians and causing his dantian to fall into silence and damage, he would still fight this old scoundrel for his life. The intensity of spiritual energy around him was something Su Qilang could not compare to, although there would be a price to pay afterward. A method that would injure 1,000 while self-harming 800. All of this was self-inflicted by Su Qilang. Greed blinds the eyes, and disaster strikes the eastern wall. Old scoundrel, I did not wish to make things difficult for you, but you do not know how to appreciate kindness. With just you, can you compare to Linyufu? This little bit of mediocre skill, wanting to learn to fight against the celestial beings, truly makes one laugh. Although I have returned to secular life, encountering you, this sinner. Today is fate. Today, I come to enlighten you. At this moment, Jiqiu was also showing veins bulging all over, blood oozing out, indicating he was nearing his limit. In response, the white-clad youth gritted his teeth and let out a long howl. Give me destruction. Having said that, the thunder light flickered between his palms, pressing down heavily. His palms split the flying sand and stones, and his figure soared into the air, appearing right above Su Qilang. No. At this moment, Su Qilang, whose punch had knocked the Qinghong sword's brilliance off course, widened his murky eyes in shock. He had no time to evade this palm. Gathering an extremely terrifying amount of spiritual energy, Jiqiu's palms, imbued with thunder seals, suddenly slapped down towards Su Qilang's crown. Stop! Quickly stop! Even though Su Qilang was roaring and gathering all his true energy to resist, it was already too late. The surging thunder light burst forth from Jiqiu's palm, pressing against Su Qiang's face. Bang! In an instant, Su Qiang's mind became a haze, his brain completely destroyed, and his breath ceased. The next moment, the body slowly fell to the ground. A palm struck out, piercing the sky. Chapter 57. Laughing to the heavens as I leave. Are we not people of the weeds? At this time, the great Qian palace was silent as a grave. As the dust settled, the stone path within dozens of feet was shattered by Jiqiu and Su Qilang. At this moment, the head, bent and bleeding profusely, slowly fell to the ground. The legendary figure of the Jianghu, Su Qilang, nearly comparable to a martial arts myth, met his end today. The white-clad youth's body swayed slightly. He was now covered in dirt and blood, no longer the spirited and immaculate figure he once was. Yet, this blood-stained appearance still made the feathered guards of the army tremble, not daring to move. After all, just moments ago, this young man, barely in his prime, had personally beheaded a martial arts legend. Behind him, the Qian emperor staggered back several steps, his face pale, as if facing a great enemy. He never expected that the founding ancestor of the great Qian, King Su Qilang, would fall just like that. The Qian emperor had lived for most of his life, and this was the closest he had ever been to the brink of death. Everything happened too quickly, leaving his mind in a daze. Protect the emperor quickly. Grasping the Tianzi sword at his waist, the Qian emperor shouted in panic. However, the guards swarming around him could not alleviate the slightest bit of fear in his heart, because that youth was too terrifying. Yet, even so, he did not avoid Jiqiu's gaze. Jiqiu, using the last remnants of his spiritual energy, looked at the Qian emperor's panicked expression and couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his breath like thunder, shaking the Qian emperor's very soul. Your Majesty, do you see how sharp my sword is? After saying this, the young man stretched out his arm, and the long sword suddenly crossed a great distance, transforming into a dragging azure light of sword energy. With a swift sound, the crown above the Qian emperor's head was instantly severed. Clatter! The crown fell, and the scattered pearls rolled across the ground. The dignified emperor heard a distant figure laugh lightly, and suddenly felt a chill above his head. As the sword light passed, the Qian emperor could not help but fall to the ground, utterly losing face as the ruler of a dynasty. The worldly power of kingship was nothing but dust in the wind, ephemeral. Your Majesty, your ancestor Su Qilang of the great Qian has countless murders on his hands, practicing the devilish arts of devouring people. His death is not to be regretted. Otherwise, that sword just now would not have merely severed your crown. Supporting the sword hilt. Watching the emperor lose his composure while thousands of soldiers bowed their heads, the white-clad youth felt his dantian channels nearly half destroyed and finally sighed softly, reciting, 800 autumns since attaining the Tao, never have I taken a head with my sword. The Jade Emperor has yet to send down the heavenly symbols, and yet I mix with the world's chaos. In those years, upon first reading the poem of the pure Yang Sword Immortal, he couldn't help but yearn for it. What kind of grace must the immortals possess? Although today he merely caught a glimpse of the late stage of qi refining, the vastness of the immortal path would ultimately still reveal a stroke or a dot. Memories from his past life frequently surfaced like a revolving lantern. Sitting in meditation, reciting Buddhist scriptures, lost in a daze, he ultimately passed away with regrets. But now, all the regrets of this life have been fulfilled, and he even stands at the peak of these mundane mountains, seeing many different landscapes. It turns out that the Jianghu and the world can also be like this. Wielding the sword with pride, kingship is but a matter of laughter. How fortunate indeed. After speaking, the youth's gaze was clear, and with a long laugh, he strode out of the great Qian palace. No one blocked him, nor did anyone dare to stop him, laughing to the heavens as he left. Are we not people of the weeds? Time flows slowly, and the blue history is bright. Perhaps in the years to come, or in another 100 years. It is said that there is a young monk named Zhenru in the Hanging Monastery, who after 10 years of Zen and martial arts training, upon emerging into the world, defeated all the heroes under heaven, suppressed the Jianghu guests with his fists, and wielded his sword to subdue the kingship. If this cannot establish a martial arts myth, then who else in this world is worthy? Outside of Qian capital, by the Huai River, a woman in red stood by the riverbank, her figure like a statue. Gazing at the distant Qian capital, the sun gradually set, and the twilight cast its afterglow on the hem of her skirt. The evening clouds adorned her, and in red, she resembled a celestial maiden from the heavenly palace. She had been waiting here for a long time, from noon till dusk. Finally, just as the girl displayed a look of hesitation, her eyes filled with confusion, a figure in blood-stained white clothes slowly approached along the aura left behind. Upon seeing this figure, Su Qixio's previously steady breathing instantly became rapid. In her pair of shimmering brown eyes, tears began to well up. The person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Splash! The Huai River surged with waves. The autumn wind blew, stirring the withered branches and fallen leaves. And it also slowly loosened the red silk ribbon that was not tied tightly in her hair. Her 3,000 strands of hair fell freely, cascading down her back. And the distant youth had also arrived. Seeing Ji Qiao, covered in blood, the girl felt a lump in her throat. If it weren't for her, how would the young monk have ended up like this? I'm sorry. Su Qixio's body trembled slightly. What is there to apologize for? I have promised you. No matter the distance, whether through mountains or seas of fire, I will go. This is my choice, and I willingly accept it. Raising her hand, she twirled the slowly falling silk ribbon, and then Ji Qiao stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the dark hair of the girl in red, gently smoothing it before awkwardly tying it back. Let's go. From now on, no one in the great Qian palace can trouble you anymore. Ji Qiao held the girl's soft hand and said solemnly, by the way, I have returned to the secular world. My secular name is Ji Qiao. So don't call me the young monk anymore, showgirl. Under the setting sun, the youth smiled shyly. Only in front of this girl in red would Ji Qiao reveal such an expression. That won't do. The young monk is still the young monk. How others call you is their business. But in my eyes, you will always be the young monk. Just my young monk. Just like me. I am just your showgirl. In response, Su Qixio shook her head seriously, then wiped away her tears, breaking into a smile. After hearing this, Ji Qiao was taken aback, and an unparalleled thrill slowly rose in his heart. This girl is worth cherishing, but given his current physical condition, he might not be able to accompany Su Qixio for many years. The secret technique that pierces through the sea of clouds was almost a life-burning technique. And coupled with Su Qilong's extraordinary cultivation, Ji Qiao was nearly exhausted when he dealt with it. Therefore, with his current physical condition, even if he had spiritual energy to maintain, it was likely that he could not recover. However, Ji Qiao did not directly tell Su Qixio. Facing her stubbornness, he simply followed her words and said gently, all right, then I will be your young monk alone. Let's go. Once I completely resolve the accumulated Taiyin energy within your body, then you will be able to step onto the path of Qi refining. With your Dao body, Xiao, you will surely have a place in the future immortal path. Who knows, in the long years to come, today as hero saving the beauty might just turn into the beauty saving the hero. Facing the rising sun, the bloodstained youth smiled brightly. He accompanied the girl, walking along the evening glow until they reached the end of the road. This scene was like a painted scroll, as if in a dream. Tomorrow the first volume concludes. I come from writing light novels and will not mistreat the main character. As for how it will be handled, you will know in the future, so no spoilers. Chapter 58. When old friends come looking, the hero has already aged. After leaving the Qian capital, Ji Qiao took Su Qixio to travel through the 7 states and 49 counties of the Great Qian. The Taiwa mountain is high, and the rivers and seas are long. Having witnessed the prosperity of the Qian capital and the hardships of the people, there is no doubt that the girl who once was trapped behind high walls has completely grown up. During this long journey of 1,000 miles, Ji Qiao used the remaining yuan yang fruit as a medicinal guide, supplemented by her own spiritual energy, to completely dispel the Taiyin energy within Su Qixio. With the Dao body of Taiyin, when Ji Qiao began to teach Su Qixio the cultivation methods, her progress was indeed impressive. One day, she sensed the energy and tried to draw in spiritual energy. In just a month, She was able to enter the initial stage of qi refining in this place where spiritual energy was scarce, showing remarkable talent and surpassing Jiqiu's expectations. Naturally, Jiqiu was very pleased with this. A year later, on this day, the end of the year, heavy snow fell. Jiqiu, who was temporarily residing at the foot of the hanging monastery, welcomed a special guest. Her hair, kept long for a year, was tied up with a wooden hairpin, making it hard for others to recognize her as a former monk. With a graceful demeanor and a fair complexion, dressed in pristine white, anyone who saw her could not help but praise her as a refined gentleman, warm as jade. Of course, this was assuming one overlooked her somewhat mottled black and white hair. At only 17 or 18 years of age, she exuded an air of maturity and weariness, a stark contrast that undoubtedly raised questions in people's hearts. At least Zhao Hanjin, who had been vigorous and spirited since descending from the Tianshi Dao, thought so. Zhao Hanjin, carrying a wooden sword, looked at the white-clad man quietly sweeping snow. His aura naturally harmonious, and paused, hesitating. In his perception of spiritual energy, this man sweeping the snow, if one did not look at his face and the faint fluctuations of energy around him, bore no difference from those elderly men nearing their end of life. Could it be the little master? Zhao Hanjin stepped through the snow and approached, confirming his suspicions, but still couldn't help but ask, "What has happened to your aura over the past year?" Hearing the voice, Jiqiu looked up and saw that Zhao Hanjin still looked like his former self, dressed in purple, carrying a wooden sword, with a natural demeanor. He radiated a vibrant aura. It truly made one feel both envious and jealous. Suppressing the dark thoughts rising in his heart, Jiqiu smiled slightly, shook his head, and raised a hand to lightly whistle. "Brother Zhao, it's been a long time, and you still retain your charm from back then. Let's talk inside." After saying this, Jiqiu turned towards the house and gently called out, "Xiao, we have a guest." The door of the main room opened. A girl in a red dress stepped halfway out, her brown eyes bright. "Is it the master from the mountain?" After speaking, she looked up and saw that it was not Zhu Wu or Jing Ming, but a Taoist in purple robes who only slightly fell short of Jiqiu in appearance. "Who is this?" Seeing an outsider, the girl tidied her hair and asked curiously. "This is a kindred spirit I met during my travels down the mountain." Jiqiu introduced with a gentle smile, recalling that it felt almost like yesterday. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed a couple of O's and then politely stepped out, walking beside Jiqiu to welcome Zhao Hanjin inside. The two appeared to be quite harmonious, and their interactions were smooth, as if it were meant to be. Once inside, Su Qiuxiu closed the door, blocking out the wind and snow, and then said skillfully, "You two chat first, I'll go brew some tea." After saying this, she walked towards the inner room. As Su Qiuxiu's figure faded away, Zhao Hanjin could no longer contain himself. He first waved his hand to cast a soundproofing spell, then rapidly fired off questions. "What has happened in this past year? I remember when we parted, your cultivation was higher than mine. But why do you look like you're nearing the end of life now? And that girl, have you renounced your vows and married?" Zhao Hanjin, having closed himself off from worldly matters while in retreat at the Tianshi Dao, had come to seek Jiqiu and share in the pursuit of immortality based on their prior promises. However, he did not expect to find such changes upon their reunion. As if the world had turned upside down. In this state, it was not just a matter of seeking immortality. Even to live a few more years seemed like a luxury. Zhao Hanjin frowned. "Have you offended a powerful enemy? If so, tell me their name and background. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will avenge you." The Taoist in purple spoke earnestly. With his current cultivation solidly in the mid-stage of qi refining, his strength was nearly on par with Jiqiu from back then. If he could not defeat the enemies that even Jiqiu could not, Zhao Hanjin thought that with more time to cultivate, he could confidently overcome any adversary. Hearing Zhao Hanjin's words, Jiqiu felt a warmth in his heart. After traveling together for several months, this Taoist had become one of the few true friends in his life. That was enough to bring comfort. Thus, Jiqiu thanked Zhao Hanjin for his goodwill and waved his hand, recounting all his experiences in detail. In the end, he sighed and said, "All is fate. And not a bit is under our control. This journey to immortality must end here. If I were to really think about it, I would never be satisfied. Between life and death lies great terror." Even though Jiqiu knew that his true self would continue to exist after this life, and that he might have the chance to make great strides on the path of Tao, he still could not help but feel fear. It is said that great enlightened beings may see through life and death. But Jiqiu considered himself merely a practitioner with a bit of cultivation. He could not see through it all. This anxiety grew as his lifespan dwindled. And even when his spiritual energy could not be sustained for long, it relentlessly surged in his heart. Death is not terrifying. A swift knife strike would end it. And losing one's head would merely take a few seconds. What difficulty is there in that? But watching oneself grow older step by step, powerless to do anything, and simply waiting for death to arrive is the most unbearable part. Only now did Jiqiu understand why Su Qilong, nearing 100 years old, was willing to cast aside everything and gamble everything on cultivating that demonic art. There are no born great figures or demons. They merely walk step by step into the abyss of no return. Just as Jiqiu was feeling melancholic, Su Qiuxiu brought over a tray with 2 cups of warm tea and gently placed them in front of herself and Zhao Hanjin. Only now could he maintain a peaceful state of mind. Chapter 59. Life is but a dream, and upon waking, all that remains are flowers in the mirror. And a cup of tea, a few true words. As the saying goes, the friendship of gentlemen is as bland as plain water. And Jiqiu and Zhao Hanjin were just like that. When the Taoist in purple learned that Jiqiu's time was nearing its end, he sighed but quickly moved past the matter, turning instead to reminisce about the past and discuss cultivation. Jiqiu was naturally adept at this. The two sat across from each other, conversing joyfully. Time flew by in an instant. In the end, the Taoist in purple stood up, still carrying a hint of reluctance. His expression complex. Brother Ji, since you have returned to the secular world, I shall no longer call you monk. Given the current situation, it seems that our promise from back then may not be fulfilled together, which is quite regrettable. However, I will carry your share of this path with me. And continue on. Outside, the wind and snow howled. The Taoist in purple drank the last of his tea, pushed open the door, and bid farewell to Jiqiu. Afterward, he disappeared into the swirling snow. It seems that in this life, the two would not meet again. Watching the figure of the Taoist in purple vanish, Jiqiu leaned against the door, sending him off for a long time, until the figure disappeared at the end of the snowstorm. Has he left? Yes, he has. There was a hint of melancholy and a touch of envy in his voice. Is he also a qi refiner? Su Qiuxiu's eyes brightened, showing her curiosity. Yes. He is a practitioner of qi refining, a purer seeker of immortality than I am. Jiqiu nodded affirmatively. So, when shall we set off to seek immortality and explore the Dao beyond the great Qian? Pulling at the sleeve of the young boy beside her, Su Qiuxiu's bright eyes shone with longing. In response, Jiqiu smiled without speaking, just patted her hand, and comfortingly said, Soon, soon. Aren't you already able to proficiently practice the qi refining techniques I taught you? Once you reach the mid-stage of qi condensation, we can set off to witness the grand scenery of the immortal path beyond the 10,000 great mountains. So, Xiao. Jiqiu touched the girl who was more than half a head shorter than him, his eyes deep as he gazed into the distance, speaking earnestly. You must practice diligently. Sensing the warm breath above her head, Su Qiuxiu twirled the patchy white hair scattered over the young man's shoulders, biting her lip. I will practice hard. Once I reach the mid-stage of qi refining, we will seek the immortal path together and attain the great Dao. Qi refining, Dao foundation, jade liquid, and elixir. On this long journey to immortality, we will surely reach the end and become true immortals. We definitely can. Right, little monk? For some reason, perhaps due to the cold air, the red-clad girl's eyes were slightly red. Naturally, the path to immortality may be long, but how can it stop you? Xiao? If it's you, it will definitely happen. Slowly raising her head, Jiqiu smiled gently, his eyes full of spirit. Su Qiuxiu, 1 year old, at birth. Her body was icy cold, a sign of short life, and was not favored by the Emperor of Qian. Fortunately, her mother showed her affection, allowing her to grow up safely. 7 years old, her mother passed away. Living in the deep palace, she witnessed countless intrigues and deceptions, maturing mentally. 14 years old, her pet white fox, which had grown up with her, passed away. Feeling dejected, she unexpectedly encountered a unique monk at the foot of the suspended mountain outside the capital of Qian, forming a lifelong bond with him as her closest friend. 19 years old, angered the Emperor of Qian and was confined to the deep palace. In a moment of desperation, the monk, who had promised to return under the moonlight, came down from the mountain, dressed in white, entering the palace of Qian, facing thousands of soldiers, shaking the foundation of Qian and rescuing her. From then on, the mountains were high, the roads were far, and the sky was vast. 20 years old, the hidden danger of the cold air in her meridians was eliminated, and her Dao physique began to show. One day of qi sensation led to a month of qi refining, mastering various qi refining techniques and comprehending innate supernatural powers. The path to immortality began beneath her feet. 21 years old, her lifelong companion passed away, turning her hair white overnight. In the morning, it was like black silk, but by evening it became snow. She personally buried him and set off thousands of miles to seek the immortal path. 25 years old, for years of delay, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers, facing hardships, finally achieved the foundation of the Dao. Subsequent events. The host's power has surpassed the current limit of inquiry, so further deduction cannot continue. Simulation evaluation. Destiny is fixed, but some can change it. Destiny changed. Looking at Su Qiuxiu before him, Ji Qiu smiled happily. At 25, the foundation of the Tao was established. How extraordinary! Stepping out of the land of spiritual severance. Experiencing countless opportunities and ups and downs, he finally established the foundation of the Tao, and what awaited her in the future would be the grand era of immortality. From this moment on, Su Qiuxiu's fate would be like the bright moon in the sky, no longer the sign of an early demise, fragrant and jade-like. Ji Qiu ultimately did it. It's just a pity that he could only accompany her this far. In this life, he could not stay for long. All he wished was for her to be well and for it to be a sunny day. A month later, during the most severe season of wind and snow, the originally handsome young man in white had a head full of white hair. His once bright eyes gradually became dim. At this moment, Ji Qiu knew that his time was running out. In the days prior, his kind mentors, who had been good to him like Jing Ming, had said their goodbyes while he could still move. It was time to say goodbye. Ji Qiu's mind grew heavy. He vaguely had an epiphany. In the past 2 or 3 days, the spiritual energy he practiced daily felt like a drop in the bucket, unable to suppress the damage to his meridians and dantian. Thus, once the injuries flared up, he could no longer maintain the most basic clarity of spirit, essential for practitioners. However, as he faced the final moments of his life, Ji Qiu found that he was no longer so afraid. Between life and death lies great horror, but it can also lead to great awakening. At this moment, he half lay on the bed, his consciousness no longer clear. However, faintly, he could still hear the gentle whispers beside him and the faint fragrance coming through. Why hasn't the problem with your cultivation healed yet? You promised that once I reached qi condensation, you would take me to seek immortality and explore the Tao. Now that I have reached qi condensation, you can't delay too much time, or I will be angry. Su Qiuxiu shook Ji Qiu's arm, speaking somewhat sulkily. I'm sorry. Xiao. In a daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of light. Grasping this light, Ji Qiu propped open his murky gaze with difficulty, forcing a grim smile, and took the girl's hands in his. I think my time has come. Remember, you must become a true immortal. This is something your little monk has worked hard for you to achieve. Also, do not feel guilty, because this was something I had promised you. After saying this, Ji Qiu wanted to smooth the girl's hair at her temple, but as his arm half supported, it quietly fell, and he could no longer smooth her hair. Thus, the brilliant yet brief life of the young man in white completely came to an end on this cold day, amidst the snowy mountains. And the red-clad girl by the bedside, she looked at the young man with closed eyes, her arm hanging down, somewhat dazed. I know, I have always known. I knew a year ago that there was something wrong with your body. I have always known. Gently lifting the still warm arm, she quietly pressed it against her cheek. And without realizing it, her eyes turned red, her expression filled with deep sorrow, tears streaming down. Drip, drip, tears fell. But why can't I help it? The girl in red, stunningly beautiful, one glance could topple a city, another glance could topple a nation. But she was only willing to show all of herself to that young man who had already passed away. The greatest sorrow in the world is nothing but the parting of life and death. Cultivating and seeking immortality, achieving the great Tao, becoming a great practitioner. You want me to go? Of course, I will go. Moving mountains and seas, plucking stars and the moon, swimming in the North Sea in the morning and in the Kangwu at dusk, how alluring it is. Su Qiuxiu held the young man's hand tightly, so tightly that even her knuckles began to turn white. It won't be long. I won't make you wait too long. You must wait for me. The girl wiped her cheeks dry of tears, her voice choked, but the determination contained within was unprecedented. Then, she leaned down and gently kissed the young man's forehead. Time froze at that moment. When she stood up, the girl's originally gentle expression turned as cold as the snow outside. She opened the window, letting the bone-chilling frost come in. As if this way, she could slightly calm her emotions. 3 days later, she buried the young man's body in the suspended mountain, where he was born and raised. Dressed in white, with her hair completely white, the cold woman carried a sword named Qinghong and stepped toward the world beyond the Great Qian. In the years that followed, the passage of time was uncounted. A century later, the Great Qian had long since perished, and a new dynasty arose, stepping over countless corpses to open a new era. Meanwhile, the suspended temple thrived even more due to the protection of high monks throughout the generations. That year, an immortal passed through a rainbow light and floated down. She was a woman in white as snow, with white hair tied with a wooden hairpin, as cold as an immortal from the moon. She stood in front of a grave on the back mountain of the hanging monastery, pausing for a long time without disturbing anyone, her expression filled with worry. After a long while, she finally left. Since then, every few decades or centuries, this immortal would come to take a look. After one visit, during a moment of leisure, this immortal traveled among mortals and happened to hear a storyteller in a tea house in the neighboring new capital. who struck his wooden block and sang. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there was a young man in his prime, who became the legendary hero of the martial world, dominating the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, able to face thousands of enemies alone in the imperial capital, commanding storms with a wave of his hand, full of spirit. This person's name is now lost to history, but he is known to have a significant connection to the Hanging Monastery, which has thrived to this day. It is said that his entry into the imperial capital was due to a princess. One cannot fathom the charm of such a woman that could make this hero bow down. Truly, a rage for a beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a break today, and tomorrow, I will share with you the untold story between this martial legend and the princess of the Qian dynasty. Want to know what happens next? The story is captivating, vividly told from the mouth of this gray-clad old man. After closing his folding fan, he promptly left the stage. For a moment, the audience erupted in applause. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed, a woman tightly clutched a scroll, tears streaming down her face without her realizing it. Volume 1. The Ordinary World ends here. Chapter 60. Today I awaken from a great dream. Reversing fate ends. First life, curtain falls. Age 1. The cold wind howls, snowflakes flutter, on a freezing night with heavy snow. With a cry, you came into the world. Age 3. You were taken in by Master Jingming of the Hanging Monastery and initiated into the sect, beginning a legendary yet short life. Age 9. You discovered the teachings of the ancestors in the scripture pavilion, did not keep them to yourself, but offered them to the sect, changing the fortune of the Hanging Monastery and saving the fate of your master's enlightenment and passing. Age 11. You formed a bond with a girl in red who would accompany you for life, achieving success in qi refining and leaving the mortal realm. Age 14. You entered the mid-stage of qi refining, traveled down the mountain, saved the family of the martial legend Lin Yufu from disaster, received the sword of the immortal seeker, and encountered opportunities, mastering the 6 methods of qi refining, defeating the 6 major sects of the world, dominating the 3 mountains with your fists, and defeating the demon sect with your sword, aiming for supremacy in the world. Age 18. Due to using secret techniques, you fought to the end of your strength, paying the price, and after holding on for a year and a half, ultimately your Dantian meridian shattered, your energy exhausted. From the initial dissatisfaction with the simulation to reversing fate, during the cold and freezing period, you lay low and waited for the opportunity. Finally becoming a disciple of Master Jingming of the Hanging Monastery, stepping onto the right path. From finding the true scriptures in the scripture pavilion to handing them over to the sect that nurtured you, you practiced diligently, never slacking off, advancing both martial arts and qi refining, achieving success at a young age. From traveling down the mountain to saving the Lin family, and then meeting the purple-clad Taoist Zhao Huanjin, worshipping at Mount Taiyue, defeating the Ming sect, and establishing a great reputation in the martial world. You received the sword of the immortal seeker, sought the 6 methods of qi refining, and after all your cultivation, you could summon the wind and rain, creating soldiers from beings, like a mortal immortal, truly satisfying. There was also ambition, yet facing life and death, you were once hesitant, once confused, even fearful. In the face of this great limit, even knowing it to be illusory, the anxiety that must be faced could not be avoided. After all, you were just an ordinary person. However, in the perception of late autumn, a full decade had passed in the blink of an eye. World summary. You are a rare qi refiner among mortals, a revered master in the martial world. You changed the fates of many who should have perished, and ended the lives of many who should not have fallen. Your deeds are praised throughout the great Qian, feared by emperors, and respected by masters. Even if the nation falls, your long history gradually transforms into tales, continually told and never forgotten. Many admire you, and many hate you deeply, but no matter what, you have left a profound mark on this era. Evaluation, slight flaws, you have done your best. Perhaps it is not the best ending, but for you, there are no regrets. As the lengthy introduction gradually came to an end, the various innate and acquired talents of your true life emerged one by one. Ji Qiu could engrave 3 as his inherent talents. Compared to the few martial arts he could obtain before reversing fate, these gains were certainly not lacking. Ji Qiu's gaze swept over the numerous talents, and he finally selected the 3 most useful. First, 7 apertures Linglong. Description: a heart of 7 apertures Linglong, all methods remembered. It is said that this talent was born from a fallen immortal. Though it cannot be called a great physique, it is still of high quality, capable of remembering everything at a glance and comprehending all methods. Second, 100 forged martial body. Description: 10 years of cold and heat like one day. 100 forging of true martial iron body. A white-robed monk practiced martial arts in an ancient temple for half a lifetime, refining his body with spiritual energy. And in terms of physical capability, he is not inferior to those who have just started body refining. Third, clear Zen heart. A white-robed youth spent half his life pondering Zen and understanding the Tao, approaching the end of life, facing the fear of death, finally unraveling and gaining some insight. This talent can enhance the soul's will, guarding the spirit platform, untroubled by various evils. These 3 talents are the most useful, and the rest are mostly related to mundane martial arts talents such as weapon mastery, skill through practice, and lightness of foot, which are not beneficial to the path of cultivation. With these gains, Xianxiao awakened from the simulator. Yuan Tianjia, Great Jin. In this world, the laws and methods are manifest, the 3 mountains and 5 peaks vast and boundless, with the orthodox sects of the mysterious gate dominating a region. The eternal inheritance of the Tao, and heterodox paths establishing sects in famous mountains and rivers, widely spreading cultivation. In short, this is a golden age where as long as one possesses a spiritual body, they have the chance to glimpse the great Tao. Far from the remote and almost spiritless places like Great Xian, opening his eyes felt like awakening from a different world. When the youth sitting on the edge of the bed stood up again, he was no longer the martial legend who once overshadowed Great Xian, disregarding imperial power. He was now just a 16-year-old boy, filled with expectations, wanting to hold the laws of the immortal sect, participate in the ascension ceremony, and catch a glimpse of the immortal path. Xianxiao, realm mortal, talents, 7 apertures Ling Long, 100 forged martial body, clear Zen heart. Martial arts techniques, hanging monastery martial arts, peak, sword of the immortal seeker, transcendent. 6 methods of qi refining, transcendent. Miscellaneous studies, beginner talismans, expert. After leaving the capital of Great Xian, although Xianxiao's Dantian meridians were damaged, he had not missed any of these inheritances. By tracing back to the source, he observed the changes of sword techniques and spells, studying and improving every day. Thus, even though he was still immortal, Xianxiao's accomplishments far exceeded those of nearly 99% of qi refiners. Moreover, he had thoroughly explored the cultivation path until the late stage of qi refining. So restoring his peak cultivation was merely a matter of time. Chapter 61. Seeking Immortal Fate in Shou Yuan Mountain. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xianxiao was deep in thought, a knocking sound echoed from the guest room he was staying in. Is Brother Ji here? This was a fellow cultivator who had come to participate in the ascension ceremony hosted by the sect of the Great Jin, not someone he was very familiar with. Just a nodding acquaintance living next door. The Immortal Ascension Ceremony is a grand event held once every decade in the entire Great Jin, and ultimately, only a little over 100 individuals are found to possess spiritual bodies. Xianxiao is just one of these inconspicuous individuals among them. Spiritual bodies are categorized into 3 grades based on their affinity with spiritual energy: upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade. In previous local tests, Xianxiao had already been identified as having a lower grade fire-type spiritual body. With such qualifications, as he had simulated earlier, he could at most join some minor sects ranked in the left path, and even then, they might not accept him. Sects with ancestors who have reached the realm of jade liquid and elixir would certainly not look at him. However, now that the 7 apertures Linglong heart has been solidified, his situation is bound to be very different. The 7 apertures Linglong naturally has an affinity for spiritual energy. Although it cannot be called a rare Tao body that appears once in hundreds of years, it is certainly much stronger than an ordinary upper-grade spiritual body. It can be considered as being between a Tao body and a spiritual body, and can be referred to as a near Tao body. This kind of qualification can be regarded as extraordinary even in the vast Dongsong prefecture. It would not be too difficult to join those renowned orthodox sects, let alone some minor sections. However, Great Jin is merely a small secular country, and the cultivation traditions holding power cannot be orthodox. They are mostly minor sects that recruit disciples. How could an orthodox sect possibly recruit disciples alongside other sects? Thus, the best choice for Xianxiao is to join a strong minor sect and begin his cultivation. For now, he just needs to find a quiet place to cultivate diligently. While he was thinking, there was a louder knock on the door. Brother Ji, the Immortal Gate ceremony is about to begin. Are you there? Don't miss the time. Just as the voice from outside the door came again, Xianxiao put on his outer garment, got out of bed, and walked over to open the door. Brother Lu, if you knock a couple more times, this little wooden door of the inn will be knocked down by you. Xianxiao's voice carried a hint of helplessness. At that moment, the door to the guest room was half open, and standing outside the threshold was a figure clad in blue and white robes, looking quite robust, exuding a certain heroic spirit. He was Lu Xiao, Xianxiao's neighbor, who also possessed a spiritual body and had the opportunity to participate in the Immortal Ascension ceremony. In their previous encounters, Xianxiao felt that Lu Xiao was not bad. He was quite straightforward and not pretentious. I was just worried you might forget the time. Are you ready now? Shall we go together? Seeing Xianxiao reveal himself, Lu Xiao smiled awkwardly, realizing that the knocking had been a bit too loud, and thus spoke shyly. Xianxiao did not refuse. He just nodded and took a glance at Lu Xiao, wanting to deduce his life trajectory. Lu Xiao, age 1. Born in Qingyuan County, Great Jin, son of the county magistrate, lived a life of luxury from a young age. Age 9, trained his body, honed his muscles, skilled in archery and horseback riding, with a resolute temperament. Age 16, possessed a lower-grade spiritual body, passed the qualification test, came to Shangyuan Mountain to participate in the Immortal Ascension ceremony, underwent trials, joined the Cold Mountain sect, and began his cultivation journey. Age 20, entered the early stage of qi refining. Age 37, entered the mid-stage of qi refining. Age 64, entered the late stage of qi refining. Age 87, body increasingly aged, yet still unable to complete qi refining, with no hope of foundation establishment, unwilling to accept this, and sought 5-element spiritual objects, hoping to advance to the Dao Foundation realm with heavenly spiritual medicines. Age 88, found a spiritual medicine, but unfortunately was defeated by the demon guarding it. Heavily injured and fled in despair, soon after passing away with regret. Simulation evaluation, an ordinary cultivator, having no impact in this brilliant world. His life trajectory, which seemed quite mediocre, was fully summarized. Although it appeared somewhat ordinary, one must know that being able to step onto the path of immortality already surpassed countless secular individuals. With this in mind, the two of them left the inn together, and their vision suddenly broadened. Shangyuan Mountain is the site of the Immortal Ascension ceremony held by Great Jin for generations. Each time it is held, about a dozen sects come together, sometimes more, sometimes less, but generally not too far off. After all, Great Jin and the surrounding countries are just a small corner of Donsong Prefecture. Although there are not many minor sects in this land, there are still quite a few left path sections. These sects, whether large or small, are generally scarce for ordinary disciples. As long as one is not too inadequate, they would not be rejected at the door. The inn here is located at the foot of Shangyuan Mountain and has been maintained by the royal family of Great Jin, serving as one of the conditions to please these immortal beings and seek their protection. After all, for mortals, these qi refiners who can ride the clouds and manipulate spiritual artifacts are not much different from true immortals. If they were to offend even one left path lineage, Great Jin would probably not be able to bear it. A Dao Foundation cultivator is not something an ordinary emperor can be compared to, with a snap of their fingers. They could easily take lives, so mortals naturally cannot afford to offend them. Consequently, the facilities in this inn are all made from rare high-quality materials, indicating that Great Jin is also cautious and does not dare to overlook these disciples who are merely preparing to become immortals. After all, this journey, at the very least, counts as stepping onto the path of immortality. Even if they are truly inadequate and get eliminated, they can still receive offerings in Great Jin, enjoying a life of wealth and glory for the rest of their days. Thus, one must be careful and considerate. Ji Qiu and Lu Xiu walked out of the inn together, heading up the mountain, occasionally encountering a few others who shared the same goal of seeking immortality. Those who could come here are all hopeful aspirants on the path of immortality, so they would often greet each other with a few words. As Ji Qiu and Lu Xiu walked together, they encountered quite a few people until they reached the mountain peak, but among these people's trajectories, there was not a single one that could testify to a Dao Foundation. Even those who had reached the late stage of qi refining were few and far between. This shows that even in a place where the path of immortality manifests, there may not necessarily be many powerful individuals gathered. The path to immortality is vast and uncertain. We must always be cautious and seek diligently. Chapter 62, Drawing Qi into the Body, Astonishing All. The peaks of Shangyuan Mountain tower high, though not particularly tall. The cliffs are steep and the paths narrow, with immortal arrays laid down, shrouded in mist, making it a place not accessible to mortals. If one cannot find protection, they might easily lose their way upon entering this mountain and become trapped within. Ji Qiu and Lu Xiu traveled together until they reached the main peak, where they finally stopped. At this time, the cold wind howled through the mountains, and the surrounding sea of clouds was vast and ethereal. The platform at the summit of Shangyuan Mountain was open and spacious, giving one a sense of chill at such heights. If one stood alone here, facing such a sight would only make them feel small in the grand scheme of heaven and earth. At this moment, on this open platform, there stood a dozen figures. These individuals wore different garments, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Among them, at the forefront, were 3 individuals whose spiritual light did not disperse, their qi refining nearing perfection, just a step away from condensing their Dao Foundation, not to be underestimated. These people should be the disciples from the sects that came to Great Jin to recruit. Ji Qiu scanned the area and nodded to himself. According to what he had heard before, in Great Jin and the surrounding countries, there were only 3 minor sect-level lineages: the Listening Waves Pavilion in the northern Yen, the cold smoke temple in the western desert, and the local Xianxiao sect in Great Jin. As for the rest, they were merely left-path sects with a Dao foundation in place. It seems that the three individuals with rounded and harmonious auras should be the disciples of those three minor sections, truly worthy of being from the immortal sects. These predecessors wore wide sleeves, exuding an aura of immortality and Dao bones, a quality that set them apart from ordinary mortals. At this moment, Lucio looked enviously, his tone filled with astonishment. Brother G, do you think that after we step onto the path of immortality, we might one day achieve such accomplishments? Born into a family of power and privilege, he had seen grand spectacles. Yet, when faced with true chi refiners, Lucio could not help but show his yearning. In response, Jiqiu simply chuckled, with diligent practice, I believe there is a chance. Brother Lu also possesses a spiritual body and is someone with a connection to the immortals. Do not belittle yourself. The path of chi refinement is merely the beginning of the long journey to immortality. Even if one achieves later stages of chi mastery, it may not necessarily elevate them far above mortals. At most, after 3 cycles of 60 years, or a lifespan of 180, one cannot escape the fate of returning to dust. Do you not see that Lin Yufu, who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, can still suppress chi refiners with mere mortal martial arts? Therefore, those who can truly be called cultivators are those who have crossed the threshold of establishing a foundation and have become great cultivators at the foundational stage. According to the Book of Crossing the World, whether one integrates the essence of the 5 elemental spiritual objects into themselves to achieve a flawless foundation, or those who advance through ordinary foundation-building pills. As long as they pass this hurdle, they can extend their lifespan by 300 years and perform various extraordinary feats, treading on lotus flowers and sweeping waves to cleanse the sword bones, riding the wind to shape the holy soul. Only then can one be considered to have truly shed their mortal form, unlike mere mortals. Those in the chi refinement stage are still far from that. In fact, which mortal does not feel admiration and envy when encountering a true immortal? It is just human nature. Just as Jiqiu and Lucio were casually conversing, the figures at the Shangyuan Mountain Dharma assembly began to increase, counting at least several dozen individuals. These were all individuals identified by the Great Jin as possessing spiritual bodies. Although it was still early for the assembly to commence, who among them would dare to be careless, knowing this might be their only opportunity in life? If they missed it, it would surely be a lifelong regret. After seeing the numbers gradually coming together, the 3 highest-ranking chi refiners at the top exchanged glances and slowly nodded. The participants for the assembly total 87. Since everyone is present, let us officially begin. Those of you with spiritual bodies, please enter the formation. With the commanding voice of the foremost cultivator in a purple robe, Jiqiu raised his eyes and looked around, only to see the seemingly ordinary square suddenly bursting with starlight. A buzzing sound filled the air, and a faint white light rose from the center of the square. After a few breaths, the previously not-so-dense spiritual energy began to surge wildly toward a small platform at the peak of Shangyuan Mountain. What rich spiritual energy! Is this the way of formations? Jiqiu marveled inwardly. The scattered white stones that emitted faint glimmers in various corners should be the spiritual stones that gather spiritual energy. This formation, based on dozens of spiritual stones, attracted such dense spiritual energy. Did these cultivators intend to use this energy to refine the participants at the assembly? Jiqiu began to suspect. In the next moment, the purple-robed cultivator spoke again. The purpose of this assembly is to help you comprehend the feeling of chi and step onto the path of immortality. You all possess spiritual bodies, and this time, the Jin Kingdom has provided spiritual stones, which we will use to open the formation to assist you in sensing chi and drawing in spiritual energy for cultivation. The cultivator's voice echoed throughout Shangyuan Mountain, confirming Jiqiu's guess. Upon hearing this, no one dared to delay any longer. The dozens of disciples who had come to participate in the assembly immediately sat cross-legged and closed their eyes, preparing to draw in the spiritual energy. The technique for guiding spiritual energy is quite simple. It is the method of drawing energy into the body that is the secret not to be shared. The former is taught to everyone upon arriving at Shangyuan Mountain, while the latter is granted by the sect only after joining. Jiqiu also joined the seated group. Aside from his somewhat strikingly handsome appearance, he was no different from others. However, as the spiritual energy began to be drawn in, the unusual movements on his body quickly caught the attention of all the chi refiners at the top. That young man, how can he be so fast? Many cultivators from various sects looked at Jiqiu with strange expressions, their words revealing clear astonishment. Clearly, this batch of disciples from the Jin Kingdom, who bore the fortune of the immortals, did not stand out too much. The best among them only had a middle-grade spiritual body. Yet this young man almost drew in spiritual energy and began circulating it within his body the moment he sat down. Such aptitude might even surpass that of a top-grade spiritual body. Ji Qiu, a native of Huaimu County in the Jin Kingdom, age 16, possessed a lower-grade fire element spiritual body with average aptitude. The beautiful woman in a blue robe, one of the 3 chi refiners at the peak, took out the record book and read aloud, unable to hide her shock. Chapter 63. 3 sects compete for talents. A high master arrives. In the Great Jin, Shangyuan Mountain. Impossible. A lower-grade spiritual body is unlikely to find the path to the Great Dao in this life. Even glimpsing the realm of chi mastery is extraordinarily difficult. How could he possess such aptitude? After the blue-robed woman spoke, the other 2 chi refiners also expressed disbelief. Wait, could it be that this child not only has a lower-grade spiritual body, but also possesses other hidden qualities? Finally, the purple-robed chi refiner furrowed his brows and spoke with an uncertain tone. In my view, there is indeed a probability. The gray-robed monk on the left spoke with an odd tone, glancing subtly at the blue-robed woman and the purple-robed middle-aged man, as if contemplating something. The 3 peak chi refiners came from 3 major sects: the blue-robed woman from the Listening Waves Pavilion of Northern Yin, the gray-robed monk from the Shihuang Cold Smoke Temple, and the one from the Xianxiaoman based in the Jin Kingdom. Each sect had a great cultivator of the jade liquid returning pill stage stationed there, making them some of the few unorthodox sects in this remote area of eastern Sangzhou. So the question arises, a mortal who can draw in qi so quickly, even drawing it into their body, must have an exceptionally high affinity for spiritual energy, at least not inferior to a top-grade spiritual body. And a top-grade spiritual body, as long as it does not perish prematurely, will have ample time to break through the foundational stage, even advancing rapidly to the realm of the jade liquid returning pill. Thus, the atmosphere subtly shifted. After all, they were currently in a relatively remote area of eastern Sangzhou. Otherwise, there would not be a lack of authentic major sects establishing their footholds here. For now, regardless of whether the boy's aptitude is truly one of those special constitutions, just based on the affinity for spiritual energy he has displayed, it is enough for them to compete over. Seeing this situation, the blue-robed woman's eyes sparkled, and with a smile, she said to the 2 beside her, "My friends, this child's talent is impressive. My Listening Waves Pavilion is very interested. In the Great Jin, we will select fewer disciples this time. The remaining spots can be given to you, as long as you allow me to take this young man with me. How about it?" After her words fell, the chi refiners from the unorthodox sects fell silent. They all understood that their sects only had foundational stage cultivators stationed, and trying to compete for talented disciples with these unorthodox sects backed by golden core true persons was undoubtedly unrealistic. Since that is the case, it would be better to wait for them to finish competing and then take a few more disciples, perhaps among these ordinary spiritual bodies. A few great cultivators could emerge in the future. Opportunities on the path to immortality are elusive, and personal affinities differ. It is all uncertain. However, it is evident that as long as the aptitude is good, the path to immortality will certainly be smoother. This is indisputable. Ba, Taoist friendly, you are being unreasonable. Although this child has an average spiritual talent, he might possess some special constitution. Otherwise, the degree of affinity for spiritual energy wouldn't be so terrifying. Such talent is almost unattainable for us who practice side-sect traditions, so stop pretending to be so kind. The gray-robed monk smiled slightly and ruthlessly exposed some tricks of the blue-robed beauty. In response, Li Qingyuan from the Listening Wave Pavilion was not angry. After all, to be frank, everyone wants excellent disciples, so how could they let this go? Normally, every time disciples are recruited, they would use some spirit stones to set up a gathering spirit array to test which of the many low-grade spiritual bodies has a better affinity and higher qualifications. But who would have thought that this time, an unexpected gem of talent would suddenly appear? Lu Bai from the Shenxiao sect silently watched the 2 argue. Then, he discreetly observed their expressions, did not speak first, but pulled out a talisman from his hand, held it in his palm, and quietly infused it with spiritual energy. This was a communication talisman. Once everything was ready, Lu Bai saw that no one noticed his small action, and then he coughed twice, putting on a serious expression and said, "Taoist Li, Taoist Qinglin, I understand your feelings. To be honest, our Shenxiao sect does not want to miss such a talented youth with such high affinity for spiritual energy. How will the remaining Taoist friends view our 3-way argument? In my opinion, it would be better to select the remaining disciples first, and then let this young man choose which sect to join, which seems fair. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Bai from the Shenxiao sect suggest this, Li Qingyuan from the Listening Wave Pavilion and the monk Qinglin from the Cold Smoke Temple exchanged glances, and both felt this suggestion was feasible, so they nodded. What Taoist Lu said makes sense. In that case, let's select the other disciples first. The 2 spoke simultaneously, choosing to temporarily set aside their discussion. But everyone knew that the real highlight was the young man currently drawing in spiritual energy. Subsequently, under the leadership of the three, many Qi refining disciples from various side traditions began to select from the disciples currently sensing the Qi at the Dharma assembly. Soon, time passed, and the effects of this small gathering spirit array set up with dozens of spirit stones gradually reached their peak. The qualifications of these disciples with low-grade spiritual bodies were clearly seen by the Qi refiners, based on the division of the 5 elements and qualifications, along with some arguments. The dozens of disciples participating in the Dharma assembly were quickly selected. Finally, the main event arrived. Seeing that the disciples had been largely selected, the blue-robed beauty from the Listening Wave Pavilion spoke first. Fellow Taoists, now that the disciples have been chosen, it's time to decide the young man's affiliation, right? Since Taoist Lu has chosen another disciple with a medium-grade spiritual body, it seems he must have given up on this young man named Jiqiu. How do you say? Taoist Qinglin. After Li Qingyuan finished speaking, she glanced at Lu Bai. Her meaning was clear. That is, one should not be greedy. Having chosen the disciple with the medium-grade spiritual body, the young man with the highest affinity for spiritual energy, who seemingly possesses a special constitution, should belong to them, right? Monk Qinglin beside her had the same thought. In response, Lu Bai smiled without speaking. It wasn't until he felt a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy rapidly approaching from afar that he softly smiled and said, "It's here." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Qingyuan and Qinglin were momentarily taken aback. "It's here? Who is here?" The two showed confusion, but soon they understood, because they too sensed that a powerful figure was rapidly approaching Shangyuan Mountain. In an instant, Li Qingyuan and Qinglin's expressions turned angry, because nearby, there was a high-ranking figure from the Xianxiao sect. "Taoist Lu, you're breaking the rules." Monk Qinglin expressed his frustration and spoke out, while the blue-robed beauty beside him also looked helpless, showing signs of anger. What a joke! Through that overwhelming and unmasked spiritual energy, it was clear that the one rushing over was a high-ranking Taoist. How could they dare to compete with such a figure? In response, Lu Bai chuckled and apologized with a smile. "I'm sorry, fellow Taoists. Our Xianxiao sect is located in Dajin, and it just so happens that a senior is nearby. It's purely a coincidence. This shows that this young man has an affinity with our Xianxiao sect." After his words fell, a figure riding purple thunder appeared, using the flying rainbow technique, landing instantly at the peak of Shangyuan Mountain. Under everyone's gaze, the newcomer wore a Xianxiao purple robe, with a few strands of long beard growing from his chin, exuding an aura of celestial elegance. He looked at Lu Bai, who was respectfully standing at the forefront, and immediately spoke warmly. "Little Lu, which disciple are you referring to in your message?" Chapter 64, True Cultivator of Dao Foundation. "My name is Jiqiu." Upon seeing the purple-robed cultivator gracefully descend, all the sect cultivators who had come to recruit disciples simultaneously bowed, their tone filled with respect. "We have seen the Dao Foundation Senior." Even Li Qingyuan from the Listening Wave Pavilion and Monk Qinglin from the Cold Smoke Temple were no exception, even though they were at the peak of Qi refining. As long as they had not built their true foundation, they could only choose to submit in front of a true Dao Foundation cultivator. This is the power of Dao Foundation cultivators. However, as soon as he appeared, these Qi refiners, who were almost comparable to worldly immortals in front of mortals, immediately felt sincere fear and did not dare show any disrespect. The gap brought by strength was indeed terrifying. Hearing the question from the sect senior guided by his communication talisman, Lu Bai naturally did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, "Please take a look." After saying this, Lu Bai pointed. The Dao Foundation elder he referred to as Uncle Jiang, Jiang Yuanshan from the Xianxiao sect, followed his finger and looked up, only to see Jiqiu sitting cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy that was cheering and leaping, almost occupying half of the gathering spirit array's pole, which surprised him greatly. A low-grade fire-type spiritual body can have such affinity for spiritual energy. He must have a special constitution without a doubt. With a flash of purple light under his feet, Jiang Yuanshan didn't pay attention to those Qi refiners, but with a single step, he crossed the distance and arrived before Jiqiu, then unleashed his spiritual consciousness. True cultivators of Dao Foundation, besides their magical power, can also achieve the realm of introspection and see their true self. Cultivating magical power is aimed at having the ability to move mountains and seas, to change the heavens and the earth, and to reach the goal of great power returning to oneself, while cultivating spiritual consciousness is to maintain an unchanging heart, to always guard the spiritual platform without being disturbed by external things. These two complement each other and are indispensable. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshan was using his spiritual consciousness to observe the boy who was emanating a faint glow. At a glance, he saw through the truth. So that's how it is. With his eyes containing divine light, Jiang Yuanshan looked through the boy's surface and saw the heart within his chest, which had 7 orifices and was continuously trembling, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy, and he finally realized, and then a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. This unique constitution he happened to know about. The founder of the Xianxiao sect passed down from the authentic lineage, and the sect's classics were indeed more abundant compared to other side traditions. This constitution of having 7 orifices above the heart is indeed extremely rare. So far, there is only one recorded case, and it is documented only among the orthodox sections. It is said that a friend of the ancestor of that upper sect had this constitution, and just from the records in a few words, one can tell that this qualification is likely to be even more outstanding than the average high-grade spiritual body. I've picked up a treasure. Young man, what is your name? Ji Qiu felt a tremor, as if he was completely seen through, and as the effect of the gathering spirit array gradually diminished, he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the kindly purple-robed cultivator, Jiang Yuanshan, elder of Xianxiao sect. 1 year, born in a well-off family in Qingyuan County, Jin State, carefree in childhood, living comfortably. 14 years, possessing a middle-grade spiritual body with excellent talent. Entered the Shin Shaman to practice Taoism, thus stepping out of the mundane world. 18 years, after 3 years of external training, achieved the mid-stage Qi condensation realm. Passed the assessment to enter the inner sect, and from then on, became a recognized disciple of Shin Shaman. 26 years, went down the mountain for training. Coincidentally encountered a strange calamity in the county town. After a life-and-death battle to eliminate it, the Qi refining technique became more profound, and that same year broke through to the Qi control realm. 43 years, vitality is complete, smooth and round, reached the peak of Qi refining, after preparing everything. Exchanged half a lifetime of spiritual stones in the sect for a foundation establishment pill, and entered seclusion. 44 years, spiritual energy liquefied, foundation established. The great Dao barrier has been formed, became an elder of Shin Shaman. Subsequent. Beyond the host's current strength can simulate the upper limit. Temporarily unable to deduce. Simulation evaluation. Half a lifetime of strategy, breaking into foundation establishment, though not top-notch, can still be called 1 in 1,000. Shin Shaman. Great foundation establishment. For a moment, Ji Qiu's heart was shaken. That gaze just now seemed to see through my entire being. Is this what they call the divine soul of a great foundation establishment? Ji Qiu thought to himself, and then a surge of determination was born. If foundation establishment is this powerful, what about the jade liquid pill that is even stronger, or even more profound practitioners? What kind of scenery would those realms hold? Just look at those Qi refiners who originally had a bit of arrogance in their expressions. After the arrival of this purple-robed foundation establishment, who would dare to speak? Aren't they all respectfully standing on either side, silent? This is the benefit brought by strength. A true man should be like this. In the years to come, they can take his place. Hearing Jiang Yuanshan's inquiry, Ji Qiu stood up from the ground, temporarily collected his thoughts, patted his clothes, and spoke respectfully. Disciple Ji Qiu pays respects to the immortal master. Seeing that the youth in front of him had respect on his face, but did not show the panic that ordinary people exhibit when facing cultivators, Jiang Yuanshan regarded this exceptionally talented youth even more favorably. In the path of cultivation, the primary requirement is to pass the test of character. What is character? To put it nicely, it is called great ambition and lofty aspirations. To put it more simply, one must have the ambition to look towards higher peaks. Immortals, Buddhas, monsters, demons, and gods are all merely part of the process of seeking the great Tao. And the pursuit of the great Tao itself is a pursuit of desire. So every seeker of the Tao cannot lose their spirit. This youth before him, despite not having stepped into Qi refining, was able to remain calm and composed upon seeing a great foundation establishment, maintaining his poise, with such demeanor and talent. If he does not fall in the years to come, he will surely become a great figure. Jiang Yuanshan secretly nodded and made a comment. However, what the purple-robed cultivator did not know was that although this youth appeared youthful, the years he had experienced were not inferior to his own. Moreover, Ji Qiu possessed the talent of clear mind of Zen. This talent, in terms of willpower enhancement, would not be easily affected even in the face of the pressure from a great foundation establishment. Combined, unless he was an immortal of 800 years, it would still be difficult to make Ji Qiu's state of mind grow cold. Time flows like the cicadas singing their lives away in autumn. You and I are both striving to cross. Indeed, a good name, perfectly in line with the essence of the great Tao competition, is a natural seed for cultivation. I, Jiang Yuanshan, add you as an elder of Shin Shaman. Young man, your talent is not bad. Would you like to join my 600-year side lineage of Shin Shaman? Not to mention anything else, just in this area of the Jin State, Shin Shaman is not considered bad. It can definitely be regarded as a major sect. What do you think? Jiang Yuanshan stroked his long beard, his eyes showing admiration, and immediately extended an olive branch to Jiqiu. Chapter 65, Joining Shen Shaman. Heading to the sect, Jiang Yuanshan's words were unreserved. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan from the Listening Wave Pavilion and Monk Qinglin from the Cold Smoke Temple showed expressions of regret, but they did not dare to voice any objections. Their two sects were far from the Jin state, unlike Shen Shaman, which could take advantage of being close to the water, with their little bodies in the qi refining stage. Who would dare to risk their lives to compete for a disciple? Jiqiu glanced at the qi refiners who had come to recruit disciples, and he understood. Shen Shaman ranks among the side sects, undoubtedly having golden core true persons sitting in command. Moreover, the other two side sects remained silent, implying they wouldn't be much more outstanding than Shen Shaman. After all, if they could truly overshadow Shen Shaman's prestige, even if it was just qi refiners in front of them, they might not be able to rely on their sect's power to argue reasonably. Since that is the case, how to choose is naturally clear. With this thought, Jiqiu smiled, adjusted his robes, and bowed deeply. Then Jiqiu would like to thank the immortal master for your kindness. Disciple is willing to join Shen Shaman and practice qi refining techniques. His words were firm and resolute, almost without hesitation. In response, Jiang Yuanshan was naturally pleased, and the expression of joy also appeared on Lu Bai's face. After all, if Jiang Yuanshan's soul probe was true, this youth's talent indeed had the potential for a high-grade spiritual body. Having practiced diligently until now, Lu Bai was already over 50 years old. And once a qi refiner reached 60, the chance to break through to foundation establishment became extremely slim. Therefore, for Lu Bai to achieve foundation establishment, the earlier he attempted to break through, the better. Otherwise, if he delayed further, the chances would diminish even more until it became impossible, leaving him to regretfully grow old in the first realm of cultivation, gazing at the door of the great Tao without entry. That feeling is something no cultivator wishes to experience. Thus, Lu Bai looked at Jiqiu with intense fervor, because this was not just a seed for a sect. This was his hope of obtaining a foundation establishment pill. For this reason, even if it meant taking advantage of the other two companions who had come with him, he felt no psychological burden. After all, in the competition of the Tao, one must advance without retreat. If one does not take advantage of others, that would be harming oneself. Ha ha ha, good. This time, being able to take in the disciple Ji, I have not traveled in vain. Little Lu, you did well this time. Patting Jiqiu on the shoulder, Jiang Yuanshan turned to glance at Lu Bai, pondered for a moment, and then continued, I know what you want. Moreover, since you have contributed to this recruitment of disciples, I can guarantee that there will be no accidents. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai was instantly overjoyed. Disciple, thank you, Master Uncle. Seeing the qi refiner in the purple robe lose his composure somewhat, Jiang Yuanshan smiled and did not say much, only adding, this is also what you deserve. Additionally, the recruitment of disciples at the Shangyuan Mountain Dharma meeting is nearly complete, right? Little Lu, gather the disciples who will join Shen Shaman. After speaking, Jiang Yuanshan's finger flickered, and a flying boat, no larger than a palm, appeared in front of him. Then, with a point of his finger, spiritual energy surged into the flying boat, and with a light shout, the flying boat instantly grew larger, floating atop Shangyuan Mountain, covering the sky and casting a large shadow. This was a genuine second-tier flying boat. All the qi refiners present couldn't help but feel deep envy upon seeing this. Just this flying boat alone would cost at least 10 top-grade spiritual stones in various markets. With their status as qi refining cultivators, it would be unlikely for them to afford one in their lifetime. Major sects like the Listening Wave Pavilion and Cold Smoke Temple, which had been established for hundreds of years and had golden core true persons in command, would provide 2 flying boats when recruiting disciples to transport newly admitted disciples. But ordinary small sects would find it much harder. After all, there are only a handful of Tao Foundation cultivators in their own home, and whether they even have a flying boat is still uncertain. How could they spare any time to pick up and drop off disciples? Upon hearing Jiang Yuanshan's words, Lu Bai naturally felt quite relaxed. So after greeting the qi refining cultivators around him, he led the newly recruited disciples onto Jiang Yuanshan's flying boat. Before parting, Jiqiu glanced at Lu Xiu, who was traveling with him. After thinking for a moment, he stopped and said goodbye. Brother Lu, the path to immortality is long. May we meet again in the years to come. I hope you will remember today's aspirations, not to fall short of your lofty ambitions, and steadfastly continue on the path of cultivation. Farewell. After saying this, Jiqiu turned around and left gracefully. Hearing Jiqiu's words, Lu Xiu, who had originally not intended to say goodbye, was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Jiqiu, who had just encouraged him without any arrogance or condescension, opened his mouth, and then gave a bittersweet smile. This brother Ji truly does not seem like someone of his age. With such good aptitude, he shows no sign of pride. He is indeed a natural-born immortal. Lu Xiu felt a bit emotional. Unlike himself, with his inferior spiritual body, he could only join a small sect like the Han Mountain sect, with no turning point in sight, and he even felt a hint of jealousy towards this young man. Why did he have such good fortune while he did not? However, this dark thought was completely dispelled by the young man's departing smile, even making Lu Xiu feel somewhat regretful, thinking he was being rather petty. After all, he was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy, and his thoughts came and went quickly. Once Lu Xiu regained his composure and looked at the gradually receding flying boat, he began to have beautiful expectations for the impending life of cultivation. Just as the departing youth had said, the path to immortality is vast and uncertain. Who can truly say what the future holds? The flying boat set off from Yuan Mountain and sped through the white clouds. While harboring an interest in the Xianxiao sect, Ji Qiu gazed at the scenery along the way with admiration. Looking down from the flying boat, the young man felt his sleeves fluttering and thought the world seemed small. Even the rushing rivers or towering mountains no longer held the same impact as when viewed from the ground. From a high vantage point, this was indeed the feeling. In the Dao Foundation realm, one no longer merely hovers briefly like in the Qi refining stage, but can harness spiritual energy, ride on instruments, and command flying swords to travel across heaven and earth. What a delight! The true path of immortality began from this Dao Foundation realm, Ji Qiu thought to himself, harboring grand ambitions. Within 2 days, the flying boat arrived at the gate of the Xianxiao sect. Chapter 66, Xianxiao Mountain, like an immortal realm. The Xianxiao sect, one of the 13 sects in the North Zhangzhou of the Eastern Wilderness, is renowned among the minor sects, with 2 true immortals of the Yuya Huandan realm stationed there, boasting a lineage of 600 years. As a remote area, this region is vast and sparsely populated, not as prosperous as the Central Plains. There are often demon and ghost disturbances, and further east, there are island seas where great demons reside, areas beyond the realm of human cultivation. However, due to the long-standing presence of the Xianxiao sect and other immortal traditions in Jin country and the surrounding small countries, there is a sense of order, especially in terms of safety provided by various immortal mountains. Jiang Yuanshan piloted the flying boat, bringing Ji Qiu and the other newly recruited disciples from Jin country over the large city beneath the Xianxiao sect, arriving at the mountain gate. As the flying boat slowly descended, the full view of this blessed immortal mountain, which had stood for hundreds of years, began to reveal itself to Ji Qiu. Ji Qiu was no stranger to towering mountains or splendid architectural complexes. Deqian, having been established for 300 years, had its imperial palace built over 200 years, spending an unfathomable amount of money and high-quality materials. Even the stone bricks on the ground were made of imperial gold bricks, not to mention the large palace walls painted in vermilion, and that towering Mount Yu, being the highest mountain within thousands of miles of the national borders. In terms of grandeur, which sect of Deqian could compare? However, even these 2 outstanding examples, when compared to the mountain gate of the Xianxiao sect, were instantly overshadowed. The flying boat sliced through the sea of clouds. The first thing that caught Ji Qiu's eye was a nearby immortal mountain surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, rich to the extreme, with celestial cranes and spiritual birds flying about, resembling an immortal realm. On the most majestic immortal mountain, there was even a uniquely shaped palace hidden within the clouds, revealing only a portion of its eaves and tiles, but due to the distance, Ji Qiu could not see it clearly. However, just from these few glimpses, it was evident that the Xianxiao sect, whether in terms of aura or presence, far surpassed any mundane scenery. In an instant, faced with this scene of immortal mountains, pavilions standing tall, and spiritual energy wafting through the air, with countless Qi refining cultivators flashing their lights, Ji Qiu could not help but become somewhat entranced. This is what a true place of cultivation should be. We have arrived. Standing at the front of the flying boat, Jiang Yuanshan glanced sideways and saw Ji Qiu and the many new disciples accompanying him, all showing expressions of shock and longing. He smiled slightly and said with a hint of pride, "This is the residence of my Xianxiao sect, Xianxiao Mountain, which is rooted in a third-tier spiritual vein. Even among the dozens of veins surrounding it, there is no other sect's blessed land that can surpass Xianxiao Mountain. My Xianxiao sect has a 600-year lineage and is renowned for its superior thunder techniques. The sect's protective spells and talismans have eliminated countless demons and evils, and our offensive power is not weaker than the ultimate sword path. I say this now, and you may not understand, but once you join the sect, you will know that joining my Xianxiao sect is indeed the right choice." The disciples guarding the mountain gate saw a cloud boat descending from the sea of clouds and, upon focusing their gaze, recognized Jiang Yuanshan at the forefront. As a Dao Foundation expert, even if they surveyed the entire Xianxiao sect, there were only about 20 such high-level practitioners, averaging 1 every 10 years. Therefore, Jiang Yuanshan, as a powerful elder, undoubtedly held a very high status. The disciples, having seen Jiang Yuanshan's face, greeted him respectfully. Disciple has seen Uncle Master Jiang. Uncle Master Jiang, what are these mortals? One of the gatekeeping disciples cupped his hands and respectfully asked the purple-robed cultivator stepping off the cloud boat as they entered the stone path of the mountain gate. These are the new disciples recruited in Jin country. I happened to pass by and brought them along. After explaining briefly to the gatekeeping disciples, Jiang Yuanshan nodded slightly to Lu Bai, who was standing to the side, and then glanced at Ji Qiu, his tone carrying a hint of earnestness. Once you reach the mountain gate, focus on your cultivation. With your aptitude, as long as you do not stray into the evil path and remain humble and patient, there will surely be a place for you on the path of cultivation in the future. Do not jeopardize your own prospects. Listening to the kind advice from the purple-robed cultivator in front of him, Ji Qiu hurriedly cupped his hands and replied sincerely, "Disciple will remember." After that, the purple-robed Dao Foundation cultivator nodded, signaling the farewell, and then his purple light flashed at his feet as he flew towards the distant peak. After seeing Jiang Yuanshan leave, Lu Bai called out to the gatekeeping disciples of the Xianxiao sect. Under the curious gazes of those disciples looking at Ji Qiu, he then led the somewhat reserved new disciples, along with Ji Qiu, toward the grand immortal mountain of the Xianxiao sect. As they walked, the warm-faced, middle-aged qi refining cultivator began introducing the situation of the Xianxiao sect to these disciples. My Xianxiao sect recruits a batch of disciples every 5 years from various places. The list of qi refining cultivators in the sect is about 1,000, not including the miscellaneous servants of each peak and vein. The nearly 1,000 qi refinement disciples, as long as they can reach the later stage and are under 40 years of age, can enter the inner sect and enjoy the strong support of the sect's resources, making every effort to prepare for breaking through and establishing their foundation. If they cannot break through, then their path will be bleak, and the sect will grant them the status of guest elders, allowing them to choose whether to return to the mundane world or go to the borders to explore the wilderness. The former option allows for a comfortable life with mundane power, expanding their family, while the latter offers the chance to cultivate in the wild and earn merit for resources and spirit stones, with the sect providing them a salary for guarding the borders, allowing for the possibility of continuing to pursue the Tao. However, even with this, the hope is slim and the dangers are extreme. Many peers walk this path, ultimately ending up as mere bones. Therefore, the primary goal for all junior brothers is still to focus on cultivation, because everything else is just an illusion. As long as you can achieve a foundation one day, everything you desire will be within reach. Lu Bai patiently explained this to the many disciples while continuing to walk. Before long, everyone arrived at the Deacon Hall. All newly admitted disciples will come here after entering the mountain gate, and this place is very close to the mountain gate, likely to accommodate new disciples. After all, for small cultivators who have not even entered the qi refinement stage, it is unlikely that high-level practitioners will show up to congratulate them. Only after achieving a foundation will the sect hold a ceremony for those major foundation cultivators. As for ordinary entry disciples, upon reaching the Deacon Hall, under the guidance of the elderly hall master, they receive a set of purple-robed disciple clothing, a sect token, and a few spirit stones, marking their entry into the sect as disciples of the Xianxiao sect. The remaining tasks of selecting a cave dwelling and choosing cultivation methods and techniques must be applied for in the scripture pavilion. After all, they are merely outer disciples. So how much guidance can they receive? Of course, Ji Qiu is an exception. No matter where they are, geniuses have privileges. This is true in the Xianxiao sect as well. Chapter 67, Generous Treatment. The Tao is unfeeling. Xianxiao sect, Deacon Hall. After the resource distribution was completed for the disciples who entered with Ji Qiu, they were taken away by some mundane attendants of the Deacon Hall. Even in an immortal sect, there are still mundane servants, because it is clearly more convenient to recruit mortals for some trivial tasks rather than having qi refiners, who prioritize cultivation, do them themselves. The key and most important aspect for practitioners stepping into qi refinement is their own cultivation. Is this what you mean by a disciple with qualifications comparable to a top-grade spirit body? An old man dressed in a gray brocade robe, with grizzled hair, listened to Lu Bai's description, then squinted and looked Ji Qiu up and down for a moment before nodding, his expression becoming somewhat amiable. Not bad. The Xianxiao mountain gate is situated on a third-tier spirit vein, and this child, without having truly cultivated, can already draw surrounding spiritual energy into his body, which is indeed no less than a top-grade spirit body. One of our Xianxiao sect's top-grade spirit bodies has even achieved the Jade Liquid Pill, a good seedling. If he can grow, our Xianxiao sect will surely become even more prosperous in the years to come, with 3 golden cores in one sect. In this wild northern land, where else can there be so many true practitioners? The old man smiled, and his attitude did not seem like that of an imposing foundation cultivator. He first affirmed Ji Qiu's qualifications, then stroked his beard and spoke gently to Lu Bai. Lu Shizi, after cultivating for so many years, you are now only one step away from the foundation. It seems the time has come. Just now, junior brother Jiang sent me a message detailing the situation. That foundation building pill should be approved soon, so be prepared. The old man's words stirred Lu Bai with excitement. Disciple thanks Uncle Wei. Wei Feng, who was called Uncle Wei, waved his hand, signaling Lu Bai to rise, then turned to the well-behaved Ji Qiu, pondering for a moment before saying, according to the rules, newly admitted outer disciples can only select one cultivation method and one technique, along with 10 spirit stones per year for their cultivation. But since junior disciple Ji's qualifications are extraordinary, it would be inappropriate to set standards based on outer disciples. Let us set it based on inner disciple standards for your cultivation support. An independent cave dwelling equipped with a small spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy here is nearly twice as rich as that of ordinary outer disciples. You can receive 1 Qi gathering pill each month for assistance in cultivation. And instead of 10 spirit stones per year, you will receive 10 spirit stones per month. As for the cultivation method and technique, you can choose a left path level cultivation inheritance and 3 Qi refinement techniques from the scripture pavilion. From the recorded bone age, you should be around 16 years old, right? With top-grade spirit body qualifications, these provisions will last until you are 25, nearly 10 years. As long as you can achieve the later stage of Qi control, then everything will remain the same until you establish your foundation. Such treatment is something ordinary inner disciples cannot obtain. The old man had high hopes for Ji Qiu, saying, little fellow, cultivate well. The world has not been peaceful in recent years. Even though our Xianxiao sect ranks among the side sects, we face considerable pressure. A series of generous treatments flowed from Wei Feng's mouth, each one better than those of the previous disciples by several times. An independent cave dwelling with a small spirit gathering array, 10 spirit stones per month, and a Qi gathering pill, along with a left path level inheritance method and 3 Qi refinement techniques. If this were in those small left path sects where only foundation cultivators preside, it would likely be impossible to approve. It seems that the Xianxiao sect, having established itself for 600 years, indeed has considerable depth. Ji Qiu noted Lu Bai's expression. When he saw that even the already full Qi refinement Lu Bai couldn't help but show envy and surprise at the rewards from the old man, he understood the value of these rewards. Therefore, Ji Qiu was very well behaved. The young man brushed his sleeve and then bowed. Disciple Ji Qiu, thanks Uncle Wei. These rewards were determined by the true practitioners above and have nothing to do with me, a soon-to-be decrepit old man. Young man, if you can achieve the foundation, even the jade liquid pill, that would be the greatest benefit for me and the sect, so there is no need for thanks. Just cultivate well. If you encounter anything you don't understand on the path of cultivation, you can come seek me. This deacon hall is usually quiet, and I can spare some time to guide you. Seeing the young man bow earnestly, the old man still smiled, only correcting a slight misstatement in his words. Then, Wei Feng's finger flickered with his storage ring, and a small bag appeared out of thin air, which he tossed to Ji Qiu. This is your reward and your disciple token. Everything is inside. After that, if you want to choose any technique from the scripture pavilion, just take this token and go select it yourself. As for the cave dwelling, it's generally up to you to choose. Currently, there are still more than 10 vacant spots across various peaks. You can take a look and see which one you want. After speaking, Wei Feng led Ji Qiu into the hall, stopping in front of a spirit light flickering, interwoven sand table. Ji Qiu looked up and instantly recognized the scene within the sand table, which bore some resemblance to the Xianxiao sect. Most of the places that appeared to be residences were marked with red marks, while only a few were marked with green. This sand table serves as a magical artifact specifically used to record the cave dwellings and the identities of their owners. The green-marked ones are currently unowned cave dwellings. You can choose one. Seemingly understanding Ji Qiu's thoughts, Wei Feng smiled lightly and provided an explanation. At this moment, Ji Qiu suddenly realized, and without wasting time, he chose a relatively quiet residence among the dozen or so green marks. Qingfeng residence. The last resident was a Qi refining cultivator from 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he failed to establish his foundation. Although he managed to survive by chance, he severed his connection to the Tao and simply went down the mountain to enjoy life. The old man still remembers that kid. It's truly a pity. This place is not only tranquil, but it also has a relatively high concentration of spiritual energy. If you don't choose it today, it may soon become someone else's. You have a good eye, kid. Wei Feng admired Ji Qiu's choice and raised his hand to mark the place with a red mark. From now on, this cave dwelling, named Qingfeng Residence, would belong to Ji Qiu personally. After selecting the cave dwelling, Ji Qiu wanted to take a look at it. At this time, Lu Bai happened to have good news and offered to guide him. Ji Qiu, relieved to save some effort, had no reason to refuse. The Qingfeng residence, selected by Jiqiu, is located on the mountainside of the left side of Ling Mountain, near the Lanyu Peak, seemingly with a mountain stream and dozens of ancient trees surrounding it. The scenery is beautiful, and it is quiet. It is indeed an excellent place to live. Lu Bai's cave dwelling is also on this Ling Mountain, so the two of them are considered neighbors. Once they moved away from the Deacon Hall, Jiqiu chatted with Lu Bai along the way. Today, senior brother Lu Bai received a foundation-building pill and saw hope in establishing his foundation. Naturally wearing a smile that he could not hide, Master Wei, who is over 290 years old this year, has lived and grown up in the sect, and his feelings for the sect are incomparable to ours. His age is even comparable to that of our sect's true ancestor from over 100 years ago, making him a rare living fossil. He treats us junior disciples well and usually has a cheerful demeanor. But it's a pity he is stuck in the late stage of foundation establishment and has no hope of forming a pill. Even if he achieves foundation establishment, he can only helplessly watch his lifespan come to an end. I believe Master Wei must feel quite uncomfortable about it himself. Upon hearing this, Jiqiu recalled the old man's gentle demeanor and couldn't help but feel a bit silent. The Tao is indeed ruthless. Therefore, it is precisely because of this that we must strive to climb to greater heights. Otherwise, when the time comes for our lifespan to end, Chapter 68, some have taken their first steps on the path to immortality, while others have reached the peaks of the mountains. The two walked along the mountain path, and with Lu Bai leading the way, they easily found the cave dwelling named Qingfeng Residence. Although it is called a cave dwelling, it is actually a small courtyard situated in greenery, surrounded by ancient trees, with a small stream flowing gently nearby. The scenery is nice, and it is quiet. Although the location is somewhat remote, Jiqiu is quite satisfied. From now on, this will be Junior Brother Ji's residence in the Xianxiao sect. My cave dwelling is also on this Lanyu Peak, so we are neighbors. If you have any questions, feel free to communicate with me through the contact talisman in this cave dwelling. Additionally, regarding the matters that new disciples need to pay attention to, there should be records in the bag that Master Wei gave you, so remember to take a look. New disciples cannot rely solely on the little bit of spirit stones provided. However, Junior Brother, since you will receive an inner sect salary, you don't need to worry about these things, just focus on your cultivation. Jiqiu responded affirmatively to each point. After finishing the instructions, Lu Bai nodded. Still unable to hide his joy, exchanged pleasantries, and hurriedly walked up the mountain. It seems he wants to solidify his qi refining stage one last time before preparing to establish his foundation when the foundation building pill is bestowed upon him. But can it really go that smoothly? Lu Bai, disciple of Xianxiao sect, 14 years old, possesses a spiritual body, joined Xianxiao sect through the ascension ceremony, and practices qi refining methods. 23 years old, time passes unnoticed, enduring the hardships of mountain cultivation, but able to withstand loneliness, achieving mid-stage condensation of qi at a young age, with prospects ahead. 35 years old, studies talisman making, researches spirit herb cultivation, leads the Deacon Hall in slaying demons to exchange for cultivation resources, diligently practices, and enters the late stage of qi control. 44 years old, qi circulates around the body, smooth and unified, reaches the peak of qi refining. 48 years old, exchanges spirit stones and half a lifetime's contributions for a foundation-building pill from the sect, meditates for 3 days in seclusion, wanting to make a final effort, but fails to break through at the last moment, barely maintaining late-stage qi refining cultivation, feeling despondent. 67 years old, after going down the mountain, enjoys life for over 20 years, ultimately never having the chance to establish a foundation, dying with regrets. Simulation evaluation, half a lifetime of cultivation wasted. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man in purple robes, Jiqiu's eyes carried a hint of complexity. This senior brother Lu Bai is quite decent. Of course, part of it is due to his own circumstances that led him to receive a foundation-building pill. However, regardless, seeing the original trajectory simulated, he still couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He only hopes he could have had the opportunity to establish a foundation 3 years earlier. Then he might have been able to grasp it. The young man paused for a moment, shook his head, muttering to himself, before entering the small courtyard named Qingfeng Residence. Currently, Jiqiu still chooses to primarily cultivate the transcending the world true scripture. Although the Xianxiao sect has its own methods of cultivation, unless it is the sect's ultimate technique, other methods may not be able to compare to this one that directly points to the jade liquid pill. However, this time he needs to be careful not to use that secret technique again. Otherwise, the consequences are not something an ordinary person can bear. This cave dwelling is fully equipped with facilities, and the spiritual energy is much denser than in Deqian. The scripture repository can wait. The urgent matter is to start cultivating first. Opening the small bag given by Elder Wei Feng from the Deacon Hall, Jiqiu looked at a crystal-clear pill and a small pile of spirit stones, silently calculating. Grasping a jade slip next to the spirit stones, he input the spiritual energy he had guided earlier on Shuyuan Mountain to check some rules and places of the Xianxiao sect. Jiqiu pushed open the main courtyard door, stepped over the threshold, and sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the quiet room, beginning his first true cultivation session. Meanwhile, far away from the northern Sangzhou of the eastern wilderness, in a place not of this world, above a celestial pond carved out on a floating divine mountain, a figure in white stood with a sword, her white hair like snow, standing in the sky. Above her head, thunder surged, and heavenly tribulation rolled, exuding a sense of destruction. Amidst the flickering purple light, a terrifying pressure capable of obliterating all beings spread across hundreds of miles. The grand heavenly might has historically deterred many mortal beings from facing it directly. For those who can pass this tribulation, they will enjoy great freedom and transcendence, truly breaking free from the gates of life and death, just a step away from becoming an immortal. But if they cannot pass, they can only choose to fall into despair or escape by chance, recultivating as ghost immortals, lingering on, with no hope of ever becoming a true immortal. Many great cultivators who have reached this threshold are unwilling to take that step. They must temper their cultivation and hone their souls to the peak, only willing to gamble when their lifespan is nearing its end. But this cold woman with snow-white hair, radiating an icy aura, is different, because she has only taken 800 years to reach this level of cultivation. Even for most true monarchs, at this age, they have only just begun to attain their Dharma forms and have yet to stabilize their cultivation. However, this white-haired woman has already reached the final step before the gate of immortality. At this moment, the purple lightning transformed from heavenly might continually strikes down with unstoppable force. Each strike possesses enough power to obliterate countless golden core true beings. Even a Dharma form true monarch may not withstand it. But in the hands of that woman, the sword light sweeps down like spilled ink, extinguishing all. Bathed in the sea of thunder, the woman stands elegantly with her sword, as if the might of the heavens could be quelled with just a flick of her finger. In fact, it is indeed so. Flash. The woman wielding the sword let out a light shout, and Boundless rose behind her. As her white hair floated and her clothes billowed, a sword shadow that could almost split mountains and seas suddenly cleaved down from above. With one sword strike, the heavenly tribulation was extinguished. Even the might of the heavens, capable of annihilating all things, transformed into nothingness under this one sword. The purple sky tribulation dissipated, and the heavenly might gradually dispersed. At this moment, the woman in white stood alone atop the dome, her figure seemingly like a clay statue, unmoving for a long time, as if her spirit was sinking into chaos. After a long while, 2 lines of faint tears slowly flowed down her jade-like cheeks. It turned out that 800 years had already passed. Muttering softly, the woman opened her pair of clear brown eyes, like glazed glass. She looked at the dissipating heavenly might, feeling the trace of her true spirit slowly forming in the mud pill palace, and finally smiled. Achieving the primordial spirit, only one step remained to reach the final immortal threshold. It was close. Then, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. With boundless light rain cascading down from the once menacing heavens, the world celebrated, and spiritual energy transformed into rain. This was indeed the sign of entering the primordial spirit, stepping into the primordial spirit, with the winds and rains of heaven and earth coming to celebrate. From now on, one's lifespan was unbound, and one could be called it in the worldly realm. Chapter 69. In the path of cultivation, wealth, partners, and are indispensable. The Moku sect congratulated Su Daojun on achieving the primordial spirit, from now on, with unbound lifespan, for eternal life. The Zishao sect congratulated Su Daojun on achieving the primordial spirit, from now on, with unbound lifespan, for eternal life. Qing Yuan Mountain congratulated Su Daojun on achieving the primordial spirit, from now on, with unbound lifespan, for eternal life. Su Qishio looked up at the clear sky, feeling the piercing cold wind and the golden rain pouring down, and gently exhaled. She realized that unknowingly, she had come this far. Listening to the distant congratulatory voices filled with complexity and envy, the white-haired woman stood tall with her sword, her hair and clothes flying. One should stand atop the peak, surveying the small mountains below. She suddenly recalled a line from a poem recited by someone in the past, not knowing who composed it. At this moment, it was quite fitting. In the realm of qi refining, one had to endure countless difficulties and obstacles to establish a foundation for the Dao. And after truly stepping into the Dao threshold, one would face a path filled with killings and grievances, making it even more arduous. Almost as if everyone in the world was an enemy. Qi refining, Dao foundation, golden core. These 4 great thresholds have blocked countless cultivators. Yet she, on this day, had completely broken through, reaching the realm of the primordial spirit, a celestial being, which was rare throughout history. The hardships involved were not for outsiders to speak of. But this was not enough. One day, I will step out of this realm and see what the so-called heavenly court, which governs the rise and fall of all realms, truly looks like. The woman in white looked up at the sky. Though her eyes showed fatigue, they also carried a steadfastness that had not been diminished by countless experiences. Because all these experiences would be beautified with the passage of time, until they became an eternal swan song, perfect without a flaw. Su Qixio did not deny this. Because it had been too long since she had seen that soft, jade-like little monk who liked to touch her jet black hair. But no matter what, one thing would never change. That is, her stepping onto this vast immortal path was all because of that one person. Regarding this point, no matter how the world changes, it would never alter in the slightest, because this is her own path. 1 year later, in the eastern wilderness of North Zhangzhou, at the Xianxiao sect, a young Taoist clad in a purple robe and wearing a jade crown, sat in his cave abode, breathing long, with his eyes half closed. After a long while, he let out a long breath, and the young Taoist opened his eyes, his divine light concealed yet extraordinary. Season, autumn. Realm, mid-stage qi refining. Cultivation method. Talent, 7 apertures exquisite, 100 forged martial body, clear zen heart. Martial arts, techniques, and divine powers. Suspended martial arts, peak. Questioning immortals sword, peak. 6 methods of qi refining, peak. Xianxiao palm thunder, mastery. Fragment of Xian Yuan thunder method, mastery. Miscellaneous studies. Beginner talismans, transcendent. Beginner alchemy, mastery. This was all that Jiqiu had gained during his year of secluded cultivation at the Xianxiao sect. First, the left path sword technique, questioning immortals sword passed down from Lin Yufu, had been perfected to its peak in Jiqiu's hands. Indistinguishable from the realm of enlightenment Lin Yufu achieved on the snowy mountains. This was already the highest realm attainable through tracing back to the source and comprehending the method. And even if Lin Yufu were to be resurrected, it would likely be no more than this. As for further advancements, Jiqiu vaguely felt that there was still room for improvement. However, how to achieve that was beyond his current capability and would require time to comprehend. The 6 methods of qi refining, such as summoning winds and rains, conjuring soldiers from beans, etc., he had also practiced to the pinnacle, not inferior to the questioning immortal's sword. Coupled with the Xianxiao palm thunder selected from the sect's scripture pavilion and the left path inheritance of the Xian Yuan thunder methods fragment, Jiqiu was fully confident that he could slay late-stage qi refiners of the qi manipulation realm beyond his level. If he could fight with the old ancestor Su Qilong of Deqian in his current state once again, Jiqiu believed he would no longer need to use the secret technique that could pierce through the seas, just the questioning immortal's sword. Achieving the highest attainment Lin Yufu had in life would be enough to slay him with one sword, needing no other skills. It was just a pity that it had already become a fixed outcome. Exhaling a puff of white air, the young Taoist stood up and collected a stack of talismans engraved with patterns on the desk into his storage bag. It is worth mentioning that, apart from the basic salary provided to disciples by the Xianxiao sect, all remaining cultivation resources are encouraged to be obtained through one's own means. For example, through the Deacon Hall, taking on tasks that only qi refiners can accomplish to exchange for cultivation resources and spirit stones, is one of the methods. Of course, there are also easier alternatives. That is to learn talisman drawing and alchemy, and then sell them in the market. As long as one goes down the mountain for training, these two are essential for cultivators in critical moments, and they are consumables. Therefore, whether high or low-level talismans and pills, there is quite a market. Earning spirit stones in this way is undoubtedly quick. As long as your talismans and pills are of good quality and your skills are high enough, there will be no shortage of buyers. However, because the time required for meditation, qi refining, and cultivation techniques is already quite substantial, newly entered qi refiners naturally do not have the spare time to devote most of their time to these sideline activities. After all, both drawing talismans and alchemy require a great deal of effort. It is not something that can be achieved overnight to reach a sellable level. Moreover, these things do indeed burn money. Without spirit stones to buy talisman paper and alchemical materials repeatedly for practice, and without various spiritual herbs to refine pills, how could one achieve results? Of course, this applies to other qi refiners. As for someone like Jiqiu, who relies on his own efforts to step-by-step trace back to the source and comprehend his gains, he naturally does not fall into this category. Thus, over the past year, relying on his mastery of low-level talismans, such as lightness talismans, exorcism talismans, invisibility talismans, concealment talismans, and enchantment talismans, Jiqiu was quite popular among the cultivators in the market at the foot of Xianxiao Mountain. even being revered as a talisman master by some low-level loose cultivators, thus gaining a substantial income. The spiritual energy he cultivated in a month could roughly support him in drawing around 200 talismans. These low-level talismans, due to their inexpensive production cost, are priced at around 1 low-grade spirit stone when sold. In a month, Jiqiu could produce 200 talismans. After deducting the costs of purchasing talisman paper and cinnabar, once all the talismans were sold, he could net over 100 spirit stones, which is nearly equivalent to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Although 2 mid-grade spirit stones may sound modest, one should not underestimate their value. Countless qi refining practitioners who have reached the qi mastery stage cannot even gather 10 spirit stones from their entire collection of magical tools and assets. Jiqiu, on the other hand, could earn what these practitioners take a lifetime to accumulate in less than a year. It's clear just how wealthy he is now. Not to mention being able to buy excellent magical tools. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about the cultivation path before building his foundation. Moreover, even when it comes to foundation establishment, once his cultivation level rises and he can draw better talismans, he could even attempt to refine some high-quality practical elixirs, which would allow him to purchase the necessary materials. For example, foundation establishment pills fall into this category. It was only at this moment that Jiqiu understood why wealth ranks first among the 4 essential conditions for cultivation: wealth, partners, techniques, and land. Without money, one cannot progress an inch. Regarding this, Jiqiu deeply resonated as he looked at those fellow disciples who entered the sect around the same time as him, struggling to get by on the meager rewards from the deacon hall, while others with low-grade spiritual bodies endure hardship. I, with a high-grade talent for alchemy and ample spirit stones, cannot possibly compare the two situations. The reality of cultivating immortality is indeed so harsh and disparate. Chapter 70. The difficulty of cultivation. The path is long and stony. Stepping out of Qingfeng residence, Jiqiu walked along the mountain path. Holding his disciple token, he planned to leave the mountain and head to the market to sell the stack of talismans he had drawn last time in exchange for spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources. Occasionally encountering familiar fellow practitioners, Jiqiu would stop briefly to greet them. Now that a year had passed since he entered the sect, he was no longer as clueless about the situation at Xinjiao sect as he had been back then. His senior brother Lu Bai, who had recruited him to the sect at the Upper Yuan Mountain in the Jin Kingdom, had provided Jiqiu with a lot of help during the first month. He learned about the cultivation market at the foot of Xinjiao Mountain and some rules of the sect from Lu Bai. This back and forth saved him quite a bit of effort. Unfortunately, that Lu Bai, who had been a good influence on him, had already left the mountain. After a month, the sect finally approved a foundation establishment pill, and after adjusting his spiritual energy to its peak, Lu Bai quickly entered seclusion in his cave dwelling. Jiqiu still remembered the spirited demeanor Lu Bai had while closing the door to his retreat. After all, who could remain calm after diligently cultivating for half a lifetime and finally reaching the threshold of establishing their foundation? Many immortal stories recorded in biographies begin with the foundation establishment. When one is not yet in seclusion and is full of ambition, everyone feels they will be the next protagonist. Sadly, reality often defies expectations. Of 100 attempting to establish their foundation, only one succeeds. The difficulties involved cannot be conveyed in words. After half a month in seclusion, Lu Bai announced his failure in foundation establishment. On that day, Jiqiu had just stepped into the qi refinement stage, and when he saw Lu Bai's once stalwart figure become hunched, with strands of white hair appearing, he already knew the outcome. Nearing 50 and failing to establish his foundation meant he likely would not have a second chance in this lifetime. Soon after their final meeting, this peak qi refinement cultivator reported to the deacon hall, voluntarily requesting to become a guest elder, and left the mountain to indulge. During their farewell, Jiqiu clearly saw the lingering sadness and unwillingness in the eyes of this middle-aged purple-robed brother. This incident greatly impacted Jiqiu's resolve and helped him establish a correct perspective on seeking the Tao. The path to the Tao is arduous. Even if one possesses great opportunities that others cannot reach, one should not be overly confident or arrogant. How many talented individuals have been buried along this vast immortal path? Before achieving the Tao, one is still but an ant. Therefore, the road ahead is long, and one must tread carefully, climbing step by step. After all, the path is fraught with challenges. As a sect of an alternative lineage, Xinjiao sect naturally provides safety guarantees in the cultivation market at the foot of the mountain. Passing through the bustling Xinjiao city, Jiqiu, dressed in a striking Xinjiao robe, attracted envious glances as he walked. Although Xinjiao city is located within the Jin Kingdom, it has long been considered the foundation of Xinjiao Mountain due to the sect's influence. Many of the residents have family ties to Xinjiao sect disciples or are wandering cultivators who have settled here over the centuries. Over time, this has created a mixed community of immortals and mortals. Of course, in a newly developed human cultivation realm like North Sangzhou, such a situation is quite common. Almost everywhere one goes, and is nothing surprising. In the cultivation market, as Ji Qiu entered the street rich in spiritual energy, he saw that nearly everyone around him was a qi refining practitioner. However, the levels of these practitioners varied greatly. Compared to the disciples of Xinjiao sect, they fell far short. Even among low-grade spiritual bodies, the differences were as vast as heaven and earth. Under the survival of the fittest, those with better qualifications chose to join the sect, leaving behind the lesser paths and scattered cultivators, whose quality was naturally self-evident. However, observing these practitioners was not Ji Qiu's goal for this trip. Therefore, after a quick glance, he headed toward his destination, a shop run by a foundation establishment family that had been in operation for over 100 years. The establishment before him, built with high-quality spirit sandalwood, exuded an ancient charm, and its sign simply bore the words talisman in seal script. Yet, the flow of qi refining practitioners coming in and out indicated that the quality of the talismans sold here must be exceptional. Crossing the threshold, a refreshing coolness greeted him, instantly making him feel invigorated and at ease. This was the effect of the cold jade beads, a valuable spiritual item native to the island seas, which could even serve as one of the 5 elemental spiritual materials needed for foundation establishment, with each bead worth at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the shop displayed 8 of them, not to mention other spiritual items as decorations. Truly a display of wealth. At the counter, a beautiful young woman in a gauzy green dress leaned against the desk, her stunning features half closed as if she were dozing off. Only when she heard a sound did she open her eyes. Upon seeing the young Taoist in a purple robe and jade crown enter, her eyelashes fluttered, and her expression brightened. "Friend Ji from Xinjiao sect, please come in quickly. What good goods have you brought this time? Would you like a cup of tea?" The woman, with her hands clasped behind her back, stood up with a smile, her chest slightly rising and falling, inadvertently showcasing her alluring figure. However, Ji Qiu seemed not to notice. Without any unnecessary words, with a wave of his sleeve, he took out 200 talismans from his storage bag. Inside were various types of talismans, including spell talismans, lightness talismans, exorcism talismans, concealment talismans, cleansing talismans, and illumination talismans, all of which had effects and durations better than those drawn by other talisman masters. Although they had collaborated several times, Ji Qiu asked, "Do you want to verify the goods first?" His expression remained unchanged, as if he were indifferent to the beauty of the green-clad female cultivator before him. In response, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of allure, almost making it hard for anyone to look away, before she playfully reached out to take a talisman for inspection, saying, "No need for that. Over the past 6 months, every batch of talismans from you has proven trustworthy, and our Mu family still believes in you. According to the price, that S2 middle-grade spirit stones. Here, take it, Taoist Ji, and feel free to come again next time." After speaking, the female cultivator waved her sleeve, revealing a jade hand, every movement captivating. Indeed, good business doesn't come without reason. Chapter 71. Everything is ready. Opening the second life. In the city of Shunxiao, in the market, watching the smiling beautiful woman in blue gauze wave, Ji Qiu only smiled politely and did not show any signs of losing composure. For him, who has visited many times, this was not the first experience, so naturally he wouldn't be swayed by her charm. After half a lifetime of chanting scriptures and meditating, combined with his innate clarity of heart, Ji Qiu still had this level of composure. Moreover, this blue gauze female cultivator treated everyone the same way. If you created benefits for her shop, wouldn't she greet you with a smile? If one took it seriously, that would be a misconception. After all, it was simply a matter of mutual benefit. But if there were any foolish suitors, that occasional foundational cultivation aura on the second floor would probably teach them a lesson in no time. After all, behind this shop, there were high-level experts in the foundational realm, receiving 2 translucent middle-grade spirit stones and storing them in his storage bag. Ji Qiu selected 2 pieces of high-quality talisman paper and the necessary cinnabar for drawing talismans, paying about 30 low-grade spirit stones before slightly nodding to the blue gauze female cultivator and leaving. Afterward, he wandered around the market for a while, purchasing some low-tier spiritual herbs for refining qi, gathering pills, and valley-breaking pills needed for daily cultivation, before finally leaving satisfied. Currently, Ji Qiu's savings, after a whole year's accumulation, had reached as much as 13 middle-grade spirit stones. With such a large sum, it would almost be enough to outfit himself with a set of high-grade magical robes and a spirit sword. However, Ji Qiu did not spend recklessly. He had strict plans for this batch of spirit stones. He wanted to accumulate enough spirit stones to buy the 5 elemental spiritual items when he reached the peak of qi refining, to prove his foundation in the Tao. Establishing a foundation in the Tao also has its distinctions. The most ordinary and inferior method is to use foundational pills as support and, with peak qi refining cultivation, attempt to break through to the final Dao barrier. This method isn't particularly bad, but it's clearly not the best choice. A foundational pill sells for about 20 to 30 middle-grade spirit stones in the market, equivalent to 2 or 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. For ordinary qi refining cultivators, such an amount might be outrageously expensive, something they could not earn in half a lifetime. But for Jiqiu, it would only take 2 or 3 years to accumulate. Yet, Jiqiu was unwilling to take this path for his breakthrough. Because above this, there are even superior methods of breaking through. That is to use the 5 types of elemental spiritual items as a foundation and, relying on one's own accumulation and perseverance, merge with the spiritual energy to successfully break through. This method has always been recommended by major sects for their promising disciples on the path of the Tao. It is called the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Using this method to establish a foundation not only makes the base more solid and robust, surpassing ordinary foundational methods, but the more crucial aspect is that it will give birth to an innate talent related to the 5 elements. It is said that this innate talent is even the embryonic form of the golden core transformation. With this talent, during the foundational realm, one has the opportunity to comprehend a trace of the innate form in advance, which is why it is revered as the superior method of establishing a foundation. The form realm, that is countless times more powerful than the golden core, enough to support a genuine orthodox inheritance as a pillar of great power, known as true monarch. With boundless longevity, they are their symbol. This realm, how could Jiqiu not yearn for it? Although the trials one must endure in establishing a heavenly Tao foundation are far greater than those of ordinary foundational methods, and failing the breakthrough could lead to the destruction of one's path due to elemental chaos, losing even the later stages of qi refining, everything would be in vain. However, on the path of seeking the Tao, one should strive for greatness. Otherwise, if one falls behind a step, they will fall behind further and eventually become indistinguishable from the masses. Jiqiu did not wish to walk such a path. One must know the ambition to soar high in youth, once promised to be the best in the world. Furthermore, Jiqiu still has the possibility of continuous trial and error. He will eventually find the most correct path in this cycle of the Tao. On this point, Jiqiu is unwavering in his belief. After making up his mind, the purple-robed Taoist's eyes were firm as he cast a lightness talisman on himself and urged his spiritual energy to stride back the way he came. I may not know where the highest peak is, nor what realm of cultivation counts as reaching the end, but as long as it is within my sight, I will stand upon it. If I do not stand at the highest point, how can I gaze towards something higher? When I step onto the azure sky, I will naturally know where the path lies above. At Xinxiao Mountain, on Lanyue Peak, in Qingfeng residence, time passed unknowingly through spring and autumn, and another half a year had swiftly gone by. On this day, Jiqiu sat cross-legged on the mat, a flash of divine light in his eyes, his breath sharp like a sword, condensed and unbroken. This was the symbol of reaching the peak of qi refining cultivation. As long as he settled for a little longer, even the realm of controlling objects and qi would likely be crossed over. At 18, in the later stages of qi refining, this meant that Jiqiu had the potential to impact the foundational realm before the age of 25. Such aptitude could perhaps only be matched by outstanding disciples from orthodox inheritances. For a side sect like Xianxiao sect, which has been passed down for 600 years, it might take several generations to produce one. If this were known, the phrase terrifying indeed would be unavoidable. Jiqiu, realm, mid-qi refining, condensing qi realm. Cultivation method, Tao of the world, true sutra. Talent, 7 orifices exquisite, 100 forgings martial body, clear heart of Zen. Martial arts techniques, suspended martial Tao, peak. Questioning immortal sword, peak. 6 methods of qi refining, peak. Xinxiao palm thunder, transcendent. Xian yuan thunder law fragment, transcendent. Miscellaneous studies, beginner talisman, peak. Beginner alchemy, masterful. Another half year passed, and techniques like Xinxiao palm thunder and Xian yuan thunder law, which were newly learned, had become transcendent as Jiqiu comprehended them daily. As for the talisman techniques practiced daily without fail, he had refined these low-tier talismans to the peak level, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a master of low-tier talismans. Everything is ready. It's time to take the next step. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Jiqiu's eyes were deep. He needed to see clearly the road ahead. Would you like to start the second life simulation? Start. The next second, Jiqiu's spirit and true essence fell into ignorance once more. Even in an ordinary and unremarkable life, there is a minuscule possibility of blooming into the most brilliant fireworks. Chapter 72, Willing to Open Peace for All Ages. As a ray of bright light streaked across, the scene before Jiqiu began to gain color. This time, it was slightly different from the first simulation. The images that narrated a lifetime, like a revolving lantern, did not show from the very beginning. Instead, scenes that seemed real yet unreal appeared intermittently before his eyes. In a state of ignorance, Jiqiu saw a prosperous human kingdom named Dian. This world was not like the Yuan-Tian realm, where the immortal Dao flourished and all paths were extinguished. Instead, it was an era where various philosophical schools thrived and 100 schools contended. There were powerful martial artists breaking through the shackles of the flesh, their vital energy boiling, able to slay demons and ghosts. There were sorcerers harnessing spiritual energy, invoking myriad phenomena, comparable to foundational cultivation. There are also great scholars who nurture a vast and righteous spirit within their hearts, exhaling their breath like a sword, with the fire of their spirit burning in their hearts, difficult to extinguish. This is the powerful cultivator that Jiqiu sees amidst these fragmented images. Undoubtedly, the strongest here must at least be at the Dao foundation stage to be dominant, although it cannot be considered a grand era of cultivation. Lacking those who can move mountains and drain seas or discern life and death with a glance, it is just right for Jiqiu at the moment. However, Jiqiu soon sees something different. The Great Yin has enjoyed its national fortune for 400 years within this vast territory, spanning 13 emperors, and is finally showing signs of decline. That year, the Son of Heaven of the Great Yin raised an army of 300,000 to attack the Western D. But after 3 attempts, he failed to break through, exhausting the people and draining the treasury. It was also that year that the 13 provinces of the Great Yin suffered consecutive years of severe drought. Crops withered, no chickens crowed for miles. Bones froze on the roads, and the people struggled to fill their bellies, with millions becoming refugees. The ancient dynasty, relying on military achievements to conquer south and north, appeared to be flourishing on the surface, like a fire cooking oil, while the officials of the court wrote and published books, hoping to leave a legacy with their words and thus gain eternal fame. Everything seemed wonderful, but chaos was gradually rising. 1 year old, you were born in a scholar's family in the Dian dynasty, Jizhou, Dangyang County, as a direct descendant, and were given the name Zhang Yuan by your clan, heavenly gifted with 7 exquisite orifices loaded. Wisdom root enhanced, aptitude enhanced, comprehension enhanced. 5 years old, having lived a life of luxury since childhood, you did not know the taste of worry. But you began to notice ragged refugees passing by your family's estate to beg. One time, while playing in front of the gate, you were puzzled about why they dressed like that, and from a distance, they emitted a foul odor. The steward of your clan saw your confusion and smiled as he pulled you, the young master, aside, while discreetly signaling the guards at the gate to drive the refugees away. Watching the ragged refugees being beaten and crying out in pain, you bit your lip and felt a twinge of pity for them. 9 years old, your childhood experiences made you pay special attention to these refugees. Sometimes after meals at home, you would deliberately leave behind 2 flatbreads at the gate and wait a moment to see if any refugees would pass by. If you saw someone with a waxy complexion, thin as a withered bone, you would personally hand the food to them, not for any other reason, but simply because you had read in the teachings of the sages that the world should be in harmony. If everyone practiced trust and mutual support, a truly peaceful world could be built. Young as you were exceptionally wise, and though you had studied other classics, it was this prosperous world mentioned by the Confucian sage that touched your heart the most, filling you with longing. You were still small, but you wanted to know what kind of world that was. 11 years old, the small acts of kindness you had accumulated over the years helped many people. Some accepted your gifts and turned to run without a word, fearing someone would snatch them away. But others were deeply grateful, bowing repeatedly and praising your name. To this, you only smiled and did not care about their subsequent actions. But so what? It was just a small effort, only wishing for a pleasant mood. When the patriarch of the Zhang family of Dangyang heard of your actions, he praised you, saying this child has the demeanor of a great sage, and then created a favorable situation for you. Soon, the name of the virtuous and respectful young man of the Dangyang Zhang family spread in the county. 16 years old, you became a disciple of a great Confucian in the capital of Yan, practicing the Confucian way while also not neglecting martial arts. This great Confucian came from a prestigious family, was a court official, and was in high spirits, having already achieved the merits of writing and gaining fame for future generations. If it weren't for your own good reputation and the strong support of the Dangyang Zhang family, you would have never been able to join. Under the great Confucian's guidance, you learned the strengths of various schools and delved deeper into the study of classics, but at the same time, your heart grew increasingly confused. The teacher said, studying Confucian law is for self-cultivation, family regulation, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. However, when you looked around at the world filled with the sounds of reading, you saw that the common people outside were wearing increasingly tattered clothes, and their eyes were growing more and more numb. You were puzzled and asked your teacher, After a long silence, the teacher could not respond. At that moment, you realized that being trapped in this corner of the world, aside from cultivation, there was no way to find any truth. Thus, you sought to read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, asking for leave from your teacher, wanting to see the world of the great yin. Your teacher had no objections. 20 years old, after 4 years, you walked barefoot across the 13 provinces of the great yin, witnessing the suffering of the lower classes, which greatly impacted your worldview from what you had read in books. For years ago, the emperor of the great yin had raised troops to attack the Western D, exhausting the people and draining the treasury. Although there were high-ranking martial arts experts in the court and the army was unmatched, the foundation of the common people had already been shaken, and this vast court was likely to transition from prosperity to decline. In the same year, you came of age, and your patriarch granted you the name Julu. Thus you became Zhang Julu. 21 years old. Due to your wisdom root, you accidentally discovered a cave of a hermit and received a scroll of the Taiping Sutra. You were excited and determined to travel the world, following the way of the Confucian sage, healing the sick and saving lives. However, the patriarch who had always supported you opposed your decision this time and scolded you sternly. Coming from a scholarly family and having taken a great Confucian as your master, in his eyes, you were the future hope of the Dangyangzhang family, destined to leap into the court with the support of the family's century-long endeavors and to revive the family business. In his view, you, with such a bright future, choosing to become a wandering physician was nothing but abandoning the essence for the trivial, wasting your prospects. To this, you were surprised but expressed understanding. After all, no matter how you looked at it, you had ultimately let down their expectations. However, facing the patriarch's anger, you did not yield but instead, as darkness fell, you packed your bag and left alone. Before your departure, you left behind a letter of apology, feeling guilty for your Zhang family roots. So you voluntarily removed the name Zhang Yuan, henceforth taking your character as a name, calling yourself Zhang Julu. 26 years old, the chaos in the world grew increasingly severe, and you, dressed in a single garment, spent 5 years walking from Jiangnan to Jiangbei. In every place you visited, you would stop briefly and use the method of talismans to heal the people, working tirelessly. During this time, countless people survived thanks to you. You accomplished what many capable individuals were unwilling to do, earning boundless merits. Day after day, you pursued the elusive idea of a peaceful and prosperous world, and your actions, nearly sincere without a hint of false sentiment, eventually moved a group of people. These individuals spontaneously formed a group, following in your footsteps, venerating you as a sage, adhering to your teachings and steps, moving in unison. Among the mixed crowd were starving refugees, chivalrous wanderers, and even elegantly dressed nobles with kind natures, encompassing all walks of life. Gradually, the group began to grow, from dozens at first to hundreds, thousands, and eventually tens of thousands. These people, day by day, practiced your teachings, under your influence, had become extremely devoted to the path you sought. You looked around at the light contained in those pairs of eyes, feeling that you had never taken a wrong step. The stars were shining brightly, not unlike the brightness of a single day. If the light of the stars dims, as long as there is a bright moon shining, this world will ultimately change because of it. That year, you were full of ambition. 30 years old, your sect had a name, called the Taiping Dao. In order to implement your ideals and path, you taught the talismans and cultivation methods of the Taiping Sutra to every fated disciple. You travel the world with your disciples and followers, unwaveringly advancing on your own path. Your symbol is a yellow scarf worn on your head, for in the face of extreme poverty, where there is hardly any food or money, this is the only emblem you have. During a great plague in Qingzhou, which others would avoid at all costs, you see it no differently than any other place. You lead your 300 disciples, who practice the Taiping scripture, on a long journey to Qingzhou, spending over a year exhausting your efforts to barely contain the disaster. Despite this, countless common people still suffered and died. But those who survived through your efforts became your most loyal followers. For your faith, many of them would even sacrifice their lives. The development of the Taiping Dao is unstoppable, and your influence grows, to the point where dignitaries and nobles in the capital, including the emperor at the pinnacle of power, have heard of your great name. They express admiration for your actions, yet secretly harbor disdain, feeling that your deeds do not match your noble birth and youth. Even the emperor of the Yin dynasty merely hears of it with a smile, dismissing it, for he sees only the officials who feast and revel in the court. How could he know the desolation beyond the capital? At the age of 34, since coming of age, you have worked for over a decade, and the vast Taiping Dao now has 100,000 followers and over 1 million believers spread across the 13 provinces of the Great Yin. This year, the droughts that used to occur sporadically have reached an extreme, and after more than half a year of no harvest, the lowest classes have finally collapsed. leading to tragedies of eating tree bark and cannibalism. In various places, refugees have stormed grain depots, and many officials have suppressed them with swords and arrows, treating human lives as mere grass. Perhaps in their eyes, these people, like leeks that can be cut down and regrown, are not even considered human. As disasters increase, you find it increasingly exhausting to respond. In a small wooden hut hastily built to treat the sick, you watch as one after another. The people lie helplessly on the ground, wailing in despair, nearing death, and you finally feel lost. How many lives have you saved through your years of healing? Yet why is everything not improving, and so many are still gravely ill, almost dying? You walk outside the wooden hut, looking at the dim sky, and see your followers lying around, having not closed their eyes for a long time. You fall silent. You recall the indifferent excuses of the officials when you went to borrow grain. You remember the noble banquet, where the dancers were graceful, and the sons of wealthy families feasted on meat and wine, reveling in pleasure. Just then, as dawn breaks, a faint light shines down. After over a decade of practicing the martial and scholarly paths, you look at the blinding light and finally gain understanding. Throwing a porcelain bowl filled with clear water to the ground in anger, you must continue to heal and save people. However, a thought begins to take root in your mind. At the age of 36, a spark can ignite a prairie fire. You take the Taiping Dao as your foundation. Raise the yellow flag. Gather over 1 million followers across the 13 provinces, proclaiming that the heavens have died and sounding the horn for revolution. At this moment, you have completely realized that the great yin is beyond salvation. Continuing to toil in this manner only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. The stench of wine and meat from the wealthy contrasts starkly with the frozen bones on the road. The once hopeful youth from the aristocratic families has finally become completely disillusioned. The great harmony and peaceful world described by the sage of Confucianism are simply unattainable in this reality. If that is the case, then I shall be the pioneer of this era. You shout the declaration, the heavens have died, the yellow heavens shall rise, it is the year of the Jiazi, and the world shall be auspicious. You declare war against this great Yin dynasty that has enjoyed 400 years of prosperity. You know that you may not succeed, but you are fed up with this world without change. You need to carve a path for your own way and for the way of the world. From now on, you are revered by the followers of the 13 provinces as a great sage and virtuous teacher, leading the 36 great channels, initiating a revolution towards the peaceful world in your hearts. At the age of 40, unfortunately, worldly matters often do not go as one wishes. Your actions in this era are shockingly unconventional, even if many like-minded individuals are willing to lend you a hand. How easy is it to replace the heavens that have ruled for 400 years with the yellow heavens? After the initial defeats, the great Yin dynasty mobilizes its renowned generals to suppress the Taiping righteous army across the 13 provinces. And the practitioners of the Tao in these provinces maintain a hostile attitude towards your actions, making you nearly universally opposed. Before your death, you gaze at the faint dawn on the horizon and roar towards the heavens, wishing to shatter the dark clouds above. But alas, your strength falls short. Thus, you pass away with resentment. In the simulation evaluation, how many righteous men throughout history can reach this point? A life filled with ups and downs, incredibly exciting, leaving one sighing in regret. End of simulation. Shall we solidify the life lessons of Zhang Zhou, or choose to experience life, reverse fate, and consolidate innate talents? Chapter 73. I Shall Live Again. Black and white images flash across Jiqiu's mind. Boom. A sudden spring thunder resonates, causing the soul of this young Taoist to tremble slightly. That year, there was great famine, the earth was dry, people's livelihoods withered, and the suffering populace could only fill their stomachs with tree bark. Can you imagine that scene? Just a young man who has just come of age, in the areas hardest hit by the disaster, looking over the mountains and fields, finding not a single complete patch of green. In Qingzhou, where famine and disease are most severe, the people are emaciated, their skin yellowed, and their tattered clothes almost revealing their bones beneath the surface. Even so, this is considered fortunate, because those who have fallen ill are even worse off. The injured and infected suffer from festering wounds, with pus and blood flowing from their bodies as a norm. As for those afflicted with serious illnesses, their plight is even more tragic. On the scrolls, the common use of a straw mat to send someone off to the grave symbolizes a home stripped bare, utterly impoverished, with even their death lacking a proper coffin. But for these impoverished refugees, who consider gnawing on tree bark as decent food, a straw mat, that is also a good item. To still be buried with a straw mat in such circumstances, to put it bluntly, would be considered a decent treatment. It is easy to imagine what this young man, who has walked through such hell, has witnessed. Reading and learning, the more one reads, the more one understands the principles. This is inevitable. Zhang Zhou stands at this crossroads. with one side leading to feasting and revelry in the officialdom as a member of the gentry, and the other side wandering the world, managing disasters and curing diseases. Seeking a way out for the world. The sage of Confucianism, who exists only in legends. Once mentioned in the rites what kind of world would be considered the great harmony and peaceful era. Therefore, Zhang Zhou also wishes to follow the path of the sage to seek this grand way. He is both fortunate and unfortunate. In his life, he has had two teachers. One is the renowned Confucian scholar Xianxiao, who taught him about self-cultivation, family regulation, governance, and world peace. The other teacher resides in the mountains and has spent nearly 300 years breaking through the foundations of the Tao, known as Taiwa. Recognizing Zhang Zhou's exceptional talent and good character, this great cultivator taught him a scroll of the Taiping scripture, urging him to follow his own will and embark on the path of seeking the Tao. Since childhood, the boy practiced martial arts and cultivated his inner energy. From then on, he embarked on the path of Tao and became a practitioner who cultivated the three paths simultaneously, making extraordinary progress. Initially, he faced many obstacles. After all, in this world filled with suffering, where could one find so many living Buddhas to save the masses? He had faced cold stares, not only from officials and nobles, but also from his fellow scholars and even the starving and sick refugees in the areas hardest hit by disasters. There were even famished refugees who rushed at this seemingly delicate boy, wanting to tear him apart for food, which was utterly shocking. Of course, these pitiful, tragic, and hateful individuals who had lost their humanity were all personally killed by Zhang Zhou, sending their souls back to the underworld. Healing the sick and saving lives should be for those who can be saved. A sage descending into the world does not save those who have lost their conscience. After all, the death of refugees has nothing to do with oneself. However, the more difficult the situation became, the more it ignited Zhang Zhou's growing rebellious spirit. Why should this situation continue to be maintained? Why should it always be on a downhill path, unchanging? The nobles and officials are always high above, viewing the common people as ants. If the lowly have no chance to embark on the path of cultivation, then they must live their entire lives like wild grass, at the mercy of others. This world should not be like this. At the very least, it should not be so despairing as to leave no hope at all. Thus, after more than a decade of wandering and exhausting all his energy, he finally established a large independent lineage outside of all Dao factions, called Taiping. During this time, his teacher, the Taohua immortal, lived for 300 years but eventually reached the end of his lifespan. Before his death, he used the five-element spiritual energy he had cultivated throughout his life to help Zhang Zhou forcibly break through his limits, ultimately becoming a great power in the Tao Foundation. It was also in this year, due to years of drought and epidemics, that the world fell into chaos. Refugees surged like locusts, attacking the granaries of the great Yan's counties, desperate to survive. In an instant, the court's iron-fisted suppression led to corpses strewn across the ground. Yet the court turned a blind eye to all this, continuing as if nothing had happened. At this point, the world was already critically ill. Therefore, the Taoists gathered 300 true cultivators and 100,000 Taiping followers, rallying over 1 million believers from 13 states in the areas hardest hit by disasters in Qing and Ji provinces, raising the banner of rebellion. The flames of war swept through the 13 states, gathering the suffering refugees under the banner of Taiping, vowing to become a raging fire to reduce the 400-year-old court, which had the great Yan as its name, to ashes. On this day, the raging fire burned, consuming the heavens and sweeping through the 13 states of the great Yan. Just think, what kind of person, what kind of world, would allow this Zhang Zhou, revered as a great sage and teacher by the refugees of the world, to rally over 1 million followers, even millions more? If this is not the will of heaven, then what is? In the autumn of despair, he felt as if he transformed into Zhang Zhou descending into the world, pioneering peace for the world, yet ultimately failing, his unnamed rage almost reaching its peak. He saw himself exhausting his heart and strength, dying of illness, and the Taiping Tao, which was originally united in spirit and effort, gradually dimming. He saw the Taiping practitioners he had personally brought out being slaughtered, not one left alive. He saw the 100,000 loyal followers who had followed him, hoping for the prosperous era of Taiping, dying alongside him, buried in Guangzhou. He also saw afterwards various lords and heroes rising to seize power, trampling over his grand aspirations, viewing the common people as ants, engaging in years of warfare that left countless corpses, and slaughtering cities at the slightest disagreement. How did it come to this? The silent rage surged violently from his true spirit. Although the initial simulation did not carry Jiqiu's memories, every action was gradually evolving based on his temperament and encounters. Thus, he could deeply empathize with all these experiences. In a daze, as the curtain fell, Jiqiu merged with the bloodied, elegant Taoist figure. He watched the sun setting, the last rays of sunlight falling on his face, making his gaze become hazy. He truly wanted to see with his own eyes what the world under the yellow sky was like. Choosing to experience life, to defy fate. A firm wave of determination emanated from his true spirit, followed by the emergence of a vortex that completely engulfed his consciousness. Thus, he fell into black and white. Chapter 74. Again in the prime of youth. In the great Yin dynasty, in Suzhou, as the land beneath the emperor's foot. This is the most prosperous area of the vast dynasty. Currently, the disasters and minor epidemics from other territories have not spread here. Therefore, it remains a scene of flourishing prosperity. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage is slowly moving along the official road. This is the carriage of the Zhang family from Danyang. Jizhou, although not a prominent family, they have a lineage extending over 200 years, with ancestors who once served as high-ranking officials in the Great Yin, making them one of the prominent families in the county. Moving slowly on the bumpy road, their destination is the capital of the Great Yin dynasty, Taiyan, which has stood for over 400 years. At this time, a young man in fine clothing, who had been resting in the carriage, slowly opened his eyes. Ji Qiu Zhang Yuan. Realm, innate martial Dao. Cultivation method, truth of the world. Talent, 7 apertures exquisite, 100 forged martial body, clear Zen heart. Martial arts techniques, suspended martial Dao, peak. Questioning immortal's sword, peak. 6 methods of Qi refining, peak. Divine thunder palm, transcendent. Fragments of the mysterious thunder method, transcendent. Miscellaneous studies, intermediate talismans, peak. Intermediate alchemy, mastery. After this defiance of fate, it seems he did not start from the very beginning. A hint of familiarity and weariness flashed in his eyes as Ji Qiu looked at the lines on his palm, thinking to himself. Scenes from the simulation gradually surfaced in his mind, causing his heart to become heavy. This time, he did not choose to solidify Zhang Zhou's life, but instead reversed fate to experience a lifetime, not for any other reason. It was precisely to overthrow the 400-year rule of the Great Yin dynasty, so that those respectful citizens who followed him and called him the great sage teacher Ji Qiu would no longer be as pitiful as in his past life. But this was no easy task. However, ultimately, it is all in the hands of man. Looking at the various spells and skills on the panel, all at their peak, Ji Qiu clenched his fists, his gaze calm, yet determined. This is one of his sources of confidence. It should be noted that in his simulated life, there were no cheats or divine powers, not even the method of tracing back to the source. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now, it is just the very beginning. Ji Qiu silently recited in his heart. Then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and the respectful voice of the coachman came from the front. Young master, we have arrived in Yinjing, Taiyan. Upon hearing this, Ji Qiu opened the curtain, gave a soft HM, and stepped down from the carriage. Looking ahead, he saw a magnificent ancient capital, towering and grander than the former capital of the Great Qian dynasty. Standing here, this is the capital of the Great Yin dynasty, Taiyan, which has enjoyed 400 years of prosperity. Remembering the scenes of singing and dancing from his memories, Ji Qiu smiled faintly. Although there was complexity and anger in his eyes, the cultivation of numerous lifetimes had taught him to endure and not show his emotions. He simply looked at this ancient capital, contemplating how long it could maintain such a solemn appearance. The 400 years of prosperity had created this extremely prosperous ancient capital. But could those families who had enjoyed the prosperity truly deserve it? Murmuring to himself, the young man, accompanied by the coachman and attendants, walked towards the main gate of Taiyan City. All along the way, there were no obstacles. After all, Ji Qiu's background stood here. The Dangyang Zhang family is a prominent clan in the county, and even in the present, there are prominent members in the family serving as governors and holding local important positions. Submitting his identity documents, the soldiers guarding the city gate of Taiyan dared not stop him. Stepping through the main entrance, the wide view before him showed a serene landscape, where even the lowest of commoners appeared well-fed and well-clothed. Ji Qiu couldn't help but sigh. The false appearance under the feet of the Son of Heaven. No wonder these high-ranking officials are unwilling to look beyond their immediate surroundings. A leaf obstructing the eye, a mirage. Those with insight but lowly backgrounds speak lightly, while the powerful regard commoners as mere ants. How could they change the world, even a little? If it weren't for the continuous natural disasters and the great plagues that tore through these veils of shame, the Great Yin dynasty might have thrived for another century. Shaking his head, Ji Qiu no longer lingered to observe the lives of the people. At this moment, he was 16 years old in his memory, having traveled a great distance to Taiyan to seek a master at the recommendation of the Zhang clan leader. The master he sought was none other than Xianxiao, one of the most esteemed scholars of the current Great Yin dynasty. It must be said that in Ji Qiu's memory, this teacher indeed possessed both caliber and talent. He not only cultivated a mighty righteous spirit within him, reaching a profound level of Confucian and Taoist practice, enough to rival the most accomplished Taoists. But he was also one of the rare few who could see through the world's suffering. However, seeing through it did not mean he could change the course of destiny. Born into a declining scholarly family, Xianxiao nearly reversed the tide through his own talent and effort, becoming a renowned scholar whose name echoed across the world, revitalizing his once fallen lineage, which could be likened to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Yet, for him, this was where it stopped. Having come from a humble background, he had a profound understanding of life at the bottom, and he knew just how difficult it was to change this status quo. Since the founding of the dynasty 400 years ago by the High Ancestor, who received support from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, the country had always been fraught with obstacles. The relationships involved were complex, stemming not only from the Taoist lineage but also from the martial and Confucian aristocracies. These 3 forces balanced each other, intertwining to form an enormous web of relationships that nearly enveloped the vast dynasty. To change this situation, a thorough and complete reshuffle was necessary. Only then could there be any hope of change. Because he saw this clearly, Xianxiao chose not to speak. Like every successful person who saw through the world, he felt powerless to upend it. But he was different in one respect. As a great master of Confucianism and Taoism, Xianxiao's ambitions were unlike those of others. His lifelong pursuit was to produce a monumental work worthy of being recorded in history, to pave the way for future generations of scholars, and to become a figure whose name could stand alongside those of the great sages. In fact, he achieved this in the end. His research on classical texts surpassed that of all his contemporaries. At least before Zhang Jilu's death, his teacher indeed made significant achievements in Confucianism and Taoism. This was his path, and few throughout history have walked it with such steadfastness. He indeed taught Xianxiao many principles, and even when Xianxiao ultimately walked the path of being opposed by the world, this teacher did not expel him. Perhaps it was because Xianxiao accomplished what he could not. Or perhaps it was because Xianxiao felt a sense of guilt himself. Chapter 75, Aristocratic Sons. What a rascally bunch. After a moment's pause, just as Xianxiao was about to step forward towards the most solemn and austere Taishua palace of the great Yin dynasty, the sound of hurried hoofbeats erupted, nearly brushing past him as it galloped away. The pounding hooves kicked up dust that splattered onto his clean robes, instantly staining the corners of his outfit. The civilians on both sides, seeing the horse racing towards them, hurriedly stepped aside, leaving only Xianxiao unmoved. The young man, about 15 or 16 years old, was dressed luxuriously, with a spirited demeanor and sharp features. His eagle-like eyes were piercing, and just one glance gave off an impression of arrogance and impudence. In fact, his behavior did not disappoint Xianxiao's expectations. A spoiled noble, clad in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse, Xianxiao frowned, not intending to get involved. Perhaps it was due to the momentary pause that something he had never experienced before suddenly occurred. However, this display did not surprise him. After all, in Yin capital Tian, there were plenty of officials' descendants who could be hit by a stone. These well-dressed youths were in high spirits. Even if they caused some trouble, they could easily escape with just a reprimand. Over time, they naturally became indifferent to such behavior. Many aristocratic sons existed. Though a few were devoted to scholarly pursuits in hopes of inheriting their family businesses, the majority, due to their backgrounds, tended to be arrogant and indulgent. These gilded youths were clearly part of that group. Young master, how can that person be so rude? A servant of the Zhang family accompanying Xianxiao looked displeased, clearly unhappy with the young man's behavior. In response, Xianxiao waved his hand, unconcerned. In a few lifetimes of ups and downs, he is merely a young brat. Such distasteful behavior, if one insists on arguing, will yield no benefit. There is no need. However, the young man rode too fast, and those accompanying him were also uncertain. Even though the road was wide, accidents could still occur. Just then, as the young man galloped past Xianxiao, he suddenly slowed down. Not far from him, 2 little children, a boy and a girl, were playing on the road and now were unable to avoid the oncoming horse. If the horse collided with them at this speed, it would surely lead to an accident. They were just a few years old. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive the hooves, they would likely suffer severe injuries. With a glance, Xianxiao saw this scene and halted his steps, sighing inwardly. He had no choice but to intervene to prevent the impending mishap. Though the path of cultivation in this world was not particularly prosperous, it far surpassed that of the great Qin dynasty. For instance, with martial arts talent comparable to that of mid-stage Qi refinement, Xianxiao had nearly achieved an unparalleled level of martial arts at the mere age of 16, without relying on any external forces. Although this level of cultivation could only be considered second-rate among the martial artists of the great Yin, stopping this untrained noble youth should pose no challenge. Stopping in his tracks, Xianxiao suddenly turned his head, a shadow passing beneath his feet as he moved with the agility of a leopard. In the next moment, He leaped forward on the road, grabbing hold of the tail of the horse beneath the leading youth. The horse, in pain, let out a long neigh, and immediately halted its galloping. This action startled everyone present. The young man in the purple robe nearly fell off his horse, and had he not held tightly to the reins, he would have lost face in the next moment. Impudent! Who are you to dare insult me like this? The young man, born into a prominent family and riding a spirited horse, shouted angrily, his cold eyes blazing with fury. Those accompanying him, who had been guarding him, also paused in their actions, their faces showing shock. Who was this reckless one, daring to make an enemy of the distinguished Yuan family's direct descendant? Did he want to get himself killed? Unaware of what these people were thinking, Jiqiu remained indifferent. He simply pointed to the stains on his robe and the two children who had long since run far away, and spoke plainly, before accusing others of insulting you. Perhaps you should first consider your own behavior. Did you take into account the people around you while galloping down the street? Jiqiu looked straight at the young noble, his gaze penetrating, as if he could see through all of his actions. Yuan Mu, 1 year old, born into the prestigious Yuan family, a legitimate heir, raised in luxury and indulgence, developing a proud and domineering personality. 9 years old, intelligent and quick-witted, well-versed in classical texts, but lacking sincerity. Making little progress in literary studies. In martial arts, he has some accomplishments, but does not apply himself too diligently. 16 years old, young and spirited. He forms friendships with peers from noble families, known for his boldness and chivalry, and due to his family background, he has gained a certain stature. 24 years old, recommended by his family, he becomes an official in a local government, reaching the innate stage in martial arts. 30 years old, appointed as the governor of a prefecture, accumulating achievements and experience, recruiting private soldiers during his term, showing considerable ambition. 37 years old, at the time of the Taiping Dao uprising, he leads his private soldiers from the county to suppress a rebellion under the pretext of punishing traitors, and is later promoted to Zonglingjiang for his contributions. 44 years old, in a time of turmoil, with fires of war breaking out everywhere, he secretly collaborates with the Sanyuan Dao in Yuzhou, establishing a solid foundation in a certain area, claiming to command an army of 100,000, becoming a local lord. 46 years old, his ambition clouding his judgment, he declares himself king in Jianghuai, becoming the first noble to openly rebel against the great Yin in this chaotic era. 49 years old, the pretender emperor is ambitious but lacks ability, and is besieged by various lords. The common people suffer greatly under his rule, and the Sanyuan Dao, Confucians, and martial artists all see that he cannot achieve great things, lowering their stakes, leading to widespread discontent. 49 years old, in the same year, he suffers repeated defeats and is forced to flee, gravely injured in a desolate area, dying from blood loss. Simulation evaluation, his abilities do not match his ambitions. He is just a skeleton in a grave. With a glance, Jiqiu sees through the trajectory of this person's life, and cannot help but sneer. Who does he think he is? It turns out this person is the legitimate son of the Yuan family, whom he has never met but has long admired. Now it seems, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Proud and domineering, even worse than his notorious reputation. Moreover, he exchanged the suppression of the Taiping Dao for achievements to enhance his status. Unconsciously, a chill rises in Jiqiu's eyes. He knows that in his current situation, he cannot directly take this person's life. However, with the resources he currently possesses, teaching this Yuan family scion a lesson to make him recognize his own limits is still achievable. Chapter 77. Fear of the Small, Encountering the Hero. In the Great Yen, on the main street of Tian City. Hearing Jiqiu's words, Yuan Mu's grip on the reins tightens, his hands gradually turning pale, his face showing clear anger. Do you know who I am? I am the legitimate son of the Yuan family from Runan, born into a prestigious family. I'm just galloping on the streets of Tian. Even if I haven't paid attention to you, what can you do about it? Or are you stepping up for those two young children? Whoosh. Drawing the sword from his waist, it glimmers slightly in the sunlight. The young master of the Yuan family, dressed in a purple robe, leaps down from his horse, pointing his sword directly at Jiqiu with an unfriendly expression. My Yuan family has a distinguished lineage, with ancestors serving as high-ranking officials throughout history. I see you are young and handsome, presumably from a noble family as well. I will be magnanimous today and not hold this against you. Release my horse quickly. Seeing Jiqiu tugging at his horse's tail, Yuan Mu's eyes flash with a hint of wariness. Coming from a family of high officials and one of the 4 prominent families of the world, Yuan Mu, though arrogant, is not completely oblivious to the situation. Given the current circumstances, this young man possesses strong martial arts, having reached the innate stage. Although he has only just entered this stage, if a fight were to break out, it would be difficult for him and his companions to compete. Therefore, Yuan Mu is unwilling to engage Jiqiu at this moment. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He plans to investigate this young man's background later and has plenty of ways to deal with him. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so why rush? At present, it is merely about face, a means to intimidate him. After all, who wouldn't be frightened to hear the name of the Yuan family? Unless this person has no intention of serving in office throughout his life, otherwise. With the Yuan family's reputation, he will surely encounter obstacles in his career and find it difficult to achieve a prominent position in the court. Hearing this, Jiqiu furrows his brow, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. After so many years, no one has dared to point a sword at him, let alone this cowardly bully. Even though Yuan Mu does not act immediately, Jiqiu has no intention of letting him off. In an instant, Jiqiu releases the horse, his fingers darting out like a dragon, fast as lightning, infused with the spirit of a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, directly aiming for Yuan Mu's wrist. The martial arts of the Hanging Temple have long been practiced to perfection by Jiqiu, to the point where he faintly senses the possibility of breaking through to new realms and finding his own path. With this dragon claw technique, Yuan Mu, with his martial arts cultivation, naturally cannot react in time. Clang! A crisp sound rings out as the exquisite sword, which has a luxurious feel, is knocked to the ground by Jiqiu's palm. Yuan Mu's wrist turns bright red from the impact, and he lets out a cry of pain, retreating repeatedly. The startled horse neighs and begins to rear up. However, Jiqiu's palm falls, and his movements do not cease. He instead rushes forward, one hand grabbing the reins while the other presses down on the horse's back, then leaps onto the horse's back. The horse, with its shiny coat, raises its front hooves and lets out a startled cry, struggling to break free, yet Jiqiu, now mounted, pulls the reins sharply and commands, "Quiet." Jiqiu's swift series of actions immediately calms the horse. No matter how it struggles, it cannot escape his grip. At this moment, only a few breaths have passed. Jiqiu looks at the retreating Yuan Mu, dismounts, and gives the horse a tap, sending it forward in front of Yuan Mu. Then coldly states, "I do not like it when someone points a sword at me. Even if it's the renowned Renan Yuan family, it's the same. Although noble families are esteemed, in this core of the great Yin, Tian city, have you considered the consequences of galloping through the streets? Even if you come from an extraordinary background, according to the laws of the great Yin, killing someone on the street is still a serious crime. Do you understand? Noble families do hold a prominent position, sharing power with the Lu clan of the great Yin, and even after 400 years of establishment, there is still the saying that punishment does not extend to noblemen, showing how prosperous noble families are. However, for the 15 or 16-year-old Yuan Mu, he is still too immature. Moreover, Jiqiu himself is not without support. He hails from the Zhang family of Dangyang, and while his family is far less renowned than the Renan Yuan family, it must be noted that Yuan Mu does not represent the entire Yuan family. Additionally, Jiqiu's identity in Taiyan is not just that of a Zhang family disciple, but also as a student of the esteemed Confucian scholar Xianxiao at the Taishua. This was arranged beforehand through the connections of the Zhang family patriarch. As one of the most renowned scholars of the great Yin, Xianxiao's public reputation, combined with Yuan Mu's wrongdoing, leaves him unable to threaten Jiqiu in terms of reason or emotion. Therefore, Jiqiu feels no fear of this spoiled young master. Besides, he is merely a character in a simulation, daring only to act after his own death. How can he be considered a significant figure? He is even inferior to his own family's nominal elder brother, who has met him in the midst of 1,000 troops. Calling him a skeleton in a grave is perfectly fitting. Yuan Mu's eagle-like eyes widen, pointing at Jiqiu, trembling with rage, his face flushed, nearly spitting fire. In his life, he has never felt so humiliated. Even the illegitimate brother born of a maid would not dare to insult him like this. You have some guts, kid. If I don't avenge this grudge, I swear I won't be human. Gripping tightly onto the horse Jiqiu has lent him, Yuan Mu grits his teeth and speaks in a low voice. He silently picked up the sword hilt from the ground and put it back in its sheath, intending to ignore Jiqiu and leave on horseback with resentment. However, at that moment, he heard a hearty laugh not far away. "Huh? Good. This is how it should be." The laws of the great Yin bind both the aristocracy and the common people. Regardless of nobility or officials, everyone must abide by them. What this brother says is absolutely correct. Young Master Yuan, relying on his Yuan family background, can he disregard family honor and trample on the common people in broad daylight? Just know that I, Chao, have seen that scene clearly. Once this matter spreads, young Master Yuan's already tarnished reputation will only worsen. I wonder if Yuan Gong knows whether the stick in his hand will still be effective? As the laughter rang out, a young man dressed in a crimson robe, with a heroic appearance, stepped out from the side streets. His deep-set eyes added an air of mystery, and despite his youth, he instilled a sense of fear in others, giving off a dangerous vibe. This was someone who could intimidate at first glance. Chao the bandit, Why are you always meddling in other people's affairs? You're just a tail to Yuan Ji, and you dare to provoke me? Ji Qiu glanced at the two and quickly guessed that they were not on friendly terms. Otherwise, their words wouldn't be so sharp and filled with hostility. For an ordinary person, showing embarrassment in front of an opponent is hard to accept, and one would wish to escape immediately, as if nothing had happened. Ji Qiu had initially planned to invite a few friends to go hunting in the mountains, but unexpectedly encountered such an incident, causing Yuan Mu to completely lose face. Staying any longer wouldn't bring him any benefits. Feeling utterly helpless, he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Thus, the commotion gradually calmed down. The two frightened young boys had already run far away, and their elders were also pale-faced at this moment. However, they were grateful, bowing to Ji Qiu from a distance and thanking him repeatedly before hurriedly taking the two children away. For these aristocratic families, even the commoners from Taiyan City dared not offend them in the slightest. After all, one misstep could lead to disaster, and there would be no place to appeal. This was no joke. Even though Ji Qiu had helped them, out of fear, these lower-class citizens did not dare to interact too much, hoping to avoid trouble. Seeing this scene, Ji Qiu's eyes became somewhat complicated. Within such a strict hierarchical oppression, the lives of ordinary commoners were truly pitiful and sad. This person, he had seen during his simulations. Chao Wu, the cavalry commander of the Great Yan, led 3,000 elite soldiers and dared to fight against the Taiping army under his command, naturally leaving an impression on Ji Qiu. The Great Yan still had not exhausted its strength. The generals emerging on the front lines were almost popping up like mushrooms after rain. Even though the momentum of the Taiping Dao was not weak, it still could not hold on and ultimately failed. Looking back, it was indeed not an unjust defeat. Because as Zhang Jiulong, his foundation before the uprising was indeed too weak. Although the vast Taiping Dao had extraordinary potential, truly talented individuals were quite rare, only a few. Relying solely on his own strength to turn the tide was ultimately beyond his capability. Chao Wu, 1 year old, born into an official family. It is said that his ancestors were famous ministers of the Great Yan, with an extraordinary family background. His grandfather was once one of the 3 dukes in the court, holding the position of Grand Commander, and was quite prominent at the time. 9 years old, wise in his youth, with a bold temperament. He had little interest in literary pursuits, but enjoyed reading various historical records from the past few hundred years, praised by a Confucian and Taoist master as rarely insightful, not ordinary. 16 years old, chivalrous and hospitable, he loved to make friends. He was loyal and had some achievements in martial arts. Watching the Great Yan South Feather Forest Guards parade, he boldly declared, "I will be a valiant general of the Great Yan," earning titles from thousands of households. 19 years old, recommended at a young age, he entered government service as the Northern Commander of Taiyan, clarifying prohibitions and enforcing laws. Anyone who violated the rules would be executed, gaining immense authority at the time. 27 years old, after years of political ups and downs, due to his strict enforcement of the law, he had many political enemies in the court. Even with remarkable achievements, he was still demoted and sent to govern a county. 34 years old, due to political entanglements, he was dismissed from office and lived idly in the countryside. 41 years old, at the time of the Taiping uprising, he took advantage of the situation to rise, achieving remarkable feats, serving as a cavalry commander in the 3 armies, gaining significant military achievements, and after the war, governing with clarity, bringing peace to a region. 53 years old, in a decade of life and death turmoil, the world remained chaotic. He raised troops under his administration, recruiting heroes from all over, conquering several states, defeating various forces, taking the emperor to command the lords, and controlling half of the Great Yan's territory, self-proclaimed King Wei. 66 years old, he was cursed and killed by the Wu Jiao Daoist of Taiyan's Hushan, who used half of his life to cast spells and reduced his lifespan. Soon after, he died, and after his death, his son established himself as the Emperor Wu. Simulation evaluation. Acting justly and governing clearly, he was courageous yet ruthless. His loyalty and treachery indistinguishable. Nonetheless, he still deserves the title of a hero. Ji Qiu deduced this person's trajectory and, after looking, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What a Chao Wu! Initially thought to be just a brave general of the Great Yan, unexpectedly, he was also a warlord of chaotic times. Commanding half the territory and declaring himself King Wei, the world followed him. Such achievements had surpassed the commotion he had stirred as Zhang Jiulong. However, the cause of this person's death was quite surprising to Ji Qiu. The Taiyan's Hushan Dao lineage and the Wu Jiao Daoist were among the few friends Ji Qiu had during his simulation as Zhang Jiulong. This person, dressed in a blue robe, was different from those who indulged in the worldly pleasures. He was a true practitioner of the outworld. His alchemy and ghost manipulation skills were top-notch. And what's more precious was his appreciation for the peaceful path he envisioned, making him a true cultivator with the ambition to restore the world. At that time, this Wujiao Taoist had promised to ensure Jiqiu's lineage would not decline, and he had agreed. Not only that, but the Taoist even had the intention to assist him in battle, which moved Jiqiu greatly. However, as Zhang Jilong, he had already faintly perceived his own fate at the critical moment. Therefore, upon realizing he had no chance of survival, he declined the Taoist's goodwill. What Jiqiu did not expect at this moment was that the Chao Wu, who would later be revered by the later generations of the Wei dynasty as Emperor Wu, was actually cursed to death in his later years, which caught him off guard. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Seeing Jiqiu staring at him in a daze, the young man in the crimson robe, with bright eyes, raised his sleeve and cheerfully said, "Brother, as soon as you entered Taiyan, you dared to confront the direct descendants of the Yuan family for the sake of righteousness, not giving an inch. This spirit truly impresses Chao." Chapter 78, Blessing the People. Yet the common folk may not know. In the great Yin dynasty, Taiyan, on the side of the street, the citizens on both sides had long avoided the scene, and apart from Jiqiu and his attendants, only the young man in the crimson robe remained, Zhang Yuan of the Zhang family. This time he came to Taiyan City with the intention of going to the Taishua Palace to study under Master Zheng and practice the literary path. "I see you possess extraordinary bearing and remarkable spirit. May I ask who you are?" Though Jiqiu knew Chao Wu's identity, he clearly could not reveal it at this moment. "I am Chao Wu, the northern commander of Taiyan in the Great Yin, responsible for strict law enforcement. Young Master Yuan has repeatedly provoked me relying on his background, and I have long found him displeasing. Young Master Zhang, despite your age, you are unafraid of the powerful and argue based on reason. You truly deserve to be a talented disciple of Lord Zheng. Since it is your first time in Taiyan, it is understandable that you are unfamiliar with the place. Coincidentally, I, Chao, am free today. If it weren't for that, I would have guided you myself. How about I lead you to the Taishua Palace?" Seeing Chao Wu in front of him, Jiqiu recalled his deductions about this person and pondered for a moment before nodding. "In that case, I will trouble you, Captain Chao." In his youth, Chao Wu was fond of chivalry and formed connections with heroes from all directions, which indeed reflects an accurate assessment. However, merely meeting by chance and initiating a conversation without arousing suspicion shows that he has a solid foundation for his future achievements. Nevertheless, Jiqiu did not care much about this. Although this person would be his future enemy, who was Jiqiu himself, and who was Zhang Julu that he simulated? That was someone who dared to gather the world and stir up great waves, directly breaking the exceedingly foolish state of affairs. His broad-mindedness could unite the four seas. If necessary, even facing life and death enemies, as long as they could become a force in creating a grand era, he could laugh and dissolve past grievances. Moreover, after the simulation, this was the real experience of the present world. Although all trajectories had been deduced, how things would ultimately progress still depended on personal effort. Thus, Jiqiu accepted Chao Wu's invitation and instructed the Zhang family attendant who had accompanied him to find the Zhang family mansion in Taiyan, then headed towards the Taishua Palace. The Zhang family, being a prominent clan in the county, naturally had a branch in this capital city of Taiyan. This is the family of the Dian dynasty, which must maintain its connection with the central authority at all times. Otherwise, it would gradually fall behind others and completely lose its influence, becoming just a local power. As they passed through the bustling streets, Jiqiu and Chao Wu chatted casually, learning about the information of the Dian dynasty, and soon arrived at the most solemn and historically significant building in Taiyan. This is the Taishua Palace, renowned throughout the world, which originated as a school for various scholars and is one of the most famous sanctuaries of literature and Taoism across the vast territory of the Dian dynasty, aside from those Confucian and Taoist predecessors who have retreated to various places. Almost all of the prominent scholars who are in their prime and have a resounding reputation were once here to annotate and establish their teachings. The disciples they taught would become the pillars of flourishing literature and Taoism, representing the pinnacle of a generation's literary lineage. Unfortunately, among those who emerged as geniuses, nearly 90 were born into noble families, and among the remaining 10, 9/10 were from fallen gentry. The saying that no ordinary person comes here is not an exaggeration. It is nearly impossible to see a truly grassroots individual here. After all, which renowned lecturer would willingly take in an illiterate commoner as a student? Dong, dong, dong. As Jiqiu approached, the ancient bronze bell high above the palace was struck by a Taishua disciple on duty. The deep, ancient, and solemn resonance filled the air, evoking a sense of reverence. Compared to the lavish and splendid palaces, the Taishua Palace, which lacks much decoration, instead makes one feel constrained and hesitant to speak loudly, fearing to disturb the scholar's learning within. The entrance to the palace has a total of 999 steps leading downward, and Jiqiu stood at the first step. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If one wishes to pursue knowledge, one must climb to great heights. Seeing Jiqiu pause at the steps without saying a word, Qiao Wu couldn't help but smile and say, "Young Master Zhang, are you perhaps overwhelmed by the majesty of the Taishua Palace? This place has profound historical significance. It has existed since Taiyan was established and stands strong for even longer than our Dine dynasty, far beyond the comparison of ordinary academies." After speaking, the young man in a crimson robe pointed to a series of large stone tablets on the right and continued, "Do you see these dozens of massive stone tablets? They were created by contemporary great scholars such as Lord Lu, Lord Kai, and the teacher you met, Lord Zheng, after years of research. When these tablets were completed, there were even manifestations of literary fortune and celestial phenomena, which stabilized the literary minds of great sages like Lord Kai, further advancing their Confucian and Taoist practices, causing a sensation throughout Taiyan City at that time. Even the current emperor praised it endlessly. This is a major event in the literary world that occurs once in hundreds of years, and one can only imagine how many future scholars it will bless. Truly a contribution for the ages. Following Qiao Wu's finger, Jiqiu looked up and indeed saw towering stone tablets densely inscribed with timeless classics, such as the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, I Ching, Spring, and Autumn Annals, and Analects. These tablets were placed outside the Taishua Palace, under the eaves, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Even from a distance, Jiqiu could feel a vast literary aura emanating from the inscriptions. The insights and annotations recorded on them were extremely detailed, a great gift for every scholar in the world. Observing these inscriptions, it is clear that the creator's intentions were noble. However, Jiqiu sighed. Qiao Wu, seeing this, was slightly surprised. Young master, studying at the Taishua, and seeing these monumental literary tablets should be a joyful thing. Why the sigh? To this, Jiqiu did not respond immediately. He merely looked at the group of well-dressed scholars traveling by carriage, unsure of how to begin. In terms of literature and Taoism, it is indeed a significant event that will last for ages, no less than a meaningful milestone. However, the ancient sages once said that education should not be limited to classes. Any sentient being who is intelligent and eager to learn can enter the gates of literature and Taoism, establish the laws of the world, and widely disseminate knowledge. Regardless of whether one is as noble as an emperor or as lowly as a slave, in the face of knowledge, all should be treated equally, and distinctions based on status should not exist. It is precisely because of such great aspirations that one dedicates their life to practicing the great way. Even after 100 deaths, the Confucian sage could create a lineage of prominent scholarship and develop Confucianism to this day. Yet, as it flourished more and more, the pursuit of knowledge has instead become something only the nobility can achieve. Looking around at the hundreds of luxurious carriages and the well-dressed scholars visiting the stone tablets, one might ask, who among them is poorly dressed or of lowly birth? Perhaps even fallen nobles and children of impoverished families are few and far between. When knowledge falls into monopoly, it can only be controlled by the upper class, even if it is something that could benefit future generations. Compared to the 99 of common people in the world, its value may only serve to amplify the gap between social classes. Upon hearing Qiao Wu's words, Jiqiu looked deeply at him, his tone somewhat uncertain. To see such grand literary tablets here is indeed a matter worthy of joy. However, since my childhood, I have read the writings of the sages, and as I grow older, a question has increasingly arisen. Captain Qiao, how many of these scholars riding fine carriages and studying literature can truly represent the common people? Jiqiu's words were light, seemingly a casual remark, but fell into Qiao Wu's ears and made his heart tremble, his eyes widening in surprise. The young man cautiously glanced around and cleared his throat, saying, "Brother Zhang is truly not an ordinary person. However, some things should still be spoken with caution." Qiao Wu discreetly looked at the scholars nearby, his tone becoming serious. He looked at the smiling yet silent young man before him, initially only hoping to make a friend, but gradually his feelings began to change. This young man is like me. He sees the problems in the court and understands that these noble families monopolize politics and knowledge, leading to future calamities. His insight is indeed sharp. It would be good to make a friend. If there is a chance in the future, perhaps we could serve in the court together, working to support the state. Qiao Wu couldn't help but silently calculate in his heart. At this moment, it was fortunate that Jiqiu did not know his thoughts. Otherwise, he might have burst into laughter. A future tyrant who would usurp the throne from the Yin court wanted to join forces with a future rebel leader to support the court. Isn't that a huge joke? As the captain, I often manage a region, and I've found that these young masters from noble families are the hardest to discipline. Just as Brother Zhang said, the only flaw in our great Yin now is this. Throughout my life, I, Qiao, have enjoyed making friends from all over, but I have not had a friend who can pinpoint the crux of the matter like you. Therefore, in my view, the heroes of this world are not that remarkable. If there truly are enlightened individuals, it should be you and me at the forefront. After saying this, Chao Wu nodded affirmatively. However, Ji Qiu's expression began to seem somewhat strange. It felt like something was off. But Chao Wu did not sense any situation and continued. To meet a great talent like you on this trip has made it worthwhile. One day, I will bring 2 friends to visit you, and we shall drink together. The future of the great yin will ultimately depend on us to add a few strokes to this vast landscape. The young man in the crimson robe spoke with great ambition. But Ji Qiu recalled the trajectory of his life. If it weren't for his large-scale uprising that affected half of the great yin, this person might never have had the chance to rise, even until old age. Who knows by that time? Could this decayed dynasty still be called upon to serve until death? It is unknown. Then I shall not see you off, Captain Chao. Ji Qiu thought to himself, and then cupped his hands in a gesture of farewell. The two exchanged goodbyes, watching the impressive young man stride away. Ji Qiu then turned to ascend the 999 steps. This scene happened to be witnessed by a middle-aged scholar wearing a silk cap and a blue scholar's robe. This scholar wore a sword, had a solemn expression, and exuded an air of a Confucian master, with a clear aura surrounding him, as if he stood between heaven and earth, unmovable. He stood there, yet revealed little of his aura, attracting no one's attention, seemingly ordinary, but his temperament was somewhat contradictory. At a glance, he was clearly someone with great cultivation. Interesting. Seeing the subtlety and depth of the situation was quite impressive. The scholar murmured, his expression complex. He watched the calm-faced youth step by step enter the Taishua Palace without uttering a word. One might ask, among the scholars riding fine carriages and studying literature, how many could truly represent the common people? The scholar's fists clenched beneath his sleeves, his lips tightly pressed, and his brow furrowed. The purpose of cultivating the literary path was to support the scholars of the world, to open doors, allowing the impoverished to come before the Taishua Palace and read the classics commented upon by the great scholars of ancient and modern times. This should be a great achievement that benefits future generations. However, the seemingly indifferent yet thought-provoking words of the youth left the scholar unable to let go. After a long time, a deep sigh was heard, and then the middle-aged scholar revealed a bitter smile. What a remarkably intelligent young man. If he can walk the path of Confucianism and remain steadfast in his ambitions, even if he cannot achieve the accomplishments of a Confucian sage or a second sage, he likely has a chance to earn a place in history as a great sage. I, Lu Ji, consider myself well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. With aspirations to support the state above and to relieve the people below, and to widely promote the path of Confucianism, yet I cannot even see this point clearly. How embarrassing. Shaking his head, the scholar in the blue robe couldn't help but feel curious. This young man, at such a young age, could associate with the outstanding Chao Wu and express such enlightening views. He was indeed extraordinary. He wanted to see what kind of insights could be drawn by someone studying under Xianxiao, who was devoted to the classics and had always aspired to become a great Confucian, indifferent to worldly affairs. So the scholar also lifted his steps and followed Ji Qiu into the Taishua Palace after he took out the document. The gatekeepers on both sides straightened up upon seeing him, their expressions respectful, not daring to show any negligence. Not for any other reason, but because this person was the current clear stream of the world, a great Confucian who had achieved the third realm in the literary path, Lu Ji. And the dozens of stone tablets recording the essentials of the literary path outside the Taishua Palace were all constructed under his leadership, bringing countless benefits to the scholars of the Taishua Palace. With such deeds, how could these scholars dare to be careless in front of him? Chapter 79. To carry on the abandoned learning of the saints, to open peace for future generations. Entering the Taishua Palace, the sounds of students reading aloud filled the air. The Emperor Wu of the Great Yin rose from humble beginnings, and after 10 years of military campaigns, he became emperor. Before the country was stabilized, he first promoted the way of cultural education. This school was established over 300 years ago, making it much older than the renovation of the capital city of Taiyan. After over 300 years of development, the scale of the Taishua Palace has reached an unprecedented level, with countless classic texts and rare scrolls stored within its library, waiting for future generations to explore. The 5 classics professors and the 12 disciplines attracted renowned scholars from all over the world, and the number of students seeking knowledge here likely exceeds thousands, whether they genuinely sought to study or wished to gain prestige. It cannot be denied that the Taishua Palace holds a significant position in the literary world. To promote the Taishua, establish renowned teachers, and nurture the scholars of the world. This is inscribed on the large beam above the entrance of the Taishua Palace. Ji Qiu entered alone and felt his vision expand. The number of buildings was countless, and the lecture halls for the 5 classics occupied a vast area. Following his memories and the guidance of the gatekeepers, Ji Qiu walked swiftly, his steps light. His destination was naturally the residence of the esteemed Confucian Xianxiao within the Taishui. In the simulation, Ji Qiu felt every word and action, every grass and tree. But since he did not choose a fixed reason, the life of Zhang Jiulu was not available for his use at the beginning. Having chosen to defy fate, he needed to walk the path of cultivation from beginning to end once again. As Zheng Xiu was the greatest Confucian of the time, 10 years later, no one could surpass him in the achievements of the literary path and historical texts. His understanding of Confucian cultivation was naturally beyond the reach of others. Joining his tutelage would greatly benefit Ji Qiu's future cultivation. Ji Qiu walked briskly past the magnificent and solemn lecture hall for the 5 classics. He headed towards the cluster of eaves at the back. In his memories, Zheng Xiu, having grown up poor and studious, came from a broken family, and after much hardship, he entered the Taishui Palace, gaining the opportunity to showcase his talents in the literary path. Therefore, even now, as a great Confucian, he remained indifferent to the lavishness of his appearance. Soon, Ji Qiu stopped outside a remote wooden house. This wooden house was secluded and quiet, not large in size. Though neat, it was still lacking compared to ordinary residences of Taishui students. If one did not know the inside story, they would never guess that this was the daily resting place of a great Confucian. It must be said that this was a person who practiced sincerity in research. Achieving today's success, Ji Qiu paused and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The knocking sound echoed, and then Ji Qiu felt the door being unlatched from within. And he respectfully spoke. Zhang Yuan, a disciple of the Zhang family from Danyang, has traveled 1,000 miles to Taiyan to seek knowledge. I request to see Mr. Zhang. After speaking, he took 2 steps back. After a moment, a scholarly voice came from inside. Please come in. The words fell, and a faint crackling sound passed through as the wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing a gap. Sunlight shone through, illuminating the figure of a person within the gap. It was a middle-aged scholar dressed in a grayish-white robe, wearing a silk cap, holding an ancient scripture in his hands, with a gentle demeanor that showed signs of age. Despite his slightly older appearance, just a glance was enough to evoke a sense of familiarity in Ji Qiu's heart. As the saying goes, a person with knowledge naturally exudes elegance. Cultivating Confucianism nurtures a vast and righteous spirit within. And the aura of these great scholars is indeed different from that of ordinary students. You are the child mentioned by the Zhang family patriarch of Changyang? After sizing up Ji Qiu, Zheng Xiu seemed to ponder. Please come in. The gray-robed scholar opened the wooden door fully, revealing the entirety of the humble room inside. A square table stood in the center, adorned with the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, along with a densely piled collection of scrolls on either side. 2 ordinary wooden stools were placed on either side, with no remarkable features. The only other piece of furniture was an old-looking wooden bed. Zheng Xiu opened the door, leading Ji Qiu inside, and glanced around the clean and dust-free simple abode. Smiling apologetically as he said, "My humble abode is simple, and we have no tea or water. The environment might be a bit uncomfortable, so please bear with it." In response, Ji Qiu shook his head, showing no sign of concern. The external vanity and luxury are merely superficial. What matters is the spirit. The purpose of my visit is to learn the principles from you. Sir, how could there be any discomfort? Besides, a mountain does not need to be high. If there is an immortal, it will be renowned. Though this humble room is simple, it houses a master like you, dedicated to studying and transmitting knowledge. Even in its simplicity, there is much to appreciate. The 2 spoke back and forth without a moment's pause. One was quick-minded, and the other genuinely seeking knowledge. Respecting the scholar's learning. This child is quite cunning. However, he was not off-putting. That's good. Please take a seat. After saying this, the gray-robed scholar sat on the wooden stool at the table and gestured for Ji Qiu to do the same. Once they were both seated, the scholar smiled warmly. His words polite and gentle. I have heard of your reputation, and since your elders from the family have personally come forward to accept you as an inner disciple, there is no reason to refuse. Zheng Xiu was a doctor of the 5 classics at the Imperial Academy, having taught thousands of students over nearly 2 decades. Anyone who had attended his lectures could claim to be a disciple of Zheng Gong. However, such disciples only had a classroom connection and could only be called registered disciples. Above that were the inner disciples who served closely by his side. Being an inner disciple implies a deep understanding and mastery of the teacher's skills, cultivated with care. And those who excel could inherit Zheng Xiu's teachings, becoming a continuation of his legacy. This is why Ji Qiu was not afraid of Yuan Mu, a direct descendant of a prominent family from the very beginning. There might be only 20 or 30 inner disciples of a great scholar in a generation. And with Ji Qiu's identity as a clan member, offending Yuan Mu would only bring minor repercussions. After all, it was not as if he had offended the entire Yuan family. If he were to be taught a lesson, it would be his own fault. and he would have to swallow his grievances. After all, how could his elders lower their faces to intervene for such trivial matters? In his early years, Zheng Xiao had befriended Zhang Xiao, the patriarch of the Zhang family in Chanyang, promising that if there were an opportunity in the future, he would accept outstanding disciples from the Zhang family for study in the literary way. Thus, the gray-robed scholar first affirmed that he would accept Ji Qiu, then paused slightly before asking. However, the study of the literary way involves many nuances that cannot be summarized in a single phrase. Reading can cultivate one's character, enhance wisdom, and even lead to the understanding of principles that resonate with heaven and earth, nurturing a literary spirit that grants one powers comparable to those of martial heroes and practitioners of external disciplines. But before that, as your teacher, I must first ask you, if you wish to follow me in practicing Confucianism, what does Confucianism mean to you? And which scripture do you wish to use as the foundation of your practice? Zheng Xiao's expression gradually became serious as he sat upright, gazing directly at Ji Qiu, as if he did not regard him as a child at all. At 16 years of age, and coming from a scholarly family, Ji Qiu was no longer a child. He had certainly read the 5 classics, the Book of Poetry, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Mastering the 5 classics is the first step to entering the literary path, and the second step is to practice the literary spirit, also known as establishing the way. The Confucian sage taught the world and gathered 3,000 disciples, advocating for education without discrimination and teaching according to one's abilities. Thus, the pursuits of later generations vary greatly among individuals. However, as with all things, there will inevitably be distinctions in quality. The things sought after, the lifelong pursuits, will also have varying degrees of difficulty. This is a given. The literary way forms a distinct academic discipline filled with contributions from various families, and to this day, the 5 classics hold the highest esteem. Among them, the Book of Poetry is gentle and broad, the Book of Documents is clear and far-reaching, the Book of Rites is respectful and austere, the Book of Changes is pure and subtle, and the Spring and Autumn Annals focus on words rather than events. 90% of scholars base their studies on one of these, dedicating their lives to it, hoping that one day they can write and establish a school of thought, making their families' views a significant academic discourse. When that literary spirit is fully formed, they can be called great scholars of their time, leaving their names in history. This is the pursuit of 99 of scholars, and also Zheng Xiao's pursuit. However, this individual's ambition is clearly much greater. He has long memorized the contents of the 5 classics and has mastered their principles, integrating ancient and modern texts into a unique understanding. Thus, what Zheng Xiao sought was to achieve the same accomplishments as the ancient sages, spreading teachings throughout the world and leaving his name in the annals of history, rather than merely becoming a prominent scholar of the time. But that is beside the point. His current intention was simply to ask Ji Qiu what principles he wished to pursue. Ji Qiu was naturally not surprised by this, as this is a question every student is asked when they seek a teacher. To not even know what one wishes to cultivate is truly foolish. The so-called Confucianism is what humanity needs. The Confucian sage compiled the sayings and actions of the predecessors, authoring the 5 classics to guide the world on how to walk the path of a sage, intending to educate the world so that all beings can understand their true nature and become like dragons. This is the greatest good. As a disciple, I read through the deeds of the Confucian sage in my childhood, so what I see in Confucianism is the path of educating the world. As for the 5 classics, they are the words of the predecessors, so they must be studied, but they cannot all be mastered. At this point, Ji Qiu's tone slightly paused. He looked at Zheng Xiao, who was frowning slightly with an expression of unexpected concern, and continued earnestly. I wish to first study the 5 classics as the foundation for my practice, and then seek the principles to establish my own foundation. Therefore, I ask that you teach me the way of literary cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, the small wooden room fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping would be clearly audible. Zheng Xiao stared intently at Ji Qiu, seemingly taken aback that this seemingly youthful boy could articulate such words in front of a great scholar of the time. After a moment of silence, Zheng Xiao finally spoke slowly. Young man, with just this statement of yours, if it were in front of other Confucian schools, you would be condemned for great impudence and would have to accept it obediently. Do you realize what your words represent? You have only studied the classics for a few years, and you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Confucian sage. Such lofty aspirations, using the 5 classics, which others have pursued for a lifetime, as a reference to seek your own path in Confucianism. My lifelong pursuit is to rival the ancient sages, yet you, as a disciple, dare to aspire to become a sage of your generation. Is that it? Who is the master and who is the disciple? If you had cultivated the way of literature for half your life, and at the end you were to say such a thing, perhaps Zheng Xiao would still believe it in his heart. But you, a mere child not yet 16, How dare you have such audacity? As a result, Zheng Xiao's face turned stern, and he remained silent, his aura overflowing like an abyss, nearly suffocating those around him. It should be known that he is a true Confucian who has refined his literary heart, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the great Taoist masters who have established their foundations. With this aura released, wouldn't an ordinary innate martial artist be scared to the ground? Of course, someone like Zheng Xiao, a great scholar, would not easily lose his temper. Otherwise, all the effort he put into cultivating his composure would have been in vain. His intention was to admonish Ji Qiu, urging this creatively inclined and somewhat interesting young man not to be so ambitious. It must be said, in the brief time Ji Qiu faced him, the words he expressed indeed surpassed 99% of scholars. Although Zheng Xiu did not openly acknowledge it, he secretly admired this young man. He had temperament, insight, and excellent potential. If he could set aside this budding ambition to replace the restlessness of the summit, he would indeed be a piece of unpolished jade, qualified to inherit Zheng Xiu's line of Confucianism. Zheng Xiu thought to himself this way. However, the actions of the young man before him far exceeded his expectations. Zheng Gong misunderstood. The disciple's intention was not to compare himself to the sage of Confucius. The young man's words were earnest. The path of the sage of Confucius is what people yearn for. It is the lifelong pursuit of the disciple. How could it be something a mere child like me could compare to? What I mean is to inherit the teachings of the ancient Confucian sages that are inclusive and educate the world, to walk the ancient literary path, to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the destiny for the people, and to continue the lost teachings of the past sages, for the sake of opening peace for all generations. This is the Confucian path in my heart. Therefore, I asked the teacher to teach me the way of cultivation. Ji Qiu's words were resounding, and then he bowed deeply. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiu, who had initially been unperturbed, suddenly felt his literary heart tremble slightly. Chapter 80. Authentic Inheritance, the 5 Classics of Confucianism. To establish the heart for heaven and earth. To establish the destiny for the people. To continue the lost teachings of past sages. To open peace for all generations. This, Zheng Xiu's expression changed dramatically. His previously calm literary heart was like a raging wave, difficult to calm for a long time. He raised his head and looked at the young man before him who bowed deeply, his face filled with earnestness. After a moment, he retracted his aura and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "What does it mean to establish the heart and destiny? And how to continue the lost teachings of the past sages for the peace of all generations?" The scholar in gray spoke, and the young man immediately answered loudly, "The way of heaven flows through the 4 seasons, independent of human will. We should take the way of the sages as the foundation and open the path for all beings. The classics passed down by the sages in the past are countless, vast as the sea. However, modern people do not necessarily need to strictly follow the ancient ways to adhere to rules. We should create a new, which is the intention of inheriting the legacy of the ancient sages and opening new paths. As for how to open peace for all generations," Ji Qiu looked at Zheng Xiu and shook his head silently. "This requires me to attain my path before I can see or accomplish it. And it's possible that I may never complete it in this life. But I am willing to walk this path, to inherit the way of the sages, and to keep pursuing it. Also, whatever my heart desires, even if I face 9 deaths, I will not regret." His words fell like thunder, filled with determination. Also, whatever my heart desires, even if I face 9 deaths, I will not regret. What a phrase, 9 deaths and no regrets. This famous line is indeed appropriate here. And that remark just now, which he had never heard before, contained a sense of great ambition and responsibility. "I want to see how you seek this path. Zhang Yuan, right? You're 16 this year. Has your clan prepared a courtesy name for you?" Knocking on the wooden table in front of him, Zheng Xiu calmed his emotions, sighed, and then said solemnly, "Giant deer, giant deer." The book of documents once recorded that Yao tested Shun at the great deer, where the great deer is a character for the land, which is quite standard. However, this name sounds somewhat imposing and is worth using. "All right, I understand." Straightening his back, Zheng Xiu raised his head, cleared his throat, and said solemnly, "What you said today, if placed before any scholar studying the 5 classics, they would likely chase you out immediately, even if you came from a noble family. But I must admit, you are right." Zheng Xiu took a scroll of bamboo slips from beside the table, spread it open, and traced the characters with his fingers. His tone complex. The way of the Confucian sage ultimately aims to enlighten the wisdom of the people and educate the world. Therefore, one need not be confined to form. Theoretically, it is not necessary to regard the 5 classics as the only classics to cultivate one's literary heart. However, for modern people, the 5 classics written by the sage have long been revered by generations of disciples and cannot be desecrated. If I had not read the 5 classics and understood the literary way, and if I did not have the ambition to rival the various schools, I would definitely dismiss your words as heresy. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Giant Deer, very well. This disciple, I, Zheng Xiao, accept you. In this era of master-disciple inheritance, sometimes it can even rival familial bonds. When Zheng Xiao nodded today, at least before Ji Qiu embarked on the path of bringing down the great Yin, he would have this top Confucian of the age supporting him. Even prominent families like the 4 clans and 7 houses would have to think carefully about the implications of moving against him. Disciple, I pay my respects to the teacher. To this, Ji Qiu merely smiled, then bowed, performing the grand ceremony of master and disciple. Zheng Xiao slightly nodded, not stepping away, and after calmly accepting Ji Qiu's gesture, he spoke in a somewhat softer tone. My humble abode is simple, and I do not have the custom of offering a tea ceremony for the master-disciple relationship. The saying that a gentleman's friendship is as light as water reflects this principle. Today, accepting you as my disciple is not only for the reputation of the Zhang family, but also largely because of you, Zhang Giant Deer. Your eloquent words have shown me a higher ambition, but at the same time, the circumstances you will face will be much more challenging than my own path. As for how far you can go, I will wait and see. Take these scrolls with you. While speaking, Zheng Xiao arranged several volumes of classics on the side and pushed them to the edge of the table, right in front of Ji Qiu, and said, when you can cultivate your literary energy to the point of attracting the energies of heaven and earth, you will have truly entered the realm of using literature to enter the Tao. Enough to rival innate martial artists and those who have stepped into the realm of refining qi. But you must understand that if you do not take any of the 5 classics as your foundation, it will be very difficult to reach the point of generating literary energy. If you give up at that time, remember to tell me, and I will choose another path for you. Zheng Xiao stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. To this, Ji Qiu nodded in agreement, keeping it in mind. After carefully putting away the bamboo slips into his sleeve, Ji Qiu slowly exited the room, bidding farewell. The scholar in gray quietly watched the young man leave, and after a long time, he raised his head to look at the faint outline of the blue-clad figure outside the door and said plainly, with the ambition to support the world, one must have a first-class mind and depth. From my perspective, his future will either be a renowned sage of his generation or, as he spoke, Lu Ji frowned slightly, inexplicably recalling the scene he had seen outside the Taishua Palace. At that time, this young man appeared quite indifferent to the noble youths traveling in carriages, and initially, Lu Ji did not think much of it. However, after hearing this young man's ambitions, he felt an unexplainable sense of worry. Indeed, a talent who is both literate and martial, capable of stabilizing the world with a pen and commanding it on horseback. Yet he felt that he could not see through the mere 16-year-old boy. Forget it. The current great Yin is strong, and its military sharp. Though the emperor slightly favors eunuchs and sycophants, it ultimately won't lead to great chaos. In 2 years, you and I will jointly recommend this young man for an official position, urging him to embark on a political career and follow his path of enlightening the world. What do you think? After listening to the young scholar speak for a while, Zheng Xiao suddenly changed the subject, shook his head, and chuckled. These matters are still uncertain. What path this child takes is his own business. As his teacher, I can only offer suggestions. In the end, it all depends on him. By the way, is Lord Huangfu preparing to mobilize troops against the Western D again with the command he received? This will be the 3rd time. If we succeed, that's one thing. But if we fail, the taxes in various regions become even heavier? Moreover, in recent years, there have been continuous minor disasters in various states and counties. Under such circumstances, increasing taxes is truly burdensome for the people and wasteful of resources. Upon hearing Zheng Xiao mention this, Lu Ji also took a serious tone. Indeed, troops are being mobilized, and we are just waiting for the supplies to be ready before we can march westward. However, I don't have high hopes for this campaign, as there are too many concerns. The Western D is a poor region with little to exploit. Even if we completely subdue them, it would only demonstrate the might of our great Yin, with no real benefits. The current emperor has repeatedly sought to mobilize troops due to a past loss of power. But we must be wary of the northern Chang and those local lords with armed forces. It is indeed a time of troubles. The two discussed practical matters, revealing much information and indirectly reflecting the various dangers and crises lurking beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of the great Yin dynasty. Perhaps what ultimately breaks the camel's back isn't just the last straw. It could also be the cumulative weight of previous burdens that causes the final collapse. On another side, after wrapping up the 5 classics and their annotations given by Zheng Xiao, Ji Qiu entered the Taishua Imperial Academy and registered as Zheng Xiao's disciple, assigning himself to a relatively remote small room near Zheng Xiao's wooden house. Once he masters both the literary path and qi refining methods, he will be ready to wander the world. Ji Qiu opened the door, looked at the neatly organized facilities inside, and nodded in satisfaction. murmuring to himself. He did not carry the ability to simulate the life of Zhang Zhou, nor could he bring his own memories and skills into the simulation. If he had so many advantages back then, how could he have failed so completely? Now that he has the ability to protect himself, Jiqiu is confident that when he steps onto the path of wandering the world and spreading his teachings once again, it will be different from before. He will ultimately create a truly grand era that even the sage of Confucianism has not achieved. Jiqiu was unsure how well he could achieve this, but he was certain it would be stronger than the past 400 years of the Great Yan. Entering the room, he sat cross-legged by the bed and took out the 5 classics annotated by Xianxiu, starting to study them seriously one by one. He had been learning these classic texts since the beginning of his enlightenment in this life. With the improvement in comprehension brought by his Qiqiao Linglong heart, he memorized Xianxiu's annotations almost after just 2 readings. At this point, one would typically need time and research to grind out the literary qi to enter the Tao through literature. For an ordinary person, it would be unthinkable without years of painstaking effort. Even Zhang Zhou did not gain literary qi before encountering the teachings of Taiwan. It was simply too difficult. Although Jiqiu had impressed Xianxiu with his great ambitions and aspirations, it would still be quite challenging to cultivate literary qi on his own, even with the advantage of his Qiqiao Linglong heart. Fortunately, he had the method of tracing back to the source, obtained authentic level inheritance of the Confucian 5 classics. Do you wish to trace back to the source? Just as Jiqiu was about to use the tracing method to simulate the Confucian 5 classics, a shocking notification suddenly appeared. Authentic level inheritance. He jumped up from the edge of the bed, looking at the 5 bamboo slips in front of him, almost thinking he was hearing things. The renowned scholar Xianxiu, known for his understanding of the study of heaven and man, integrating ancient and modern classical studies, was merely a great scholar with a complete literary heart and did not dare to claim equality with the various schools. Jiqiu did not underestimate his teacher. It was simply that with Xianxiu's realm, it was impossible for him to present an authentic level inheritance. Such a method is theoretically close to the Tao. For a qi refining practitioner, it is an unparalleled divine method capable of manifesting the form of the Tao, qualifying to point directly to the path of the original spirit. Is this realistic for a practitioner of the second realm? Jiqiu forcibly calmed his emotions and began to analyze the situation. No, that is not right. The transmission of the 5 classics was initiated by the sage of Confucianism after witnessing the collapse of rites and music and the suffering of the people, as he couldn't bear to see the world fall into ruin. The Book of Songs, Book of Documents, Book of Rites, Book of Changes, and Spring and Autumn were all legacies created by the sage of Confucianism from a very ancient era long before the Great Yan dynasty. If that is the case, then these 5 classics, as the foundation of the Confucian lineage, could indeed be an authentic Tao, and it was personally created by the sage of Confucianism. Jiqiu couldn't help but breathe rapidly at this thought. The true scriptures of the world as a sideline-level qi refining method had already provided him with countless conveniences. Now, stepping onto the literary path, he could also cultivate through the authentic inheritance of the Confucian 5 classics. If he could master all 3 lineages within himself, Jiqiu believed that once he entered the second realm, which martial artist, qi refining practitioner, or Confucian scholar in the world could possibly be his opponent. The yellow sky is about to rise. Calm down, calm down. There are many talented scholars in the world, and for hundreds of years, there have been many exceptionally gifted individuals, like Xianxiu, who is among the most outstanding of them. However, they all choose to focus on one path and are unlikely to grasp the essentials. Even though Xianxiu is well-versed in ancient and modern texts and comprehends the 5 classics, he has yet to achieve the third realm of Confucianism to rival those ancient masters. The 5 classics should indeed be extremely obscure. Fortunately, I have the method of tracing back to the source, a divine method that can directly point to the essence of all laws and observe the cultivation state of the Creator at the peak of his power. Thus, even if this method is obscure, I can continuously comprehend it, and even if I cannot fully grasp its essence, obtaining 3 parts should not be difficult. In an instant, Jiqiu was filled with ambition. He did not expect the Confucian 5 classics to hold such significance, and that their inheritance had not been lost. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Comprehending the Confucian 5 classics, tracing back to the source, Jiqiu, filled with excitement and anticipation, felt his spirit gradually spinning. Chapter 81. Literary qi emerges, the way of spring and autumn. Ignorance, chaos, brutality, wailing, the clash of blades and blood, the sounds of slaughter shattered the dark sky. Long ago, the shaman who understood the power of the divine listened to the whispers of the gods, wielding the most mysterious supernatural authority. They called themselves descendants of the gods, their bloodlines containing unparalleled great power. They traced the source of their bloodlines, able to command wind and thunder, manipulate water and fire, and the strong could subdue thousands of troops with a wave of their hand, forcing the mundane to bow down. They were long-lived and wise, forging divine weapons from ancient bronze and meteorite iron, using their own bloodlines as kindling, and thus divided the world, establishing regimes of the godly descendants in various regions, firmly holding this land in their grasp. They called themselves the chosen of the gods, and among the powerful, some even proclaimed themselves demigods, ambitious to rival the immortal gods, establishing the first national title on this land, called Zhou. The feudal nobles belonging to the chosen descendants of the gods vowed eternal loyalty to the Zhou royal court, spreading across every corner of the earth, claiming to forever uphold the rule of the divine offspring and support the royal family. They intended to establish an era that would never fade, never extinguish, and never end, as dazzling as the brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. This was the most glorious era of the divine offspring and the shamans, who had everything. It was also the most desolate era for all beings before dawn, for they had nothing. The divine offspring established class hierarchies based on their noble bloodlines. This was an era destined from birth, a time 10 times more brutal than the monopoly of noble families. At the end of this era, the so-called demigods, increasingly mad and frenzied as they traced their bloodlines, were no longer satisfied with obeying the central Zhou court's rule. Thus, they initiated rebellion, intending to shine as brightly as the sun. But in an endless calamity and a sky filled with blood, the firelight was extinguished first. Subsequently, an endless night of darkness descended, without laws or unity. The so-called demigods began a path of mutual slaughter to seize bloodlines and power, hoping that one day they could overlook the earth like the deities in mythology, living forever. At this time, the initial human sages fell into deep thought. Were these shamans, who claimed to inherit divine blood and be descendants of the gods, truly as great and holy as they sang praises and recorded in their writings? Thus, in the long years of darkness, ordinary people of the human race, unwilling to forever submit to these beings who had gradually transformed into immortal monsters, began to seek ways to relieve the world. There were chivalrous wanderers who roamed the nations, targeting the hunting of divine offspring, extracting their bloodlines to refine their vitality and bathe their skin, thus becoming the first martial artists. There were sorcerers who had originally submitted to the divine offspring, gaining some essence of sorcery, who sought to study qi and law, exploring famous mountains and rivers, dedicating their lives to understanding the path of the 5 elements, ultimately achieving enlightenment and refining qi into law. At the same time, there were the initial scholars who rose up with deep confusion regarding the so-called gods and the histories recorded in ancient texts. Were these so-called leaders, whom the human race had always served, truly correct? Perhaps there were merits in the early days of the Zhou dynasty and before, but in the current era, humans should walk their own path. Thus, the era of the 100 schools of thought began. Russell. It was as if books were rapidly falling, and the scenes before Jiqiu began to swirl continuously. A bell rang, resonating loudly. This study was quiet and simple. Above, a sage taught, and below, disciples listened respectfully. In front of the desk, a tall and seemingly young figure knelt on the couch, extending his long palm to continuously turn the ancient scroll in his hands. At his side, dozens of kneeling disciples, with expressions almost reverent, listened quietly to their teacher's narration. This was derived from a book compiled by that seemingly very young sage. Using the book as a guide, it evolved history, such a grand work. What level of accomplishment had this person reached? Jiqiu barely restrained his shock. He knew that he was witnessing the essence of the 5 classics revealed by tracing back to their origins. In the next moment, he clearly saw the not-so-thick bamboo scroll being rolled up, inscribed with 2 brilliant seal characters at the beginning. The book was titled Spring and Autumn. Students, do you understand? The sage gently spoke as he rolled up the scroll. The disciples immediately lowered their heads and respectfully replied, "Disciple thanks GZ for passing down the teachings." In an instant, Jiqiu felt a complex emotion arise. Which great scholar of the literary path from long ago was this? One must know that the 5 classics were compiled by the Confucian sage to great success. And the method of tracing back to origins was precisely that of the pinnacle creator of this method. Could it be that this person witnessed the spring and autumn period, and in terms of the understanding of the spring and autumn path, surpassed even the Confucian sage, the pioneer of the Confucian lineage? What is a Z? Only the one who holds the reins of the 100 schools can be called Z with respect. Who on earth was this person? Jiqiu's interest was piqued. Unexpectedly, the literary sage with supreme attainment in spring and autumn was actually from the same origin as him. This was indeed fate. So this is spring and autumn. This is truly one of the 5 classics, spring and autumn. No wonder later generations who practiced the 5 classics failed to achieve the accomplishments of the ancient scholars. Speaking solely of spring and autumn, What they studied and practiced were merely the most superficial and simple histories. Even if they condensed literary energy and forged literary hearts, they were merely their own literary paths, completely different from those of the sages. There were still many confusions regarding the paths of the sages. How much more so could they completely misunderstand and go against the true meaning? Jiqiu's heart, sharp and perceptive, trembled slightly, as if he had gained some insight. In that instant when he closed his eyes, a faint radiance began to emanate from his body. Throughout history, some have attained enlightenment in a single night. And literary energy arises naturally. Others have wasted half their lives reading thousands of books, yet due to a lack of central thought, they could only gaze from the door without entering. As for Jiqiu, after merely glimpsing a corner of the 5 classics through the method of tracing back to origins, he had already achieved entry into the literary realm and stepped onto the extraordinary path. This was truly a one-day entry. Even a naturally gifted Dao body could not compare. In the scene observed through the method of tracing back to origins, Jiqiu listened to the great being named Jizi narrating spring and autumn. It is said, using history as a mirror to understand rise and fall, using history to correct people's understanding of gain and loss, using history to transform the turbulent into clarity. Reading through the long history from ancient times to the present, the principles contained within are countless, especially when it is a genuine ancient scholar personally imparting teachings. One cannot help but say that the benefits gained are immense. However, it was a pity that Jiqiu had not listened for long before the sense of separation between him and this scene began to grow more severe. In the past, when tracing the sword of seeking immortality or practicing techniques like refining qi and thunder law, he could generally observe from beginning to end. No wonder the 5 classics, which recorded authentic traditions, even the spring and autumn, he could barely grasp some understanding before it was time to part. Watching the study slowly become blurred, even the figures and words within it becoming hard to hear, Jiqiu felt great regret. Fortunately, he could continue to come and observe the teachings next time. It was not a one-time opportunity. In the end, he became curious. What did this seemingly exceptionally young sage look like? So at the last moment, Jiqiu stood up and took slow steps forward, pausing in front of the desk. At this time, the surrounding environment gradually distorted, beginning to turn into nothingness. Yet this sage holding the ancient scroll remained unchanged, with little alteration. Jiqiu slowly bent down. Previously, he did not know why, but among the kneeling disciples, when he looked at the sage's face, it felt as though a layer of mist was blocking him, making it impossible to discern anything. So he stepped forward, one step at a time, until he reached in front of the sage, crouching down, not for any other reason, but simply wanting to see clearly the face hidden within the blur. At this moment, Jiqiu looked up at the figure almost lying on the couch, as still as a clay statue. In that instant, the mist dissipated, and he saw the face clearly. But just as he realized this, Jiqiu's expression suddenly changed drastically. The color drained from his face, a mix of shock and confusion, as he staggered back several steps. How is this possible? This is... His eyes widened, staring at the handsome face frozen in time and space, unable to believe it. This was his own face, as the figure of the great Confucian and Taoist master. Named Jizi, slowly shattered and gradually turned into nothingness, Jiqiu opened his eyes and took a gentle breath. Jiqiu Zhangyuan. Realm, First Realm, Martial Dao Innate. Literary Dao Cultivation. Qi Refining Technique, Dao of the World. Literary Pulse Technique, 5 Classics of Confucianism and Taoism, Entry Level 15, Spring and Autumn, Initial Insight. Talent, 7 Apertures Exquisite, 100 Forged Martial Body, Clear Zen Mind. Martial Arts Techniques, Void Martial Arts, Peak, Sword of Asking Immortals, Peak, 6 Methods of Qi Refinement, Peak. Heavenly Palm Thunder, Transcendental, Fragment of Xian Yuan Thunder Technique, Transcendental. Miscellaneous Studies, Intermediate Talismans, Peak, Intermediate Alchemy, Mastery. After seeing the results of this exploration, Jiqiu slightly calmed his mind, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Chapter 82. 3 Paths Cultivated Together, Chaos Approaches. Who was that face just now? Was it the Jizi spoken of by those students, or was it himself? Or perhaps just a face that might bear some resemblance in the vastness of time? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jiqiu pondered carefully. He felt the warm current flowing slowly within him, delicately manipulating the energy it contained. Literary Qi. Unlike the Qi refiners who draw in the spirit energy of heaven and earth into their dantians, it is a completely different extraordinary power. This is a power that originates from the very beginning of the spirit's birth. If Qi refiners eat the wind and drink the dew to harness great power for themselves, achieving the ability to summon wind and rain, then the literary Qi refined through the literary Dao is a great power that arises from within, from the divine soul and spiritual light, capable of influencing reality. Transforming the impossible into the possible is, in itself, a miracle. The two cultivation systems have no distinctions of superiority, and the same goes for the martial Dao. Because only those with a spiritual body can have the opportunity to cultivate as qi refiners, the entry requirements are difficult, resulting in a higher quality of spirit energy control, allowing them to suppress so-called martial Dao innates at the qi refining stage. However, reaching the transcendental realm in martial Dao is no weaker than other cultivation paths. For example, the legend of the martial arts world of Deqian, who single-handedly suppressed the entire Jianghu, even slashing an immortal master with his sword, Lin Yufu, is one such case. Moreover, as Jiqiu knows, there are even higher realms above martial Dao innate in this great Yin dynasty. That is the realm of the diamond body, where blood and qi condense into smoke, spreading true qi throughout the limbs and breaking through the 36 major acupoints. In this great Yin dynasty, there is no such thing as an innate master. Without achieving the diamond body of the second realm of martial Dao, who would dare to boast of being a master outside? They would probably have their faces smashed. Forget it, I want to think about it. Such questions are of no use to me at present. Tomorrow, when I use the method of tracing back to the source to comprehend the 5 classics, I will naturally have better research. The pressing matter at hand is still to focus on cultivation. Familiarizing himself with this thread of literary qi, Jiqiu pondered extensively, but ultimately did not come up with any results. In the end, he simply stopped thinking. After all, it is not the immediate priority. Now that he has entered the paths of Confucianism and martial Dao, he just needs to advance the progress of the Dao of the world, and he will genuinely be a cultivator of the 3 realms. It should be noted that in Jiqiu's simulation, he relied on the 3 realms of cultivation and all his learnings, along with the great momentum of Huang Tian converging upon him, which is why he could contend with half of the true cultivators of the world. If it weren't for the diamond body having not yet been perfected, leaving a flaw for others to exploit, he might have truly been able to drag his breath and completely slaughter the dragon vein of this great Yin dynasty, replacing the heavens with Huang Tian. Thus, one can see how formidable the power within is. However, all these matters are now past clouds of smoke, and everything must start anew. But fortunately, the rising sun of a new life will always be stronger than the fading twilight. The road is long and far-reaching, and I will seek and explore. The cross-legged youth closed his eyes and began this life as qi refining cultivation. At 16 years old, you entered the prestigious Confucian school in Yanjing, following a great Confucian to cultivate the literary Dao, while also not neglecting your martial Dao practice. Under the guidance of this literary master, you obtained the inheritance of the 5 classics, and by chance, you observed the true meaning of the 5 classics. Entering the threshold of spring and autumn. With spring and autumn as your entry point, you achieve the first realm of literary Dao Qi cultivation. One day, as the literary Qi arises, this legendary feat can only be accomplished by those ancient sages. If others were to know, it would be enough to shock the entire Tian. You are not satisfied with merely entering the literary Dao, and simultaneously picked up the Qi refining inheritance from your previous life, deciding to cultivate all 3 realms together, yielding excellent results. Your future begins to change from this point. During this time, Jiqiu's teacher, Xianxiu, had already learned of his daily comprehension of spring and autumn and the literary qi arising from his heart. At that moment, while stroking his chin and reciting the classics, the elegant scholar nearly tore apart the few hairs he had just grown, speechless for a long time. This alone was enough to demonstrate the shock in his heart. The North Capital Guard, Chao Wu, whom he had met by chance earlier, also occasionally came to find him and introduced his friends to Jiqiu. Among them was someone he had seen in the simulation, the descendant of the Yuan family from the 3 public families, Yuanji. It is said that this person shares the same lineage as the previously arrogant Yuan Mu, but one is legitimate while the other is illegitimate. If they had not met, Jiqiu might not have been able to distinguish who was legitimate and who was illegitimate. Logically speaking, as an illegitimate brother, Yuanji would not have received better resources and education than Yuan Mu. Yet, surprisingly, whether in martial arts proficiency or personal demeanor and cultivation, this illegitimate brother performed better than his legitimate cousin. It felt like a case of being born in the wrong family. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. The subtle differences lie in the people he has met and his own cultivation level. At 16, Zhang Julu had only the innate cultivation of martial Dao, while Yuanji, after traveling the world and witnessing the suffering of the world, achieved his ambitions. But that was several years later. Meanwhile, Jiqiu's progress now is several years ahead. Not only that, but his qi refining cultivation has also reached the stage of qi condensation, as the thunder techniques he cultivated in the present world are already sufficient for him to demonstrate. Adding the ability to summon wind and rain and to create soldiers from beans, in this vast great Yin dynasty, he is already qualified to take a look. As Tian, the capital, trembled, a great event occurred. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. In the Taishua Palace, Xianxiao was teaching Jiqiao and other inner disciples. At that moment, a scholar in a blue robe rushed in. Zhengong, something big has happened. Looking at the dusty scholar who burst in from outside, Jiqiao put down the classic he was holding and raised his brows subtly. In the past half-year, he had been cultivating in the Taishua Palace, making extraordinary progress in all three paths, especially in the literary Dao, poetry, book, ritual, change, spring and autumn. These 5 classics had all been mastered by Jiqiao. His proficiency in the 5 classics far surpassed that of his classmates. And it is not an exaggeration to say that Jiqiao has already reached the point where the literary qi flows smoothly, and he is on the verge of condensing a literary heart to achieve the status of a great Confucian. If this were to spread, it would likely shock the entire world. A mere 16-year-old, almost 17, how many great Confucians throughout history have achieved their status at this age? Of course, the majority of the factors can be attributed to the method of tracing origins. Otherwise, even if Jiqiao were a learned scholar, he would not be able to comprehend the mysteries within the 5 classics, let alone gain entry into this authentic level inheritance. It is only regrettable that since the first time he traced back to the spring and autumn annals, he has not seen the true form of the Master Ji. As before, his face shrouded in mist, making it unclear, which made Jiqiao lose the desire for verification. Aside from the spring and autumn annals, the other 4 classics, poetry, book of documents, rites, and I Ching, were all deduced by 4 different Confucian and Taoist greats, each differing from the spring and autumn annals. Therefore, Jiqiao's previous thoughts naturally came to naught. However, that was not the main point. The young man set down the classic he held. Looking at the hurriedly approaching Lu Ji, his expression not at all surprised, as if he already knew what this person wanted to say. Sure enough, when Xianxiao furrowed his brow and set aside his studies to inquire, Lu Ji immediately revealed his purpose for coming. Lord Huangfu has led his troops to camp in the western borders. Since His Majesty's decree over half a year ago, he has immediately marched westward. Unfortunately, this time he returned without success due to reasons such as supplies and logistics. Consequently, the failures of the previous 2 attempts may fall on him. I have heard that His Majesty has been furious in the palace, and there are thoughts of punishment. In this study, among Xianxiao's disciples, only Jiqiao and a few classmates were present. Lu Ji had seen them all, and since this matter would soon spread, he did not conceal it. After hearing this, Xianxiao set down the classic in his hand, his brow slightly furrowing. Lord Huangfu is a prominent general, a talent among commanders, with the cultivation of the Diamond Realm and those military strategies under his command, soldiers like wolves and tigers, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Why then could he not overcome the Western D? Moreover, it has only been a short period of over half a year. Even if he could not breach the defenses, it should be a matter of no credit and no blame. So how can there be talk of punishment? Hearing the gray-clad scholar's puzzled remarks, Lu Ji could not help but sigh. Logically speaking, it should be so, but the supplies and logistics have fallen short. Over half a year. Coupled with the 2 recent campaigns against the Western D and the Northern Chang and E, the country has suffered severe losses. And it should have been a time for recuperation before considering mobilizing troops again. This should be a common matter. However, with eunuchs in power in the palace, the emperor only hears the results and has already become enraged. It is said that he will inquire about punishment soon. So I came here to discuss with you and many like-minded individuals to present to the emperor and clarify the rationale, hoping to receive a lighter sentence. What do you think? Regarding Lu Ji's inquiry, Xianxiao did not hesitate much and nodded. As a great Confucian, having studied the inscriptions of the world together, he had a good personal relationship with Lu Ji, and he also had some connections with the renowned General Huangfu. It was certainly acceptable to represent him in presenting a petition. Below, Jiqiao observed the brief exchange between Xianxiao and Lu Ji, his expression unchanged. However, he already knew that the time for great change in the world had arrived. To expect the current emperor to manage such matters? Looking at the 2 great Confucians conversing privately, Jiqiao shook his head in regret. If that emperor truly could bear the weight of the throne, how could he allow the aristocracy and the world to fall into such a situation? It is hard to change what has been accumulated over time. Chapter 83. Intent to benefit the world. Encountering assassination on the path of Dao. The autumn wind rises. The once prosperous Taiyan city has taken on a somewhat desolate feeling due to recent changes in the situation, resembling a storm that is about to come. You want to take your leave, intending to travel the world? In front of Xianxiao's residence at the Taishua Palace, the gray-clad scholar looked surprised at the young man before him, whose face was serious, and frowned slightly. It's only been a little over half a year. Why do you want to take your leave? The vast array of texts in the Taishua Palace, even after another 3 to 5 years, you wouldn't be able to comprehend fully, so why not stay a little longer? the head of your Zhang family, Xianxiao, also intended for you to study here longer, and then have the family and your teacher jointly recommend you for an official position. As he spoke, Zhang Xiao's tone carried a hint of regret. I must say, you are the most outstanding disciple I have received in all these years. You have read through the annotations of the 5 classics, and in just one day, your literary energy has begun to cultivate. To this day, you have managed to cultivate your literary energy to such a profound level, only a step away from forming a literary heart. In this short period of less than a year, you have surpassed countless great Confucians and sages throughout history. My intention was to have you inherit my teachings, but judging by your recent performance and intentions, it seems you have not given up yet. The wind blew past, and beside Zheng Xiao's humble wooden house, 2 ancient trees of some years gradually turned yellow, their leaves slowly falling to the ground, swirling around the feet of the 2 men. Master, the path of self-cultivation, family regulation, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. In my view, the last is more important than the first 3. On the day I became your disciple, I mentioned that what I seek is to follow the teachings of the Confucian sage and embark on the path of educating the world. After studying at the Taishua Palace for over half a year, I have gained immensely and benefited greatly, all thanks to your teachings, which I will never forget. However, having learned, it is also time to test the results. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Now, outside Tian City, I see all beings suffering, with small disasters and epidemics frequently emerging, and the people's livelihoods diminishing. As those who seek knowledge and the Tao, we must have the ambition to support the world. Therefore, I wish to travel through the 13 states to see what kind of reasoning should be used to forge my literary heart and the path of cultivation. The young man's hair was tousled, blown by the autumn wind, but his dark eyes were exceptionally calm and steady, clearly having thought deeply before expressing these words. Seeing this, Zheng Xiao slowly nodded, his face showing appreciation. There is a priority in learning and expertise in different fields. My Tao seems small in comparison to your grand ambition. Since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you further. Since you are prepared to pursue the great Tao you have sought all your life, even if it leads to death, you will not regret it. How could a teacher constrain you? Go, and if you have any requests, remember to write a letter to inform me, for I also wish to see what the path of educating the world that you have consistently sought looks like. Zheng Xiao said with a faint smile, his words tinged with melancholy. This autumn truly was a tumultuous season. The renowned General Huang Fuzhan had been incited by the eunuchs and sycophants, and in a fit of anger, he debated in the court, disregarding the emperor's authority, and has been sent to the countryside, now idling at home. Lu Ji and others have faced emotions for their letters of admonition, and even he has been somewhat affected. Although he had cultivation to rely on, which would not endanger his life, the difficulties in his official career and the emperor's blindness could hardly be seen as a sign of a prosperous age. In such a world, seeking a bit of clarity and practicing the method of educating the world, Zheng Xiao did not know whether to say that his disciple was persistent or foolish. But no matter which, he would not obstruct his disciple's path of cultivation, because perhaps this was the Tao he sought in his life. Over the past half year, I have watched your studies closely. By the side of my humble hut, I will always keep a place for you. Even if you cannot support the world, finding a peaceful place to write and pass on your teachings, bringing some fortune to the literary Tao for future generations, is also a good thing. Go, go. Zheng Xiao looked at his well-mannered disciple with a calm smile and waved his hand. And within the open door, the simple facilities of the wooden house remained just a table and 2 wooden benches, nothing more. With 2 sleeves of clear wind, it was exceedingly simple. Nothing more than that. In Tian City, within a quiet pavilion, dressed in splendid attire, the young man with a majestic demeanor looked at the man across from him, who was clad in a bright red robe, and spoke first. He has left. After his words fell, the man opposite raised his jade cup, filled with fine wine, drank it all in one gulp, then clicked his tongue, and said, he has left. The disciple of the Grand Academy, Zhengong, in just half a year, has become famous within the academy, his studies rivaling those of many top students under great Confucians. He cannot be underestimated. More importantly, his ambitions are not small. I have a faint feeling that this young man will surely become someone who stirs up the world in the future because of his aspirations. The young man, slightly tipsy, spoke with a hint of melancholy, but when he reached the last sentence, he suddenly jolted and did not continue. The young man sitting opposite him, upon hearing this, did not pay much attention. He merely picked up on his words and laughed. Indeed, he is a great talent. My good younger brother has suffered a lot because of this guy over the past half year. My father mentioned this matter and scolded him quite a bit. I suppose he has come to hate him deeply, which has allowed me to enjoy a bit of peace. It's just a pity. After all, he can be considered a friend. Why does he have to leave Tian without contacting us? At the very least, he should have hosted a banquet for his send-off. I truly cannot understand what he is thinking. Shaking his wine cup, the eldest son of the Yuan family, Yuan Ji, felt quite emotional. As for the man sitting opposite him, Chao Wu, a drunken look appeared on his face. After hearing these words, he chuckled but ultimately said nothing more. Only a hint of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. If that person truly valued the aristocratic families, would he not come to chat a bit before leaving? The 4 surnames and 7 hopes, the 3 noble families, the 9 esteemed families. To ordinary people, these may seem like lofty and unattainable noble families. And being able to get acquainted with even 1 or 2 descendants among them is considered a significant achievement, providing much help in their future careers. But perhaps they do not care about this at all. Chao Wu clearly understood the difference between politeness and friendship. Although he had only known Jiqiu for a little over half a year, he believed he understood the young man in his prime quite well. He was someone whose thoughts were rarely in disagreement with his own. He just didn't know how you, who have traveled the world, would find a way to practice your grand ideals. I shall await your performance. Narrowing his elongated eyes, the young man in red poured himself another drink. Downing it in one go, after a long sigh of contentment, he softly murmured words only he could hear. In the city of Taiyan, in front of a prominent mansion. This mansion covered a vast area, exuding an imposing presence, and the architecture was extremely luxurious. Outside the threshold, there were streams of carriages and countless guests coming and going, each dressed in splendid attire, enough to show the extraordinary status of the family residing here. In fact, it was indeed so. As one of the top 7 noble families of the Dayan dynasty, the Yuan family was among the 4 surnames and 7 esteemed families. And their reputation within these 13 provinces was such that no one was unfamiliar with them. Throughout the history of the Dayan dynasty, the Yuan family of Renan has always held a seat among the 3 noble positions, which is enough to illustrate their status. To call them the most supreme and noble family under the Liu family of Dayan is no exaggeration. Entering the Yuan family, passing through the pavilions, in a luxurious bedroom, several long-suppressed laughs were suddenly heard. A faint sandalwood fragrance filled the room, and scattered sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows. When he heard that the informant he had arranged for a long time had finally gathered useful information within the Grand Academy, his laziness vanished in an instant. He straightened up in a flash, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhang's young master, I have finally awaited your departure from Taiyan. With the prestige of the Grand Academy and Zhengxiu protecting you, I could not do anything to you. But now that you have left this scissors Taiyan, aren't you like a sheep entering a tiger's den, at the mercy of others? The path of martial arts is innate, and in just half a year, you have cultivated a scholarly aura. I admit you are a prodigy, but even the most talented person is nothing without growth. He pushed aside the maid beside him, quickly tidied his clothes, and was about to stride out the door. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Perhaps Jiqiu did not take to heart the matter of once humiliating Yuan Mu, for to him, it was merely a trivial matter, akin to driving away a fly. But for Yuan Mu, it was the first time in his life that someone dared to disregard him so. Naturally, he could not let the other party off easily. As the direct descendant of the Yuan family, he could not command or recruit experts of the second realm, as they were top-tier existences in the world. And how would they care about some fame and fortune? However, while he could not mobilize second realm experts, there were plenty of first realm innate experts who sought his favor. And many of them had extraordinary martial arts skills. Among those retainers, there were even powerful innate late-stage experts. Killing this Zhang family scion would be a trivial matter. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Jiulu. I will take your head to show you what the consequences of offending the Yuan family truly are. Clenching his fists, the young man in a purple robe with sharp, eagle-like eyes faintly envisioned the terrified head of that brat laid before him. With this thought, he felt a surge of joy, as if the pent-up frustration in his chest had finally been relieved. Half a month later, a young man clad in white, with little decoration, stepped out of Sizus. His path was northward, moving eastward. In the upheaval of the Dayan dynasty and the suffering of the people, the 4 provinces of Bing, Yu, Ji, and Qing were the hardest hit. The first 2 provinces were ravaged by war, with foreign tribes rampaging, causing the common people to be displaced and suffer immensely. The latter 2 provinces were plagued by epidemics, leading to widespread suffering, resembling a hell on earth. When Jiqiu set foot on this desolate land, he seemed to have an epiphany. The counties were remote, with local tyrants residing in fortresses, recruiting local militias to protect their clans. However, for ordinary people living on this land, it was quite difficult. Heavy corvée labor, desolate lands, and years of poor harvests led to millions of refugees. Jiqiu sighed softly. His visit to Bingzhou was merely a stopover. His greater purpose was to pass through this place to reach Yuzhou. According to the simulations in his memory, in less than a year, a great epidemic would erupt in Yuzhou, and at that time, it was hard to tell how many refugees would perish from this epidemic. In the simulation, Zhang Jiulu was merely a student at that time, having not yet encountered Taihua and not embarked on the path of qi cultivation, let alone treating illnesses and saving the sick. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the populace dwindled, which led to his initial understanding of the way of the yellow sky. But the current Jiqiu had already achieved success in qi cultivation and had specifically studied the methods of drawing disease-expelling talismans and health-preserving talismans. Coupled with his exceptional mastery of low-tier talismans, he was determined to start his plans several years in advance and lay the groundwork in Yuzhou. Wherever there is disaster, the name of peace shall surely resound. From this moment on, Jiqiu would cultivate his reputation, bestow blessings upon the world, and would never raise the banner of slaughtering the heavens without full assurance. Thus, before the final end arrives, it is unlikely he would meet a hasty conclusion. The young man with plans in his heart walked along the official road, but suddenly frowned, deep in thought. A hidden aura was already faintly emerging behind him. That feeling of being pricked like a thorn was warning him through his spiritual sense. The visitor bore ill intentions. Who wishes to trouble me? Jiqiu frowned slightly. He believed that during his short stay in Tian City over the past half-year, he had been practicing in the Grand Academy and had not done anything else. The only acquaintances he had were perhaps Chao Wu from the northern capital. As for people like Yuan Ji, they were merely nodding acquaintances and could not be said to be offended. Could it be? If I really had to say I offended someone, it would undoubtedly be Yuan Mu. But how could a mere skeleton in the grave, who has never been taken seriously by him, suddenly harbor murderous intent? The young figure paused and couldn't help but chuckle. Just at that moment, whoosh. At a critical moment, a blade's light from a figure approaching from behind struck out directly. Extremely fierce, with deadly moves attached, aiming to take a life without mercy. In response, Jiqiu slightly turned sideways, his foot sliding down to evade the strike, and then looked back at the figures rushing towards him, scanning them one by one, and then coldly said, "Is it the Yuan family of Renan who sent you to ambush me?" Chapter 84. Thunder Law Shocks the Heart. A snap of the fingers calms the pre-heaven. The vast official road was extremely sparse with pedestrians. When Jiqiu calmly dodged the long knife's blade light from behind, he let out a soft "oh," followed by a voice from the knife-wielding figure. Chen Ling raised his knife, first praised Jiqiu in front of him, then continued speaking rapidly and laughed. "Who told you to offend someone? You just had to offend a truly prominent family. Now, even if you have extraordinary talent, it's hard to escape. Do you know how valuable your head is now?" The man in sturdy attire holding the knife spoke leisurely, seemingly confident in having captured Jiqiu. In fact, from his perspective, it was indeed so. It should be known that Yuan Mu was someone who would repay a slight with interest, and once he developed a killing intent, he would not underestimate anyone. Moreover, Jiqiu was known to have refined literary energy and possessed pre-heaven cultivation. So besides Chen Ling, a late-stage master of the knife path, 6 other pre-heaven experts had come as well. Among them, Lin Feng, wielding a 3-pronged double-edged knife, had the same realm of cultivation, both reaching the late stage of pre-heaven. The two came from Beihai and were considered as guests under the Yuan family, celebrated as the dual heroes of Beihai, known for their reputation. Though they were far from achieving the second realm of the no-leak diamond body, they could still be considered somewhat skilled in the 13 states of Dian. The 7 pre-heaven experts surrounded Jiqiu in a square formation, watching him like tigers eyeing their prey. It seemed that this was the case. Just a conflict, and they could harbor malicious thoughts until now. This person's temperament was indeed extreme, leaving him as a potential disaster. I should find a time to eliminate this threat. Hearing Chen Ling's mocking laughter while holding the knife, Jiqiu was not surprised, merely shaking his head as if it were a trivial matter. Tian City was the capital of Dian, and even if he wanted to take action against the Yuan family member, it wouldn't be appropriate. Otherwise, with Yuan Mu's repeated provocations, how could Jiqiu have allowed him to live until today? Initially prepared to let it go as if he had never encountered this person. But since he harbored malicious intent after Jiqiu left Tian, this threat could not be spared. Jiqiu silently marked him for execution in his heart, while Lin Feng, holding the 3-pronged double-edged knife, couldn't help but snort coldly. This kid has only recently refined literary energy. At most, he's just a decent fighter combining martial arts. Not worth worrying about. Kill. As his words fell, the 3-pronged double-edged knife swung out like a spear, breaking the momentary stillness of the atmosphere. Swish, swish, swish. That's right. It's better to kill first and then talk later. With his words, the remaining few also moved, the sounds of weapons being drawn echoing continuously, and in an instant, the empty official road was filled with the aura of killing. Even if the head was worth a fortune, it had to be captured first. From my perspective, they were still lacking a bit. A flash of brilliance crossed Jiqiu's eyes, and then his tone turned indifferent as he drew several talismans from his sleeve, lightly shouting, "Go! Buzz, buzz, buzz!" The technique of turning beings into soldiers. A total of 8 warriors manifested around Jiqiu, guarding him with their forms as the talismans flashed with light. The first round of attacks from the 7 pre-heaven guests of the Yuan family all struck these warriors, leaving numerous blade marks, but they did not inflict any substantial injuries on Jiqiu. Caught off guard, the many pre-heaven experts holding weapons retreated in succession. The leader, Qinling, frowned as he saw his attack yield no results. Refining Qi technique? Are you a mountain outsider? His words carried a hint of uncertainty. This seemed somewhat different from the strength level previously agreed upon with the Yuan family. Even a mid-stage Qi refiner could rival a late-stage martial artist. Don't panic. With the 7 of us joining forces, even if this kid is a Qi refiner, we should still be able to cut him down here. Besides, he's just a little brat. How deep can his refining technique be? Surprised by Jiqiu's strength, Qinling and Yang Feng retreated half a step, immediately shouting. Hearing this, the martial artists instantly became serious, their true energy erupting, and their attacks grew increasingly fierce. It must be said that their strength was not lacking. Had Jiqiu only experienced the first life and still been matching Su Qilong, he might have truly fallen here. However, at present, his martial arts had already reached pre-heaven. His Qi refining had reached condensation, and with the righteousness cultivated from the 5 classics, he was just one step away from condensing literary heart and achieving the status of a great scholar. With 3 paths cultivated simultaneously, the depth of his foundation meant that these once formidable enemies no longer posed such a significant threat. Using his spirit to control literary energy, Jiqiu's eyes became sharp as swords, gazing at the pre-heaven expert who had not yet reached the late stage. Just with a glare, he could use his vast spirit to influence literary energy, creating waves that affected reality. These experts who were about to strike were caught off guard. As soon as they made eye contact with him, their spirits shook, and their expressions showed a hint of confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Jiqiu wasted no time. Forming seals with his hands, using torrents of spiritual energy to create flickering thunder light, which then transformed into a crackling purple lightning that he pressed forward with a fierce push. The supreme thunder technique of the Xianxiao sect, the Thunder Palm. Not only that, but it was also infused with the operation of the mysterious Yuan thunder technique. The 2 thunder techniques, which Jiqiu had trained to the realm of perfection, combined to unleash an incredibly terrifying power. Unless one achieved the no-leak diamond body as a martial arts master, they would surely be struck down like charred remains. A scream rang out as the nearest sword-wielding pre-heaven expert met the flashing purple lightning of the Thunder Palm first. Coupled with the mental influence Jiqiu exerted, the thunder light enveloped him in an instant, scattering his heart, leaving him lifeless. The lightning did not dissipate, but instead continued to strike at the surrounding figures, causing a chain reaction. These pre-heaven experts, having first been influenced by Jiqiu's spirit, were already slowed in their movements, and faced with such divine thunder, how could they resist? Thus, in the next moment, aside from Qinling and Lin Feng, the 2 late-stage pre-heaven experts, the other 5 perished on the spot. A pungent smell of charred flesh began to waft through the air. How is this possible? You possess such attainments in both the path of sorcery and literary arts. Qinling, breaking free from Jiqiu's mental pressure, looked around, seeing the several charred corpses lying on the ground, his face turning pale as he retreated several steps continuously. Literary path cultivators can manifest literary energy, use words as weapons, and breathe out swords to defend against enemies. But more importantly, it is a form of spiritual and mental suppression. This is a miraculous power that uses spirit to influence reality. Clearly, in that brief moment of collision, the 7 martial pre-heaven experts had all been affected by that young man. The only reason he had not followed in the footsteps of the fallen companions was that he and Yang Feng were relying on their superior realm to buy some time. To achieve such a level, this young man's realm in the literary path must be at least at the peak of the first realm. Yuan's child, you have truly put me in a terrible situation. At this moment, Qinling's heart was burning with anger. He looked at Yang Feng, who was slowly regaining his composure, and when their expressions almost mirrored each other, his resentment towards Yuan Mu became even more evident. What does it matter if one has just achieved the innate stage? After refining literary qi for more than half a year, with these 3 on the same level, and the masters of the indestructible martial arts not stepping in, who could possibly be a match for this child? How can one fight against them? Escape, escape, escape. As the thought arose in his mind, the intention to retreat surged like a tide. Although the Yuan family's reputation was high and the salaries they provided were indeed generous, these were merely external possessions. How could they compare to the importance of one's life and family? Thus, he made up his mind and completely forgot about the confidence he had just moments ago, even disregarding whether Yang Feng would live or die alongside him. But how could he say that they were brothers? The North Sea's twin heroes were indeed in sync with each other's thoughts. Almost at the moment he lifted his foot, Yang Feng did something even more drastic. He tossed away the dozens of pounds of his three-edged, double-bladed knife, switched paths with him, and almost directly turned to run away. His speed was even 3 points faster than Chunling's. Jiqiu was slightly taken aback by this, but it was not entirely unexpected. Warriors have their own pride. Those who can reach the late innate stage would never willingly become the underlings of someone who seeks revenge for a slight, acting as a dog for them. How could one expect these two to have high professional ethics? The situation they found themselves in could only be described as unexpected but reasonable. However, Jiqiu could not let these two cowardly warriors escape. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will sprout again with the spring breeze. He had grand plans in this world and was treading on thin ice, so he could not allow even a small variable to exist. When the time comes, while a direct attack may be easy to dodge, a concealed arrow is hard to defend against. Therefore, to save trouble, it was better to send these two to their deaths. Just right for me to see what the difference is between using literary qi to exert supernatural powers and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Jiqiu looked at the two completely different directions, activated the literary qi he had nurtured, then formed his fingers into a sword and lightly shouted, "Cut." As the words fell, two rays of light, like white rainbows piercing the sun, shot out from his fingertips, swiftly slicing towards Chunling and Yangfeng. The power of the spirit turned into reality, complemented by Jiqiu's literary qi sword technique, shot out. As the two fled in opposite directions, they sensed the impending crisis from behind them. Gritting their teeth, they turned around, intending to forcefully withstand the sword qi directed at them by Jiqiu. However, in that moment of daze, they were influenced by the pinnacle mastery of the sword path. They even saw in that white rainbow sword light the scene of snow covering the cold mountains, with an old man wielding a sword like a dragon, causing their movements to momentarily pause. And it was this brief moment that led to their downfall. The sound of two sword qi piercing through their chests erupted, one to the east and one to the west. Subsequently, their breaths vanished without uttering a single word, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Then they collapsed with a thud. Before they died, they must have felt a deep sense of injustice. Their spirits were affected, and they had not fully unleashed their martial power. Yet they lost their lives in a moment of daze. If they had truly been on high alert and fought back, who would dare say that a late innate stage expert's true qi could not withstand Jiqiu's sword qi made with just a finger? One must remember, just moments ago, they had even withstood the divine sky palm thunder. However, this is the terrifying aspect of literary cultivation. It can suppress the spirit of those whose cultivation and mindset are inferior to oneself using the refined literary qi. Perhaps its power may not necessarily be stronger than spiritual energy, but this ability to influence reality from the level of the spirit is comparable to the primordial spirit. Although the quality is far inferior, there are indeed some similarities. Truly, it deserves to be considered a path of cultivation in this world, and it has its merits. In the face of those whose spiritual level is below oneself, being able to influence them even for a second during a life and death battle can provide tremendous support. As the autumn wind blew, Jiqiu nodded slightly. He looked at the bodies lying on the ground, and then at the few figures around them that were gradually fleeing far away, preparing to turn the spiritual energy into flames to burn all these corpses. However, at this moment, about a mile away from him, a tall figure was standing still, observing all his actions from start to finish. At this sight, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This person is... Sensing the subtle threat, Jiqiu's expression became somewhat grave. His spiritual energy had already been significantly depleted, and if he faced a strong opponent again, it would not bode well. He decided to wait and see who this formidable person was. Guanyun, courtesy named Changshan. Age 1. Born into a poor family in Hedong County. Age 8. Gradually growing up, strong and robust. Compared to peers, he was considered to have innate strength and loved reading historical texts, especially fond of the spring and autumn. Age 13. A martial arts master noticed his exceptional talent and bestowed upon him a scroll of martial arts tempering techniques. The young man practiced diligently and made rapid progress in martial arts. Age 16. Breaking through to the innate martial arts stage, standing at 8 feet tall. Fully matured in appearance, with phoenix eyes and worm eyebrows, dignified and imposing, and he comprehended the 8 methods of the sword way from spring and autumn. Age 21. Acted justly among neighbors, but accidentally killed the legitimate son of a prominent family, causing great trouble and prompting a second-realm martial arts master to pursue him. In desperation, he fled 1,000 miles to avoid disaster. Age 27. Opened up 36 major acupoints throughout his body, achieving the martial arts diamond stage. Subsequent. Exceeds the current host's simulation limit, cannot be deduced for now. Simulation evaluation. Just the first half of his life is already extraordinary. If discussing the second half, it is rare to find a second in 1,000 years. not knowing until one looks, but upon looking, it is shocking. After reviewing this person's life trajectory, Jichio's eyes widened. Such a talent. If I do not bring him under my yellow heaven banner, it would be truly regrettable. Chapter 85, The Flying General. The Azure Dragon with a Crescent Moon. A martial arts diamond at the age of 27. Moreover, he achieved the second realm before I initiated the Great Peace Uprising. Looking at that tall figure leaning on a long knife, dressed in coarse cloth yet exceptionally complementing his imposing demeanor, Jichio organized his words and immediately said aloud, "May I ask why you have stopped here?" This voice was carried by Jichio's spiritual energy, reaching hundreds of meters away, landing in Guan Chongqing's ears. Someone who originally thought this delicate and tender-looking person would soon become a victim under those people's knives did not expect such a turn of events. "We meet by chance. I do not wish to trouble you, so let us part ways." After speaking, that figure pretended to move, preparing to leave. Just as he said, they were merely meeting by chance. And Guan Chongqing himself had killed a legitimate heir from a prominent family in Xizhou, which caused him to flee for his life. At this moment, he was extremely cautious towards everyone, so how could he easily form friendships? Jichio did not mind this. If it were that easy to persuade him to join under the banner of Yellow Heaven's salvation, then achieving peace in this world would be too simple. Does one really think that encountering a hero would cause one to submit with just a shake of the tiger's body? That would require reputation and foundation. Otherwise, why would he listen to you? A relatively indifferent attitude was normal and did not cause Jichio's mindset to waver. Who is he? He is the future leader of the Great Peace Path. Someone who can rally over 1 million people to die for him under the banner of the Yellow Heaven Great World. This was merely their first meeting. The main goal was to leave an impression. In the future, there may not be a chance to meet again. However, at this moment, as their brief conversation came to an end, a sound of galloping hooves erupted from a distance. Rumble, rumble. Hearing the slight tremor of the official road, both Jichio and Guanyin couldn't help but frown. What kind of rogue dares to enter the territory of Bingzhou and kill people with impunity? The sound arrived before the person. Soon, a large red horse leaped through the air, carrying a valiant figure clad in tiger head-linked armor, wielding a long-handled halberd that shone brilliantly under the sun. Accompanied by about 100 elite riders, they charged toward Jichio from a distance. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, similar in age to Guan Chongqing, and looked slightly older than Jichio. However, the level of his martial arts training seemed to surpass even Guan Chongqing, his vital energy rising like smoke, indicating that he was almost at the level of a martial arts diamond body. What a valiant general. How could there be such a master in Bingzhou? Jichio looked at the young man, whose face was like a crowned jade, with sword-like brows and a body that shimmered with golden light, and couldn't help but feel shocked. During the simulation, the scope of the Taiping uprising mainly covered areas like Qingji and Yu. Intending to join forces with the followers of the Taiping sect in the southern regions to storm into Xizhou and achieve the strategic goal of establishing the Yellow Heaven. Therefore, Jichio didn't have much understanding of the power dynamics in Bingzhou, only vaguely aware that this area was rife with conflict, with local governors holding troops and engaging in battles with the northern Chong, and the people were fierce. But to encounter 2 young heroes with the martial arts diamond body right after entering this place was quite unexpected. Lu Xiao, courtesy, name Wu Shuang. Age 1. Born in a common family in the border county of Bingzhou, of ordinary background. Age 8. Due to the fierce nature of the border county, he honed his body and practiced martial arts from a young age. With exceptional martial arts talent, he gained fame among his clan. Age 16. Skilled in archery and horsemanship, he reached the innate stage of martial arts. He first showed his prowess in the defense of the border county against the northern Chong, beheading over 100 enemies. Praised by the local officials as having the potential to be conferred as a marquis. Age 20. After years of service at the border and accumulating military achievements, he was appreciated by a county governor who recommended him for a military position, becoming a commander and leading 1,000 troops, starting to gain fame. Age 25. Opened all 36 major acupoints in his body, his vital energy rising like smoke, achieving the diamond body without leakage. Subsequent. Exceeds the current simulation limit of the host's strength, temporarily unable to deduce. Simulation evaluation, among men, a hero indeed. Yet another future martial arts diamond body at the peak of youth. Although it was unclear what kind of upheaval they would stir in this grand era after reaching their respective realms, Jichio had heard of this person's name. Lu Xiao, also known as Lu Wushuang, would become a prominent figure in the world 10 years later. Although Jichio had no direct conflict with this person during his time as Zhang Zhou and had never fought him, he had heard of Lu Wushuang's reputation from various martial arts experts and his own diamond-level fighters. It was said that he was the most likely person in the world to achieve the title of martial saint within several hundred years. The martial saint is the third realm of martial arts, known as the celestial phenomenon, and since the establishment of the Dayan dynasty, no one had ever achieved it. Looking further back in history, before the Dayan dynasty was founded, during the time when the founding emperor contended with the heroes, it seemed that there was a peerless talent who reached this level. However, that was a long time ago, and not much was recorded. The three realms of celestial phenomenon martial saint can be compared to the Yuya Huandan of the refining Qi realm, although they cannot match in lifespan. Being on par with the true immortals capable of moving mountains and seas is a testament to how powerful this realm is. In an instant, a slight chill rose in Jiqiu's heart. Looking at the content displayed on the simulation trajectory, it was evident that Lu Wushuang was just starting to show his prowess and was currently in high spirits. His state had already consumed quite a bit of energy, and if he were to confront this young man, it might be unfavorable. It seemed it was time to bring out the name of Master Zheng. Patting his sleeves, Jiqiu was not flustered despite potentially lacking strength. After all, he had the backing of his master. A top Confucian scholar at the second realm, a renowned grand scholar of the world, was his confidence. If he couldn't win, he could at least rely on this support, at least before any enmity was formed. Calling upon it would be effective. Right now, Lu Wushuang had not yet attained the power he would have in the later years. He hadn't even achieved the diamond body yet. Hearing the name Xianxiao, how could he dare to take the risk of pursuing Jiqiu? Just as Jiqiu was determined to speak to the flying general, he saw that the 100 riders charging from a distance, after noticing him standing still, ignored him entirely and instead charged toward Guan Changsheng, who was hundreds of meters away and was about to leave with his knife. Even with the corpses lying not far from him, it was the same. Jiqiu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, glanced at his own attire, and seemed to realize something, feeling somewhat amused. It should be noted that every time Jiqiu simulated his appearance, it was indistinguishable from the present world. It could be said that he was handsome and graceful, as beautiful as a jade tree. Furthermore, being in his youth, he looked delicate and harmless, just as Guan Changsheng had described. On this official road, apart from him, the only living person left was Guan Changsheng not far away. If one were to take precedence, it could be said that the one wanting to leave with a knife, Guan Yun, looked more like the culprit. The red-faced man said, "I'm talking about you. I just happened to be passing through here with my troops to rest, and you want to leave without a word? Are you feeling guilty? Stay here." With a loud shout, Lu Wushuang swung his halberd and leaped from his horse, aiming to cleave Guan Changsheng from the air. The halberd's edge, propelled by his vital energy, sliced through the air for dozens of meters, showcasing immense power. At this moment, the flying general was also aware that the imposing figure dragging a large knife, with a complexion like a heavy jujube, possessed martial prowess not inferior to his own. This was something a martial artist could sense at a glance, an instinct of a warrior. As for Jiqiu, although his martial arts skills were excellent, compared to such a martial arts prodigy, he still fell short. Moreover, he had mastered the art of concealing his aura with spiritual energy, so his strength would not leak out much, giving the impression of merely a handsome youth. Thus, even Lu Wushuang mistook the culprit. In fact, he hadn't wanted to involve himself in this matter, as it wasn't his responsibility. However, Guan Changsheng's martial arts prowess was the only one Lu Wushuang had seen in the past 20 years who was both of similar age and realm. So he felt excited at the prospect of competing with him. If he could subdue him and recruit him under his banner, that would be even better. Such boldness deserved to gallop on the battlefield and achieve unparalleled feats alongside him, thus living up to the name of a great man. As the long halberd danced and the armor clanked, the flying general, laughing heartily, arrived in an instant. The vital energy from the swinging halberd filled the sky, like a peerless demon god, exuding immense power. However, his thoughts were different from those of Guan Changsheng. At that moment, the red-faced man wore an ugly expression, dark as the bottom of a pot. He had intended to explain that this matter had nothing to do with him, but upon seeing Lu Wushuang's arrogance and determination in his words, his anger surged. He could not be found by the officials, having just fled from Xizhou. He feared that the order for his arrest had already spread to Bingzhou. If he were taken away, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? The county, with its prestigious 4 surnames and 7 hopes as direct descendants, was lawless under Xizhou's governance. If he didn't take action to kill Lu Wushuang, how many innocent civilians would die in vain? For this reason, Guan Changsheng had abandoned his hometown and fled 1,000 miles without regret, because this was the principle he had learned from reading the spring and autumn annals. He, Guan, was someone who studied the spring and autumn annals, and understood subtle words and great righteousness. At this moment, the formidable general, who seemed difficult to handle, could clearly be seen wanting to make things difficult for him, likely seizing the opportunity to come after him. In that case, there was no need to hold back. As he watched the horse leap and the general brandish his dual halberds while laughing maniacally, just as the attack was about to reach him, Guan Changsheng took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Then, a deep roar burst forth from his mouth. Slash. With a dragon's roar, he unleashed a powerful strike. The young man in simple clothes dragged his long knife, its blade emitting a clear light, and in an instant, he executed a rising dragon strike. This blow was unmatched in sharpness, fierce and unparalleled, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything in its path. This was the sword style that Guan Changsheng had comprehended himself, named the Spring and Autumn 8 Methods. The Blue Dragon Yawning Moon. Chapter 86. The Clash of Knives and Halberds. All could be called heroes. On the official road of Bingzhou, the yellow sand rolled. At this moment, a young man in simple clothes dragged his long knife on the ground, the blade seemingly surrounded by a clear light, transforming into a blue dragon. Then came a dragon's roar that erupted, and immediately, the dragon rose into the sky. Above him, a shadow appeared. It was El Xiao, wielding a long halberd, riding a steed leaping into the air. When he saw Guan Changsheng unleash the blue dragon strike, shattering the countless halberd shadows he had created, instead of trembling from the rapidly approaching sense of crisis, his eyes brightened. Good swordsmanship. Facing a martial arts master like you is much more enjoyable than killing those northern Chang barbarians. Watch my halberd. Witnessing Guan Changsheng's spring and autumn sword technique, El Xiao laughed heartily, first praising him, and in the next moment, he wielded his long halberd, changing his technique. A vibrant aura enveloped his armor, enhancing his imposing demeanor. Looking far from ordinary, just as the blue dragon was about to collide with him, El Xiao finally swung down his long halberd. With a strike, golden light transformed into sharp energy, true qi rolling like a dragon emerging from the sea, colliding with the blue dragon formed by Guan Changsheng's true qi. Boom. In that instant, the surrounding world trembled slightly. The dragon emerging from the sea shimmered with golden light, roaring as it transformed into an illusion. Colliding with the soaring blue dragon Yawning Moon, both parties exerting their full strength. As the yellow sand soared, the air currents surged, covering the eyes of the onlooking riders. Yet amidst it all, their exclamations could still be heard. This red-faced youth possesses incredible martial power. Such a sword can actually contend with our Bingzhou wolf riders to such a stalemate. Who is this hero? El Xiao's unmatched bravery was well known to his subordinates. If it weren't for his background, he could easily become a general of a state in this world. Who could suppress him if the great martial artists of the Diamond Realm did not intervene? Such a character, named Wu Shuang, deserved to be recognized. But today, there was a red-faced youth wielding a long knife, who had boldly matched him in techniques without losing ground. Seeing this scene, it was no wonder the riders were greatly shocked. Guan Changsheng watched as El Xiao's halberd swept out, blocking his blue dragon Yawning Moon technique. And he let out a cold snort, though there was a hint of barely noticeable surprise in his eyes. He was well aware of his own strength, let alone his proud swordsmanship. Drawing inspiration from the spring and autumn period, Guan Changsheng had comprehended a style of the Guan family's swordsmanship, named the Spring and Autumn 8 Methods. Although he had not yet mastered it, he believed he could withstand the blows of those who had not reached the level of the Diamond Realm. And there were probably not many in the world who could do so. If one could withstand this sort of Guan, they could certainly be proud. Guan passed through this place without harming anyone. Whether you believed it or not was your own business. But to cause trouble for others without distinction was a sign of poor judgment. Today, I will teach you a lesson. After speaking, the young man in simple clothes leaped, soaring several meters into the air, and brought down the long knife, which flashed cold light. Another blue light flickered as the knife energy surged, aiming to overpower El Xiao directly. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, the air currents reversed, sweeping across the heavens. Seeing this, El Xiao, holding the halberd with both hands, laughed loudly. I respect you as a man, but you still lack a bit to win against me. To tell you the truth, I came here specifically for you. Whoever commits violence on this official road has nothing to do with me. I see your strength is remarkable, and you possess a dignified appearance. Why not join my ranks? Make achievements on the battlefield, and fight against the Chang bandits to enhance the might of our great yin. Clang, clang, clang. Jiqiu stood by watching, feeling unsatisfied. But at this point, he could not remain uninvolved. Out of concern and reason, Guan Changsheng, had encountered this unwarranted disaster because of him. If he left now, it would surely create enmity for no reason. Moreover, he was not that kind of person, being buffeted by the yellow sand and wind, with his sleeves fluttering. Jiqiu calmed himself with spiritual energy, preventing the wind and sand from blinding him. Then, with piercing eyes, he harnessed his spiritual energy to fly upwards. Vast literary energy emanated from his thoughts, spreading in all directions. As Jiqiu took a few steps, he flashed to the surrounding battlefield of the two. And both of them noticeably felt that extraordinary power, even slowing their movements slightly. Two gentlemen, Please pause for a moment and listen to my words. The youth, controlling his spiritual energy, with eyes glowing with spiritual light, used literary energy to influence their spirits, forcibly focusing Guan Changxing's and El Zhao's gazes on him. With the righteous aura of Confucianism and a hint of spiritual light after entering the 5 classics, Ji Qiu appeared almost like a well-read, erudite scholar in front of others. As long as he did not hide his brilliance and used the technique of obscuring divine objects, wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Just like now. In the center of the battlefield, El Zhao and Guan Changxing were both leaping on horseback, wielding their halberds and knives with tremendous force. But upon hearing the white-clothed youth speak, they both frowned and simultaneously halted their movements, turning to look at the source of the voice. With the method of literary energy, it can actually influence my will. Who is this young man, a disciple of which great scholar? El Zhao frowned. To read to the point of communicating with heaven and earth, not bad. Indeed, Guan felt he had acted rashly, engaging with this person for no reason and unwittingly getting caught in the turmoil. However, this person was indeed powerful, considered the strongest innate practitioner Guan had ever seen. The force added to the halberd had left his wrist feeling somewhat numb. At this moment, Guan Changxing also sighed inwardly, first casting a wary glance at El Zhao, then showing a hint of respect as he looked at the young man who had come to mediate. Guan, who had studied the spring and autumn period, had always respected scholars. Previously, seeing this young man's delicate appearance, he had intended to lend a hand to help him deal with those pursuing him. But he had underestimated the situation. Because of this, he had been dragged into this conflict. His identity was precarious. If he were to be tracked down by the martial artists of noble lineage, he would likely fall into a perilous situation. For now, it was best to hide a bit further away, change his appearance, and lay low for a while. Once he achieved the extraordinary status of a martial arts master, it would not be too late to reveal himself boldly. I study the 5 classics, particularly skilled in the spring and autumn studies, hailing from the prestigious Taishua Palace. A disciple of the great scholar Xianxiao, surnamed Zhang, named Yuan, styled Jilu. The reason for today's incident is that some miscreants behind me sought to harm me, which forced me to take action and eliminate those who wished to kill me, thus involving this esteemed brother. I sincerely apologize. After speaking, Ji Qiu apologized to Guan Changxing, then focused his gaze and calmly addressed El Zhao. This general, as a cavalryman from Bingzhou, taking action to protect the stability of his jurisdiction is quite normal. I have met with the governor of Guizhou, Lord Ding, and I'm not sure if it would be possible to make things convenient and stop here. Ji Qiu came here specifically to discuss the matter of laying down arms, and has explained the reasoning clearly. Moreover, he has indeed met with the governor of Bingzhou, Lord Ding Quan. This is not mere empty talk. In fact, throughout his life, under the recommendation of Xianxiao, Ji Qiu has met many of the top nobles of the Dian dynasty, and his familiarity with them far exceeds that of the previous simulated life. After all, there is an old saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose in 100 battles. Without understanding them, how could Ji Qiu have more confidence to take such audacious actions? Upon hearing Ji Qiu's words, the expressions of El Zhao and Guan Changxing immediately began to change. The former showed surprise and shock, seemingly not expecting this young scholar to have such a significant background, with connections to the foremost scholar of the age. The latter, on the other hand, subtly revealed admiration and envy, as if expressing respect for Ji Qiu's accomplishments in the spring and autumn annals and the literary atmosphere he had cultivated. However, regardless of the circumstances, this originally tense atmosphere was unlikely to continue. Observing the slightly stagnated atmosphere, Guan Changxing pressed his lips together, leaned his long sword against the ground, and first withdrew his stance. Looking at El Zhao, who had also stopped his actions, he spoke first. Since you are a scholar studying the spring and autumn annals and come from the esteemed Confucian school of Zhang, it seems this is a misunderstanding. I, Guan, did not wish to engage with you today. It would be an unnecessary disaster. So let us end it here. What do you think? Upon hearing this, El Zhao seemed to weigh his options. However, it was clear that he had no intention of continuing to fight. The Dian dynasty esteemed noble families, and although they promoted the cultivation of both civil and martial arts, the ruling class revered the Confucian way, making the status of scholars extremely high. Unless El Zhao attained the level of an unparalleled master, it would be futile to seek titles and ranks. Ji Qiu, having so openly revealed his identity, along with his aura of righteousness, made the possibility of him being an impostor extremely slim. Since that was the case, there was no need to offend an outstanding disciple of a great Confucian for this matter, as it might not be beneficial for future endeavors. You come from the great Confucian Zheng school, and you are a model of the literary way. To slay some petty thieves for self-defense should not violate the laws of our Dian. It was my recklessness, and I apologize, El Zhao said. After finishing, he slightly nodded towards Ji Qiu, his expression softening. indicating a greeting and a gesture of goodwill. Then he turned to Guan Changsheng and spoke with an inviting tone. Today's encounter, I see your martial skills are exceptional and rare in this world. What I just said was not false. Why not serve in our army for the sake of the country? Who knows, in the future, there might be opportunities for you to be promoted to general and gain nobility, thus bringing honor to your family and earning a noble title for your descendants. Wouldn't that be delightful?